And to those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here!
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Well, look what's here, everybody. A frickin' 3-day weekend. And not only that, the 3-day weekend that tells you that summer is here, baby. And there's a time in your life, and that's like the greatest thing in the world, like the Memorial Day weekend, summer, and all that. And I look outside the window, and we're completely slammed by fog, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Daly City summer. Welcome to San Francisco summer. And where we live in the fog belt, welcome to Mill Valley fog belt summer. So just in time that you can't see anything. Now, if you're out there in the sunshine out in Walnut Creek or San Jose or Petaluma or whatever, God bless you. Enjoy your 3-day weekend. Us, we're bundling up down here, which means it's time for a cookout. Is what it's time for on a 3-day weekend. So, Marcus, I smell summer, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Put on your parka. I smell summer, but happy 3-day weekend eve, bro. This is usually when the adrenaline is pumping, buddy, right? Come on.
Happy Reggae Friday, kicking off a
yes.
3-day weekend. Now, I got to ask, do you always consider Memorial Day weekend the start of summer?
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say yes.
You're not a summer solstice guy.
I do like a summer solstice, too. Yeah, I do. I like them both.
I like
them
a
both.
summer solstice, but I don't wait until June 21st for my summer to start.
Well, that's true. Very true. Because last day of school, lots of times people say that's the start of summer. But I don't know. I'm just going with it.
808 KBR, when is the last day of school these days?
Well, you know what's
it
funny?
feels like it's moving all over the place.
Depends if you go to a private school or a public school.
Shout out the one percenters.
Exactly. The 1%ers are done early.
Oh.
That's what makes you a 1%ers. You look at all the 99%ers, you're like, you suckers are still going to school.
Yeah, how come those one percenters get a bigger slice of the sunshine, huh?
Exactly. They get more sunshine and fewer school days.
Ooh.
Yeah. So we schlubs, I'm sending my kids to public schools because I'm a man of the people.
Yeah, you are.
We don't get out until June 11th and 12th. Ooh. Declan on the 11th for the high school, Rory on the 12th for 8th grade. So that's not till. So, dude, that's a ways to go.
Yeah.
How about those last couple weeks, by the way, of senior year?
Oh, bro. Second semester senior year is probably maybe the best stretch of life.
I would agree with you.
Like those last 6 months being a senior in high school, you don't give a damn about your grades. You don't give a damn about going to class. You don't give a damn about anything.
I've said for much of my life that I'm still searching for the year to beat the second semester of my senior year of high school. That might have been when life peaked.
Yes, that might be the peak for everybody.
It's just incredible.
It's been all downhill
Every day
since
I wake up and they're like, what are you going to do today? I'm like, I'm in search of the second semester of my senior year of high school.
Yeah, dude. I'm trying to skip second period and head to the beach.
Well, just to take you into the personal Murphy family calendar here, this is how serious. So, shocker, I'm an attendance nerd. Shocker, right? Like, my kids, I'm like, you're going to school. There's other families out there that are like, yeah, you can stay home today. I've heard of these families. They're like, yeah, you can stay home today. But I'm like, so since kindergarten, we've been grinding our kids on school. Now, the only exception is I do pull them out for opening day. I do pull. That's a consistent.
As you should.
Well, my dad didn't do that.
Yeah.
Oh no, you're getting your ass to school, right? So, but I will confess this. Yesterday, I told Declan I had a really special opportunity to play golf at a really special place, and I said to him, we're pulling you from school. And I said to him as we were walking down one of the fairways, I said, this is the same dad who grinded you from kindergarten all the way up. I said, until yesterday.
Yep.
Yesterday, you're finally official that you can skip school to go play golf.
Congrats, kid. You made it. You finally made it.
So that was my Thursday. In addition to dealing with the incredible fallout from the Buster Posey interview. Wow. I think we just tapped into what we tapped into was Giants fans. There's something going on with Giants fans.
Yep.
And, listen, we don't go into those things, I think, and I stand by 24 hours later, I think everything you and I asked was completely inbounds and within the white lines and on the field and about what's going on. Why can't this team be a winner? I'm proud of what we did. I don't think we cheap shot at anybody or anything like that. But I think what happened is that fans have, for 4 years now, have had it building and building and building. And I just feel like when Buster is such an icon and he comes in and it's still going bad, in fact, it's going worse, I think there's just it's like a gusher of frustration. And I think yesterday that the volcano kind of spilled over finally.
I would agree with that take, Murph. And it's funny because on the show yesterday, I guaranteed that the Giants would not take an L yesterday. Turns out they did with that Buster Posey interview. As much as that pains me to say, because we're all Buster guys, but this entire fan base are Buster guys and Buster gals. Everybody loves Buster Posey. But no question about it, yesterday is the most pushback Buster Posey has ever gotten as a member of the San Francisco Giants organization.
I mean, it raises questions about his satisfaction on the job and, how long. We all want him to stay for a long time. We want Buster Posey as the face of our franchise. We want this guy leading a parade down Market Street. And I do trust his baseball instincts. It's just that everything they've done this year has gone wrong. And that's what we had to ask about. What is going to happen? What is the plan? Are you rebuilding quietly? By the way, there's a report yesterday that Vic Barracoto. Wait, do we have that sound? Do we have the sound? My guy, Vic Barracoto. I'm a Vic Barracoto guy. Jeez, that was very enthusiastic.
That was very loud, Kyle.
Just for fun there. Yeah, just for fun.
Yeah.
My guy, Vic Barracoto. I'm a Vic Barracoto guy. What a soundbite.
You're a Vic Barracoto guy.
What a soundbite, man. Anyway, there's a report that he's getting called up. Mm-hmm. I was actually wondering, that goes back to what I was going to say. I'll get to that, who he replaces in just a second here. But, there is, when I asked Buster, is there a quiet rebuild going on? Because Bryce Eldridge, Jesus Rodriguez, Trevor McDonald, Dan Susak, I like the idea. That's not an insult. I want them to. Now, we know they're tethered to these three big contracts, Devers, Adames, and Chapman, but around them, are they quietly rebuilding? And that would be exciting and fun. He didn't want to go there. That's what's going on right now. There's frustration, there's confusion, there's mixed messaging, especially with Bryce Eldridge. And it tapped into everybody. All the fans yesterday had very strong reactions.
Well, look, we were all frustrated even heading into that interview with this Giants team throughout the first 50 games of the season, being 10 games under with a 20-30 record. And those frustrations led to questions not only from us, but from the fan base.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to know what the plan is here moving forward. And it feels like none of those questions were answered yesterday.
Yeah.
Even talking to Buster about Bryce Eldridge, we kept on getting the same answer of, it's day to day. We're going to evaluate it day to day. He even said, I wish we could script out the next 4 months and we can have all planned out. It's I don't know, maybe shouldn't you have scripted out the first 4 or 5 months before the season started of what your actual plan, not only with Bryce Eldridge was going to be, but Jesus Rodriguez and these other prospects. And I don't know, you didn't script out the first 4 months of Patrick Bailey because he was gone within the first 3 months of the season.
Yeah, hit a homer yesterday.
He did, I saw that.
I
did see that.
Somebody said he has now more home runs than Matt Chapman.
Oh, dude.
He's got 2. Chappie's got 1.
Dude, when you put it that way, it hurts even more.
Ouch, man. Ouch. So listen, after all that said and done, all the intense questions and frustrations and a fan base wanting to love this team and getting frustrated, we're left with one question. Can we talk about Survivor now?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. The biggest question of the day, Murph. The tribe has spoken.
510 sends that text in right out of the gate. So you did.
Oh, dude, I dove in on a Giants off day.
I could care less who won. I need your reaction to the Probst.
Yes, dude.
The Probst biff.
Dude, and I got to say, I had my popcorn ready because I knew the moment was coming. I was like, all right, when is Jeff going to mess up? When is it going to happen? And, dude, it lived up to the hype. I think it was even better than the teases and the speculation. It was an all-time blunder.
Was your reaction like, what? What are you doing?
Uh-huh. Well, I kind of knew,
Oh, you did?
Because,
Because some a-hole sent it to the thread?
exactly, because somebody was sending around sound to the cooler of content. But, no, I saw a bunch of clips going viral on Twitter. We talked about this yesterday in the algorithm, and I just saw the headline, Jeff Probst spoils. Now, I didn't know exactly what he was going to spoil, but I also saw the screenshot, and I saw my guy, RIZGOD, the Riz God, standing right next to Jeff. He was actually one of my final players I had left in the KMBR Survivor pool. So it hurt even more for him to bring Rizzo out before the fire-making challenge, and then he told him to sit down and join the jury, and then everybody's freaking out. And trust me, dude, doing a live radio show, Murph, we've been there before where you make a mistake.
You kidding me?
And we're on 50,000 watts without a tightrope underneath us. And the panic in Jeff's face. Also loved my girl D in the background just yelling at Jeff, keep it moving, keep it moving. it felt like E. Wright at a Bay Area Hall of Fame dinner. Or like me on the board when we make a mistake. I'm like, Murph, let's just keep moving. Next pitch, next pitch, next pitch. But credit to Jeff, who handled it like a pro, even had some riffs later on in the show. He's like, all right, it's time for the final tribal council. would you guys like me to spoil the winner, or should we actually go through the votes?
Do the riff,
yeah, exactly. So there's a little self-deprecation. So yeah, it was a pretty funny and iconic Survivor moment.
Now, who in the pool had the last who won? What's her name? Audrey, I'm sorry.
Audrey ended up winning. Spoiler alert for anybody who hasn't watched the episode.
Yeah, there we go. We just
I was going to say, we should have thrown out the spoiler
Who had her
alert.
in the pool?
Austin Scott had her. But Austin Scott had such a terrible draft class that like his other 4 players all went home in like the first half of the season. So
But he
still
wins.
waiting on the final score. It's a scoring system.
Oh.
So like Walter, the commissioner, who's not here today. Shout out Walt, where is he?
How about one week? We hire the guy for 1 week, takes Friday off.
Yeah, he didn't survive final tribal council.
Who does this guy think he? I mean, you got to get the cackle. Who's this guy think he is? Triple E?
Yeah, there it is.
I mean, let me ask a question. Is Walt snowboarding?
Let me ask the question. Is Walter going to show up in a wheelchair on Tuesday? But getting back to Walter's Survivor pool, yeah, he's got a very complicated scoring system where like you get points for finding a hidden immunity idol, then playing it, but you get negative points for getting voted out. It's very complicated, and I still don't know who won after watching the finale last night.
Sounds like some shenanigans going on.
Yeah,
there,
and nobody really trusts Walter with the scoring system. It's a little shady, but hey, it's Survivor fantasy we're talking about.
What you're saying is that Walter didn't have a plan.
No, exactly. Not the biggest plan.
All right. Well, I'm glad you you were satisfied. You got your. I'm on. I guess maybe because I looked at a couple of the pro spoilers. Now my algorithm's feeding me the buff guy, the really buff dude, Jonathan. I think his name was.
My guy Jonathan.
I have no information on any of these people, whatever. But dude, he did some video like in his home, dude, still literally crying about how he lost, how he knew that he had played. I played the better game, man. I don't understand it.
I agree.
He goes, and he's like wiping away a tear. He goes, if that's a jury, how is that a jury? It's like, what does a jury mean? I'm like, look at this guy.
Yeah.
This guy's sitting in his own home.
Yeah.
Speaking into a lens and weeping about how he played a better game.
Yeah, my man lost out on $2 million. I mean, and I agree. I thought Jonathan played a better season this year than Audrey, but you've got to convince a jury of your peers that you are the sole survivor. And when you backstab and send a lot of people home, there's going to be a bitter jury every single season.
I don't want to make this all about Survivor. One last one.
I do. So keep talking.
One last one isn't after 50 seasons of Survivor one of the lessons that the deserving winner, I don't want to say never wins, but frequently randos win, right?
All the time. It's usually the least offensive person that makes it to the end, because usually the best player is the player that backstabs and cheats and lies and does everything to win the game.
Like Richard Hatch was the original backstabbing snake, and he won Survivor 1, and people patterned him after then the big guess. So if you charted out all 50 winners, do you think the majority of the winners were the less offensive people or the scheming backstabbers?
Yeah, I'd say the best player on Survivor traditionally does not win their season, which I think maybe made it even more kind of painful for a guy like Jonathan, because this is Survivor 50. This is supposed to be all the legends and all-stars who can put their personalities aside and their egos and can actually reward the person who played the best game. Nope. Once again, it was a bitter jury.
So there you go, man. So you're saying that frequently the best player doesn't win the game, and that's what the Giants are saying. We have the best roster. We're just not winning games.
Kind of like Mike Dunleavy the other day, saying the Warriors did not face a team with a better roster than them.
Man, dude, speaking of basketball, your Knicks.
Yeah, bing bong.
They did it again.
Yes,
oh my God!
did.
They said, it's funny. Windy. I get a lot of Windhorse, right? Brian Windhorse. That's his name.
Yeah, Windy in the building.
Everyone says it's windy. He said something that really resonated with me, and he said he's not old enough to know this. He goes, all I know, guys, is around New York and around this team, there's a lot of emotion. It's 1994. Now I lived in '94. I was very. Long story short, I was really attached to that 94 season for various reasons. So I know what he's talking about. He goes, grown men still get tears in their eyes talking about the 94 Knicks. That was also the year the New York Rangers won the Stanley Cup, and Paulie Mack weeps openly. Mark Messier, come get your Stanley Cup. I mean, right now, Paulie Mack just started crying right now with me saying that right now. So that was a big spring. The Rangers won the Cup, Messier, the whole deal. And the Knicks had an incredible run. They did not win the championship.
No, they did not.
But that team, the John Starkses, the Charles Oakleys, the Anthony Masons, that team captured New York. And it was like electric there. And Wendy's saying that guys, grown men are now weeping again, talking about how this team reminds them of the 94 team. Wow. So I'm not ruling them out. I am not ruling them out.
Neither am I.
I mean, people say, "Oh, the West is the finals." I mean, yeah, kinda. I give the Knicks a chance, man.
I disagree with that take. There's a lot of people who say the Western Conference Finals is the NBA Finals right now, but don't overlook the New York Knicks, who have arguably been the most dominant team throughout the entire postseason. Like, I know OKC heading into the series did nothing but sweep other teams, but offensively and even defensively, but the Knicks have been blowing people out of the water.
What they're doing right now mathematically is like historic.
Yeah.
Like they're on a 9-game win streak and their point difference is like plus 212. It's like one of the best 9-game runs in NBA playoff history.
Dude, and they got depth on that team.
Yeah. I mean, last night it was Josh Hart, who's not usually their guy. He scored 26.
Which was also, shout out his post-game press conference talking about analytics and drunk guys leaning up against poles.
Yeah.
That was a good riff.
Yeah, pretty good. All right, and then finally, the other huge thing that happened yesterday, we talk NASCAR never, right? I mean, we used to when they came to Sears Point every year, or they still do. I mean, we were more affiliated with, John Cardinale, rest in peace, man, double tap of the heart, point to the sky. They're Raymond Ritter. They had a PR legend who sadly got cancer and died at a young age. He used to make sure that NASCAR got on KNBR, and we did it. We always had a racer on. And so we just kind of lost that connection, but I know there's so many racing fans still out there that go to Sears. I still call it Sears Point. What is it, Infineon Raceway? I don't even know what it is anymore. Sears Point for me, always. Kyle Busch, wow. And listen, again, I'm not going to pretend that this guy's like, close to my heart, but I certainly know the name very, very, very well. He's one of the top 10 wins of all time. Hughes dies mysteriously of an illness at the age of 41 out of nowhere. Hospitalized with a cough, says he doesn't feel well, and then dies. So our hearts go out to all the NASCAR fans out there because I know it's a big, big, big loss for them. And, man, shades of the Dale Earnhardt, although Dale died at Daytona. Yeah. And but man, oh man, are you NASCAR, Kyle Busch?
I tune in once a year for the Daytona 500, and so Kyle Busch is definitely a name that I recognize. I mean, he's an icon in that sport. I've talked about him before with Overnight Dave and Mike Holler, our two biggest gearheads inside the entire building. So this is definitely a big name that even bigger than just the NASCAR community. I think across the sporting world, everybody can kind of recognize this name in this story. And how sad of a story it is.
Wife and 2 kids.
He's gone at just 41 years old.
And mysterious. He won in a truck series last Sunday. So anyway, just wanted to shout him out and send out condolences to all the race fans out there. All right, big long opening segment. Walt's taking the frickin' day off. What kind? Before a 3-day weekend.
Wow, look at that. We ran Walt off the show less than a week.
Unbelievable. So why 2 Kyle? He's defying his generation's reputation for being total losers and slackers and showing up to work today.
Kid Kyle.
So we'll say good morning to Y2 Kyle. Get the guest list on a Reggae Friday on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Buster Posey stopped by the morning show yesterday and had a lot to say. Or did he? 808 KNBR, your biggest takeaway and biggest reaction from Buster Posey's sit down with Murph and I yesterday. Give us a call, shoot us a text, or check in on the YouTube chat.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Yeah, Reggae Friday. Marcus, we always start with Bob Marley. And I was driving around and I was listening and I heard Bob Marley and the Wailers. Marcus, love and affection. Love and affection. Give it a and I think I asked Kyle to play this, and I said, I think we all need to we need to kind of rediscover our love and affection for the Giants. That's what my message is here.
See,
like we're all so angry right now. So let Bob come on. We need some, right?
I mean, it sounds good.
We need some.
And yeah, Buster Posey definitely needs a little love and affection after yesterday's interview.
I mean, maybe it's the wrong thing to say to pissed off Giants fans right now, but I was like, maybe we can rediscover somewhere along the way the reason we love this team and this baseball sport, this sport of baseball. Oh, by the way, here come the White Sox.
Yep.
And they're freaking good. Oh, my God. Dude, honestly, would you rather have the White Sox roster than the Giants? I think the short answer is
I
yes.
can't believe that's even a conversation, but man, oh man, they got some studs on their team.
Well, they suck for a long time. And but yeah, let's just go over some of these names, including the guy who's starting tonight for them, a guy named Davis Martin. He leads their team in WAR. He's already at 3.0 WAR. He's 6-1 with a 1.61. I mean, Giants aren't going to hit this. It's going to be a cold night out there tonight. I'm going. My sister's birthday game, taking the boys.
Nice.
Very emotional because we've been doing this since the day. I've been doing it since before the kids were born. There's always my birthday present to my sister. She loves the Giants. She's got the love and affection for the Giants big time. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, this is Katie. Listen to the Giants here. Yeah, we need this Reggae Friday, buddy. Love and affection. She's taken Declan every single year, and this is the last spring we have him because he's off.
Yeah, before the birdie leaves the nest.
He's off, so this is going to be an emotional one because she won't be able to do this going forward. We're starting to hit these milestones here. So we chose the White Sox. Yeah, nice pick. Here comes this guy with a 1.61 ERA tonight, right?
Good luck.
They have him. They got a third baseman named Miguel Vargas.
Shout out former Dodger Miguel Vargas.
Oh.
He was one of their top prospects that never really panned out. They ended up flipping him. I forgot what the actual trade was, but former Dodger Miguel Vargas, who never really panned out, but is having a really good season this year with the White Sox.
11 bombs, 29 runs, and then here he comes. You called him the South Side Samurai.
It's one of the coolest new nicknames in sports.
Munetaka Murakami. 17 bombs, leading every player in Major League Baseball.
But they told me he could not hit a fastball in America.
He's got a 934 OPS. So you'd kill for this guy. They got this kid named Colson Montgomery, a 24-year-old shortstop. Guy's hit 13 bombs, 31 ribs, 815 OPS.
He's a stud. He plays all over the infield also.
I mean, dude, they got a 23-year-old catcher. He's not really performing at all. But Murakami, they got a 24-year-old second baseman, Chase Medroth is his name. He's hitting 269 with a 720 OPS. The shortstop is 24. They're double play combo with 24-year-olds. Yeah. Vargas is 26. They got a left fielder named Sam Antonacci, who's 23 years old. He's hitting 294 with a 793. Their center fielder, Tristan Peters, is 26 years old. He's got a 702 OPS. I mean, and Jared Kalenick's the washed-up guy at age 26 and right, having a tough year.
Yeah, another former prospect.
So, but dude, so it's
kind
like
of revitalizing these guys.
So here's their position ages: 23, 26, 24, 24, 26, 23, 26, 26, and then Benintendi at DH is 31. That's it.
Yeah.
So they're just going to come in here. They're not going to give two flying blanks. They're going to be young, dumb, and full of you know what. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So Giants got their hands full.
Yeah, they do. And I want to go back to this offseason because I know it's a big topic after our conversation with Buster Posey yesterday about not signing Edwin Diaz, even though nobody suggested Edwin Diaz. But Murakami,
Really, Marcus?
Yeah, really? Is that what you imagine? Almost went full Gabe Kapler there. Yeah. Murakami over this offseason, it was such a kind of puzzling offseason or market for him because this was a guy that tore it up in the World Baseball Classic playing with Ohtani and Yamamoto and all these other guys out in Japan. Like he was kind of like labeled as the best power hitter to ever come out of Japan. And there was like zero hype from this offseason. The White Sox signed him to a 2-year, $34 million contract. That's it. And the dude has 17 bombs this year.
So you're saying the Giants should have signed him?
Make it make sense. I'm saying there should have been a bigger market for him. And yeah, I would have loved the Giants to be in that conversation, but they got their hands tied with a guy named Matt Chapman this year, who I believe has, one home run on the season?
Yeah.
Is that it?
Yeah. Unbelievable stuff. Hey, listen, I'm looking at the clock. We got calls coming in, texts coming in, and we got stuff we got to get to. So let's do it right now. Kyle, play the horns. Y2 Kyle. He's our Keaton Wynn. He's our Caleb Killian. He's our promising young arm out of the pen. Y2 Kyle, good to see you, buddy. Walt's still trying to catch up to you, by the way. Walt's trying to be as good as you, bud.
Oh, thanks.
I appreciate it.
He's trying to live up to that Y2K standard.
Have you missed us since we summarily kicked your ass out of the seat there?
Well, yeah.
We're like the Giants. He can't quit us.
Good stuff, man. And you've been playing golf with young Tony.
I have.
How about
Twice.
that? Yeah.
Oh,
And maybe the past, 7 days.
nice. And how did the rounds turn out?
I think both times we had the same score.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you guys compete? Have a little competition, a little $2 Nassau?
Well, Tony starts letting me know what the score is, and then gets in my head. I'm like, oh crap! I was like, I didn't know I had a 42 on the front nine, Tony. Yeah, thanks for letting me know.
So people said 42. Look at them bragging. So they say there's an old thing. The most important 6 inches in golf. Yeah, pause. I know, pause. Right, are from here to here, Kyle. From here to here at the junction. Slow at the junction. I've heard it all.
Oh.
When in fact the real people say no. The most important 6 inches in golf are from here to here, buddy. Yeah, right in there in the head, buddy. It's in the head.
I'm saying it somewhere else.
Pun intended on a tee for you there, buddy.
On a tee. Put it on a tee.
All right, buddy. What do you got?
All right, so we're going to kick it off, and in case you missed it, the Buster Posey replay, we're going to play that at 6:50.
I mean, you guys could all hear the early crowd decide for yourselves how your president of baseball ops is handling the crisis. We'll play it at 6:50. Yeah,
And then a string of Giants guests. So starting off with Mike Kruko at 7:30.
that'll be awesome.
Susan Slusser of the SF Chronicle at 8:15.
That'll be good.
Dave Fleming at 8:50.
That'll be great.
And then Justice De Los Santos of the Mercury News at 9:15.
We should just go do the show from the dugout.
I was going to say, we're stacking up all these
My
Giants
God.
guys.
And then we'll cap it all off with play-by-play man for ESPN. He's doing the call for the Western Conference Finals tonight. Mark Kestisher at 9:30.
Good booking. Great booking.
That's a stacked guest list.
That guest list was brought to you by El Cerrito Honda. More than just a car dealership, we are family. All right, early crowd Busters coming your way at 6:50 on a Reggae Friday. We just need a little love and affection. A little love and affection on the sports leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Yeah. Reggae Friday. I got to thank Don Was or whatever. Don Was on Saturdays on the John Mayer channel. He takes over. He calls it Dinner Party with Don Was. He's got this hell of a voice. He's like, this is Pat Thomas with a little Let's Think It Over. And he finds reggae stuff I've never heard.
Dude.
And this is my guy. And so I always feel a few nickels in the jukebox. You can throw a few nickels in there too, buddy. But it sounds good to me. It's all reggae, kind of roots reggae, classic stuff, yeah?
Sounds like I want to join that dinner party. That's what it sounds
party.
like.
He plays some crazy stuff. Next up is a Slovenian cellist. I'm like, what? Who? What? But it's kind of one of my little Saturday joys is to pour myself a beer and listen to it. Hey, Murph, I know you're out there. Here's some reggae for Reggae Friday with Don Was. He's a big record producer. He's done a lot of stuff. So anyway, I thank him for turning me on to a lot of reggae I never knew. Pat Thomas. Let's think it over. And again, another theme here. Let's think this thing over with the Giants before we play the Buster Posey replay. So, Marcus, let me ask you a question. After we left, and there was so much reaction yesterday, did anything from the interview come back to your brain like, what happened there? Or I didn't like this? Or maybe he had a point there or any of that?
I would say, honestly, my honest reaction, it's funny because after the show yesterday, immediately I actually ran down to go do a Chicago White Sox podcast.
By the way, I heard you doing that in the break room.
Yes.
Because I went in to get a Coke Zero because I needed more caffeine because I played golf yesterday. And you were doing it in an echoey room.
Yeah, I was doing it in the kitchen. Not too many podcast studios around here at the new studio at Daly
You sounded
City.
good, though, buddy.
Thank you.
You're giving the guy
Appreciate it.
quality answers in the 20 seconds I was in there.
Yeah, so I was on with John Joe Curley's guy, Greg Moreau's. That podcast is going to drop today, I believe. And we are kind of previewing this series. But he asked me about kind of the fan base and the pulse on the fan base and some of the pushback on Buster Posey. And I said, boy, oh boy, did you book me on a good morning because we just had Buster Posey on the show. And before even finishing that interview, I was like, yeah, dude, there is some pushback right now on Buster Posey because even in today's interview, he really didn't give us or the fan base a lot of answers. Then I ended the interview, took out my phone, and went on social media. And boy, oh boy, it was an avalanche of hate on Buster Posey because of the way he handled himself and kind of danced around a lot of our questions yesterday in the interview.
Yeah, and listen, I want to go back and say this. We've known Buster a long time. There's no personal beef whatsoever. We want this guy to be the guy, right? Farhan Zaidi is a very smart guy who did a couple of really good things. He drafted Bryce Eldridge for one, if we all hope he turns out to be the guy we want him to be, right? I mean, any number of things Farhan did, but we all didn't like the rotating cast of Giants, and it got to be the John Brebbia starts. I mean, that's all we needed to see. How many John Brebbia opens? Yeah, for sure. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. And we just felt like, and also they couldn't land a big fish, and there was 81 and 81. All that stuff merited, and he had a good run. I mean, he had a long time, and, they kept saying he rebuilt the farm system. Kind of not really. I mean, he did. I remember like 19, 20, and 21, they're like, oh, the farm system's better. No, I think you can say unequivocally the farm system in 2026 is better now with a lot of Buster Posey acquisitions from Johnny Level to Luis Gonzalez to Joshua Gonzalez to Luis Hernandez to, I guess it was Dakota Jordan and Bo Davidson. They were Farhan picks.
They were there already.
Yeah,
but he's added guys like Parks Harbor, Jesus Rodriguez, Blade Tidwell, Drew Gilbert, all those guys that he acquired last year in the trade deadline.
Tugboat Wilkinson, right? Farhan, who Farhan gets credit for is this guy I'm in love with. And yes, don't laugh. Jonah Cox, right? No, thank you very much. He was a Farhan acquisition.
Yes, he was.
So Farhan obviously had some talent and skill, but it just wasn't. We weren't speaking each other's love language.
No.
You know what I mean?
And I think that's the biggest kind of jump-off point from Farhan to Buster because it seems like Buster has always spoke the love language of the San Francisco Giants. And even on that podcast I did yesterday, they asked me about any comparisons to Michael Jordan and what he did out in Charlotte with the Hornets.
Yeah.
And I said, yeah, but the difference is I don't think Bulls fans give a damn about what Michael Jordan did with the Hornets. I can tell you, Yankees fans don't give a damn about what Derek Jeter did with the Marlins. Like, even here in the Bay Area, we all love John Lynch, but we don't love him as much as Buster Posey because he played for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He didn't play for the Giants. Like, this is different. like Buster is putting his reputation on the line because he's now representing the team that he actually played for, that he actually won World Series for. Like, this is different, and this is why really you're seeing pushback on Posey for the first time.
I was trying to think, the only analogy is Chris Mullin when he had the Warriors. And we love Mully. Now, the difference is Mully didn't win titles, right? I mean, we love Mully. We love Mully. I'm a huge Mully guy. But the difference is Buster is on that Steph, Joe realm of bringing us championships, right? As much as we love Mully. And it sucked to see Mully not totally get it done as the Warriors GM, right? It's hard, but this is different. You're 100% right. It was my buddy, Chris Kelly, the stage manager at SNL, who's out in New York listening. He sent me this text about it. I said, man, we really tapped into something. And he said, I think it was an unintentional dam break of emotions of what everyone's feeling since 2021. That yes, it was sort of like a breaking of the dam, you know, and I agree, because it did seem like there was a disproportionate amount of reaction to it. First of all, again, we all love that everybody cares this much. And the Giants, honestly, if they want to look at it big picture, they should like that people care this much. You know, they could be listen, Macklin and the Sharks are cool and all, but the Sharks couldn't pee a drop for 5 years. Nobody could even spell Sharks for 5 years. The tank was empty, right? Giants fans, Larry Bear and the crew and Greg Johnson and all them should be honestly looking from the big picture that this is great, that there's this much love for them.
That this fan base is still this engaged despite the fact that you are 10 games under, despite the fact that you've only made the playoffs once in the last 10 years.
Yeah, so, I mean, there's the old line. I learned this when I was covering high school sports, and I had to write about a high school coach got caught in a recruiting scandal. And I had a good relationship with. I was young, and I was trying to be friends with all the coaches, you know. And you're not supposed to be friends with your sources. It's hard not to be sometimes. And so I was very friendly with this guy. Then I had to report that the guy had broken some rules. I'm like, I'm really sorry, coach. I got to write this story. I got to get a comment from you. And he goes, oh, don't worry about it. He goes, you got to do what you got to do. He goes, and besides, the only bad press is an obituary. That's what he said to me when I was 22. I never forgot that one. I'm like, all right, for the Giants. Hey, man, the only bad press is an obit. You guys, people are talking about you. People are going to be interested to see. Now, there's a bell curve there where if you suck that much, you get into that Sharks territory, people will stop going to the park and the Seagulls will take over and all that. But right now, let's end it on this because I know I got to get to Buster. Do we think they are playing below their talent level, or do you think they are a 20 and 30 team?
I think they're playing below their talent level.
I agree.
They're better than the product they've put out this year. And the good news is they have 112 games remaining to go out there and prove it. But right now, you are what your record says you are. And right now, they're a bad team.
Right. Okay, Buster Posey gets all the questions. And for the early crowd, we will treat you on a Reggae Friday, on a Memorial Day weekend Friday. A little Buster Posey replay coming your way next on The Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Now, it's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, happy Reggae Friday, everybody. Memorial Day weekend, 3-day weekend. Go a little more modern here, Marcus. A little King Kruk 6 milli.
Yeah, this almost sounds like dance hall music.
Yeah, a little bit. It's playing on. They're playing it on the Marley station. So what the heck? Every now and then we got to go to 2026. Can't always go to the legendary Pat Thomas, who had the look of looks up there,
the
buddy.
roots reggae music.
Okay, Buster Posey. Hopefully Reggae will calm down our guy Buster Posey. And he came on the UMA guest line with Murph and Marcus, and we talked about it all. So for the early crowd that didn't get to hear it, here you go. And we started with saying, hey, listen, we're going to get to the big questions, but you just finished a series in Arizona where you got swept on Wednesday afternoon, losing the getaway day game. So, Buster, what was your review and good morning of the Arizona series?
Yeah, that was a tough one. I kind of, in my mind, I like to try to break the season down into chunks or sections. And, you go back to the Pirates series. We won 2 of 3 against a Pirates team that was playing well. You go into L.A., you take 2 of 4 there, and then you take 2 of 3 from Oakland. And, first game got out of hand quickly. And the second one was obviously a heartbreaker, the way it ended. For me in the second one, it really just came down to needing to push a couple more runs across, and you take a little bit of stress off of your bullpen there. And then, yesterday tied it up, and then taking the lead and weren't able to claw back in that one. So that was a tough one. That's one of those. It's a gut punch to you. And as players, you have to really look in the mirror and say, all right, well, tomorrow's a new day, and we got to go out and we got to keep clawing back. I mean, nobody's happy with the 20-30 start. Having said that, we're not a third of the way through the season, so I still believe from everybody in the front office and Tony and the coaching staff that we have the players that can get on a roll. And I think we talk about it every time on here is you really have to go one game at a time and not try to look too far forward. And obviously what's past is past, and baseball's a hard game, man. It's a hard game, and it'll humble you as much as I think any game out there, because you can't hide from it. You play every single day, and there's really no other sport like it.
Well, you covered a lot there, and it's a lot of stuff we can kind of build on there. I'd kind of build on this, that series. It showed something disappointing about the team. Like, they did not build on that positive momentum, and baseball is hard. But at 20-30, is there a general lack of fight or grit in this team from being last in the league in walks to never coming from behind after 6 innings? I think that's maybe the most distressing thing for me, a lack of grit or fight in this team. Are you seeing that?
No, I don't think that's it. I think it's more that it's a funny thing, right? I mean, something that I saw as a player and I have an eye on now. I think sometimes there's a mental component to it. I think there's a couple of things that can happen. I think there's sometimes you can get into a mode of okay, here we go again, and then also you can get into a try hard mode. And where that becomes counterproductive. But a lack of grit, no, I truly don't believe that with the group that we have whatsoever.
Buster, 50 games is nearly the length of a full college season. So in the first 50 games at the big leagues, what has been your evaluation of Tony Vitello?
Tony's been solid. I mean, you talk about frustration or anybody that's wearing this hard. I don't think there's anybody out there that's wearing it harder than him. I do feel like one of the most important things for me in this role and the rest of us that have been in pro ball, to your point, college is, 50, 60 games, whatever it is, and Major League Baseball is 162 plus your roughly 30 you play in spring training, and hopefully the games you're playing in the postseason. So it's a much longer game, and just trying to relay to him is like, hey man, stay the course, keep doing what you're doing, what we're doing, because obviously what we're doing is not working, but keep putting the work in. You have to believe that the work that you put in is going to pay off, and ultimately, what else can anybody do than show up and do their job? And if you show up and do your job, sometimes it's going to work, sometimes it's not. Do we wish we were 30-20? Of course we do. Nobody's happy about where we started, and I can promise you, Tony's wearing it harder than anybody is.
Well, that leads to, we're talking to Buster Posey here on the UMA guest line, and we love these executive shows to have a good long conversation about the team everybody loves and cares about so much. And that leads to probably one of the hottest issues right now for Giants fans is Bryce Eldridge. Because, everybody wants hope, and obviously seeing him hit the hardest hit ball of the season is hope. So Marcus just asked about Tony. I think a lot of fans and hosts here at KNBR have questioned how he's handling Bryce Eldridge. We see it as they're mishandling. You guys are mishandling him. You called him up, and then you're keeping him on the bench. I think most everybody sees this as a misstep. Can you explain that?
Yeah, I mean, look, you're trying to get the 21-year-old in the best spots you can. One way, hopefully everybody sees it too, is a positive that Casey Schmidt's playing as well as he is, and the other guys that, I think Bryce was going to originally have some time playing for were going to be some of our veterans who started to tick up as well. So, yeah, you're trying to put the 21-year-old in the best spot that you can, and we'll have to just evaluate as each game goes on.
As far as it goes for the development of Bryce Eldridge, do you view it as more beneficial for him to be around the big league club right now in the current role that he's in, or would it be more beneficial for him to get every day at bats in Sacramento?
I think that's just something we're going to evaluate day to day.
Okay, so there's no long-term plan that once you call him up, it's best to keep him here. You're keeping that door open that he could go back down.
I think it's day to day. Yeah, it's day to day.
Okay, all right, we got that for sure. In terms of day to day for Bryce Eldridge, you mentioned that the original plan, it was kind of like almost musical chairs. Devers, Arise, Adames, Chapman, Schmidt, and Eldridge, 6 spots for 5 guys. Was that kind of one of those ideas? Okay, then you can rest a guy here and there. But you said the vets are ticking up a little bit. You're not resting, or Tony's not resting Chapman or Adames or Arise much. Does that mean that those guys will not rest and those guys will not go to the bench once a week? That's something you guys won't do?
Well, I think it's, again, I don't mean to keep saying day to day, but I wish I could sit here and tell you, hey, guys, we've got this mapped out for the next 4 months, but we don't. Things change. People get injured, or people, need a blow here and there. So yeah, it's a possibility. But also, I've said it before, we're going to need these veterans to play well for us to be successful. So yeah, Bryce, again, I get it, and I understand everybody wants to see him in there every single day. But we're doing the best we can to give him some runway. And, like I think you mentioned it, Murph, that seeing him hitting 2 balls hard is certainly a good sign.
So, Buster, that leads us to another one of the topics. I think you said day to day, which is, of course, baseball. We get it. Versus the macro plan. So I think people are wondering now at 20 and 30, wait, what's the plan here? Was this team supposed to be built to win now? Or by calling up Jesus Rodriguez and Bryce Eldridge, giving Trevor McDonald some time? Is Daniel Susak taking over at catcher? Is there a quiet rebuild going on right now? So how would you describe the general organizational plan right now? Are you win now with vets, or is there a low-key rebuild going on?
We're trying to win. You bring up those guys and the belief in Susak and what he can do, and Rodriguez and the way they were playing behind the plate. We're trying to win games. I don't think, you can look at our roster and say that there's a quiet rebuild going on. Patty Bailey, obviously really, elite behind the plate, but just trying to find some more offense. So, no, we're trying to win. There's not a quiet rebuild going on.
Buster, yesterday we saw Casey Schmidt in left field due to some of the injuries that you brought up earlier, but I'm curious, moving forward, even after the return of Elliot Ramos and Jung-Ho Lee, do you see Casey Schmidt in left field as a solution to the logjam you guys currently have in the infield?
I think it's a possibility. Unfortunately, Ramos is going to be out for quite some time, so Casey's been working hard to get some reps in there, and he's been just a true pro. It's not an easy thing to bounce around like he is, and continuing to swing the bat well. So a lot of credit to him for being a team first guy and just being willing to go where he's asked.
Oh, you say quite some time. Is there news on a timeline for Elliot Ramos?
I don't have anything definitively, but anytime you tear a muscle, whatever grade that it is, I think those things can take a little bit of time. You got to be careful that you don't come back too soon, and then you set yourself back further.
Okay, so we'll keep an eye on that one. Okay, so Bryce is obviously a huge topic. Everybody's talking about it. The other one, there's the other gigantic topic is the lack of a defined closer. And it bit you guys in 4 specific games, 2 in Philly, 1 in Tampa, 1 in Arizona. Those are all games that if you win, we're having a totally different conversation today. Those are all games you led in the 8th or 9th inning. I guess everybody wants to know what we want to know is that you're obviously a catching legend. You're a 3-time World Series champ, an MVP, and that you know the importance of a closer more than anybody. You caught Brian Wilson, Sergio Romo, you name them. So why did you go into the season without a defined closer?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, Murph, you probably wanted us to sign Edwin Diaz, but then you'd probably be asking me why I signed Edwin Diaz and he's on the IL. So, I mean, look, every decision that you make, we can play armchair quarterback on it and say it was good or bad. I mean, we've got some guys in the bullpen that are doing some really good stuff, and I'm not going to sit here and not give them the credit that they, Keaton Wynn throwing the ball great this year, Killian throwing the ball great. I think every team in the big leagues would like to say that they have a lockdown closer, and we might have that eventually. You just got to give these guys some time and see what they turn into.
So you were comfortable going into the season, I guess was the answer, if we're having this conversation before the Netflix opener, that Ryan Walker was supposed to be your closer?
I think that was probably the hope, that Walk was going to be a guy that could fill that role. But also at the same time, with him struggling a little bit last year, we wanted to see where he was, and we're hopeful that he's going to get back on track in AAA.
Do you sort of regret that game plan now that it's blown up in your face, that you were like, hey man, hopefully this thing can work out, but right now it hasn't? Do you think, hey, if I could do this over again, you're still new at the job, year 2, like, hey man, going forward, I need to nail that down?
Well, again, I mean, you look at the market and who the lockdown closer, I guess you would say, would be Edwin Diaz, right? Was that who you would say?
Well, no, there were others too. Suarez, right? Helsley, guys like that were out there. Tyler Rogers.
Yeah. I mean, to say I don't regret it, because again, it's my job to sit here, and the rest of our job to sit here and say, do we think the cost benefit of signing this guy is worth it? And we didn't see it, so no, I don't regret it.
Buster, the plan moving forward with the bullpen, do you guys plan on sticking to the closer by committee approach, or do you view there as a solution of one of these guys possibly stepping up to take over that closer role?
It could be either. Yeah, I think there's, like I mentioned, if somebody shows that they're in the spot, that we want to give it to them in the 9th when it comes around. But it could be closer by committee. I mean, we're 20-30. We're gonna do everything we can to win a game when we're in that spot.
I guess circling back on the one thing about the closer, did ownership stop you at a certain number? Because you guys are under the luxury tax, and I guess people are wondering, hey man, maybe Buster didn't have a checkbook. Did they stop you at a certain number?
No, they didn't. Okay.
All right. There you go. Hey, another one that was sort of interesting. We had Bob Brenly on this week. Of course, great Giant, hum baby, the whole deal. And he said, I look at the Giants and I see too much clowning around. It was kind of a quote that went viral. Willie Adames is the easy one to talk about because he's a jovial guy, and he was talking to Mookie Betts when he forgot how many outs there were. You hear a guy like Bob Brenly, who won a World Series with the Diamondbacks in 2001, say, I see too much clowning around with the Giants. Does it make you pay attention that somebody on the outside is saying that about your team?
Well, I mean, to be honest with you, I had not heard Bob say that, and honestly, it doesn't do me much good to listen to outside opinions. I have a lot of respect for Bob. Played the games, been announcing for a long time. I do think Willie knows. I know what Willie's intent is. Yeah, sometimes there are certain situations where you've got to be aware, what the score in the game is, possibly what the situation is, what's going on in the field. I mean, Willie's already addressed that, right? I mean, he addressed it and talked about how embarrassed he was about that particular play. Look, everything is going to be amplified when you're not playing well. If we were 30-20, would anybody be saying that? Probably not.
Buster Posey is the voice you hear this morning on the Giants Executive Show, sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. For you, for community, for 75 years. Join RCU today at redwoodcu.org. And Buster, you mentioned Patrick Bailey earlier in this conversation. What can you tell us about the ultimate decision to trade away Patrick Bailey?
Yeah, I mean, not an easy one, right? It's the guy that came up through the system, won a couple of Gold Gloves, and unfortunately just couldn't get the bat going. And as much as we've shuffled to put runs across the board, that's ultimately kind of what led to it. And then also, the chance to add Matt Wilkinson, who we all really like, Double-A pitcher, is off to a really good start this year. And then to get the 29th pick, we felt like the ability to add a little bit of offense with Susac, Rodriguez, and get that return, it made sense for us.
Buster, there's been a lot of discourse about the overall value of a player like Patrick Bailey, what he brings to the game defensively, but what he's also lacking offensively. I'm curious, with your experience behind home plate, did you view Patrick Bailey's defensive value different than maybe the analytics would suggest?
I valued it. I certainly valued it. I knew how important it was what he does behind the plate. I think as much as anything, it was looking at the way that Susac was handling himself. I consider him a really strong defender. We've seen, the arm strength that he has. I think he carries himself well behind the plate. By all accounts, with Jesus Rodriguez as well. I've seen him be a little bit shaky and sped up a couple of times, but from all of our coaches in the minors and catching coordinators, the belief that the aptitude's there. So it wasn't that I didn't value what Patty did behind the plate. It was more of looking at what we believe that we have in these two young catchers.
Buster, a few more minutes here. We appreciate you answering all these questions. I know fans are, there's like damn near 3 million fans who want to go to games this year, so they have a lot of questions. So, but I'll say this: when I got the news that you made this trade, I was like, wow, man, Buster will make a move. Buster will make a move. Whether it was Rafael Devers last year, making the move for Tony Vitello and firing Bob Melvin, and now this. I mean, these are big moves, and you get a lot of credit for big, bold moves. Are there more coming? Like, are you only getting warmed up? Are there big moves coming?
We'll see. I mean, I'd love to tell you that there's big moves coming and we're going to be adding something big to the roster, but we've got to play well to be in a position to do that.
And the flip side is true. Like, if you don't play well, you could do what you did last trade deadline and make moves for young pieces.
I think it just remains to be seen. That right now my focus is trying to get the team back to a place that we're in a position to add at the trade deadline.
Buster, one of the young pieces that is performing extremely well right now is Trevor McDonald in his last 3 starts. He's scheduled to pitch this Friday, but also Logan Webb is scheduled to return the rotation sometime next week. What is the game plan moving forward for Trevor McDonald once Logan Webb returns to the rotation?
We're working through that. T-Mac's obviously throwing the ball really well up here, and we're just it's a daily conversation about what's best for the team and then what's best for T-Mac as well. So we're working through it.
And like you say, David, we'll see how he pitches Friday night. It might put some pressure on that whole situation. Just wrapping up here, getting back to Tony V. We had a nice night with him at the Italian Athletic Club the other night. He's obviously a personable guy, but he likes him. He's 20-30. Like you said, he's wearing it, man. He is wearing it hard. I guess my question would be about on-field. We thought there was going to be like he would win sort of in the margins or at the edges, and 90 feet maybe, that he would bring sort of this edge that was lacking last summer when you guys had that spin out under Bob Melvin. So far, we haven't seen it. Are you waiting to see his personality stamp on this team? Is it too early, or would you have liked to seen him put more of his stamp? Because right now, there hasn't been a Tony stamp. You guys are 20-30. What has he done to improve the team?
Sorry, what was that last part again?
Just like, what has he? You brought him in to make the team better, and they're 20-30. So how do we add those two things up?
Well, look, I get to see Tony behind the scenes every day, and I think he has brought what we thought that he would. I get it. I understand like where the fans' frustrations are, but I don't I don't think it's fair to put it all on one person. You could put it on me before Tony, in my opinion. Based on the way things have played out, and then ultimately, we've got to have. I played. I mean, ultimately, it's about what happens between the lines, and as we've said a couple of times, Tony's wearing it as hard as anybody, and we're all putting our heads together each and every day and trying to figure out how we can get this thing back on track.
Well, that's a leader. Put it on me. I'm sure he appreciates that. So it is year 2. Before we let you go, how would you evaluate yourself at this point in time?
How would I evaluate myself? Well, I would not, if we're going based on wins and losses, not very well. But I do believe there's hope with what we've got going on in our farm system right now. There's a lot of exciting players. Hopefully we're going to add some more here during the draft. And, baseball's a fickle thing. Hopefully next time we're on here, we're talking about a lot more positive things. And I believe that that's a real possibility. So we'll keep going. All you can do is keep going and show up. Sports is the ultimate meritocracy. So, I'll leave it at that.
Appreciate all that. And we've talked about all these big, heavy themes. I actually kind of ended on a sort of a granular one, and that is you mentioned the draft. And when you guys picked up that extra pick from Cleveland, sort of arcane, but you guys picked up some more money. Is there a chance that you guys can do something bigger in the draft because of that extra money you picked up? Like there's talk of you guys, you're picking 4, but you could get a player higher because of that money. Is that a possibility?
I think, look, this is my opinion. I think sometimes that's a little bit overblown. I got to go through the draft as a player, and then I watched it when I was playing, and now being in this position now, I think most of the time teams are going to take who they want to take. There's probably certain scenarios where a team might pass based on signability, but my opinion is that's pretty rare. So I think the whole shifting and moving type of stuff's a little bit overblown.
All right, so we want to get his because that's coming up pretty soon. So, well, listen, you knew it was going to be unpleasant to talk about a 20-30 team, but you gave us 25 minutes of your time, so we appreciate it very, very much. And like you said, we'll do this in 4 weeks, and who knows? Maybe we'll be talking about some wins. So we appreciate your patience and coming on with us. Thank you, Buster.
Yeah, thanks, Buster.
All right, take care.
We can react to it all next on The Sports Leader. Oh, let's talk Amichis on a Friday. Graduation. We were just talking about how graduation's happening all over the place. What a perfect thing to do is have Amichis cater it. Literally, that's what we're going to do for one of our many graduation parties. We're having Amichis cater. We're bringing them pizza, the pasta, the wings. We're looking forward to it, too. It's an obvious one, all right? It's graduation season, and you're going to have people over, and Amichis is going to cater it with those pizzas. They just pop open those boxes, bring out the plates, everybody feasts, or put out that pasta tray. Get that spoon out, start ladling that beautiful pasta in. It is really good. I love their pastas. I do. The wings speak for themselves, my friends. Listen, it's a no-brainer for the graduation party. Go to your catering menu at amichis.com, amics.com, or go to the app and start checking out the larger size items that can feed your group in an economical way and make everybody happy at the graduation party. Because you're eating at Amichis. You're eating Amichis pizza, and everybody's graduating. 2 words, baby. Amichis delivers.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Happy Reggae Friday, everybody. Every now and then we go to some new stuff here. Little Stephen Marley. Hills of St. Anne.
Ah, Stephen Marley.
Bro, there are so many Name the Marleys, bro. Name the Marleys.
Yeah, where do you want me to start and where do you want me to stop?
You ever done Sporkle? Have you guys ever played Sporkle?
Yeah,
You know, where it's like, how fast can you type the 50 states in? You know, they give you like 5 minutes or whatever. Sporkle's like, fill out all 71 Marleys. You get 20 minutes. You start typing in names,
That's
bro.
a lot of Marleys.
Just type in like Mike, you know, type in, Stan.
Yeah.
Pops Stan Marley, Mike Marley.
Billy, Bob, Joe, Kyle.
Well, we definitely know there's a
Brian.
Bob.
Yeah. There's tons.
Anyway, the Hills of St. Anne. How about the Hills of San Francisco, where the Giants will be taking on the White Sox tonight? And thanks to everybody for your reactions to the BUSTER Posey interview. Lots of reactions, including, everybody. Here's somebody saying 707. After listening to the BUSTER interview again, I'd cut him some slack. No one could have predicted the hitting to be so poor to begin the season and Webby to falter. There's one right there. 510 says, Giants' problem isn't Tony V, but this is the same team for the last 2 to 3 seasons. The players are subpar. You can change the manager all you want. All right, 707 with a little snarky one here. Snarky is down with some snark.
Yeah, I'll take some snark.
Said, I did the cost benefit of going to a Giants game and decided it's not worth it. LOL. I'm going tonight. I'm looking forward to a nice cold beer.
Well, it ain't going to be cheap. I don't know if
I
that
have a season ticket
for
discount.
the cost benefit.
Think the Giants will still honor my season tickets?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. You got to check those tickets before you go to the building.
Here's 650, Marcus. In Buster we trust. Yes, I'm still drinking the Kool-Aid, and I'm proud to. 831 said, hearing the Buster interview for the second time is like getting scolded by my mom and then by my dad when he gets home the next day.
Oh, dude. You know you're in trouble.
Oh, man. 831 says, of course Buster's going to play it close to the vest. That's his style and something he thinks is a competitive advantage. I'm still a believer. Somebody wrote in and said he sounds more pissed today than he did yesterday. That's pretty funny. 408 says the same questions about the Giants having old players will be had this fall. When talking about the Niners, gravity for a 9-8. Taking shots at the Niners out of nowhere. Oh, I'm sorry, Mike Evans is here. Well, this is like me defending Rafael Devers, right? I mean, I anticipate Mike Evans to be a very good player. A lot of people saying, Marcus, it's Reggae Friday. Will we see you at Cali Roots?
You know, I was thinking about making a trip down, maybe a day trip this weekend. Nothing set in stone yet, but yeah, maybe I will slide down to Monterey for Cali Roots this weekend.
That'd be good. 650 said Posey did have a plan. He wanted a gritty, grindy bunch. Remember when he said that? He basically wanted a team of himself. When that didn't work out, he had no answer.
Yeah, and I think that's what leads to a lot of this frustration, too, from Buster Posey. He's got to have this kind of helpless feeling. Like, of course, he's the man responsible for putting together this roster with Zach Manassian, but he's no longer a player on the team. Like, Buster Posey knows how to get out of a slump. He knows what it's like to be in the box. He can't do anything about this. He's sitting here watching Matt Chapman hit one home run this season. He can't make Matt Chapman a better player. Now he's going to have to deal with the consequences of giving Matt Chapman that contract extension with a no-trade clause, but it almost feels like he's in a hopeless and helpless position because he's no longer a player, which kind of amplifies the criticism even more and circles back to the question of why he stepped in and took on this role when there is a chance that maybe this will tarnish his legacy a bit. Definitely not as a player and what he did as a potential Hall of Famer, but as a president of baseball operation, you're no longer judged on the back of your baseball card. You're judged based on your record.
Yeah. Here's 831 says, Buster's not used to or conditioned to being criticized. Hearing the replay, I could feel that. He said, but here's what I would say. Buster and Tony are both new in their positions. They're learning and figuring it out as they go. I like the change. Marty had it right. Give them time, which is true. The one answer I think I was most disappointed by was I thought he had a chance to send a message to the clubhouse. And listen, here I am telling Buster how to do his job, but the two stats that haunt me are the dead last in walks. Yeah. Did you see that Hembo stat, by the way? Oh my God.
I saw
Hembo, the ESPN
around.
guru? Mm-hmm. And he said, it's not that they're not picky. It's that pitchers are going, we're going right down Broadway because you can't do anything with it, which is shocking, right? And it shows that the Giants do less damage in the strike zone than any team in baseball was the stat. Was that it? So he said, no, but there are times too when they are too impatient and they don't grind at bat. So that was number one. Number two is the story about if they're trailing after 6, they're 0-23. Now there's a little asterisk to that because there was the one game they were trailing the Pirates in the 10th inning and came back and won, but they weren't trailing after 6. It was tied. So let's go back to the original stat. And I said, would you like to see more grind from this team? And I thought it was a chance for him to say, yeah, send a little message. Yeah, I'd like to see a little more grind. Send a message through the media. But he didn't. He's like, no, I'm good. I'm like, you're good? Because I don't see much grind. That's my big thing.
No.
Like Wednesday's game's an example. 1-0 Schmidt homer, 2-1 them, 2-1 Giants, then 3-2 Marte on the homer. Then they tie it. And then once Malley had the bad 5th inning, that was it. Mm-hmm. You knew it was over. I knew it was over. Y2 Kyle knew it was over. John Joe knew it was over. I think the dugout knew it was over.
Yes, and you're telling me that the stat is they are 0-26?
0-23.
0-23. They played 50 games this year. So that means in nearly half of their games, they've been losing after the 6th inning. And they don't come back and win any of them.
Yeah.
Man, that's not a lot of grit. That's not a lot of grinding of ABs.
Man, oh man. 415 says, I give Buster kudos for taking on a challenge. 707 says, as soon as Chappie begins to hit a couple doubles, he'll get on a streak. Watch for his doubles. That gets us back to what I asked you right before the break, before we did the replay. Are they a 20-30 roster or are they underperforming? I agree with you. I think they're underperforming. And I think a lot of it was that horrific April of Devers, Adames, and Chapman where they fell into this hole. Now they're closer to 500, or at least before the Arizona series. They were closer to 500 in May, but we want to be above 500. I'm not ruling out I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I'm not ruling out better baseball that by the All-Star break, you're not 10 under. Is that... Woohoo.
Yeah, get Marcus Street ready for the parade.
Go team.
Not going to be 10 under by the All-Star break.
I mean, listen, I also believe, too, that you can't just blow everything up over and over and over again. Now, and I also believe they can't get off any of these contracts, Devers, Adames, Chapman. You're going to have to build around those guys.
Yeah, and those guys got to produce. And credit to Willie Adames and Rafael Devers, they've been producing more over the last 2 weeks, which has led to some better baseball when they split the series down in L.A. and won a series in Sacramento. Now, obviously getting swept by the Arizona Diamondbacks put kind of a halt on all of that momentum, but this is the team that you're going to have not just this season, but the next couple of seasons moving forward. And that's kind of what Buster gets back to. Buster's a former player. He's going to have that day-to-day mentality. There's still 112 games left in the season. Right now, it feels bad, and who knows, it could get worse, but I think the expectation in the building is that it has to get better because this team can't be this possibly bad. And hey, we'll find out this weekend against the Chicago White Sox as it is time for the Bay Area Sports Calendar. Kyle Haar, cue up the tunes. Let's go surfing this weekend. The Bay Area Sports Side Calendar brought to you by Surfside. This Friday, that's tonight, the Giants are back in town down at Oracle Park, taking on the Chicago White Sox. T-Mac, Trevor McDonald versus Davis Martin, the ace out of the south side of Chicago. Saturday, we got Adrian Hauser facing off against Eric Fetty at 105. And then on Sunday, Robbie Ray versus Noah Schultz, the big 6'10 top prospect in the White Sox system. A tall glass of water, Murph, or should I say a tall glass of Surfside, because that was the Bay Area Sports Calendar brought to you by Surfside. It's not a seltzer, it's a Surfside, proud partner of the Giants.
Mike Kruk next on the Sports Leader. Hey, let's talk to the good people at El Cerrito Honda. My friends at El Cerrito Honda, because it's Memorial Day weekend. Wow, so psyched for this 3-day weekend. The kickoff for summer, and it's hybrid month and a Memorial Day sale all month long at El Cerrito Honda. I love the people at El Cerrito Honda. Good people, family atmosphere over there. It's easy to find right off of 80 on San Pablo Avenue, and then they have all the selection in the world. Whether you want the spacious family-ready CRV hybrid, that's what the Murphys have. We like it. The sporty, fuel-sipping Civic hybrid, we like it. Or the smooth and sophisticated Accord hybrid, we like it. Guess what? With gas prices these days, you're talking about up to 600 miles of range. Drive right by the gas pump and thank El Cerrito Honda. Check them out. The Memorial Day sale, perfect time to go this weekend. It's happening all May long. Special savings, low APR lease offers across our entire hybrid lineup. And tell them your boy Murph sent you, because we're all in it together. El Cerrito Honda, more than just a car dealership. We're family.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, Giants. We talked to Mike Wednesday morning. They lost a tough one. Yesterday they were off. We obviously had a big conversation with Buster about the direction of the team, and now they play the White Sox. It's a 6-game homestand. They're 20-30. The White Sox are good. I got news for you. It ain't going to be easy. They're young and hungry and scrappy. So there's a lot of hurdles in front of this team. Let's talk about them with Mike Kruk on the UMA guest line after an off day. Mike, good morning. How are you?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, good. Ready for tonight. Ready for the White Sox. So, the healing of an off day has certainly affected me, and I think it's affected pretty much everybody. So they're raring to go today, and they can't wait to get back home. Look, 3-city road trips are long, especially when one of the stops is a 4-gamer, and it sort of felt like they were on the road forever. So they'll be very happy to get back in the creams tonight in front of the hometown crowd, and I can't wait. I've been in a box for 10 days. I can't wait to get to the ballpark.
I know, right? Exactly. Let's talk about that. Let's just get Mike and Dwayne in the same room, man. The White Sox are tough. Let's go big picture, Mike. 20-30, they're such round numbers, right? It's like, so people are like, what's the path forward? Like, it could be roster changes, could be lineup changes. It could be just, you got to perform better. What's the path forward just to chip away here? What do you see as the best way to get out of this hole?
Well, I mean, they really have flirted at times with doing the things that they need to do to put a run on it and get going. And then all of a sudden they hit a speed bump. And the games that have been problematic for them, if you go back and take a look at this last road trip, the game that they came in and got into Sacramento late at night, and they got to bed around 3:30, 4 o'clock. They got to the ballpark that day, and they were flat. They were flat as a pancake, and they just played a stinky game. Then they come back and they win the series, and it's an emotional weekend, and everything's unbelievable. And then all of a sudden they roll into and the thing that they did great there were the 2-strike base hits, the 2-strike 2-out base hits. The defense was fantastic. And then they roll into Arizona on Monday. And, just the emotion of the Dodger series and the A's series. And they were flat on Monday. And they played their worst game defensively of the year. 3 errors. Then they have a 2-error game on Tuesday. And through it all, they took a lead into the 9th inning. And they coughed it up. They had a walk-off. And that just really punched them right in the stomach. And then the game on Wednesday, they were in it early, and there were some good innings and at-bats, and then once the Diamondbacks went ahead 6-3, then everything else just sort of faded away, and that was it. So where are they? I see at times a team that is starting to awaken with the bats, and that when you start talking about that, you start talking about the big three. We had one incident in Monday's game, or Tuesday, I guess it was Wednesday's game. I guess it had to be Tuesday's game. So it was when Devers homered, and then Adames homered, and then Chapman comes up and hits a 109-mile-an-hour line drive. So, 3 guys, bang, 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 the big 3 right in a row with 3 great at-bats. I mean, that's what they need to have as they go forward. They need to have the core of that offense really, make contribution. Because at any one time, if any one of those guys gets hot, they by themselves can carry the club. If you get out, 2 or 3 of them going, then you can make up some ground. So what do I see? I see a team that flirts with being good, but they're not quite as good as they need to be.
Mike, my big question for today is what's the path moving forward for Trevor McDonald? He's scheduled to pitch tonight against the Chicago White Sox, but also out in Sacramento, Logan Webb is scheduled to have a rehab start. He should be back in the rotation next week. So have you seen enough? We'll see what happens tonight with Trevor McDonald's performance, but have you seen enough in his last 3 starts to say that Trevor McDonald has earned a spot in the starting rotation?
Oh, absolutely. I think he has pitched beautifully to the point where, I can't wait to see him pitch again. And that's all you can do. From his perspective, you just want to make it tough to have to send you down. You want to make them give you the ball again by your performance on the field. And that's kind of what he's done. And and that's all any rookie can do. But he's been really good and consistently good, and he's been in an aggressive attack mode. And that rubs off on everybody that plays behind him. You know, when you have a guy who's taking it to the guys and big league hitters, just taking it to them. Just get up there and put the pressure on them. Make them do something with all this great stuff you're throwing at them. And you have a lot of quick outs. You have a lot of quick innings. Guys love playing behind him, and that's another consideration when you're Tony Vitello and Justin Message. When you guys are starting to think about who you want in your rotation, I mean, he's making himself a really good argument right now, and that's all he can do.
He's fantastic. We're looking forward to it. He's got his hands full. The guy going for the White Sox is really good. Davis Martin, 6-1 with a 1.61 as Will Venables' Chi Sox are playing some good ball, young and hungry. Mike, we asked you about Bryce on Wednesday, and there was a lot of controversy about playing him. And then he turned around and hit a ball off the wall at 113 miles an hour. I'm just wondering, you've been frank about saying, there's still some rust, or not rust is not the right word. There's still some developing to do there. But did that series in Arizona, 2 hits on Monday and then the ball off the wall on Wednesday, show you, is he adjusting in any way, or are there still holes he needs to patch up? How do you feel about the swing after Wednesday's game? And he hit, I think, a second one pretty hard, too, a line out to second base.
Well, I think he's beginning to do the things he needs to do. His strength is thinking left center gap. He's a guy that has really established his reputation being able to hit the ball out of the ballpark the other way. Once you put your position to think opposite gap, and you know that you can hit a ball over the wall in left field, your opposite field, then all of a sudden you're in position to take advantage of off-speed stuff and pull those pitches. And too often, he was going up there and he was between thoughts with what he wanted to look for. He was up there, okay, I'm going to look for a fastball, but he didn't stay committed to it. He'd swing through a bad slider, and then he'd go out of the strike zone because he wasn't patient. Well, patience is his deal. Being able to take walks and work counts and get high pitch counts in his at-bats, that's his deal. Going the other way and flipping balls out the other way, that's his deal. I mean, he gets pull happy in between thoughts, he's got to go back down. If he stays committed to what he was doing and goes up there thinking left center gap like he did in Arizona the last day, he can stay here. It's that simple. But when you can start to think that and see that his strength level with just getting in the box and projecting to that pitcher that I'm going to kick your butt, he didn't have enough of that. And I thought that he kind of did in his last outing when he had the 2 at bats that the ball off the wall at 113 miles an hour. Then he really hit in an off balance swing. He hit a rocket to second base. I thought that's exactly what he had to do. You could feel him in the box. So if he's up there where you can feel him in the box, he's thinking his opposite way and he's working counts. He can stay. In fact, he can have my room on the road.
On Wednesday, we saw Casey Schmidt get the start in left field, which opened up the DH position for Bryce Eldridge to get into the lineup. So, Mike, I would love to get your thoughts of what you saw defensively from Casey Schmidt getting some action in left field, but also the strategy to give him more playing time and opportunities in outfield to open up that DH spot.
Well, Casey Schmidt is fearless because you have to be if you're going to take on and learn new positions at the big league level, which is what he's been asked to do. And the problem with that is that you lose instinct to a position. He's a natural third baseman. Balls hit to him at third base, he doesn't have to think about it. He just makes the play. Balls hit to him at second, at first, and even shortstop. He has to think with what to do. At the major league level, the speed of the game is so fast that if you have to think, it's too late. Well, it's the same thing in left field. He has to think. So with him, it's just a matter of reps and reps and reps. But what's beautiful about what he's done, even when he's had to think in positions he's not altogether familiar with, he hasn't taken it into the batter's box. His swing has not suffered. In fact, his swing has been fantastic. Here's a guy who was, he was Captain Flail when he first came up to the big leagues. He'd swing at anything. You drop a Rosin bat, taking a hack at it. But now he's select. He gets good pitches to hit. If you pitch him one way, he'll adjust and go to right. If you make a mistake he'll make you pay. I mean, he looks like a big leaguer. He looks like a mature big leaguer, and nothing really phases him. And I thought that the defense that he played in left field was more than adequate. He's got a great arm, but I thought he did a lot of things there that showed me that he could go out there and play it again.
It's going to be wild. I mean, listen, who's it? Somebody, I think Susan Schlesser wrote a story about it in the Chronicle and mentioned Ben Zobrist. We've seen these utility guys through the years. It is kind of hard to be the jack of all trades. I mean, he'd love to be parked at third base. That's his natural spot, but Chapman's there. Are there guys you've known that like have a glove? I think Susan in her story said he has 15 gloves, Mike. I guess Mauricio Dubon was that guy. He's playing well, by the way, for Atlanta.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you feel about that? You know, it's cool to be the jack of all trades, but it's also kind of a hard role, isn't it?
Well, it is a hard role, and the hard thing about it is when you are going. Nobody wants to go out on the field defensively and look bad. No major leaguer wants to ever look bad, and that's the risk you run when you're playing something that you're not all that completely familiar with and not all that comfortable with. And what happens when guys have that anxiety, it oftentimes affects them in the batter's box. And then you lose a player, not only defensively, but you lose the reason why you wanted him to play in the first place. You lose his bat because it's very hard to stay confident in one side of your game when the other side is suffering. So it's a big ask, and I think only certain individuals can do it. And it's looking to me like Casey can do it. Over the years, I mean, there's been a lot of really good utility players, and they're invaluable, especially now when you've got 13, 14 pitchers on a staff. You have to have guys on the bench that can do multiple things. And that's kind of how the game has evolved.
Mike, last question for me, just looking ahead to this weekend series against the Chicago White Sox. Wanted to ask you about Munetaka Murakami, who came over from Japan, broke the record for the most home runs ever hit over in the Japanese Pro Baseball League. Didn't really have a huge market this offseason, and it seemed like the Chicago White Sox got a pretty good deal. He's hit 17 home runs already this season, so it seems like he's adjusting to Major League pitching. Not sure if you have a scouting report or anything, but just your thoughts on Murakami and the success he's had making that transition from Japan over to the big leagues.
Okay, do you have his stats right there in front of you?
I've got him up for this season, yes.
I got him. 17 homers, 33 ribs, 244 batting average, 934 OPS. Let's see, 39 walks, 69 strikeouts.
Okay, 69 strikeouts. How many at bats?
212. At bats, 172. Plate appearances, 212.
And what's his on base?
On base is 382.
Well, his on base percentage, justifies him being here. I think that is as impressive as the home runs, because when that happens, I mean, you are putting yourself on base. You are creating opportunity even when you don't swing the bat. The big concern with him is the strikeout total, but that's understandable when you come over to a new league and you're basically having to learn everybody, and that's very difficult. His second half, and certainly next year, you'll see him make some gains, I think, in cutting down the strikeout. So this guy is the talk of Chicago, and he has been really since the first couple of weeks of the season. I think that's exciting, and I think it really opens up the door for more Asian players, which we're starting to see. People want to have players, because when you get an Asian player, it just seems like they're a complete player. They're not players that you have to wait for them to develop to one or two sides of the game. They have a lot of things that they can make contribution, and it's exciting. It creates opportunity, and it creates talk. And for the White Sox, they've been irrelevant in Chicago for a long time, and they aren't anymore. And he has everything to do with it. So I'm looking forward to watching this guy play.
Yeah, Mike, just last one here for me is this walk situation going forward. If we're talking about the path forward, because we're talking about Murakami, amidst the strikeouts, he's had 39 walks, which leads his team by a good margin. I think that might be almost as many as the Giants have as a team. But anyway, that walk thing, there's an ESPN stat, this guy named Hembo, he's their stat guru, and he had a quote on Buster Olney's podcast saying, it's not that the Giants are not fighting as much, it's they're getting challenged right in the strike zone and they're not doing damage with it. So your review of that, 50 games in, the word is out. Just challenge the Giants because they can't do damage in the strike zone. If you're the Giants and you're seeing those stats come out on the stat sheets, like what's the strategy? How do you change it?
Well, we talked about this a month ago, and it was really centered around the slump that Rafael Devers was in, because when he's going good, guys start to nibble. But he was really having a problem with the fastball. And it was a fastball that didn't have a lot of respect in the location that it was going. It was going right down the middle at the belt, and he was swinging through them. Once he started to swing the bat better, their walk totals have started to increase. And it carries over, too, to Chapman and Adames. It gets back to the core. When those guys are hitting long balls, when those guys are hitting, then pitchers they know that, and they start to nibble. They start to throw their best pitch first in the count. They fall behind. They have better counts to hit. And I think that the cast players who have surrounded the core three guys have really been very, very good. From Jung-Hoo Lee, who's turned his situation around, to Casey Schmidt, Elliot Ramos. I mean, they've been, guys that if your three core guys are going good, they're going to be able to make big time offensive contribution. And then all of a sudden, you've got threats, and it's been, and when your big guys aren't doing it, the whole league sees it, and they're just going to say, "Here, hit it," and it carries over into everybody. Everybody's at bat at well. So, what do you do? Well, what we saw the Giants do, they started to adjust, and they started going after the first pitch a lot because they didn't want to get into a 2-strike count because they weren't doing well with it. And when you're starting to get that aggressive early in the count, your walk total's going down, and that's what's happened to them. But with Devers getting hot now, and we're starting to see Adames and Chapman have better at bats, I think that you'll start to see the walk totals rise.
Yeah, that's what it's going to take. They're going to have to start doing some damage. Last one is the White Sox. I'm just warning the Giants fans. This is they're 25 and 24. Will Venable, Max and Molly's kid, San Rafael High Bulldog, is managing them. Mike, I'm looking at their baseball cards. It's a lot of guys, and they're 23, 24, 25, 26. They all have a lot of good numbers. I know there's an unfamiliarity with them, too, that's kind of weird and unpredictable. So, I mean, you got to be on red alert. This is not like the 120-loss White Sox coming in here. This is kind of a young and hungry team. So, Mike, I'm asking you to be on alert tonight, Mike.
I'm anxious to watch him play. I haven't seen him play. So, I'm looking at stat sheets as to how they're getting things done. But until you actually see the physicality of a team and just how athletic they are, you really don't get to know them. So I do think that they are athletic, given the type of success that they've had and given the amount of years or the lack of years that they have through up and down their lineup. They got a lot of young players, and they're dangerous. They're dangerous because guys don't know them. And but right now with the Giants, the way they're playing, they have to right their ship. They can't take anybody lightly. They can't look past anybody, and they know that. And they're at a point in the season. They're 10 games under 500. So there's major urgency that they start to get some things going, and hopefully tonight is the first day of what we think is going to be a good spell.
Probably going to be a cool, foggy night, so I might have to manufacture some stuff there. So good baseball talk, Mike. You'll see a lot of baseball between now and the time we talk to you because Monday's Memorial Day, so have a great 3-day weekend at the ballpark with Dwayne in the same room. Get out of that box, and then we'll talk to you next Tuesday. So have a great weekend at the park, Mike.
In a bit.
All right, Kruk every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, or next week, every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. We can react to all that stuff next. Susan Slusser at 8:15, Dave Fleming at 8:50, Reggae Friday, Memorial Day weekend on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
It's a Reggae Friday, and we're all getting ready for a 3-day weekend. But we are also 7 days away from the San Jose Greek Festival. Opa! And right here on The Sports Leader, the Murph and Marcus Show, is the only place in town where you can win 2 tickets to the San Jose Greek Festival plus a $100 food voucher. Stay tuned all day long for your chance to win right here on The Sports Leader.
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
How would I evaluate myself? Well, I would not, if we're going based on wins and losses, not very well. But I do believe there's hope with what we've got going on in our farm system right now. There's a lot of exciting players. Hopefully we're going to add some more here during the draft. And, baseball's a fickle thing. Hopefully next time we're on here, we're talking about a lot more positive things. And I believe that that's a real possibility. We'll keep going. All you can do is keep going and show up. Sports is the ultimate meritocracy. So, I'll leave it at that.
Buster Posey yesterday with a big, giant statement about where they go from here, how he's evaluating his 20-30 start. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Lots of good news. Memorial Day weekend. Socked in fog here in the city. Don't plan that cookout unless you got a parka, everybody. But also Reggae Friday, Marcus, and we're finding some new stuff. 2026 track, Protege, and and Damian Marley, pardon me, At We Feet.
I'd like a little Protege.
At We Feet. Yeah. Cali Roots.
At We Feet.
At We Feet.
At We Feet. What exactly does that mean?
You're asking the white boy, Irish-Italian kid from Marin County.
I mean, I know the Friday football forecast would bring you to your na-na-na-na-knees.
Ooh, yes.
It feels like the Giants are bringing you to your feet.
At We Feet. What if we said, Buster, how do you evaluate yourself? We're at We Feet.
Yeah.
At We Feet.
That's kind of where they are in the standings right now. At the bottom, at the feet.
Here's the lyrics to At We Feet. Me is a youth, no in a hurry. Me love me chickpeas and me tofu curry.
Wow. I like the music more than the chickpeas and the tofu curry. But
Jah bless me belly full and me never spend no money. Too big pak choy where get me from me mummy.
Ooh, shout out Mom's Cooking.
That's pretty good stuff. Kind of like, and now I like At We Feet even more.
Yeah.
I'm getting into my my tofu curry and my chickpeas. All right, guys. Well, listen, we talked to Mike, we talked to Buster, and going for it. I'm firing a flare up into the sky. Watch out for the White Sox. They're young and they're hungry. And last year when the Giants went there, the White Sox were a bit of a problem. And, the Giants are reeling. They need something. It's going to be cold tonight. They're going to be wearing what are they wearing tonight? See, Mike said, it's good to get home in the home creams. I was like, Mike,
no.
I got news for you.
I believe it's an Orange Friday tonight. And then shout out tomorrow. The Gigantes jerseys are showing up on Saturday.
We should probably get this out there that there is giveaways here. Tomorrow is Fiesta Gigantes.
Fiesta.
Now, what is a chain hat, Marcus?
Oh, well, here's a chain on the side of the hat. There's a nice little gold medallion on the side of this
100%
Gigante snapback.
100% a hat I would never wear.
Oh, come on, Murph.
I would never wear this hat.
Throw this chain on.
You can wear it.
I could.
Or,
Pop the
do
chain.
we have the Sergio Romo?
Oh, a little cholo mentality. It is. Throw this on. It's going to mess with my pomade.
First 15,000 fans will receive a Gigantes chain hat presented by Benjamin Moore as the Giants host the White Sox. For tickets, go to sfgiants.com. And then Sunday, we're backing it up with a little Star Wars Day. First 15,000 fans receive a Grogu bobblehead presented by Evercharge as the Giants host the White Sox. For tickets, visit sfgiants.com. This is the big movie this weekend, right? The Mandalorian.
Is it?
Y2 Kyle, hop on the mic here. How about Walter, by the first week on the job? We give him the job. He takes Friday off.
Yeah, and he's our Star Wars expert. He's the one who's got to explain to me what the hell a Grogu is.
Not auspicious debut for Walt. But here's Y2 Kyle coming in out of the pen like freaking JT Brubaker ready to go.
Uh-oh.
Dude, can you help me out with the Mandalorian and Grogu, buddy?
Yeah, so have you not seen the TV show The Mandalorian?
I actually, believe it or not, I have seen it.
Ooh.
Yes, I have.
Okay,
yes, I have.
yeah.
Now,
So
is that the TV show that
This
my
is
girl...
that cute little thing here? There's that little thing?
Yeah, I
Okay.
think so.
the
And
cute
also,
little-
I think my girl Gina Carano actually
Yeah.
has a role in that.
Yeah, I think you're right about
and
that.
I think she probably had more success in her fight against Ronda Rousey the other week.
I was going to say that her roll was 17 seconds. This is that cute little guy.
Yeah,
It's the
great.
cute little
Yeah,
guy.
the cute little guy.
Little baby Yoda. Yeah.
Okay.
Now, is it actually Yoda's baby?
Something like
And
it.
who's the mama?
Gina Carano.
Oh, hey now. Okay, then maybe it was less than 17 seconds.
As Brad Mansion texted in, you ain't effing ever wearing an effing chain hat
Dude,
ever.
your chain hang low, Murph.
Would you?
Total mentality.
Ah, nice, buddy.
You know,
Would
this
you
is the
wear that?
first time I've actually
Would you-
ever
what's that?
seen a chain on
These
the
are
head.
things?
Yeah, I know. This is new to me. I've never seen a chain on the side of the head.
Yeah, Y2 Kyle, you ever seen a chain hat?
Oof. No.
Oh, you're 25 going
Yeah.
on 26. Wait, when's the birthday, buddy?
Memorial Day on the
happy-
25th. Yeah.
Hey.
Happy birthday, bud.
Happy birthday, Y2 Kyle.
He'll be 26, bro.
Oh, the kid's pushing 30.
26.
Pushing Unk.
Kyle Harris well into his 20s.
Did you see when they asked the 49ers what Unk was? What's Unk status? And they all said 30.
Yeah, dude.
So
That's
you're
it.
official.
That's it, dude. I'm Unk.
You're official. So anyway,
I've embraced the Unk.
Get the chain hat. I don't know if my kid will wear that.
Oh.
My 8th grader.
Yeah, I've never seen it. It kind of reminds me of what do they call it? The widgets that people put in their Crocs.
I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. Your kids would be
Yeah,
more
he
Croc
has
guys than
those.
I am.
Yeah, he has those.
Is that
things.
what people are going to start doing? Putting in little widgets in the eye holes?
Yeah.
That's what they're called, right?
I guess.
The eyelids?
Listen, if you love the chain hat, knock yourself out. Give me a freaking win.
I'd
All
rather
right?
get
Give
an
me a freaking
actual
win.
chain that I can wear around my neck. But hey, to each their own.
That's something I wouldn't do either.
Yeah.
The kids all wear the gold. The kids wear the chains now. Chains are back.
Yeah, you're not a big chain guy.
Nah, it's like pennies.
Nah.
I
I said
like
we
the
bring
feel of that
back
metal.
I said we bring back the puka shell necklaces.
I wouldn't wear that either.
I did that in middle school.
I can see
I
that.
thought I was a surfer.
And my brother wore. 'em.
With my spiked hair.
I get it.
Yeah.
There's guys who can pull off puka shells. What would you say if I walked in wearing a puka shell necklace?
I
bro?
would just start laughing
You would laugh
immediately.
your ass
Dude,
off.
it'd be hilarious.
You would laugh your
I need
ass
to
off.
see you in a
It was
puka shell
enough for me to
necklace.
grow a beard. Dude.
Yeah,
That was a huge deal.
Which I miss the beard a little bit.
Some people have said that. You know, I went to the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. 2 people have said to me, "So thank God you took the beard off."
Wow.
Whoa.
They didn't like the beard.
I know now they're telling me for the last 2 years that I was repulsing
Oh,
them.
jeez.
You miss it, huh?
Yeah, dude. I was a big fan. I did not fear the beard.
I think Candace got a little tired of it.
Yeah.
a little tired of
It looked great on a Christmas card.
Yeah, I think I'll bring it back maybe at Christmas.
You're out here
Yeah.
looking like Santa Claus.
I might bring it back at Christmas, yeah. So anyway, where were we? Giants.
Oh, yeah, the
White
Giants.
Sox.
Back again tonight. Get ready for Murakami.
Murakami with the 39 walks and 17 bombs doing his thing here too. Guys, here's the deal. We just talked to Buster, obviously, and it's still kind of lingering. We're not going to talk about it for the rest of our lives, but it was something we can talk about here before we get to Susan Slusser. And, how does Buster evaluate himself? Here's the one thing I'm just going to leave kind of from this big hit here as we evaluate the Giants after this tough stretch we're in here. Buster will make moves. Now, we did see a report from a source. It's not been confirmed by anybody, so we don't know if it's official that Victor Barracoda is being called up. I don't know. We'll hold off on that.
Ooh, Barracoda.
We were saying, well, what would be the move? You had I hope it's not Jung-Hoo Lee to the IL.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to read in between the lines and kind of predict what could the possible corresponding move would be, and they've been reluctant to put Jung-Hoo Lee on the IL earlier this week. Also did not play really any of those games against the Arizona Diamondbacks.
My guy, Vic Barracoda. I'm a Vic Barracoda guy.
So, yeah,
Shocking
I don't know
soundbite,
if
yeah.
my guy, Jung-Hoo Lee, is going to end up on the IL. If it's not that move, then I'm thinking maybe Will Brennan would
Well,
be the guy sent down.
To be honest, the old sports writer in me is kicking in. We should probably just not engage in reckless speculation
No doubt.
until we know.
You mean so
Because
I
you know what? Somebody just heard that walking through a room and they're going to their coffee machine at work. Go, hey, did you guys hear Jung-Hoo Lee's on the IL?
Yeah.
They're like, wait, what? They said,
Yeah.
no, let's tap the
Jung-Hoo
brakes.
Lee's on the IL and Bryce Oger's being
Now-
sent down to Sacramento
see,
because
now-
that's the reckless speculation that's out there right now.
Somebody just heard that.
I'm reckless.
Somebody just heard that.
I'm reckless.
But in terms of evaluating Buster, I think the most disappointing thing was his answers about the closer. It's clear that they were going to kind of quote unquote make it up as they went along.
It's clear you wanted Edwin Diaz, Murph. That's what was clear.
Where that came from, nobody knows.
Great question.
That came out of nowhere. I had never professed a love for Edwin Diaz, but the point is when we asked him about it, he kind of said, "Yeah, well, we thought maybe Ryan Walker, but we also knew that he had some struggles." And then you said, "Well, what's the plan going forward?" He's like, "Yeah, we're going to kind of figure it." I was like, "Yo, man, they really honestly don't have a plan in the bullpen."
They're 20 and 30.
So-
They're throwing S against the wall.
If you're Tony V, you're like, "Hey, man, thanks a lot."
Oh.
You know what I mean? Thanks a lot.
Oh.
You guys are telling me every night I got to solve this puzzle, and I'm not even sure what the puzzle is, who the pieces are. So That's a gigantic issue going forward.
Well, especially when the number one question, I would say, when people talked about what are going to be the biggest challenges for Tony Vitello from making that transition from the college game to the big leagues, we all brought up bullpen management. I mean, it's one of the things that you have to do every single day, and I'm looking forward to our future conversations with Tony Vitello about some of the usage and getting guys up and down, up and down.
Next Thursday,
we'll talk to him about how maybe there's a different strategy of where maybe in the college game, you can get away with using your relievers for multiple innings because you're not playing as many games. But in a 162-game season, when you're playing 5 to 6 games a week, at some point, a lot of those innings are going to start to add up for extra usage in the bullpen as well, which all circles back to the bullpen questions. But there were questions about the bullpen going into the season.
I mean, honestly, right now, I feel like you got to anoint a guy and give him a chance. Who's got the best stuff to close? By the way, is it Tyler Malley with the slide sink piece? I don't know. Honestly, for one inning maybe. But
I mean, you can try that strategy. We've seen it before with guys like Luke Weaver, who was another free agent that was available this offseason as a closer.
Keaton Wynn with the splitty.
I like Keaton.
He might be my number one choice. And I almost feel like they got to give him try to build up the calluses.
Yeah, but the confusing thing is, it's like, yeah, Keaton Wynn will come in and he looks great in the 8th inning, and then you go out there and watch a game and it's like, all right, the Giants are down 6-2. Here comes Keaton Wynn. Like, what is the defined role for Keaton Wynn? It's like we don't even know if he's pitching with the lead or pitching when they're losing, and now he's going to be the closer. I mean, he's one of the best options you got. It's really him, Caleb Killian, or Eric Miller. Like, pick your poison. Those are your options.
Have you looked at Keaton Wynn's Baseball Savant page, bro?
That's a lot of red.
I had not looked at
it. That's a lot of red right there.
I just made him the closer.
Book him.
Guys, look at this right now. I'm going to show it on the YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. See that red? You don't even have to look. Just see all that red? That's Keaton Wynn. That's good.
Oh, trust me. Giants fans have been seeing red all season.
I mean, honestly, because tonight, let's say they have a 1 or 2 run lead in the 9th inning tonight. Who is it?
I go Keaton Wynn.
We just anointed him.
I go Eric Miller again. As bad as his last outing was.
That guy's driving me nuts.
Yeah.
Throw freaking strikes.
I mean, this whole bullpen's driving me nuts.
Sam Henches is supposed to be a guy, but he's coming off of surgery. Remember this guy, Jason Foley, we were supposed to hear from? Shout out Axel Foley in the Beverly Hills Cop theme.
Shout out Mick Foley, the legendary wrestler.
Where is he?
There you go. Shout out Foley's Irish Pub, run by the great Martin Connolly on O'Farrell Street. You ever go to O'Farrell?
Probably.
Foley's?
Yeah, I was going to say, I get all the Irish bars confused.
Foley's Irish House, Mark. Yeah, Johnny Joe knows.
Yeah, of course.
Well, Martin Connolly's one of the great San Franciscans of all time. You got to know your Martin Connolly. If you go in, say hi to Mary and Martin. Tell them Murph sent you.
Tell them Murphy sent you.
It's a great spot. All right, guys. That's where we're at right now on the big hit, kicking it around, evaluating Buster, and the disappointment with the bullpen plan. There is none. Susan Slusser's coming up. She wrote a big piece on Casey Schmidt, who's now all of a sudden, as she said, Ben Zobrist.
Ooh,
remember Ben Zobrist?
I do remember Ben Zobrist. He was a stud.
I mean, it's kind of hard to be the jack of all. There's an old phrase, young Kyle, jack of all trades, master of none. That phrase, by the way, is a little loaded when you say it. Huh?
Yeah, it is, definitely.
There's jack and there's master.
And there's trades,
But they used to say that. The guy's a jack of all trades, the master of none. And I hope that's not going to be Casey Schmidt. Like, he's just going to play a lot of it. He's a pretty good glove, man. It's a hard job. Hey, Casey, you're playing left. Hey, Casey, you're playing second. Hey, Casey, you're playing third. But he might be up for it. We'll get into it and ask Susan about the bullpen going forward, and we'll do that. Dave Fleming at 8:50. It's a good Friday. It's a Reggae Friday. It sounded good, the Reggae Friday, on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Giants had an off day yesterday, setting up a 3-day weekend for all of us as they take on the Chicago White Sox. But I'm already looking past this 3-day weekend and looking forward to next weekend and the return of the San Jose Greek Festival. And right here on the Murph and Marcus Show this morning, you will have an opportunity to win a pair of tickets to the Greek Festival plus a $100 food voucher. Make sure that you are locked and loaded right here on the Sports Leader.
All right, Steve Moskowitz is our friend on a Friday morning before Memorial Day weekend. There are people out there that have stresses. And Steve, our tax attorney friend, Steve, there's scams now. There's all these scams out there. It sucks. But you have news that if you've been scammed, you can help them?
Yes. First of all, if you did get scammed, I really feel for you because I've seen people lose their life savings. It's horrible. However, can we deduct this from your taxes? The tax law changed and took away most of the casualty loss deductions. However, there was an exception. And then the IRS was nice enough to go ahead and write this nice, long, detailed with examples memo telling you when you can deduct it. So the bottom line is, if you've been scammed, call us for a free consultation. Let's see if you qualify under this IRS memo. If you do qualify under the IRS memo, let's go ahead and get you a potentially tremendous tax deduction, which would in part make up for all the money you lost because you could, in some cases, get a tremendous amount of money back from the IRS. It's vital that you find out if you qualify under this memo. The only thing you have to do is call for your free consultation and say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
That's what you do. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Oh, the sweet sounds of Susan Slusser's music on a Friday. Style counsels my ever-changing moods. Well, the only problem is the Giants don't have an ever-changing mood. Their only mood is to lose. They're 20 and 30. Susan, good morning. Happy Friday. Welcome back to your buddies Murph and Marcus. How are you?
Hey, Susan.
I'm great. Hey, guys. How you doing?
You're great. You weren't in Arizona, right?
I was not.
Yeah.
Nope.
That was, they went to Arizona, Susan, and there was like, hey, there's slight stirrings with this team. They won a series against the Pirates. They split 4 in Dodger Stadium. They won a series against the A's, who are a good young hitting team. And then, Susan, in 3 short nights, or 2 nights in a day, all hell broke loose. What's your read on this 20 and 30 team?
They just don't seem to be able to stay on a path. You know, every time they one unit starts performing well, it's just it seems almost like a mirage, right? We see it for a series, a week, and then whatever it is goes away. They're not consistently putting together series wins. So, you know, it winning two out of 3 series, splitting 1, great, but you just have to keep stacking them up. They need to get on that kind of roll, and they show us glimpses here and there, but we're just not. This team is better than what the results are showing. I still think that, but I don't know how they've managed to dig themselves a 10 games under 500 hole by essentially mid-May.
Susan, would you say the lack of consistency falls more on the players, or is it any reflection of Tony Vitello's first 50 games?
Well, I think you need to throw roster construction in there too. I think there's a lot of all of that going around. I don't think you can place the blame one place, another place. My colleague Ann Killian had a column that went up on the Chronicle website yesterday. It's in the Chronicle today, basically saying Vitello and the staff might be, you know, sort of the lesser issue at this point. Certainly the offense has vastly underperformed, and that's the biggest bats. This is not a mystery. They've shown signs here and there. Devers definitely looks like he's turned the corner. Chapman just has not found himself, except for that one little stretch right before they went on that awful road trip, and he kind of lost it again. Adames has been up and down. You know, they said when Buster Posey took over last year, pitching and defense, they have the elements there, certainly defensively, to be decent, even after trading Patrick Bailey. The pitching staff, you know, they, especially with Logan Webb down, Trevor McDonald's been terrific, but I think they need more with the rotation. And the bullpen, much as we predicted before the season even started, has turned into an issue. They were really, really very good the first month or so, and kind of you could describe what little success they had then, some to the bullpen, but that has not been the case lately.
Susan Slusser of the San Francisco Chronicle wrote a great story on Casey Schmidt today. We can get into that, but you mentioned the bullpen, so let's go there. You know, we had Buster on yesterday, and we had this sort of a contentious discussion about the bullpen where he sort of said, he basically kind of said they didn't really have a plan. At least not trying to put words in his mouth. You can go back and listen for yourself. But, Ryan Walker was sort of the plan, but it didn't work out, and now they don't really know, and they're going to take it day by day and all that stuff. And so I'm looking, Susan, at this team, and I'm looking at 4 games, the 2 in Philly, the 1 in Tampa, and the 1 in Arizona. And you finished the job there like you should. You're 24-26. And while that's not awesome, it's totally doable, and you're in the mix. So you can make an argument that this whole mess is tied to not having a good closer. I mean, you could also argue with that argument, but I'm going to make that argument right now. So how do you solve it? We were just saying right before you came on, I'd say just like give the job to Keaton Wynn, see how it goes. He seems to have the best stuff. I mean, I don't know, Susan. I don't think you can keep going guessing day by day. What do you think?
First of all, I think picking out any 3 games, any team in baseball could do that. So that's a little bit of a simplistic way to look at it. But you're right, a 3-game swing either way does make the season look. It's crazy that it's just potentially a 3-game swing, which it equates essentially to 6 games. Could make that big a difference, but it kind of does. I don't have a problem as much as a lot of people do with no set closer, but I do think you need a group of guys, if you're going to do it this way, who really can get the job done, especially when you've got lefties in the mix. I got, no problem with that at all. They do seem like they have options there, but, I don't know if it's the lack of a set role that is an issue. I'm just maybe the right matchups at the right times aren't coming, or maybe they needed to get more experience via the free agent market in the off season, which, I know Buster kind of pointed out Diaz is on the IL. That's what's disingenuous, like completely different set of circumstances. You never know what happens, but I think they needed to, and this was a known thing coming into this season. They added 2 guys who are good relievers, but who were not going to be ready for the start of the season, and we're still waiting on Jason Foley, obviously, maybe another 3 weeks. But that wasn't enough. I think they really needed to go out and get very clear, experienced back into the bullpen help of some sort.
Susan, Bryce Eldridge was also a big topic in our conversation yesterday with Buster Posey. What's your breakdown on the inconsistent playing time and how both Bryce Eldridge and the organization are handling the situation?
It's a head scratcher. And this goes back to where I would talk about roster construction, because, again, this is a known thing coming into the season. Devers plays first and DHs. Eldridge does. I remember at one point during the offseason, I kept saying the only thing that makes sense is to trade Casey Schmidt, which thank goodness for the Giants, they don't listen to dummy reporters. But Casey Schmidt has turned himself into such a valuable guy, and a lot of that has been DHing. That creates even more of a difficulty for Bryce Eldridge. So if Casey can play left while Ramos is out, if they trade Arise, there are ways to get Eldridge into the lineup every day. But with full health and this group, I don't see where that is. I don't think necessarily inconsistent playing time at the big league level is a bad thing for a young player. I think good ones rise to the top no matter what. I've mentioned Matt Olson, the way the A's used him his first sort of year and a half. He was up and down like a yo-yo. Before the new CBA rules, he was kind of coming and going. He was playing in right field. I mean, it was all sorts of crazy stuff with Matt Olson. He's just fine. So people's development does not get impeded in my mind, but I do know it's frustrating. And you mentioned the Casey Schmidt story. Casey talked about in 24, everyone expected he was going to be the third baseman. Suddenly they signed Matt Chapman late in the process, and he goes up and down a bunch that year. And he said it was really tough. And there were times that year he thought, I don't know if I can keep doing this. I don't know if I want to keep doing this. Again, here, thankfully, he decided to keep going, but it's the mental part that's tough. Bryce doesn't seem like it's getting to him, but you never know.
Susan, I know you're a great reporter. You have a nose for news. Somebody, though, reported that Victor Barracoda got called up. Can you confirm or deny or neither?
That would be certainly fun. First I'm hearing of it, but that would be an awful lot of fun. He was so impressive during the spring, and maybe a signal that they are thinking a little bit more. Let's mix some of these younger guys in a little bit more regularly with Elliot Ramos out. I mean, this is certainly based on the fact that there's the need with Ramos out. But fun, super fun.
Yeah, it was
there would be a 40-man roster move.
It was a Twitter account called MILB, Twitter account of minor league baseball. So I don't know. Again, we can't confirm it until it's official. But if it happened, we were wondering. Well, again, we don't want to engage in speculation, but we didn't know. Maybe it meant Jung-Hoo Lee. Did you hear there's a possibility he might go to a 10-day IL? Or I don't know, they could send somebody down like Will Brennan or even Bryce Eldridge.
Yeah, I mean, again, they'd have to make a 40-man roster move, but it's certainly the Jung-Hoo status was a little bit up in the air, it sounded like. Maybe give him some time, make sure he's good. He's had dings here and there throughout this first 2 months, and so I could certainly see that, especially if you want to take a look at some of your younger guys.
We're just kind of guessing, so I don't want to. If you're walking by your radio and we didn't say that was official, we'll see if it gets official later in the day, for sure. So it ends with 20-30 in the road forward, and Trevor McDonald tonight. Here's the question: I saw Tyler Mahle on Wednesday, and his ERA is over 6. It's a 1-year deal. It's only $10 million. There's no long-term commitment to this guy at all. Trevor McDonald, there's a long-term commitment. He pitches well tonight. Susan, I'm saying put Tyler Mahle in the pen. When Logan Webb comes back, Mahle to the pen and McDonald to the rotation. Your thoughts?
I don't hate it. These are all flexible situations. You can try things until they stop working or try things until they start working. In this case, that seems perfectly reasonable. So sure, Murph, let's go for it.
Susan, we just made a transaction. Good job. You and me. All right. Are you going out there to the series this weekend?
I will be there.
All right. Bundle up. It's going to be a little chilly. I'll be out there too. I'll wave at you. And thanks for always hopping on.
Yeah, thanks, Susan.
Sounds like a plan.
Susan Slusser. Go check out her story on Casey Schmidt. He's had quite a life story. He's had a lot of hurdles in his life, personal stuff, but he's gotten where he's gotten, and look at him now. He's the Giants. Well, who's the quote unquote better hitter? Luis Arraez or Casey Schmidt? Schmidt has the higher OPS, if you want to go by that. Arraez has the higher batting average.
Yeah, regardless of how you want to break down the spots, those have been two of, if not the two biggest bright spots in this Giants lineup all season long. And all the credit in the world to Casey Schmidt for his journey after getting hit in the face with the San Jose Giants out of minor league, battling back from that, and then dealing with the ups and downs and learning not just how to play shortstop, second base, and first base at the big league level, but now learning left field and the outfield as well. All credit in the world to the way that Casey Schmidt has handled this entire situation.
If you're one of those nerds and you like WRC plus, Casey Schmidt has a higher one than Luis Arraez. But you know who has the highest is Daniel Susak.
Yeah, but who's got a higher WRC minus?
I don't have that.
That's a joke. I don't think that's an actual stat.
Should I look up X-Wobicon, bro?
Yeah, let me see. What's his X-Bacon? I'm a big fan of the X-Bacon stat.
Y2 Kyle, you're one of these young kids. Are you down with the...
You're one of these nerds, Kyle.
Are you down with an X-Wobicon, bro? Are you down with an X-Wobicon?
No. What is that? What is that?
It's a great question. It's a great question,
They didn't teach you that down in Cal Poly, bud?
Actually, that might be like the only math class I could ever pass, potentially, if they give me an advanced analytic math baseball class.
X-Wobicon. Dude, you ready for this? You know who has a high X-Wobicon? Just goes to show you how bad. Frickin' Matt Chapman has a high X-Wobicon, bro.
Of course he does.
His is 290.
The analytics level.
Luis Arraez's, Casey Schmidt's X-Wobicon is way higher than Luis Arraez's. 433 to Luis Arraez's 295.
It has been decided.
X-Wobicon. I don't know, buddy. I don't know. I don't know. So there you go.
Yeah, what's his IDK rate?
In fact, we're going to hear something about analytics in our cooler of content.
That is true.
All right, cooler of content, Dave Fleming, all coming up on The Sports Leader.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler.
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something.
Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All righty, we will get into some fun stuff on a Friday, Reggae Friday. But man, I opened the show where it's like Memorial Day. I was driving in, I listened to these East Coast-based shows, and they're all new, and they're all excited because it's Memorial Day weekend, and it's weather's getting better back east. They're all going to have cookouts, barbecue, grilling, cookout, whatever you call it. And I'm like, dude, I'm driving down the Waldo Grid. I couldn't see 2 feet in front of me. We were so socked in with fog. Daly City socked in today. I played golf yesterday in San Francisco. It was cold. I had layers on the whole time. I just put on another layer. I'm cold here. What happened to our Memorial Day cookout, man?
Nice and chilly.
Now, I get it. If you're in San Jose, Walnut Creek, Petaluma, you guys are like, hell yeah. Sun's shining. Let's go. But, man, the sure sign that June is coming is the June gloom is coming in, baby.
Now, I've noticed this more since living in San Francisco for the past 2 years now. I don't remember getting this upset when I still lived down in the South Bay, but I get really upset now living in the city when we waste good weather days on weekdays. Like on Monday and Tuesday, it was beautiful here in the city. I'm like, can we save this for a Friday or for a Saturday? Because it seems like every time we sign off on a Friday, I look outside and it's all doom and gloom. And no, I'm not talking about the Giants.
Yeah, well, yes, you are talking about the Giants. You're supposed to embrace it. True San Francisco, they love it. They love the fresh air.
Yeah, but I love the sunshine too.
Why don't you go back to San Jose, 408 boy?
Hey, I'll be down there first couple weeks of the season for the San Francisco 49ers dealing with that Santa Clara heat.
More important, you'll be there for the Greek Festival.
Oh, that's right. I'll be down there next weekend for the Greek Festival. And also, real quick digression, I got to get down to San Jose Muni to go watch my guy Johnny Level. 2 more bombs last night.
Unbelievable.
I don't know how much longer he's going to be hanging out in the 408, so go see the San Jose Gigantes.
All right, a lot of good stuff in the cooler of content. We mentioned the analytics. We just went through ex-Wobicon and all that, and Kyle was baffled. He even tried to learn about it during the break. How'd that go, Kyle? How'd that go?
Oh, no clue.
Yeah. Have you solved the Giants' problems yet, Kyle?
You could do that, or you could go watch the game.
Yeah.
You could go watch the game.
Enjoy the game more.
Anyway, the Knicks are playing great. They're up 2-0. They've won 9 in a row.
Bing bong!
And Knicks fan, go New York, go New York, go New York. They were chanting Knicks in 4. Wendy's talking about grown men weeping with joy over the Knicks
Well, it's
in
because
New York City.
They all have Knicks fever, baby! Knicks fever!
And last night's star was the Villanova kid, Josh Hart. And afterwards, he was talking on the press conference, and he dropped this bar that's going viral about analytics. Check it out.
Iggy was first off was a hell of a player. I don't know if I'm at that level, but I just try to go out there and just play my game. I'm never a huge analytics guy. At a certain point, they're a lamppost to a drunk person. You can lean on them, but it won't get you home. So at a certain point, you got to have a good feel for the game.
People are like, yo, what?
That's a tremendous line.
A lamppost to a drunk person. That's an old school.
Drunk person. They're a lamppost to a drunk person. You can lean on them, but it won't get you home.
It's kind of an old school image, because in the old days, the guys who were singing "How Dry I Am," that's an old, early 20th century drunk song. It'd be like a bum hanging on a lamppost. I mean, you don't hang on.
Oh, I've been
They're
there before.
a lamppost to a drunk person. You can lean on them, but it won't get you home.
Yeah, he's true. You can lean on it. It's not going to get you home.
It's getting a lot. Did he make that up, or
No,
is that a lyric?
I believe he actually gave credit to Jay Wright, his Villanova coach, as the one who hit him with that quote.
Oh, and that's why were you watching afterwards, and then.
And then Carl Anthony Towns was like, wait, what did you just say? And he's like, no, man, that's Jay Wright. He's the one who told us that in college about the lamppost.
Lamppost to a drunk. All right.
I like that.
You guys have a bar for today.
Yeah, exactly.
We're going to use it going forward.
Though,
They're a lamppost to a drunk person. You can lean on them, but it won't get you home.
See, now that's interesting, because in baseball, you will lean on the lamppost. And it seems like it's so different in baseball, where people live and die by the analytics. In basketball, you just heard it right there from Josh Hart. We've heard Kyle Shanahan talk about some of the analytics and suggestions, and he essentially treats it like a suggestion. He's like, yeah, the analytics are great. All the scenarios can play out, but I'm going to go with my gut and the feeling and see what's actually going on the field. The old school analytics that we talked about with Jim Leland a couple of years ago. But there is such a difference, especially in basketball and football, when it comes to relying on the analytics versus baseball, where you essentially have to live and die and draw up your lineup by the analytics every day.
It's nuts, man. It's nuts. Okay, other stuff in the cooler content is good. Chris Russo, he's our favorite. He does this thing called like get mad at the Mad Dog or whatever. He does his rant on First Take, or the Mad Dog is mad, or so. I forget what they call it.
Russo's rant.
Are you ready for this, dude? He was talking about how he had to get an MRI on his shoulder. He plays a lot of golf and tennis. He's getting older. Now, this is a whole nother thing. We could do a whole segment on this. The people in the world who can't do MRIs. There's I know a very good friend of mine can't do it. We have somebody here at work. We won't name him. He can't do it. Other people are like, what's the big deal? I don't mind being entombed for 30 minutes. It's like being buried alive. You know what I mean? So they're tight little tubes and they get close to your nose and you just got to take a nap or so. I've only had one in my life. It was uncomfortable and weird. I was like, this is weird, but I didn't tap out.
Yeah, so it's just people being kind of claustrophobic, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, guess who's on that list? Chris Russo. He was apparently extraordinarily claustrophobic. So I guess, did you know that you can tap out of an MRI with a button?
I did not.
I didn't know either.
Yeah, I've had a bunch of MRIs. Oh, yeah, I've had them on my elbow, shoulder, back, knee. I've had a bunch of them.
I am a little surprised that in 2026 we haven't developed a little better technology than putting you in a tomb to get this thing done. But hey, it is what it is. Anyway, so Chris Russo had to have an MRI, and he's one of those guys who couldn't handle it. And as a result, it winds up interfering with the Knicks-Cavs game 1, which is the 22-point Knicks comeback. Anyway, he told this story. Here's part 1.
So last night or yesterday morning, I made the appointment with an MRI, and that's the little tubes thing. And now I feel how these athletes feel. So I go down there and I forget to bring my Valium. I got to have a Valium before I go in a little tube for a half hour. So I get down there, I take my clothes off, put a pair of pajamas on, and they roll me into the MRI thing, and they put me on the little bed, and they give me the headset, and they say, listen, you can't move. All right. I thought it was open on the sides. And it wasn't open on the side, so they roll me in, and they give you a button to press if you get nervous. I pressed it in 5 seconds. I said, I don't think I can handle this. Come back out. I says, listen, I came all this way. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. The poor Catherine there, and I said, I got to deal with it again. I go back, and remember, you can't stop and go with an MRI. You got to do the whole thing at one time. I go back in, and I freak out. Completely freak out. I got to get this shoulder checked. I might be out for 9 months.
So he's freaking. He tapped in 5 seconds. Here's people checking in. 95 says, I tapped out of my MRI. I paid $1,500 out of pocket to go to a bigger machine.
Oh, yeah.
408 says, you got to do the open MRI. It's like you're between a hamburger bun with no sides. I don't know. Or
and they give you a button to press if you get nervous. I pressed it in 5 seconds.
707 says, just wear a dark sleeping mask. You can't tell where you are.
Yeah, just pretend like you're taking a nap, right?
This is the mental thing.
Yeah,
Some people freak out in elevators and stuff. So anyway,
but I guess if you're claustrophobic, you would have this issue.
Valium. Valium.
Yeah,
what is this, like the 70s?
I know, right?
People used to take Valium. So here's part 2.
I was going to say, I know Chris Russo has gotten to the gummies. I'm surprised he didn't throw in a couple gummies before the MRI.
Here's part 2. Check it out.
So I come back out. I couldn't deal with it. So last night I said I had forgotten my Valium. So last night at 6:30, I was a little wonky and late in the show. I took a Valium. I had my kid driving. I'm not going to drive. Drive down to Connecticut, Stamford. At 7 o'clock, I get nervous again. I took a second Valium. Oh, boy.
He missed the Knicks game.
I got the thing done in good shape. I promise you that. I got that MRI done. I was a happy camper. Here's your problem. I was in bed at 8:15. I didn't know the Knicks came back until this morning at 7:30. That is true. What comeback? I didn't know anything about a comeback. I don't watch the highlights. That's a terrible job on my part. That's number 3. You admitted that. Go ahead, Wayne.
That is classic, man. Oh, man. He missed the entire Knicks comeback. He's like, that's New York, man. He's supposed to be all over that. But great, honest story from him. Yeah. By the way, people are checking in, man. There's the claustrophobia crowd saying they can't do it. Others are going, MRI, best nap of my life. So there you go, man. Yeah. It's like you're one of 2 camps.
Yeah, different strokes for different folks.
Wild. Okay, we got Dave Fleming coming up. We'll squeeze in one on the Giants here. How about the Hembo Buster only one? where Paul Hembo is their stat guru. He's got them all. You got to follow him on Twitter. He's got them all. He's talking to Buster Olney on his podcast. He does a hit with him on the pod about the Giants and their lack of walks. So get your get your pencils and notebooks out. Listen to this.
5.7% of their plate appearances have resulted in a walk. The league, as we've discussed, is walking at a higher level. It's 9.4% right now. So if we're going to do a little back of the napkin math, on a scale for which 100 is average, the Giants' league adjusted walk rate is 63. That figure, 63, renders the Giants as the most walk-averse lineup since 1879. Buster, the Giants are the most allergic to walk team in 147 years. My first assumption was naturally they swing more than anybody else. That's not true. There are 3 teams in baseball that swing more than they do. My second assumption was that they chase more than anybody else, which is also not true. There are 3 teams in baseball that chase more than the Giants do. So as it turns out, Buster, the Giants are so walk-averse because their lineup doesn't elicit any fear.
Dude, how about that? Hembo just calling them out. Guys are just right down Broadway because the Giants can't do anything to them. It's crazy. Dude, 1879. I looked up 1879. I said, what happened in 1879? You ready for this? Thomas Edison invented the frickin' light bulb, bro.
Turn the
How
lights
about
on.
this, man? How about screwing in a light bulb and fighting off a pitch and drawing a walk?
How
How's
many,
that screwing
how many
a light
giants does it take to screw in a light bulb?
How many times does it take to draw a walk?
Yeah.
Also, the Albert Einstein was born in 1879. And it doesn't take Einstein to tell you, you need to draw more walks. Oh, my God.
Now,
dude.
Murph, this is a great breakdown from Hembo, but doesn't he know that all these analytics are just like a lamppost?
They're a lamppost to a drunk person. You can lean on them, but it won't get you home.
I'll tell you what. 2 things are true. One, this is all sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. And when I hear all these stats, I need a Valium. No, I need 2 Valiums.
Yeah. I need that
guys.
and a lamppost to keep me up to watch this team.
Dave Fleming next on The Sports Leader.
What comeback? I didn't know anything about a comeback. I don't watch the highlights.
Hey, let's talk about River Islands out in Lathrop. A good chance to get out there this Memorial Day weekend to see what's happening. It's a new kind of lifestyle taking shape. The time to get in is now. The homes at River Islands are built for the way you actually want to live. There's lots of options. You're a young professional family looking for a sleek home office and an open kitchen made for hosting. They got it. Maybe you're ready to enjoy the next chapter of your life. Shout out the 55-plus crowd. Del Webb's premier active adult neighborhood. There's something there for you. These are all priced from the low 600s to over $1 million. The variety is real, but the options will not last. Listen to all the stuff happening out there. Town centers coming together beautifully. Redwood Cafe opens this fall. Brand new community amphitheater under construction. Let's get my friends from Petty Theft out there playing at the amphitheater. And Sutter Health's medical office building is coming soon. You got the scenic lakes and parks, the sun shining out there and the beautiful weather. Enjoy a run, stroll, or bike ride on the trails along the San Joaquin River. There's so much going on. The community's growing fast. The best time to make your move is before everyone else does. So come see the homes this Memorial Day weekend. Walk the neighborhoods, find the one that fits. Start your search today at riverislands.com.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, Reggae Friday, White Sox Friday, Memorial Day weekend Friday. Quickly, Marcus, your jukebox selection.
Ooh, this right here is a little Pepper Stone Love. Those boys will be down at Cali Roots this weekend.
Okay, well, let's see if the Giants can get back to their roots of winning games in San Francisco. Taking on the White Sox, always good to catch up with Dave Fleming, who does it all, including his new gig with Sunday Baseball on NBC. That's pretty darn cool. So, Flem, it is great to have you back. Wow, some kind of road trip through Arizona. Hopefully it gets better against the White Sox this weekend. But how you doing?
Hey, morning, Dave.
I'm good. It was it wasn't a bad road trip. It was a bad series in Arizona, and they should have won one at least, and maybe should have won a couple. So you're right about this team needing to kind of regroup here and get it going. It's been early this whole part of the season, and now it's not so early anymore. So they do need to start stacking some wins. It's funny. This is a team that's had a hard time just building and sustaining some team-wide momentum. They have bursts, they have series, they look like the best version of themselves, and then it sort of disappears for a week. So I think that's the biggest challenge for this group right now. It's just to try to sustain some of the positive stuff that we have seen.
Yeah, 7-12 in May right now. They were 7-9 going to Arizona. You're like, hey, you take 2 out of 3, you're 10-10. So big picture, Dave, 20-30. So somebody, has been traveling out for 2 months out of the country, and they come back and say, Dave, why are the Giants 20-30? What's your answer?
Yeah, I would say a couple things. I would say the number one answer is the offense has not done its job. And that has started to change and started to get better, and the power has started to show up. The home runs are definitely a big part of what the Giants are built around, and they weren't hitting home runs. So I would say the offense is the number one concern for this team over the first couple months of the year. That's why they're 20-30. Just hasn't been good enough. I would say, though, that the other thing that I think is kind of been hidden because there are other issues that people are talking about is they just, Logan Webb, and it's not Logan's fault, but Logan Webb is the number one player on this team. Logan Webb is the leader of this team. He's the all-star. He's the guy who gets Cy Young votes every year. He's the guy who every fifth day keeps you in games, and he's been hurt and way less effective than usual when he was trying to fight his way through injury. And so I think the combination of the fact that the offense hasn't done its job and they just haven't had their ace at all has been a crusher for this team. If Webb were his normal self, even with all the other issues, I think, that's 2 or 3 games in the other direction. And then you're a few games under 500 and thinking, okay, it's not been great, but we can climb out of this. I think that's been a big difference for this group.
Dave, we're 50 games into the season, which a lot of people like to use as kind of the quarter pool, but it's interesting looking at it from the perspective of Tony Vitello because 50 games is essentially a full college season. You throw in the spring training games as well, and he's actually coached or managed more games this year. So what's been your assessment of Tony Vitello throughout the first 50 games?
Well, I think Tony would probably say there's no Middle Tennessee State on the schedule. One thing about the Giants, and I think this is definitely not excuse making, but the Giants by the metrics have had the number one hardest schedule. The Giants have had a brutally hard schedule to start the year. So I think that is also part of the story of this. Not that, the Phillies, it's interesting. We went to Philadelphia. The Phillies fire their manager, and that if of all the series this year, maybe the most frustrating is that one in Philadelphia where the Giants lost that doubleheader and should have won both those games. But put that aside, the Phillies fired their manager right as the Giants got to town because they had lost 10 games in a row. They lost those 10 games, all of them, to the Braves and the Cubs. And the Braves and the Cubs were like red hot then. And since then, Don Mattingly's taken over. Absolutely nothing else has changed. The players are all the same. Nothing's changed. Zach Wheeler's back. That's a pretty big difference. But they're piling up wins now because they're playing teams that aren't nearly as good as those that they were playing. And that is a part of evaluating all these teams. Is the schedule for the Giants has been really hard. Now they're in the National League, so there's no it's a league where you don't get a ton of breaks, where the teams almost across the board are solid. But you asked me about Vitello. I just think that is one takeaway in terms of a difference between the college game and the big league game is the schedule is so much more rigorous here, and you don't get those breaks where maybe you can rest some guys or you can weather the storm of your best players not playing well. Here, all that gets exposed fast.
Talking to Dave Fleming, and of course you're listening to KMBR AM and KMBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. The sort of like we've had these sort of things in sports in the Bay Area. Brandon Ayuk, Jonathan Kuminga, the latest Bryce Eldridge, where everybody has an opinion and a take, and they're handling him wrong, they're handling him right, play him more, play him less, send him down, all this. Where are you at, Dave, on the Bryce Eldridge dilemma, debate? Play him more? Send him to Sacramento for more at-bats? What do you want?
Yeah, I think first I would say is everybody needs to take a deep breath on the Bryce Eldridge stuff, seriously. And I'm not telling people how to think or act, but, this is a kid who is 21 years old. If he had gone to Alabama instead of signing with the Giants, like he was, sort of committed to go play in college baseball, he'd be getting ready to be drafted now. He'd be a college junior, and he'd be one of the top prospects for the draft. Maybe, the Giants would be scouting him for that fourth pick that they have coming up. So this guy is way ahead of schedule. So the idea that he's going to be a perfect product yet is just not realistic. He has a lot of growth still ahead of him. He needs to get better. He needs to improve on some stuff. The debate, I guess, is, and it's a very legitimate debate. Should he be here or should he be down in AAA getting repped every single day as opposed to what he's experiencing here? If you ask me, do I think it's a huge difference between the two? I don't. I think there's some big issues with AAA and the competition level and how he's getting pitched that question to me whether the last steps can happen down there. I think the last steps in a lot of ways have to happen here. Now, if he's not going to play a lot here, then probably it serves him best to go back down there and play every day. But I think we're working into a situation where he's going to play more and more up here. I just think everybody's got to show a little patience. It was 10 games and he started 5 times. So 2 games in 10 days extra is going to make or break this guy's career. They're not ruining this guy's career. They're trying their best to have their best 26 players on the roster at the same time. Bryce, they feel like, is one of their 26 best players. So they're trying to do both at the same time. It's not that easy to do. He's going to be fine long term. This is not stunting his growth. This isn't ruining his confidence. It's not. He's going to be fine. But it's a legitimate debate as to whether maybe he needs some more reps down there and needs that before he's ready to go through the finishing steps here. But I'm perfectly happy to have him here. I think he is one of their best players, and I do want to see him get as many at-bats as possible. I do.
I just want to thank you for the deep breath reminder because I did it, and it felt good. Everybody's got to take a deep breath.
It's good.
Yeah.
It helps me all the time. It helps me all the time. When you get, and you have those games like the game in Arizona the other day where you play this unbelievable game and turn these double plays and everybody's just playing their tails off and there's emotion and there's passion, and then in 7 pitches the game's over. And it's like it can drive you crazy, and you do have to just sometimes, I do at least, have to just try to say, look, there are good things going on. Does that sugarcoat the 20-30 record? No. But even in the midst of a game like that, it's like, hey, I look around. Daniel Susac looks like he might be a real big leaguer. That guy looks really good. And, Adames' swing looks way better. And Devers hit a ball 450, and that's the guy the Giants traded for. And it all gets lost when you blow a game in the end, and it can be hard to remind yourself of some of the other stuff that's happening.
Yeah, and Dave, just jumping off that point, there's no question in my mind that I think the Casey Schmidt situation has made things more complicated for the Giants when it comes to the Bryce Eldridge game plan. Now, that's a great problem to have because we're seeing Casey Schmidt break out this year. You look at his offensive numbers, he leads the Giants in damn near every single category. And I know it's been a small sample size seeing him out in left field, but just your thoughts on the versatility we've seen Casey Schmidt play all over the infield, what he's looked like out in the left field, and do you like the strategy of putting him in the outfield to open up that DH position?
Yeah, 100%. And you're right about that. That right now, and I'm reading some columns saying the Giants roster is broken and things are, and really the issue is Casey's been too good to take out of the lineup. So the idea this whole time has been Eldridge and Devers are going to share that first base DH slot. But when you have Matt Chapman and you have Luis Arraez playing the way he's playing, Casey Schmidt has been the DH, and you can't take him out of there. You can't. You're doing a disservice to everybody else. You can't say we're going to develop Bryce Eldridge, and the result of that is Casey's sitting on the bench. He's been their best hitter. You can't do that. So you're right about that. That has become a big-time pressure point for this roster. Short term, can he go out there and catch some fly balls in left? Yes. Long term, is that a plan? My opinion would be no. I think, long term, they got to think through how this is all going to fit together, and find a different way to get Casey involved. Now, could Bryce ultimately, if you spend a whole off season trying to train him to play left field again, could that work? I don't know. Maybe that's a possibility. That's a hard thing to do in the middle of a season. For now, it is going to be a little bit complicated. And I'll just say this as a final point. I don't want this to come across as a criticism of Bryce Eldridge at all. It is not. He is an outstanding prospect. Bryce is going to help this team. He's going to hit a lot of home runs in a Giants uniform. But this is why, when it comes draft time and when you're ranking prospects and looking at the minor leagues, this is why these guys who play first base or are limited on the defensive, sometimes the scouting term is spectrum. This is why these guys are valued a little less than somebody who can play all around or has a little bit more diverse set of athletic defensive tools, because it does limit how you use a guy you absolutely feel like should be in the lineup every day, and they're having a hard time figuring it out because there aren't that many options. Again, that is not a criticism of Eldridge, but it does complicate the situation.
Yeah, it's all very true, and that's the puzzle they have now. Dave, before I let you go, tonight Trevor McDonald pitches. Man, has he seized the day. Carpe diem, baby. So Tyler Mahle has not. His last 3 starts have been bad. His ERA is over 6. I'm just submitting that when Logan Webb returns, if Trevor McDonald delivers the goods again tonight, I keep Trevor McDonald in the rotation and I move Tyler Mahle to the pen. Do you join my campaign?
I think I do. I mean, if they gave Tyler, another turn or two, would that upset me? It would not, because I do think this guy's better than what he's been. I do think there's more performance in there from Mahle. He's healthy. I've seen it before. Like, I don't know what's going on. It confuses me, because I think the good from him, his really good starts have been awesome, and I'm not sure why he's having a hard time repeating that. So would it upset me if they gave him another chance or two? It wouldn't, but I think, you are getting to the point now where early in the season, you always say, I would always say if I were in charge, like, I'm going to give my veterans a little more leeway. That was the Bruce Bochy way. Like, look, it's the regular season. This isn't the playoffs. I'm going to give my guys who have proven it before a little more leash to work their issues out. And the playoffs are a whole different thing. But you're at the point of the season now where it's enough of a, body of work where I think you're justified in drawing some conclusions and making some harder decisions. So if Trevor pitches great again tonight, it's going to be really hard for them not to give him the ball the next time through.
Good stuff. Hey, and then closing your gig, congrats, as your portfolio expands. NBC, tell us what you'll be doing. NBC Sunday games.
Just what I needed, another job.
Hey, buddy, the work is there.
I went to bed the other night and said, you know what, I need another job. I appreciate the congratulations. It's not going to take me away from the Giants too much. I'm not going to be doing every Sunday or too many of these, but hopefully I'll get a chance to do the playoffs for NBC, which is really fun and what I'm looking forward to. So usually it'll be the Sunday, leadoff game, the game that starts early, and that's what I'm doing this week. I'm flying tomorrow to Toronto to do a Blue Jays game. That's sort of Sunday leadoff. Sometimes it'll be the Sunday night game, but it's not very many of them. It's maybe going to cost me another 6 or 7 Giants regular season games, but nothing more than that. So I'll be around most of the time, but I'm excited to get started.
You don't do the College World Series, do you, Dave?
I don't. I do the golf, and I miss a week for each of those golf events. And I used to do the Little League World Series, and I'd miss a week for that. And it's hard to be gone for a week. When you're covering a big league team, that's just. It already makes me antsy to miss. I love doing those golf tournaments, but it already makes me kind of queasy to miss a week times 2. It's just hard to justify being gone for that long.
I think I just brought that up so I could brag about the Bruins on their way to Omaha, right?
Hey, they're really good. They are really good. No, I mean they've got it all. They've got a real chance to win the national title.
And you know what?
That's
I was just telling Marcus off the air. I was like, that's the thing that worries me now. It's like they've had too good of a regular season, and the target is too big on their back. I mean, I know you're supposed to want that, but also you maybe don't peak in March and April, peak in June. But they got a lot of talent, though. A lot of talent.
And health is, it's always. I went through it with Stanford so many times where one guy would go down late in the year, and then it felt like, oh my gosh, it's just hard to kind of fight that. But there's nothing better than that. I love the College World Series. It is such a cool event, and if your team's really good and you're there, if I were you, I'd be flying out. I would.
I mean, honestly, it's something I haven't done, and people say
you should do it.
It's great.
You know what? You know what? Don't put it off. Like, this might be their chance. Go do it. I'm buddies with Will Zalatoris, the golfer, and maybe 3 or 4 years ago, Wake Forest made it. And he and I were texting back and forth, and I said, go. And he went, and he loved it. He sat there and cheered on his team in Omaha, and there is nothing like it. I'm dead serious when I say you should go.
Warm summer nights in Nebraska, College World Series, big crowds.
What sounds better than that?
It is awesome. Good stuff, Dave. Yeah. All right, man. Always good catching up, and we'll listen to you on the broadcast and have a great trip to Toronto and back. So thanks, Dave.
Yeah, thanks, Dave.
My great uncle who lived in Nebraska used to have a red beer, which is tomato juice and beer.
I'm not sure about that now. Is that okay?
Yeah. Go for it. That's
you got to be a Husker.
Thing, man.
You got to be a Husker. You got to be a Husker. All right, take care, Dave. Be good.
Thanks,
all right. Justice De Los Santos, the great young beat writer, he did a Vern Glenn Mr. Involvement video with Ron Washington.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Wash is sparing no criticism either. He goes, man, you got to get your S right.
Yeah, hopefully this went better than, who was it, Jeff Olbrich versus Vern?
Vern's still...
oh, man.
Vern's still waking up in the morning with a sore neck.
Dude, young Tony's still handing him ice packs right now.
Well, let's get into JDL, as my kid called him, JDLS, next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Dave Fleming talking tomato juice and beer out in Omaha. Kind of reminds me of a michelada. Kind of reminds me that the San Jose Greek Festival is coming back next weekend. Yes, work with me here, people. And come on down to the 408 San Jose for the best Greek festival around. And you have the opportunity to listen, as you would every morning, to the Murph and Marcus Show and win 2 tickets to the San Jose Greek Festival plus a $100 food voucher to get as many delicious treats as you possibly can. Opa!
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
That's the move. Yeah. I don't know. Put your hand back out there. I don't know what you call this you're doing. Get to the ball. You done. Why you got to put some other in there? Now, because you and I doing this, and when we finish, you going to be the one went through the whole process, you still ain't going to know what the fuck's going on. See, already you're learning how to catch the ball and take it out of your glove. Without catching the ball doing all this bullshit. I don't care if you in A-ball, I don't care if you're in high school, I don't care where you are. If I'm working with you and I see something, I'm saying something. And if your feelings get hurt because of what I'm saying, you can leave.
Oh, man. There are very few coaches in American sports who communicate with the pizzazz and charm of a Ron Washington. Reggae Friday, Marcus, yes?
Oh, this, of course, is the one and only J. Boog with a little bit of love season, Murph, because Ron Washington is speaking my love language, the language of baseball.
Well, Justice De Los Santos, the bright young beat writer for the San Jose Mercury News Bay Area News Group, did a Mr. Involvement. He went to Ron Washington. There's a video, YouTube. I'm sure JD Ellis will tell us where to go to get it, but that was the sound from it in which Ron Washington told Justice, even after we've done this, you still don't know what the F is going on. Justice, welcome back to Murph and Marcus. It's been a minute. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, Justice?
Well, I think it's been 2 weeks exactly since I did that. I think my legs are finally recovered from that because it was an hour. It wasn't just that clip that was there. It was an hour of grounders, mistakes, corrections, and it was a ton of fun. It was the most fun I've ever had doing the story, and you can only imagine, as y'all would know, Ron Washington, he is as charismatic as he seems in that video.
Tell us the genesis for the idea and how you approached Wash and the fact that he took time out to do this. What were you guys trying to accomplish?
So my whole thing that I wanted to note, and I said this in both the written story as well as the video itself, is I'd always known that Washington had this reputation as an infield coach. Like, he made Eric Chavez a 6-time Gold Glove Award winner. In Atlanta, he helped Ozzie Albies, Austin Riley get better. And now here in San Francisco, like, Luis Arias has turned into one of the best defenders in the game of baseball, not just at his position, period. So the thing that I wanted to know is, like, what is Wash doing with infielders that makes them better? Because the drills are famous. It's the famous 96 grounders in 4 minutes. He does them with everyone before the game. But to me, it was like, it can't just be that, because every team has some version of those drills. Like, you see it, you walk on the field 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and you see them going through the drills. So I wanted to know and get firsthand, like, what was this like? And going through that process, it was like, oh no, it's not the drills, it's Wash. Like, that's the reason. Like, he is a teacher at heart. So back in spring training, like, I made a promise to myself as a reporter. If I had ever had the chance to cover Ron Washington, I would do this story with him. And so spring training, I was talking to him about another story, and at the end of it, I was like, hey, do you want to do this? And he said, yeah. And a funny backstory, the actual day that I asked him, me and John Shea were standing around in the club, in the dugout, rather, at Scottsdale Stadium, and we were just throwing the ball around, and I thought Shea was going to hit me with, like, a knuckleball, but he threw me like a short hop, and I picked it. And me and Shay were talking about the story that day, and he was like, "You're ready for it." So later that day, I'm pitching it to Wash. Shay is talking to Dusty Baker at the other end of the dugout, and I yell over to Shay. I'm like, "Shay, I picked that right?" And he was like, "Yeah." And then Dusty Baker's like, "You gonna teach him some stuff, Wash?" It was just like that part didn't make it into the story, but like start to end, it's just one of the most fun stories I've ever done.
Yeah, and Justice, it's funny you bring that up because I remember when Murph and I were down in Scottsdale doing our show for a couple of days, we would look at it out on the field before the sun was even up, and the first guy out there was Ron Washington with his fungo, working with Luis Ariz and working with Bryce Eldridge. So when you go to the ballpark during the regular season, is it the same situation? Is Ron Washington one of the first guys out there working with these guys?
So when we scheduled to do this, we scheduled for 1 o'clock on May 8th. And I had a feeling that he was going to be there and like ready to go by the time I got there. I rolled through the stadium at 12:15. Everything's already set up. He was just sitting in the dugout waiting for me to arrive. And so he's going to be punctual. He's going to be on time. And if you want to put in work with him, he is going to make some time to put in work with you. It could be early, bright and early in the morning. I'm sure if you asked him to do it at 2 a.m., he'd be down to do it too.
Have you talked to Luis Ariz much about it? And I haven't read the story yet. I'm looking forward to it. And this is Justice De Los Santos. You can read it in the Bay Area News Group. We get the Marin IJ in Marin, and you can read them there. But have you talked to Luis Ariz either for this story or during this season in terms of his relationship with Wash?
Talked to him a little bit leading up to it. I did ask him, just very briefly, like, do you have any advice for me as far as going through the drills? And the thing that he mentioned is, he's going to put your hands in the best position possible to get it done. And I think the one thing that sticks out, it wasn't in the story, but it was something that Wash had told me about Ariz, is you put in the work, but you also put in the maintenance as well. And what he said with Ariz was, I don't think he didn't put in the work, but now it's about putting in that maintenance. And again, Ariz is one of those guys you see before every single game is doing it with Wash. And so Wash isn't just going to do this with you one time in spring training. Like, no, he's going to do this with you every single day. And even for me, like, by the time I was done with that process, I felt like I was ready to play a full 9 innings out there. So it's just something mentally, physically, like gets you in that position, to take the field for a full 9.
Luis Ariz is a great example of the work that Ron Washington does. He passes the eye test, and also the analytics are giving him a lot of love now, too, which was not the case before he signed with San Francisco and started working with Ron Washington. But, Justice, I want to ask you about Rafael Devers, because based on the eye test, it seems like he's getting better each and every day. We saw that 5th inning he had in Arizona where he made all 3 plays, spectacular plays, but the analytics still suggest that he is not the greatest defender over at first base. Your thoughts on whether or not Rafael Devers is actually a better defender than some of the metrics would suggest?
I mean, that 5th inning in Arizona was unreal. Like, you can kind of take a pick of which play was the best. I think that one where it was like the in-between where Carroll hits one to him, and it's like he doesn't have enough time to get to the bag on foot. He doesn't have enough time to toss it over. He just dives over. That's one of those plays that's all instincts there. I always take first base defensive metrics a little bit with a grain of salt, just because, they're not as involved as the up the middle positions or the outfield positions. But definitely by the eye test, like, Rafael Devers looked like he's acclimated to first base extremely well. And, when you consider that his offense is starting to turn on too, he's been one of the best hitters in the month of May, just destroyed a couple baseballs out in Arizona. I know it didn't lead to a win, but, he's heating up. So you get, that familiarity on the defense combined with him starting to look like what he looks like on offense, and you're starting to get the full Rafael Devers experience.
Justice, you can find metrics anywhere, and I found this one on thefieldingbible.com, team defensive runs saved. Now, again, when I'm growing up, Justice, this stat does not exist, but the Giants are 3rd best in baseball in team defensive runs saved. So again, what Marcus just asked you, what about the metrics or your eyes? Do you feel like they are a good defensive team, even top 5, 10 in baseball, and so that's not the Giants' problem this year?
It's funny. There's a kind of a war in the analytics community about like DRS versus outs above average, and whether like which one is actually the true one. But I think it's safe to say that they have looked the mark, at least a top 10 defense. You obviously have Luis Ariz at 2nd. You have Matt Chapman at 3rd. I do kind of wonder, how much Patrick Bailey played into those defensive metrics before he was traded. I would imagine it's a little bit, but then you obviously have Harrison Bader out in the outfield as well. Elliot Ramos, before he hit the injured list, was actually having a very solid season defensively, at least compared to what it was last year. Jung Hoo looked very comfortable and right. So I remember when they signed Harrison Bader, like one of the big questions was how much better is their outfield defense going to be? And, the outfield defense has been better. The infield defense, aside from Willie Adames' metrics haven't exactly been great. But the defense overall has looked very solid. They're, every team is going to have those plays where, it's going to be on a low light reel. But overall, when you watch this team on a day-to-day basis, and I want to make this point too. I saw somebody post that Matt Chapman's like top 5 in errors, but it's one of those things where like when you watch him every day, like, yeah, he has errors because he's getting the plays that other people don't. And when that happens, like, yeah, the errors are going to pile up. He's still been Matt Chapman defensively. Offensively, a little bit of a different story. But the defense overall has been very solid, even without Patrick Bailey behind the plate.
Justice, real quick before we let you go, we'd love to get your thoughts on Bryce Eldridge because everybody has a take on his playing time or maybe his lack of consistent playing time with the big league roster. But especially through your lens of your story on Ron Washington, one of the arguments you could make is it's beneficial for Bryce Eldridge to be hanging out Ron Washington every day to develop defensively. But your thoughts on his time with the big league club and his inconsistent play?
Yeah, I know y'all had a very interesting conversation with him yesterday. I saw and I listened to it. But actually, I had a brief conversation with Posey in Arizona about that exact same subject because, Posey was once a rookie himself. He knows the importance of everyday reps, especially as a rookie when you're trying to learn the ebbs and flow of a season, trying to learn major league pitching. And, Buster's not going to pull back the curtain too much. He did say, we want what's best for him. We were trying to find the best runway. In my opinion, he needs to play every day, whether that's in the majors or the minors. Now, I think they do have a unique opportunity here, and I'm very curious to see what today's lineup is with Elliott being out. Because Casey Schmidt, as someone that watched both of those games in Arizona, he looked very solid in left field. Like, don't expect a Gold Glover out there, but he's leading the team in homers and OPS. And if he's even a slightly below average defender, and you can excuse that just because he's never played the position professionally, that opens up a lot of doors for Eldridge to be in the lineup every day. And even if you do have to sacrifice a little bit of defense for offense, but I don't know what the exact numbers are now. I think it's been like 9 of the 15 or 16 games since he's come up, and then when he does start, it's like go against Yoshinobu Yamamoto and Shohei in LA. Like, I do think that for him, he needs to play every day. And I think for him, it probably is best to, not be in this like quasi pinch hitting role either. Even if he gets a pinch hitting appearance every day, it's not the same as seeing the same guy 3 times. So, I asked Buster's, like, would you option him to AAA to get him every day playing time? He said, we're going to evaluate our decision. So, again, very interested to see what this lineup looks like tonight because if it's another Casey Schmidt in left field and Bryce Eldridge at DH, I think that might be something we see a little bit more going forward, at least until Elliott gets healthy. And then once Elliott gets healthy, we kind of figure out where things go from there.
Good stuff, man. And lucky you to get coached by Wash for an hour, man. That's going to be, listen, you're just starting your career, which is already off to a great start. You're going to have a great career in this business. But that's going to be one of those memories, dude. 10, 20, 30 years down the road, you'll be like, man, I'm so glad I did that. It's awesome. So I'll look forward to hearing more stories in the dugout when we hang out from Wash. But good job. Everybody go check out the story at Barrier News Group, Justice De Los Santos and Wash. There's even a video for the visual types. So way to go, JDLS. Take care, man.
Yeah, thanks, Justice.
Yes, sir. Y'all have a good one.
Yeah, it's nice to see the young hustlers coming through. I got hope for that kid.
Yeah, and he actually looked pretty damn good fielding some ground balls.
Well, that's not what Wash said.
Yeah, that's true.
He said, you don't know what the F you're doing.
But I'm guessing, we didn't bring it up, but I'm guessing there's a baseball background in JDS's past.
We'll see.
I'm guessing he played a little ball.
We didn't ask. We'll have to book him again.
Yeah, we'll get him again.
We're going to talk to him in the dugout. Hey, listen, some people have said, listen, I am Buster Posey'd out. I am stressed out. The Giants have me on my last nerve. Can we do something else? The answer is yes. Hoops! NBA Finals or Conference Finals underway. Western and Eastern. Mark Kestisher, one of the great play-by-play voices. He's doing San Antonio, Oklahoma City. This will be a fun little break from the stress of the Giants. Let's talk Wemby and hoops with Mark Kestisher next on The Sports Leader.
You still ain't gonna know what the fuck's going on.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, Mark Kestisher is hopping on with us right now on the UMA guest line. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus. And how lucky is Mark to witness what some are saying was one of the great conference final playoff performances of all time by Victor Wembanyama in Game 1, and then to watch the Thunder answer back in that crazy, noisy gym, and now to go to San Antonio for Game 3 tonight on our airwaves, 1050. So, Mark, it's great to have you. We have you on before. Welcome back to Murph and Marcus, and man, are you enjoying this series or what, huh?
Hey, morning, Mark.
Yeah, good to be on with you guys. This has been great. You know, we kind of looked at it a few months ago. We've been flopping back and forth year to year. Like PJ and I were the West last year, East before that West. So we were ticketed for the East along with ABC. And then I think our boss started looking down the line and was like, I don't know, this OKC San Antonio possibility might be too tasty for you guys to pass up. So it just has worked out for us. The opener was incredible. The follow-up game was intense. And, pending all the injury reports to come before tip-off tonight, I'm sure it'll be electric here in San Antonio, hosting a conference finals game for the first time in almost a decade.
Listen, we've all known about Victor Wembanyama since he was a teenager in France, and now, we've all known him as an NBA player. But that said, what did you learn about him in Game 1, and what did you and PJ talk about in the beer back at the hotel bar after that one?
Well, that would be red wine for PJ. There's no doubt about that. But yes, we've been seeing it coming for the last 3 years, and even this year, his temperament, has just been next level in that he carries himself, like a 5 to 7 year veteran. He knows what he wants. He knows he's the leader of the team. He knows and trusts his teammates. But as the game one stats are piling up, all I could think about was all those times as a kid, us nerds that were looking back at old box scores and wondering how Wilt Chamberlain could have a 56-point, 34-rebound game. Like, nobody does that. And then you see, it wasn't quite to those levels, but still it was a 40 and 20, and you could see the domination on all ends and then realize that, there'll probably be some rules changes because of Wemby down the line, as there were for all the other great big men in NBA history. So it's been fun to watch. We knew the secondary statement for Oklahoma City would be to get physical with him. They got uber physical with him, and they got away with it. And now we expect kind of the bounce back tonight to see how this whole thing is officiated in Game 3.
Yeah, Mark, it really feels like we've never seen anything like this before with Wemby, but here in the Bay Area, we have seen a similar type of shot. Did Wemby's three-pointer from the logo give you any flashbacks to Steph Curry 2016 in OKC on the same court shooting into the same basket, Mark?
Hey, you know what? I wish I had been smart enough to feel it at the time. Usually my sense of those kind of historic moments are there, and we were doing the East that year, so I think maybe just me not having been there live at the time. I talked to Mike Tirico after, and of course, he's an encyclopedia, and he's like, that's the first thing I thought about. So it was like the second thing I thought about. I wish I could have said it live. It's one of those calls you wish you had back and said, like, a page out of the Curry double bang, because, yeah, historically, I don't know if it was as far, but it was definitely farther than what they gave him credit for. I think they said 28 feet. I think my call said 30, and it might have been closer to 33 feet. It just took me by surprise with all the domination inside. It wasn't surprising as tired as he was, but what was more surprising, and PJ was on it, was that it was an incredibly intelligent shot, knowing they were going to get a 2-for-1 on top of knocking down a game-tying 3. It was incredible, and yes, I would have triple banged it if I had Mike Green's pipes on.
Well, hey, you got more games to go. It could happen again, so you're ready.
That's right.
You're now ready. That's only game 2. I mean, this thing might go 7. Mark Kestecher is the voice you hear. You'll hear him on our radio airwaves tonight, calling Game 3 of this great series between the Spurs and the Thunder in San Antonio tonight. So you mentioned the physicality, and it was crazy. I mean, it was basically like a UFC fight. Like they call them arm bars, I believe, in the UFC. It looked like that's what Isaiah Hart. And it was my impression, Mark, and fix me. Like I was reading after Game 1, the experts were telling me, Mark Daigneault realized I can't play Isaiah Hartenstein. I can't. And then Game 2, he's like, I'm going to play Isaiah Hartenstein, and he's going to be effective. What changed, and was it just the way it was officiated, perhaps?
I think he knew he needed to be physical with Wemby. Alex Caruso does a really good job against bigger guys, and in this case, almost 12 inches taller than him. They get into him, they get under him, but I think what probably concerned him most was that Wemby was able to set up, 5-6 feet from the basket, which for normal human beings maybe takes a little extra effort to get to the rim. Not for Victor. I mean, he grabs it, turns, his arm's about 10 feet long, and he's right there. And I think it was just something they were going to try to push the envelope and give Hartenstein all the credit in the world. He had early foul trouble and was able to overcome it, and they were able to keep Wemby really from getting touches where he likes it. And, the whistles weren't blowing against Hartenstein as physical, all the arm lockups that they had. I guess it's kind of, we called it the Red River rivalry. It felt like, Texas and Oklahoma, like a football game going on out there. And I likened it to an offensive lineman. I remember working with Doug Deacon, longtime Cleveland Browns offensive lineman, 30 years ago. We were doing a show together when I was working in Ohio. And he's like, I held on every play. They couldn't call every play. I held on every play. Yeah, sure, I got a lot of flags against me, but the percentages were in his favor. And I think that's what happened with Hartenstein. And then, we'll see tonight. I'm assuming Oklahoma City is going to try the same route. And Mark Davis is our lead official tonight. And we'll see, it changes from game to game how they're going to call tonight's game. And so I think all eyes, and in our case, ears, will be the eyes for you. Let PJ tell us what he's seeing from an officiating standpoint.
Mark, we've seen a handful of iconic rivalries in the NBA, talking Magic versus Bird, Steph versus LeBron. Do you think we're seeing the groundwork for the next great NBA rivalry between Chet and Wemby?
I think we are, just based on how quickly San Antonio has put this together, how young their team is. OKC just signed up their big three. Their contracts don't even take effect, not next year, the year after. So we had this huge OKC window we thought, lining up for them. And now all of a sudden they've got Wemby and they've got Steph Castle and they've got Dylan Harper, 3 lottery picks consecutively that have all hit and play well together. And now you feel like, good luck in the West. These two teams look like the front runners. And I know the second apron and all the machinations of the CBA can change things in a hurry. But the fact that these teams are so young and the executives have put it together so that they can have a decent window here. Yeah, maybe Wemby and SGA, this could be, something a decade from now we talk about as one of the great rivalries.
It's true. And that gets us going from all these big picture to the small picture. You mentioned Dylan Harper. The injury report could maybe change this entire series. Is there any news? I mean, De'Aaron Fox misses the first 2 games. They get away with game 1. They don't get away with game 2. And now Dylan Harper is such a good player. And Stephon Castle, when he has to come in, turns the ball over too much. So are the Spurs' hopes riding on the injury report of De'Aaron Fox and Dylan Harper? And is there any news?
I think they are. It felt like if it was going to be something serious with Harper, and, we saw right away him grabbing the back of his leg, and then late yesterday, San Antonio, called it an adductor muscle, which is more in the groin area, but it's all still connected. It's soft tissue, and you know how hard these guys work. It's going to be very difficult for him to play at 100%. I saw Shams posted about 15 minutes ago that it's a game time decision. He'll go through warm-ups. That's what De'Aaron Fox has done the first 2 games and has not been able to play. The Thunder are saying Jalen Williams, same thing. I don't know if he'll warm up today. I'd be surprised if we see Jalen Williams again, to be honest, in this series or maybe in the postseason, because both his hamstrings have been balky. This is the same one that kept him out of 6 games. But your point for San Antonio is well deserved, because they have 3 guards, that can really get into you. Steph Castle and the 2 guys that are injured. Fox has so much speed, and Fox, his assists to turnovers, PJ was telling me yesterday, is incredible. And so to lose him and Dylan Harper, who's been, outstanding as a rookie, and then add Steph Castle, who's a great player, but, not a true point guard, against an OKC team that comes at you in waves. They got like 6 guys that got arms swinging at you, and Steph's getting sped up. And so 20 turnovers over 2 games, it's not workable. It really isn't. So I don't know if, we end up seeing Jordan McLaughlin, who we saw late in the game the other day. He's a 30-year veteran who actually, I don't think he started a game in 4 or 5 years. They could go to their other lottery pick, Carter Bryant. Not that he'd be the ball handler, but he could defend Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and that means Steph Castle only has to worry about offense. I don't know if it makes a difference, but maybe he can cut down turnovers if he's not playing 2 ways that hard. So if Harper can't go and if Fox can't go, regardless if Jalen Williams is out for Oklahoma City, because they have such depth, it is such an advantage for the Thunder if all these injuries hold.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate that might actually decide it. As people were so focused on Wemby, but that's actually the huge deal. Dylan Harper and De'Aaron Fox being out. So, well, Mark, and I know the people who listen, say, "Oh, Crimea River Media, you guys can't complain about your travel." But Marcus Thompson told us yesterday, and now John Joe Curley, our producer, told us the struggle to get from OKC to San Antonio, 2 planes. I'm looking at my Google Maps or my Apple Maps, whatever. Says it's a 6-hour and 54-minute drive. I think you, PJ, yep. Marcus Thompson, road trip, man. Get the Funyuns and a big, 2-liter Diet Coke and some tunes and hit the road. Let's go.
There'd be like 17 Buc-ee's on the way between Oklahoma City and San Antonio. We'd have Bucky nuts.
I'm not even sure what Buc-ee's is. What is that? Fast food in Texas?
Gas station.
Oh,
I'm from the East Coast, so I don't know Buc-ee's either. You guys are West Coast, but when I came to Texas a few years ago, everybody said, "You've been to Buc-ee's?" I'm like, "What the heck is Buc-ee's?" It's a super gas. There's like 100 gas pumps
and you go inside a building the size of a Walmart, and there's food and shirts, and it's craziness in there. Games for kids.
You and PJ and Marcus buying those trucker hats, getting beef jerky.
Yeah. I could see PJ with big Charleston chew. I could see that for sure.
Oh man, I'm telling you guys, the time you spend in the airport and changing planes, 6 hours and 54 minutes on the road. Touch America. Go touch America. Go touch a Buc-ee's.
I live in between Boston and New York, and we've gone from the Celtics to the Knicks. And I'm like, PJ, let's just drive. It's 4 hours. We'll stop at my house. And he's like, nope, 52-minute plane ride. And I'm like, I'm not getting him on a 7-hour road trip. That's not happening.
Well, maybe you can convince our buddy Bay Area's own Marcus Thompson from The Athletic. You guys can roadie and be like a Thelma and Louise road trip or something here. Nice. So. All right.
I have a feeling we're going to have to do it a few times, so it may be 21 hours on the road before the series is over.
Mark, you're great at what you do. Love hearing your calls, and we'll hear you tonight on our airways on 1050. So thanks for hopping on. Enjoy the game.
Yeah, thanks, Mark.
I appreciate you guys. Yeah, no problem. Have a great show.
Yeah, total pro Mark Kessinger, Syracuse guy like Greg Papa.
Mm-hmm.
Honest to goodness, I would drive.
Yeah, and would you stop at a Buc-ee's?
Well, I got to be honest. What did I learn today? Buc-ee's.
Dude, I've never been to a Buc-ee's, but it's on my bucket list. Bro,
it's on your bucket list?
Yeah, it's on my bucket list, dude.
Wait, legitimately, it's something you're like dying to do?
Yeah, dude. You will not, at least allegedly, it's supposed to be the best barbecue you can find at a gas station. Like, that's the thing. It's a superstore. Like, it's a huge gas station with like hundreds of gas pumps, but it's like a super Walmart inside where they're actually cooking up actual food. And, dude, they're smoking up briskets. Like, they are chopping up Texas-style barbecue at these gas stations.
Okay. That sounds like...
I'm in, dude. I'm sold.
Sounds like
I'm trying to get to a Buc-ee's.
Sounds like it's a no-brainer.
Yeah, dude. I'm trying to get some of that barbecue.
I just Googled it here. 24 hours at the world's largest gas station. Oh, it's spelled BUCCES. Oh, I spelled it as B. Oh, so it's a buck, like Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Mm-hmm. Ease.
Buc-ee's.
Like Chuck E. Cheese.
Okay. We'll see if they have like a theme song or something we can play on the other side.
Dude, some good barbecue is what I've heard.
All right. We'll figure all that out and close out a Reggae Friday on The Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, an eventful Friday, Memorial Day weekend. Got the 3-day freaking hype train going. This is when working the morning show's the best because we're done, buddy.
Yes.
But not before you give out. Goodness, what do you got?
That's right, because we're going to celebrate the 3-day weekend by getting you ready for next weekend and the return of the San Jose Greek Festival. Opa! That's right, the San Jose Greek Festival is back, and right now, we'll take one winner. Caller number 10 at 415-896-KNBR, and you will win 2 tickets to the San Jose Greek Festival happening May 29th through May 31st down in San Jose. Prize furnished by the Greek Festival. Find official rules at thesportsleader.com. Opa!
Maybe that's what everybody in the Giants fan base, front office, and team needs. We all need to go to the Greek Festival and get housed.
Oh, yeah. Lean up on a lamppost.
All right, we only have a couple minutes, so I believe it's me. I think I have the honors today. Yeah.
Inquiring minds want to know, what did OG Murph learn today?
Why do we use that sound? Anyway, it's sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. You can fade out of the toys, buddy, and give us a little Tom Petty, who I believe the Boucher family is going to see Petty Theft this weekend. Yeah?
Shout out to Petty Theft and our guy Monroe taking care of us this weekend.
Monroe Grisham's one of the all-time great guys there. Look at these guys are never ready.
Yeah.
Young Tony spoiled us.
They never are.
He spoiled us.
A lot of pressure.
Anyway,
yes,
what
if you're up in
learned,
Rockland this weekend, go check out Petty Theft at the Quarry Park.
Quarry Park.
Yeah.
Sounds like a big old quarry. No, dude. I need to know. Dude, he had such a good day.
I know. Kyle was hot.
He had such a good day.
Kyle was hot.
But you got to finish the game. It's like that guy Ginn from the A's.
Yeah, that's it, dude.
No hitter into the ninth.
You had a no hitter going to ninth. Now there's a single. Now there's a home run.
Don't go send me in my 3-day weekend on a buzz.
Oh, dude. Now we're getting walked off going into the weekend.
There we go. Anyway, what I learned was, what the hell is Buc-ee's?
Buc-ee's!
What the hell is this? It's apparently like the Walmart of gas station road stops in Texas.
Oh, yeah.
I got people coming at me saying, here, 408, Murph, are you living under a rock? Every Californian yearns for the Buc-ee's brisket. I'm sorry,
well, that's the problem. There are no Buc-ee's, I believe, in California.
510 says Buc-ee's brisket, turkey, and link sandwich is the truth.
Oh, yeah.
773, the hater, says Buc-ee's is overrated.
Ooh.
408 says Buc-ee's is opening in Goodyear, Arizona, the farthest West Coast location, not too far from Scottsdale.
Sounds like a road trip, boys.
925 says, I'm shocked you've never heard of Buc-ee's, Murph. 503 says, don't sleep on the brisket at Buc-ee's.
Fresh brisket on the board.
Now, you've been?
No, I've never been, but Murph, I spend most of my off time when I'm not watching sports watching barbecue videos on YouTube. So I've seen multiple videos about Buc-ee's.
Do you
and
trust
their
gas station brisket?
I will with Buc-ee's. It looks delicious.
So
it looks phenomenal.
What do they shout?
And here is the chant every time they pull out a fresh brisket. You hear in the background, fresh brisket on the board. And they... Dude,
wow.
And the entire Buc-ee's gas station.
It's like a cult.
Yes, fresh brisket on the board.
Oh, you might want to get that on your, on your board.
I'll need that.
there.
And of course, I'll give a shout out to my people over in the Sunset District, Smoking D's Brisket, Smoking D's Barbecue. If you are looking for some fresh brisket on the board.
Fresh brisket. How about just give me a
brisket
fresh
on the board.
win at the ballpark?
Fresh brisket at the
All
ballpark.
Right, Papa and Silver is next. Kruger filling in for Papa. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
I didn't know anything about it. Come back. I had to watch the highlight.
They're a lamppost to a drunk person. You can lean on them, but it won't get you home.
Woohoo.
You still ain't gonna know what the fuck's going on. That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
Friday, let's get cranky. If you're watching us on YouTube and Twitch, you can see it right now. It is a Cranky Krug Friday. Your cranky takes at 808 KNBR. Krug, It's always good to do shows with you, but we have had a bad stretch. We have had a really bad stretch together where it seems like the lead of whatever we're talking about is just something that's going to be inherently negative. That's the state of the Bay Area sports right now. And so, number one, how does Murph not know what Buc-ee's is? I would have my Buc-ee's tumbler, but celebrating the folks at the last dive bar today. And number two, it is good to be with you, but I think collectively, we all just got to wear it. 808 KNBR, we're pissed.
No doubt. No doubt. I mean, here's the thing. I mean, we say we like to come on after a win, but it's a whole lot more to come on after a loss. You know what I mean? If you come on after a win, I mean, I used to do Sports Phone, and all right, 808 KNBR, they won. Burks hit a 2-run home run. Kent with a 2-run home run. Rich Aurelia had 3 hits. 808 KNBR, how do you feel? And it's like crickets. But then they would lose. If they would lose, they lost 8-0. I'm playing AC/DC Shot Down in Flames. I'm like, go with Shot Down in Flames, board up. And then boom, here we go. Highlights. And there you go. The Giants lose 5-2. Light them up, 808 KNBR. Oh, my gosh. Every line is lit. Everybody wants to bitch and complain and moan and groan. So, I don't know, man. For what we do in this kind of reaction corner of the world, I don't know. I mean, losing is better than winning, but lots and lots of losing is worse than, obviously lots and lots of winning. So, it's day to day, it's like we want the micro, we can enjoy the losing, but the macro, we want some winning.
Exactly, right? You got to have something where there's a bit of a balance, but overall, we all want the same thing. That is for these teams in the Bay Area to do what they have done for the most part when you compare it to other markets in the country. That's spoil us, man. That's spoil us with a lot of winning, a lot of titles, and frankly, some of the all-time greats in any of the sports that we talk about. So 808 KNBR is your number. 415-808-5627. We are still giving away tickets to see Journey. That is going to be the 5th and final day. So I'll talk about that in just a moment. But let's also get into why we're cranky. Why is Kruk cranky with this beautiful graphic up in flames here on our stream today? Well, number one, the 49ers just don't play football for a while. So we're not going to have our in-season Niners nightlies for at least a few more flips on the calendar. That's tough. Number two, as entertaining as these NBA conference finals are, the Warriors season has been over for a bit. That feels long gone and stuck in the rearview mirror to where now we just know Steve Kerr's coming back and it's all about the offseason and everything ahead. But all right, I don't see them playing basketball in May with the hope of playing into June. And then, of course, the Giants. They were off yesterday. I think we all collectively needed it, right, Krug? I mean, I know you were not doing the shows with me while JD was on this week, but we all got a day to just kind of exhale, process the Buster Posey interview, get into the comments about the day-to-day, what is going on with Bryce Eldridge. And yeah, we'll say it again. For the first time since 2019, the Giants are 10 games under 500. Dude, 2019, that feels like 8 lifetimes ago when you factor in, a global pandemic, multiple changes to the White House, basically me maturing the equivalent of 1 year over 7. That's a long time. That's a long time to get to.
I left the gym yesterday and I flipped on, and I was feeling good about myself because I got 2 plates yesterday. And, I am 56 years old, so I don't know how. Sometimes I wonder, how long am I going to be able to bench 225? Am I going to be able to do this when I'm 57? At what point am I going to lose my overall, strength and incredible athletic structure? At some point, it's all of this is all going to evaporate eventually. But anyway, I got into the car. I turned on, as I'm known to do, dirty work. And my guy, Rich Aurelia, was on with the fellas. And I just heard, it was 30 seconds of the most disappointing conversation. It's they're 20-30. And if they could just go 30-20 in the next 50, then they'd be 500 with that. And it's you're sitting there going, wait a second. So a team that's 10 under 500 is now going to have to play 10 over 500 for 50 games just to reach 500. And then he's and then maybe it's that final, that final 62. Maybe they can make a run. And I'm like, wow, that's where we're at right now. But that's why you can't really look too far down the road on baseball. You just got to whether you're winning or losing, don't think about tomorrow. Don't think about the week. Don't think about the month. Just think about tonight. Just tonight's game. Just win today. Don't worry about tomorrow. Don't worry about 10 games under. If you start thinking about it, it's kind of like doing a talk show and you got the job and you sit there and you start thinking, I'm going to have to come up with topics for 175 shows, or, it's like that would make you crazy. But if you just are like, you know what, we're just going to come up with topics every day on the show, and we're going to have good stuff to talk about every day on the show. That's a lot less daunting than we got to come up with 500 topics. It's like that sounds overwhelming. And I think when you look at the Giants in a macro view, it looks like we should all throw our hands up and quit. Like the season's lost. They're 10 under. There's no chance of them getting off the canvas. But weirder things have happened. And all it takes is for them to get it rolling and put some wins together. So I would say let's not measure it. Let's not plan for it. Let's just try to win tonight.
Yeah, when you start doing the long math game, then you got to factor in, well, they got to play much better baseball. Every time there's been a new marker of, hey, let's reset the calendar, well, it's still continued to go into the wrong direction, and so you're 20-30. And when we come back on Tuesday after the long weekend, it'll be the official 1/3 mark of the season, 54 games in. If they're 23-31 versus 21-33, I don't think that's going to change it in terms of the larger conversation. But if you keep just continuing to stack and play better baseball, then the larger conversation might shift a little bit. And it is tough 50 games into the season to already have the state of the season be as such. So as such, we are cranky. It's a cranky Krug Friday here on The Sports Leader. But here's the one thing that can lift everybody's spirits. If you haven't won all week long because it just feels like we're all losers sometimes, well, you can be our winner later before 1 o'clock when we give away Journey tickets for the last time this week, courtesy of my friend stolen from the old The Sports Leader studio, Jimmy Garoppolo hanging out. He's going to help me give away some Journey tickets. So that's going to be November 28th. It's going to be 2 tickets. It's going to be at Chase Center. And when we give you that cue to call, all you got to do is dial up 415-896-5627, and you can win, and you can have Jimmy G going, are you feeling that way, Krug?
What
am I
year-
just a fool?
What year was Don't Stop Believin'? Because you know what? I was in summer camp. I remember I was a kid in summer camp, and every time we'd go somewhere on the bus, I went to San Ignatius summer camp, and we would go on these day trips sometimes, and every time we'd come back, somebody would bring, this was the boom box era, where somebody always had a boom box, and in the back of the SI bus, they would play Don't Stop Believin'. So it had to be, I was a youngster. I was probably no more than 11. Yeah, there you go. I was born in 70. So it was 81. Tim said 81. 1981. That was a banger, man. That was a banger. I can still
It was
remember
also
it
the
like
song that was, remember they were playing it at halftime of the NFC Championship game in 2023, well, early 2024, when the Niners were down 24-7, and they didn't stop believing because they ended up winning that game, and we had the fluke to Ayuk and the Jahmyr Gibbs fumble, and one of the great halves of 49ers football. But enough of me talking
Dan
about the
Campbell,
positive because
thank you, Dan Campbell.
Thank you to
right?
Dan Campbell. Exactly. No, I told you we were going for 2. That was one of my favorite regular season endings a few weeks before, where like they get the penalty on the 2-point conversion, and he's like, "No, we're doing it again from the 7." I'm like, Dan, it's okay. Just take the tie, dude. Like, anyway,
Unbelievable.
that was amazing. It is Silver. It is Kruger. It is Tim hanging out with you on this Friday. And Krug's going to tell us why he's feeling cranky after sitting out all week. We're going to get to that when we come on back, and we want to fire up the phones. This is a day to hear from you, as they all are on The Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
It's a Friday. We're going into a 3-day weekend, but we are cranky. Dial up the phones, 415-808-5627. Talk to Cranky Kruk, Salty Silver. We're here for you until 2 o'clock. What has you upset about the state of Bay Area sports? We're here for you. Let it out.
Sound right, boy. It sound right, boy.
Filling in for Greg Papa is Larry Kruger, and he is pissed.
I'm going to lose my S.
It is that kind of Friday here on the Sports Leader, a cranky Krug Friday. Larry Kruger filling in for Papa, hanging out with us today on Papa and Silver. 808 KNBR is the number, 415-808-5627. Krug, it is my understanding, in a very expert way, after doing this for a whole 18 months on this particular show that you have multiple things you are cranky about. And we got to start with the one that's at the top of everybody's mind. That is the San Francisco Giants. Last year at this time, they were 29-21. They had the best bullpen in baseball. They were clutch hitting late in games. And now they don't have any offense after the sixth inning when they have a deficit. In fact, they're 0-23 when trailing after six. And the bullpen, well, as much as we like certain arms like a Keaton Wynn or a Caleb Killian, it's a whole different deal when you don't have a closer. And that was an issue we knew was the case going into the season. On top of that, what's the plan with a young prospect like a Bryce Eldridge? Just has fans all spinning in different directions. So you're feeling cranky. A lot of Giants fans are feeling cranky. And after Buster Posey said this yesterday, I think we can understand why. Here's the cut.
I think it's day to day. Yeah, it's day to day.
Day to day, Kruk. It's day to day when you want the larger picture of what you're trying to build. What is the philosophy? What is the plan? And if that theoretically could change on a day-to-day basis, well, then 20-30 is going to just keep on riding its way into a 65 win pace.
Yeah, I mean, genius. It's day to day. That's unbelievable. That's our fearless leader there. All right. We all love Buster. Buster's great. But Buster and Manassian put their rookie manager in an absolutely no-win situation. No win. 0 win. If he plays Bryce Eldridge, he loses the clubhouse. If he plays him every day. Heck, I just saw FP Santangelo's on a podcast right now with Susan Slusser. And he basically said that. If they play Eldridge over and sit guys like Chapman, that's how you're going to lose the clubhouse. So you promote this guy who's got to play, and then if he plays every day, your rookie manager loses the clubhouse. Shrewd. And then if he doesn't play every day after you promote the guy, guess what? Your rookie manager gets raked every day by the media and the fans. What? Another game without Bryce Eldridge? So I don't know. I mean, I want to call Buster the baseball genius like everybody else, but this move of Eldridge to the big leagues, I don't think was thought through at all. You know, ex-Giants who are paid to be Giants mouthpieces don't even see the wisdom of it. Heck, I saw Hunter Pence, basically was like, I don't get it. It's like, these are people that are paid to sing your praises. All right. And they don't get it. When the people that are singing your praises don't get it, your plan sucks. So I don't know what the answer is going to be, but I'll say this. I'm there. I'm a Giants fan. I know all you that are there. You're Giants fans. We're not going anywhere. Sometimes I kind of wish the Giants would have a little bit more faith in us. Tell us what you're build towards something, and tell us what you're building towards. I think the one thing that the Giants organization does right now poorly, they don't verbalize their direction at all, and they just leave us to our own devices to kind of figure it out. Like, what's the plan? I don't know. Short term, long term, what's the plan? Sabe's always verbalized the plan. All right. The short term plan, the in between plan, the long term plan. I mean, he verbalized that. You have to keep that dialogue going with your audience, the Giants fans, which is speaking to them directly through their radio station and letting them know that you understand their frustrations, and map out a vision for what you see and sell your vision. But this kind of a little bit of this, a little bit of that, that's what got Farhan canned, is because he just had a million lame decisions. This guy up, this no-name guy back, sign this guy, pick up this guy off waivers before he pitches or hits one inning for you. You already DFA'd him. I mean, that kind of just endless parade of nothingness defined the Farhan era. Well, we love Buster because it's not that. But this latest move, do you want Tony to succeed, Buster, or do you want Tony to fall on his face? Because I would swear you want Tony to fall on his face by promoting that player, Eldridge, and just saying, you know what, you got no place to play him. There is a no-win situation for the manager right now.
808 KNBR is our number, and I'm with you in a lot of ways, Krug. And Killian of the SF Chronicle had a really good column yesterday about the Giants being what looks like a broken baseball team and how fixing them might require some painful choices. Now, we have a lot of time to get into what those painful choices might look like, but there was a quote about Vitello in there that I think ties in really nicely to everything you just said. An untested manager would seem to have the best chance with either an entirely developmental team that is growing into itself or a veteran team with well-defined roles and a plug-and-play roster. And the reality is, for Tony Vitello, he has had neither. And a big part of why it's been as much of a mess as it has is that the veterans also haven't upheld their end of the bargain. And because of that, you've also dug yourself into these holes or backed yourself into these corners where it's like, well, gosh, we need some kind of offense, right? So let's see what we got in Jesus Rodriguez. Let's see what we got in Bryce Eldridge. So it's May 4th, and yeah, they're doing pretty well in AAA, but I wouldn't even say they're necessarily kicking down the door. Maybe more just like knocking on it, like the traditional 1, 2, 3 kind of thing. And you bring them up. But for Eldridge to not have the verbalized plan, back to your point on Sabian, that's what's really getting me, because I could agree with it or I could disagree with it. And guess what? I don't make the decisions. My job is to talk about the decisions that are made. It's to critique it or it's to praise it. But something I said yesterday to JD is like, take this for example, right? Let's say they verbalized the plan with Bryce Eldridge and they said, yeah, I know it's been tough that he hasn't been in the lineup every day and fans might want to see him hit a little bit more. But we believe that the best thing for his long-term development is to face big league pitching rather than AAA pitching and continue working at first base with a guy like Ron Washington. I would still say, well, you got to play him as much as possible now that you have the option to put Casey Schmidt in left field. And I might be critiquing certain parts of it, but at least with something like that, I would say, okay, I understand what your reasoning is, and you at least gave us the sense of where you're coming from. Just saying something like that is day-to-day. A lot of baseball is day-to-day. Wins and losses, that's day-to-day. You're going to lose a lot of games over the course of a season, even if you're a good team. But how you treat your top prospects, when you look at recent examples of a Marco Luciano or a Luis Matos, then it's not such a day-to-day matter as much as what is the best thing for the individual, and it doesn't feel like it's been the best thing for Bryce.
Well, I mean, the Giants are more about, message sending and trying to sell tickets than they are about winning. The only team that they're better than is the Rockies. And yet they act like they're on the cusp of some kind of race. What? What are we talking about here? Every other team in the league, except for the Rockies, is better than you. So you're not really in any race. So Robbie Ray, better trade that chip in for something good. You better get something for him. But everybody that it would fetch anything should be moved, including Luis Ariz. It's like,
yeah.
What is this about? Are the Giants about trying to win championships and World Series, or are the Giants just here to push people through the turnstiles and make money? What are you about? Because every time you hear the Giants, we can't sell now. It's Mother's Day. Yeah, you're done on Mother's Day. Get used to it. It's happened a few times in Giants history, and this is one of them. And you can bemoan it all you want, but this is your reality. So what are you going to do? You're going to sit there and just be, no, we refuse to rebuild. You can't do that. So, I don't think Devers is movable. I don't think Adames is movable. Jung-Hoo Lee's contract is clearly not movable. Chapman's isn't movable. But guess what? If you pay down some of those contracts, some of them are movable. So that's going to have to be their plan. Buster better be having some meetings right now with the ownership group, figuring out a way to pay down some of these contracts to trade off some of this dead wood for younger players. You got the 4th pick in the amateur draft. To me, that ought to be the focus. See if you can get that UCLA shortstop. See if you can leverage your way into forcing him to drop down to 4 by offering him above slot money and make him the new focus, and see if you can trade some of these guys. You're not going to trade them without paying the contracts. You're going to have to pay some of that money, but you want to keep these guys around or you want to go young. I'm looking at every single day highlights of guys like Johnny Level. Johnny Level's a player, man. He's coming. These
pretty
young
good last
shortstops.
Night.
Yeah, Johnny, What does Johnny Level need to do to get to Double A? Jesus, unbelievable! The guy's just ripping the Cal League. There's like dents in the right field wall at San Jose Muni that have Johnny Level's baseballs imprinted into them. This guy's just raking, and he's got lightning wrists, unbelievable power. I mean, that guy's a big leaguer for sure, for sure. And they got a few guys like that. This farm system's starting to percolate a little bit. So Verbalize went to the fans some kind of vision for when you're going to be good and competitive, and start aiming towards that and start gearing towards that. Not 2 steps in this direction, 2 steps in that direction. Well, we'd like to be pretty good in the first half of 2026. So that way you can what? Have a few more people come through the turnstiles. You're minting money. Let's have a plan that is there to compete with LA, compete with the Padres, compete with the best teams in your division going forward. And I know they're trying to build up the farm system, but there's no reason to keep. I mean, Farhan blew it. Should have traded Bumgarner. Never did. Should have traded Carlos Rodon. Didn't. Every time he had an opportunity to trade a hired gun at the trade deadline, he's like, I better not upset the clubhouse. I don't want to upset the ownership group. So they blew their opportunities to trade those guys for prospects. They'd be in a better spot if they had. This year, they can't allow that to happen. You have Robbie Ray. He's going to fetch, if he stays healthy, he's going to fetch you a top product or two. You got to make sure that you baby him, get him healthy to the trade deadline, and pawn him for something good. And if you can do the same with a couple other guys, you ought to. And you ought to, start gearing up, loading up, building up the depth in your farm system so that you can compete at some point. Because right now, I mean, when the plan is you're 10 games under 500 through 50, and you're hoping to be 10 games over in the next 50 so that you can make the final 62, relevant. I mean, that is, I don't know. To me, that's, what are the odds that a team that's 10 under on May 22nd is going to go 10 over in the next 50 games? It doesn't seem
Isn't it
likely.
amazing, though? Like, we've been saying for a half decade now, we're sick of the 500 ball. And now the conversation you're laying out there is, can they even get back to 500 by getting really hot? Like, it's gone completely south from fans were sick of a different version of underperforming. But this is like 50 games in. Did you think they were going to win 20? 20? I don't think that was on a lot of people's radar.
Their offense is not good. I mean, they swung the bat well in Sacramento against the A's. And then their bats just die. And they just have nothing. They go to Arizona, they're swinging a wet chronicle, and they can't do anything. Then they have, they're throwing guys like Gage in the 9th inning. I mean, you get what you deserve. Gage is a borderline big leaguer, and you've got him pitching high leverage innings in the 9th. I mean, that's ridiculous. I mean, that is absolutely crazy. You're not going to win that way. So, I mean, here's the other part is like the construction. I mean, Buster, if Buster was here, the question I would have is how did you think you were going to win this year? I mean, the games that you can win, you don't have the ability to win those 8-7 games. So you got to win all the 2-1 games. You got to win all the 3-2 games. You got to win all the 4-3 games. But you decided to go into the year with no closer. You said goodbye to Doval and Rogers and Randy Rodriguez, 3 of the best relievers in the National League over the last couple of years, and replaced them with, wait for it, nobody. And you didn't think that was going to burn you? No closer. Matt Gage in the 9th inning. I mean, Matt Gage could walk down Market Street with his uniform on and nobody would recognize him. He's your closer. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, Sabes at one point in 97 he had Rod Beck and he traded for Roberto Hernandez. He had 2 big-time closers. Why? Because he knew we got to win all the close games. We got to shorten the game. If we're going to lead in the 7th inning, we got to win. The Giants, it's not an automatic. And for them to have those kick in the gut losses where your pen coughs it up, there's almost like double losses because the Giants can't win 8-7. So they got to win all the close games. And to get beat in the 9th inning as many times already as they have this year is just, it's ridiculous. And you left that spot totally bare. So it's like, Buster, what was the plan? I mean, you just didn't think you needed a closer? You thought they were overrated? I mean, I don't get it. I don't get it at all. It's not a way to maximize a team that struggles offensively. You better be able to win all the close games, and they can't.
I want to take some calls coming up because I see them starting to filter in here, but I brought this up earlier in the week. Two things, Kruk. Number one, you brought up Randy Rodriguez, right? It stinks that he had to get Tommy John surgery and he's on the IL. We also got that information on August 30th of 2025. That was a whole offseason and then some where you knew you were not going to have a closer. So, yes, it stinks that the guy you were prepared to hand the job to wasn't available, but this wasn't some problem that surfaced around the time that, say, Hayden Birdsong had to go and get Tommy John surgery. You knew this was an issue from the jump. And then the other question I've had, just kind of as a rhetorical one, how is it that a player like Buster Posey, who knows what competitive and championship level baseball looks like, done so little to construct an effective roster? And I'm not even talking about the Devers' underperformance in the first month of the season. I'm not talking about Adames and Chapman not living up to their contracts. That's ultimately on the players more than anybody else. But the bullpen, Buster, there was a ceremony for the core four because it was so clear within this fan base and this market how valuable it was to have a bullpen to make deep playoff runs when you got hot at the right time. So it's something like that combined with bringing in a manager when it's like you're trying to win now, but also cater to some of the youth. There's just certain parts of this plan that have never felt right to me. I didn't think it was going to be 20 and 30 level, but now when you get to this point, it does make you question a lot of the thinking going into the season because some of the problems, not all of them, but some of the ones like the ones I just listed, that was fairly predictable.
I mean, some of the stuff feels kind of gimmicky, to be completely honest. I mean, Tony, God bless him, but I mean, you did something that you brought in a manager who had no major league experience, and then you didn't give him a really good roster. So, I mean, it's like he was kind of set up for failure, and it felt kind of gimmicky. Heck, Buster himself feels kind of gimmicky. I mean, these are jobs that people spend a lifetime doing. You know, you become the general manager of a big league team. Generally, you have to have been somebody's farm director. You worked your way up. You were a scout, this and that. He didn't do any of those roles. He was just a player, and all of a sudden, now he's the general man. Now he's the czar of all baseball operations. You know, and has he surrounded himself with guys who are former GMs? Not really. Not really. I mean, Tony's got some experience next to him, but Buster's got more. You know, guys who are beholden to him, guys who are also former teammates of his, and guys who have never been general managers before or never been good general managers before. Go get somebody who's been a good general manager and make him your right-hand man. I mean, there's a reason that Ron Wotus is in the dugout because Tony doesn't have the experience and needs a hired hand, a veteran hand. And guess what? Buster does as well, except he's surrounding himself with yes men and guys who are going to agree with him. And where's the guy that's going to challenge him and say, no, Buster, you're wrong. Let's go with this. I don't see that. I don't see any of those guys challenging him. They seem like guys who are just going to be like, yeah, that's a hell of an idea, Buster. And if Tony has no experience and needs help, why doesn't Buster, who has no experience, need a veteran, there with him? He should have a veteran GM who could sit there. I mean, the Giants are getting dragged and dragged around by the nose. Agents, they've overpaid for almost every free agent in the last few years. When was the last time the Giants got a great screaming deal on a free agent? It hasn't happened recently. Didn't happen for Farhan. Hasn't happened for Buster. So we'll see. I mean, it's the first year. And for a guy who's never done this before, and it really seems like that's the case, that we got an inexperienced GM, you got an inexperienced manager, you got moves that don't make sense, like the promotion of Eldridge to sit on the bench, that can't be endorsed and aren't being endorsed even by people that are desperate to endorse the Giants.
808 KNBR, your cranky takes on this Friday. It's Cranky Kruk, Salty Silver, Tipsy Tim back in the studio. Yeah, I heard that the weekend, it's a long weekend, but this week's been so long, he might be starting early. I heard might be a few beers deep. And by the way, actually, I do feel obligated to let everyone know that, like, I don't think Tim's actually drinking because what I don't need is like a board op or host shift for the 27th time happening on my time in the show. So,
joke's on you. I'm hammered.
All right, Tipsy Tim it is, along with Cranky Kruk and Salty Silver. We'll take your calls, read some of your texts when we come on back. Let's get cranky on the Sports Leader.
It's Papa and Silver with Larry Kruger. Are you pissed? 808 KNBR, the rage leader.
Someone stole your ass print?
I couldn't have said it better myself. Are you pissed? Do you want to rage? Well, hey, we're here for you. 808 KNBR. It's been a long week. We're going into a Memorial Day weekend, and maybe we all need just that extra day to kind of cool off, or maybe get some sun, or maybe have 10 extra beers. Tim has already started, as we learned at the end of the last segment. So, hey, we're here for you. Silver, Kruk, Tim, on a Friday. Let's get right out to the phones where Mark is in Clovis and wants to weigh in on everything we just dove into, Kruk, with the Giants roster construction. Mark, you're on the Sports Leader. What's going on?
Hey, guys. Just, like you guys, disappointed. I wanted to talk about the first of all, I think one of the things that meant the batting coach should try to get him to do is play pepper. I never see any ball players play pepper anymore. And the biggest problem I see with the batters is they're swinging and missing. They're not even making contact for foul balls. And that's ridiculous. These are pro players. They should be able to at least foul one off and stay up in the box. The other thing about roster construction, they, him, and Hod all about Encarnacion and Oliva, and what should we keep Ramos or should we? I think they should have had Barracoto and Ramos there. Let Encarnacion walk. Barracoto's got a better glove. Oliva was there only because he had some wheels. And what's he done? He got hurt. So, that was one of the things. And just the whole pitching scenario, it's just been a fiasco. They had three relatively good starters. And, if Molly and Hauser could have worked their way in, they'd be in a much better spot. But overall, it's the batting. It's just been terrible. When you throw the ball down the middle and you can't even swing and miss the ball completely, that is not baseball. I'm sorry. When I was a kid and the coaches taught me how to hit, they said, get the bat on the ball. Watch the bat hit the ball. And everybody's pulling off.
You're totally right.
Mark, appreciate the call, man.
He makes so many good points. One, I was in spring training. The Giants are Encarnacion. In March, you would have swore that he was like something legit. Like he was like some legit big leaguer. Like, no, they're really going to go with Encarnacion because, why? Seriously, why? And to sit there and to get rid of Matos and go with Encarnacion, who had no position. And then, of course, he had no staying power. And as soon as he didn't play well, like 10 days later, he's gone. So, it's unbelievable. They were a team that obviously needed offense. Anybody with a brain could see that. And yet Barracoto hit 4 bills. Did they bring him north? No. Jesus Rodriguez was their best offensive player in March. Did they bring him north? No. And then so it's like Will Brennan and all these guys. It's just a cluster. And I don't know what to say about these guys other than what were you guys watching? Why did you think that Gerard Encarnacion was like, you promoted him like he was like a 5-year established big leaguer who had done it. He hadn't done anything. And you kissed off Matos, who had way more talent, way more talent. Not to mention, it's like, I love Buster, but even the big trade that he made for Devers, I loved it at the time, but it hasn't worked out. Devers has been garbage, and he's hot now. That's good. But Kyle Harrison has become an all-star lefty, and you could have had him. And the hitter that you traded, it looks like one of the hottest hitters in the minor leagues. So I don't know. Even that trade, which at the time looked like a no-brainer, and I fully endorsed it, it hasn't worked out. So they're in a world of hurt right now, and it's like you're looking around going, you don't have hardly anybody coming out of your farm system, but the 2 guys that really look good this year, you moved last year. That looks bad. That looks really, really bad. To see Harrison become an all-star in Milwaukee, and to watch the Florida State kid go from the Red Sox to the Dodgers and is now maybe the hottest minor league hitter in the game right now. Those guys could have been on your team. And you would've saved all the money.
I mean, here's the thing on Kyle Harrison pitching so well with Milwaukee and the Devers trade and all that is I'm with you, Krug, where I probably make that move 10 times out of 10. If you don't have to give up Eldridge, if you could get that package. And in hindsight, it has not worked well. With Buster Posey, and I brought this up with JD yesterday, it's not that every move he has made or every calculation has been way off. But the problem is the gutsiest ones and the most high-risk ones and the ones that are going to yield the most short-term results, those are the ones that you'll look at as negative. So example, trade deadline last year, getting rid of Duvall and Rogers and getting guys in your system for that, that was a positive. But Chapman, that was Buster, getting that over the finish line. Adames, biggest contract at the time. Devers trade. Those are all reflecting very poorly. And then you even look at this offseason. We brought up not addressing the closer. Well, our caller, Mark and Clovis, also brought up pitching. And he said, there's been 3 good starters. And I'm thinking, well, your best starter over the last couple of weeks has actually been Trevor McDonald, who we hope to see continue get opportunities. Robbie Ray has been solid, but not as good as of late. And he gives up a lot of bombs for as well as he can pitch. He's given up 12 homers this year in the Grand Slam against Arenado. That effectively ended the game on Tuesday in what was a career high earned runs for Ray. Landon
They had to
Rook
trade.
has
They had to
also
trade Ray now before he gets hurt.
They do.
I
agree.
You know, you could trade him now. You could get something. If you wait till July and he's got some kind of my elbow, my shoulder, you're getting nothing. You're getting nothing. So I
agree with you. And Landon Roop, who's also been your other best starter, has had a lot of really good outings and he gets a lot of strikeouts. But the issue is his pitch count gets up there real quick, and so he gets taken out of games early. And where does that lead us right back to? The fact that you don't have a reliable bullpen.
And no rolls. I mean, Keaton Wynn looks pretty nasty. Richie said it yesterday. He's like, Keaton Wynn looks pretty good, but you don't know when he's going to pitch. And he doesn't seem like he has a defined role. And why would he not be your 8th or 9th inning guy with some consistency? I mean, they just got, you're looking at, they're throwing Brookie, Brubaker. They're throwing, guys who have very little on the back of their baseball card in high leverage situations, Gage, and just saying, hey, big boy, make it happen. And, that's problematic. That's really problematic. I think what I'd like to see is first of all, I wouldn't mind seeing, what's the guy they just traded for, the chubby lefty, Choo-Choo or whatever. Tugboat, whatever. Tugboat's is doing it right now in the minor leagues. I mean, I don't know if you've been checking out your Tugboat, but if I look up my Tugboat Wilkinson at AA, 6 starts, 28 and a third, 159 ERA, 2.60 FIP, 11.44 strikeouts per 9. That's a 33.6% K rate. 2.86 walks per 9. That's an 8.4% walk rate. And the league's hitting 173 off him. And he's got a very Bumgardner-esque kind of arm slot. He's like a lefty that you can kind of see the hitters don't really pick it up. So maybe Tugboat Wilkinson in the second half could be part of their row.
Maybe, and we'll see if they start trending toward a younger direction if this thing continues to slide. 808 KNBR will continue with your calls and texts when we come on back, and I got to love this one from the 209. Stop talking about the Giants. They suck, and your audience already knows that. Well, then why would we have Cranky Krug on a Friday? Cranky Krug, Salty Silver, Tipsy Tim with you all the way until 2 o'clock. We will have some Niner talk coming up as well. Matt Mayoko joining us at 11:50. Andy Baggerly at 12:50. All around the corner on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. It's Friday. Time to go full rage with Cranky Krug and Salty Silver. Right here on The Sports Leader.
Don't be tricky if you suck.
Silver, Krug, Tim with you on a Friday. If you're watching us on YouTube and Twitch, you can see the graphic. It's Cranky Krug bursting up into flames. We want your cranky takes at 808K and BR. We've been all Giants so far today. They'll be back in action. 7:15 first pitch tonight. But I know later we got a little Krug Niners thoughts, and we've got some Warriors thoughts as well. And the conference finals have been awesome, but the Warriors have been long gone and out of it. So much we have to get into between now and 2 o'clock. Let's keep it going with your calls. Robert in Sonora says, for the Giants, as fans, this is hard to watch. Yeah, you're telling us, man. Let it out. It's a Rage Friday on The Sports Leader. What's up, Robert?
How you guys doing, man? Appreciate your show.
Good.
And appreciate the opportunity to weigh in, on being able to call in. Appreciate you guys. That's it, man. It's like, I just want a competitive team. I think, all the fans deserve a team that's competitive. And right now it's like, the team gets down, and I know there's been a lot of talk about doom and gloom. And I mean, I don't really necessarily, fall into that category. I mean, I keep optimistic about things, but, it's like when they go down by, 3 or more, it's like time to turn the TV off and go do something else, because I just don't have any confidence that they can come back. And it's an array of things, but I really think your hitting affects your pitching, and and when your pitchers are allowing a few runs and you can't score more runs than a few to win a ball game, it probably over time will weighs on these pitchers a little bit.
No doubt. And it's just like, take this Arizona series. They lose 12-2. Arizona scored 12, 5, and 6, and the Giants scored 2, 3, and 3. And, they just don't have enough offense. And then the whole, the guy who's going tonight, McDonald, I think should stay in the rotation. I mean, Tyler Mahle, if they send Trevor McDonald down and keep Tyler Mahle in his 6 point in the rotation, I mean, that's almost a fireable offense right there. McDonald has been one of their best. He looks really good. He's athletic. He's got good stuff. He's been really good. I mean, 2-0, 2.37 ERA. I expect him to pitch well tonight. He's looked solid. If he can't keep his rotation spot and Tyler Mahle forces him back to the minor leagues, that's going to be another largely questionable decision.
Yeah, and I agree with a lot of callers. There's been a number of those questionable calls, and I agree. With an ERA like that, and he can't get wins. I mean, it's because you're hitting, and it's So they've got some work to do, but like I said, I've been a longtime Giants fan. I remember the old days, and when we were behind, you just had that gut feeling. You weren't worried we were going to come back and win the ball game. You know what I mean? And that feeling's been gone for a little while. So yeah, I'm hoping that that they can get things turned around and get this thing going in the right direction and just put a competitive team on the field. Hey, those 12 run games, they're going to come and go, but that's just that game, right? But the 3-1 or the 5-3 games that we can't win, those are the ones that are tough.
Robert, you bring up a bunch of good points. Let me ask you a question before we let you go. This is the most disappointing Giants team for you since when?
Boy, so it's been. Let's see. Yeah, that's a good question. I would probably have to go back to. Well, I'm a Bochy guy, but that's probably farther back than I would, have to go. So I don't know. Probably in the last, probably 4 seasons ago. I think we were, we were staying competitive. I just think.
It was 2021. I mean, let's be honest. It was 2021. They won 107 games. That was that. Yes, it was.
Yeah,
it was the Kapler era. That aside, since that point, Giants been 500. 2022, 81 and 81. 2023, basically the same, 79 and 83, basically 500. 2024, more of the same, basically 500. Last year, 500. It's like, so, but guess what? They're proving this year that 500 is not your birthright because they're 10 under. So we'll see. But yeah, they haven't. That 107, it's crazy that the Kapler 21 Giants is the greatest Giants team ever. That's crazy. Yes. But you just sit there and say, well, is there anything that we could learn from that? It's just that there were so many guys who were free agents or their future was not decided beyond 21 on that 21 team. So you had so many guys who were like kind of playing for their future, and they got career years out of guys like Crawford and Posey and Belt and others, Longoria, and they played well. 107 wins. They just did not lose in the second half of the year, 107 and 55. But outside of that, they were 500 the year before that. They were sub 500 in 2019. They were sub 500 in 2018. They were sub 500 in 2017. They haven't been over 500 since 2016. We're talking about a decade ago. For a team that has this kind of wealth, Giants are one of the richest teams in baseball. They own their own stadium outright. It's inexcusable. For the Giants to be a bad team in the 70s, okay, they were not one of the haves. They were one of the have-nots. Bob Lurie was not. He was a wealthy man, but he wasn't wealthy by owner's standards. But the Giants now, what's the excuse now? They have money beyond money. They've this whatever the owners of this franchise were dreaming of when they bought this team in December of 1992. That dream has been, the reality has actually been far greater than they ever dreamt. They thought they were going to pay off their stadium in 20 years. They paid it off in 7 years. They were hoping to win a World Series title. They won freaking 3. But now they got all the money. They got Disneyland is basically paid off, and it's nothing but cash. And now they can't win S. So I don't know what the answer is, but it's not about money. They've never been better positioned financially than where they are right now in 2026. So all of this failure is all about their ineptitude as baseball men. It has nothing to do with their finances. They have lots of cash.
That's why I asked Robert, and it was a great call, about his least favorite Giants team since when, because he would say a few years back, but there's been a lot of chatter this week, Krug, about least favorite Giants team in years, in decades, since pre-Bochy and all of that. It's not just that they're 20 and 30. It's a really uninspiring 20 and 30. You just laid out the financial side of it, that they are printing cash and have the money to go and spend. They haven't done that in the capacity that they have wanted to. They are also hamstrung by some of their biggest contracts. They also have not been clutch. So, like, with the Giants offense, as bad as it is when you look at the larger picture, doesn't it feel like a lot of their games, they can put up 3 or 4 runs and it will all just come in one inning early in the game, and then they stop, and then it's on the bullpen to finish the job? Like, what made Tuesday such a backbreaking loss, among the many other factors, is that the Giants have a lot of different ways in which they can lose games. They have a real recipe of 1 or 2 different ways for how they win games. And that game on Tuesday, with the inning-ending double plays and getting out of back-to-back jams, and Landon Root was great in his start, and Devers had his best game defensively, right? That's the type of game that the Giants have been able to win, and the recipe that they followed. It's 3-1. They found a way to keep runners off of home plate even when it got dicey. They weren't scoring a whole lot, but they were able to get you somewhat of a lead. And then with just a couple of mishaps between Eric Miller and the walk issues, then Killian getting hit in the 9th, and then Matt Gage with the pitch and the golf swing from Marte after Vitello made that change at the very end. In one swing, all of that got erased. And so that was one where it felt like that's how the Giants are supposed to win games, and it got snatched away from them. You think about the recipe for how they can lose games, and they've shown through the first 50. There are a lot of different avenues you could go down for that.
Yeah, I mean, they'll play a great game. They'll have a really good game, and then all of a sudden they'll play 2 or 3 dog meat games in a row. So it's just the offense is, to me, an issue, but they can't close out all the games that they have out. Their late inning relief is kind of piecemeal, right? They're kind of putting it together. They're kind of feeling it as they go. It just feels like the expectations are high. What I really don't like is I don't like all the baseball establishment crushing Tony V and giving Buster a pass because they're sucking up to Buster. I mean, that's what bothers me. It's like Buster is Tony V as far as his experience doing his role. He has as much experience in his role as Tony has in his role. But Tony gets painted as like, oh, he's some rookie rube, newbie. He's got no power, no clout, no juice. And Buster gets a free pass from all these Rosenthal people. So that bothers me. It's like Buster should not be getting a free pass. He was a great catcher. He's a great player. But they vaulted him into the general manager's role without really any experience. And the results right now don't look that great. So if you're sitting there patting him on the back, I mean, we all know that Buster's a smart baseball guy, but it seems really hypocritical to go hard at Tony and not go hard at Buster.
Well, I would say locally, it's almost the other way, because the national perspective is always going to have differences from the local market. But this week is when I started to really be like, man, it feels like the fan base is fracturing on Buster, beloved Buster Posey, where the interview yesterday, there was a lot of negative feedback on. They didn't like the way he answered some of the questions. There was a weird thing about Edwin Diaz continuing to get brought up.
Right.
And I love
Buster
Posey,
if I had
the
gone
player.
Diaz and he was hurt, and it's like he's questioning Murph for questioning him. Is that what that is? I mean, that
Right.
ain't going to work. And I would say if I was Buster, I would quit that idea. Going after the media people that are going after you doesn't seem like a good idea.
Well, and just it's a reminder, too, that there are so few Jerry Wests out there where just because you were a great player and a great mind within your sport, it is a whole different skill set and a lot of things needing to go your way that it takes to construct a championship level roster. Jerry West was brilliant in multiple facets of the game. For Buster Posey, as a guy who's doing this for the first time, it's tough. So while we could say Tony Vitello wasn't maybe the ideal hire, particularly for the way this was constructed, to me, it comes back above all. Buster Posey is the guy at the top who is taking the most blame for the start. No question about it.
Well, I mean, that's interesting because when I listen to, the baseball commentators on the MLB network, or they're always like, Tony doesn't have enough clout to challenge his guys. And, they're really eager to like tell you that Tony doesn't belong. and under the surface,
It's the easy target.
Well, everybody knew when they hired him that it was not fair to rip him publicly, but there's an awful lot of people that were sharpening their swords, behind the scenes, waiting for an opportunity. And as soon as the Giants struggled, it's like, Tony doesn't have the clout to take on the veterans in his clubhouse. And no mention of the fact that Buster and Manassian put their manager in an enviable position. It's like you can play the young player that doesn't deserve to be up over veterans and lose the room, or you can sit him and lose the fan base. I mean, that's the position they put their young manager in. So I don't know, man. I think if I was interviewing Buster, my first question is, do you really think that you put Tony in a position to succeed? Because to me, it looks like you put him in a position to fail. And see what he says. I think they've definitely put him in a position to fail.
I fully agree with that wholeheartedly. And I mean, as far as Tony Vitello, you could say with the 20 and 30, I don't know if there's a whole lot he has brought to the table where you could say that's a major positive for this group and the start they've had. I also don't know how much I could say he's brought upon this where it's like, yep, Tony Vitello, the reason for this being flawed. Like a lot of the things we talked about, these were all issues that we had brought up, say the bullpen, for example. That was before Tony Vitello was even hired as what we knew the Giants needed to fix going into 2026. Let's take another one here. Matt in San Francisco, using a phrase that Tony V used a lot. Our guys at the beginning of the year. Matt just wants to know, who are our guys? Hey, thanks for joining Cranky Kruk, Salty Silver. You're on the Sports Leader.
No worries, guys. Yeah, I was just thinking back, because you guys were talking about who we can trade and what we can get, and then what's your most disappointing team. And I was born in '86, so I kind of came online as a Giants fan in the early '90s at Candlestick, and the team wasn't good. But if you look back from those years all the way up to the even years championship teams, the one thing the Giants always had was our guys. When we were bad at Candlestick, you still had Bonds and Willie McGee and Darren Lewis and Robbie Thompson, and those were Giants, Bill Swift. And then all the way up to the championships, you had, the Freak and the Beard and Panda. So good or bad, we always felt like it's our team. If we were good, we're awesome. If we were bad, we suck. This is the first time, listening to KMBR every day, it's they suck, this team's bad, this, they got to figure it out. Because I think for the first time in my life, the city and the area doesn't claim these guys. Because there's no personality. They're all on weird contracts, acquired in weird ways. And the reason people are clamoring for Eldridge and, even putting up with subpar play just because his personality with Gilbert is these are at least homegrown young guys where we can imagine maybe they'll be part of whatever's in the future. We're not attached to these guys. The Giants got to find Giants again so we can at least ride with them. Because this is it's like an out-of-body experience. We're yeah, they're in Giants uniforms, but those aren't Giants.
I hear you. And then also when you are, the Giants and you're begging free agents to take your money, and, a lot of the guys that are super competitive and want to win go sign with the winners. But then you still have a lot of money to spend. And then so who's willing to sign up for, to come to the Giants? Well, I don't want to say it's guys that think about money, but it's guys who want to get paid, right? So, I mean, Adames is getting paid. Chapman's getting paid. Jung Hoo's getting paid. Devers is getting paid. Bader's getting paid. Do they all want to win? I'm sure they would all rather win, but they had opportunities to probably better teams. Obviously, Devers was a trade, but a lot of those guys were free agents and could have gone to other teams, but the Giants were writing a big check. So right now, what are the Giants getting? Are they getting the players they want in free agency? Not really. They're usually getting their second or third option, and they're getting a guy who chose, a big fat payday over lesser money on a better team. So, I mean, so you got these highly paid mercenaries with no ties to the fan base or the region, and you sit there and you go, I wonder why the fans aren't into it. Well, because it seems like Willie Adames is more interested in yucking it up with Mookie Betts than playing baseball. It's like, and I'm not the only one saying that. I mean, there's actually baseball players that are saying that. So I don't know. It's You're in a weird spot when you're as rich as the Giants. I mean, in a lot of ways, we shouldn't be this negative on the Giants. Why? Because there was times in my lifetime where the Giants were cooked and they were so thoroughly one of the have-nots as far as spending that they were always going to be kind of a second division type team. But then Sabian took over, and if you look at their records from 97 on, 90 wins, 89 wins, 86 wins, 97 wins, 90 wins, 95 wins, 100 wins, 91 wins. I mean, that's between 97 and 04. Those are all Brian Sabian teams. They were all competitive. They were, yes, the early 90s, they had some struggles outside of 93, but since 1997, the Giants were a pretty damn competitive team. And then, of course, 10, 12, and 14, 3 World Series. But what we're looking at right now is a lean period, very, very lean period. It's the opposite of love is not hate. It's indifference. I will say this, though. There's an awful lot of people at the ballpark who are just having a hell of a time. So it's like that's what the Giants are looking at. Yeah, they could listen to us complain, but we're more the hardcore, passionate, real fans. The people that are out there, there's a lot of people with a lot of money to spend who are pretty indiscriminate about the baseball that they support, clearly, because they're $41,000 a night to see a pretty mediocre product.
It's really interesting what Matt brings up, and I appreciate the call at 808 KNBR about who our guys are and people identifying with and or claiming this team. That's something I want to get into a little bit more when we come on back, because I think there's some irony in all of it when you look at what the Giants tried to do, but where they're at and how fans are responding to it. It is a cranky Krug Friday. So, hey, we're here for you. We are raging, and we're going to even turn a happy guy like Matt Mayoko at 1150. We're going to make him mad. I'll make sure Tim takes care of that. We'll be back on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
After an off day yesterday, the Giants return to action tonight. 7:15 is your first pitch, and after falling to 10 games below 500 for the first time since July 2019, the guys are looking to slowly crawl their way back. We'll have pregame for you right here on the Sports Leader at 6:15. Dirty Work will take you there.
Filling in for Greg Papa is Larry Kruger, and he is pissed.
Yes, Mr. Krieger. Yeah.
That's right. It's a Cranky Krug Friday. Cranky Krug, Salty Silver, probably beyond Tipsy Tim at this point. But hey, I still hear the music coming in, and I think my levels are up. So do what you got to do to get yourself into the Memorial Day weekend. We want to hear your takes. Why are you pissed? Just tell us why you're pissed at 808 KNBR. And it's my understanding that we've got a full board as we move forward with the San Francisco Giants. So let's keep it moving. Camacho in LA wants to weigh in on the situation. Camacho, tell us why you're pissed. You're on the Sports Leader.
Well, you know, I like the money talk because I think that's really where it lies, right? I mean, like, no, in LA, everybody knows they paid Ohtani a ton, all the deferment, all that stuff. But no one talks about that here. They talk about winning. You know what I mean? And that's it. They don't even care about that anymore. On top of that, I mean, it's kind of, I've heard you say this, Krug, like, if you buy a Lamborghini, no one wants to know how much it costs. They want to know how fast it goes, right? And so it's like, why don't we do that? Why don't we just do it? You know, like, spend the money and just do it. That's it. That's all I got. Thanks.
You know, we had Ned Coletti on last week, and I asked Ned Coletti about Mark Walter because the Dodgers are enormously successful. I said, who is the driving force behind Dodger baseball? And Ned's like, it's Mark Walter. Every time the Dodgers win, he wants to win more. He does. Every time they win, he wants to spend more. Every time they win, he's trying to up their overall kind of franchise by trying to make one more move to make them that much better. That level of hunger is nowhere to be found inside the Giants offices. The Giants owners are sitting there driving in, looking at their baubles on their hands going, look how shiny that 2012 World Series ring is. Man, I love Ryan Theriot. I wonder if he's doing well these days. All right, let's go watch the game, eat our $37 crab sandwich, and go back to Hillsborough. I mean, that is the mentality of the Giants owner. And you're going up against Mark Walter, who's like, you know what? I don't care that we were second in scoring. Let's go get Kyle Tucker. $60 million per year for Tucker. Bring it. I mean, when they want to win more than the Giants do. You want to win as much as you're willing to spend. There is no cap. They want to win more, period. They make more money, but they spend a higher percentage of it. And you can't beat a team that's going to spend more and spend more of the revenue than you're willing to spend, a higher percentage. That's where the Giants are right now in relation to LA.
Krug, I don't think we've ever had this conversation on the air. So let me just ask you, how much of the Giants offseason with getting guys like Malley and Hauser and even a Rice, who's been great, but a one-year deal, how much do you think their aversion to spending has to do with the upcoming labor negotiations?
Well, I mean, I guess, but I mean, you own your own stadium. It's all profit. It's all pure profit. So, you know what? I mean, how much if you owned a franchise and you had, a big stake in it, $50 million. Yeah, I'm sure they don't love the cash calls, but the Giants owners have made, whatever they've invested. They bought the thing for $100 million. It's worth almost $6 billion. I don't want to hear about budgets. And I sure as hell don't want to hear about budgets when I'm driving into the stadium and I'm looking at some donkey across the street from the stadium saying, here, pay me $80 to park. If I'm paying $80 to park and $35 for a crab sandwich, screw you and your budget. Because that's what you're saying to my budget. So that's what I'm saying back to you.
No, and I'm with you. I don't think it's an excuse, the upcoming possible lockout and all that potential, that why you shouldn't have just spent this offseason, especially with something like pitching. Okay, come on, you need it. You're trying to win now. And also, if you want to make this a desirable place, well, guess what? 50 games into the season, you haven't done anything to help your cause as a destination for free agents. And really, it feels like the free agency path hasn't worked. The trade path with Devers has not yielded the results you wanted. So that brings us all to the next wave of development, which there are signs of optimism going on with guys that you've mentioned before. But that's not a next week problem, and that's not even something that's going to be a Band-Aid for next year. We're talking like 2028, 2029 as the realistic timeline of when those guys might come in and be real difference makers for you.
Look, be aggressive, be a builder, right? If you can win, go for it and try to get new players, to add to your mix. If you're not going to win, and this is a year you're not going to win, Sell off Robbie Ray before he gets hurt. The Giants are too worried about attendance in August. Well, what if we trade Robbie Ray? We might only have 28,000 and we like to have 41,000. And it's like, and, you know what I mean? To what end? You know what I mean? Are you trying to build to win? Trade Robbie Ray. You didn't trade Bum. You didn't trade Rodon. You didn't trade any of those guys. You could have accelerated your rebuild. You'd be in a much better spot if you had pawned those arms off in the previous years, but you didn't. Why? Because Farhan and this ownership group was too interested in, well, we're honoring the 2000 and whatever team in August, and what if there's only 20,000 there? Oh, if that's your bottom line, then that's what you get. You know what I mean? Then you're never going to build. Mark Walter's trying to build a champion, and you're worried about attendance in August. I mean, think about that.
808 KNBR, tell us why you're pissed, even if it has to do with the valet drivers. Let's keep it moving on the phones. Pugsley in West Sacramento. Pugsley, you want to talk about being in versus out of it? Well, I can tell you where the Giants are right now. You're on the Sports Leader. What's going on?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, you guys. I'm just, watching what they do. Just a perfect example was the other day with Arizona.
Oh, we got you. Oh, then you got Wes sacked there for a second. But go ahead, Pugsley. Continue on.
Yeah. Anyway, Marte hits a home run, and then he comes up next time. He lays a bunt down that starts a 3-run rally. I'm getting sick and tired of these 220 hitters, especially Chapman comes up. Aramis is kind of heating up a little bit. He gets on. Chapman, he's got an 0-2 count every at bat. Why doesn't he lay a bunt down? This team keeps waiting for 3-run homers. I think we've had 2 or 3. We're not the Yankees. We're not the Dodgers. We got to play smaller ball. And if they trade Aron's, I'm going to be so pissed off because it's so fun watching somebody that knows how to put the ball in play. And his batting average. Batting average matters to me. I'm just so frustrated watching this team that doesn't have the guys to hit the home runs, and they will not, move runners over. They're the worst in sacrifices. They don't. But why doesn't he bunt more? He's got speed. Lay a bunt. It's just okay. I'm done, Ben.
I think you're trying to say, Pugs, is they have no power, but they have no speed. You're not smart and you're not attractive. You're not rich and don't have a good personality. Yeah, we get it. They don't have power, they don't have speed, they don't play. They're playing station to station ball. Heck, they can't even. There was a game the other day they couldn't even get a runner to second base in like the last 6 innings of the game. I mean, that's a brutal watch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, it's also they can't get on base, and then they can't steal a bag, and then they can't get a runner in scoring position, and then when they do, they're like 3 for 87 with runners in scoring position. It's just a different version of the same in a way that is so freaking frustrating. But here's the problem, Krug. They haven't had the same pitching capabilities, and they haven't had the same bullpen that was present for the past few years, even when we were talking about a team that was not in the playoffs, not getting winning seasons, and just trying to hit that 500 mark.
Well, you know what? You got to speak to them in the language that they speak, which is money. If the what flag would you fly in center field for this regime? A gigantic dollar bill? I mean, they're not winning the West ever. They're not winning they're not winning the league. The World Series is beyond a pipe dream. So I mean, it's just right now. It's like they're in a bad spot. They're in a bad spot, and their fan base is really engaged. I hate to say it, but the fans are part of the problem because the fans are willing to accept lame baseball, bad baseball, and support it. And if you support bad baseball, and the owners are making a profit, as far as they're concerned, they don't care about me. They don't care about Silver. They don't care about Tim. They don't care about KNBR. They care about their profit and your smiling faces eating $35 crab sandwiches. As long as you're there eating $35 crab sandwiches, clapping like a trained seal, to bad baseball, you're going to get more bad baseball. Yeah, that's just the way it is. You have to speak to people with power, and the only way that they understand power is when you're not there. Right now there's $41,000 a night to support crappy baseball. So why would they change? They're minting money.
I draw the line at not caring about Tim as an ownership group. That's where you just got
They
me
don't.
over the edge.
Now, how dare you?
They do not care about Tipsy Tim.
They got to get Tipsy Tim at least a beer discount, so when he gets on to number 7 and 8 later today, it costs only like $15. Full board right now. Ben, Jordan, Chris, Caesar, Mark. We will continue taking your calls before Matt Mayoko joins us. So hang tight, and we'll be back on the Sports Leader. All right, Steve Moskowitz here with us on a Friday. He's the founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP. And Steve, if you got scammed, how might you be able to deduct that on your taxes?
So first of all, if you're a scam victim listening to this, we give our heartfelt feelings to you because we've seen people losing their life savings, everything they've worked for in a lifetime. That's horrible. However, the casualty loss deduction on the tax return was pretty much, but not completely, taken away. And the IRS was kind enough to write this nice long memo with a lot of details, examples, telling you when you can deduct a scam loss. So if you've been the victim of a scam, please call us. We have a free consultation. Let's see if you qualify under this IRS memo. And if you do, let's deduct this from your taxes, which potentially, in some cases, could give you a huge amount of money to at least partially help pay you back for the money you lost. Let's find out if you qualify. We have a free consultation. We'll do everything for you. Just give us a call and say, hey, Steve, do I qualify to write off my scam loss?
There you go. Getting scammed is never fun, but you might be able to have some reprieve, and Steve Moskowitz can help you out with that today. Just give him a call at 1-888-TAX-DEAL or go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
It's Papa and Silver with Larry Kruger. Are you pissed? 808 KNBR, the rage leader.
What about Saltamachia?
Why?
What else is there to do but be mad on a Friday? 808 KNBR, tell us why you're pissed. The phone lines are full. People are mad at all sorts of things. The Giants, Buster Posey, Tony Vitello, ownership, us, even Tim. And that's how you know we're doing our jobs today. So let's keep it moving right here with the calls before we get to Matt Mayoko. Chris in Santa Clara.
That's my Ralph, by the way. Brian, hey, I got a question about Saltamachia, Brian. What? Just epic. One of the greatest sound bites in the history of the radio station.
Why?
Right there.
Why?
Awesome.
The why? It's
Disgust
all about the why.
from Saves. Just disgust.
Let's go to Chris.
Nothing was better, by the way. I know we would go to the call. But nothing was better when the Giants traded. I forget who it was. They traded Greg Brusso, who went to like UC Davis, and they traded him. I think it was to get Eric Young or who it was, or Benitez. I forget. It was the move that Brian didn't want to trade Benitez. Ralph was bitching constantly about Benitez. So finally, Sabes had to trade him because he was failing, and Ralph was creating this firestorm. And Ralph loved it because he's like, "Look how powerful I am. My voice is powerful." And so Ralph Sabes comes on. He's like, Ralph, you're going to have to find a new whipping boy because, we just moved Armando. And it's like, you're going to have to find somebody new to whip Ralph. He's like, Ralph make that trade. It was in KNBR history.
What about Saltamachia?
I was waiting for the Y drop. It is, it's like we have certain people in the office who weren't big Patrick Bailey fans. It's like, go find somebody else. What's going to happen when Edwin Diaz isn't a Dodger anymore? We're going to have no more content here on the Sports Leader, except for all of you out there. And let's get to the calls. Chris in Santa Clara, appreciate your patience hanging out with us. Wants to say Giants this year versus last year. Rage with us. What's on your mind?
Yeah, well, I think one thing that's annoying is that when you look at last year's Giants team, and if you take away the Rockies games, they were 70-79 against the other 28 teams in MLB. And it seems to me that all of the Bay Area media have this sense of, they weren't that great last year, but hey, they made it to 81-81, and nobody. I just don't understand how somebody thinks this team really got that much better this year. And we're, not being objective about what's happened. Other two very, very quick items is that what the Giants wanted more than anything was to prevent the A's from coming to Santa Clara County. They've now got no competition. If the A's, all the Giants had to do is one tiny little signature, and the A's already would have the stadium built either in Santa Clara where I am. We could have put it next to Levi's, or San Jose maybe could have got its act together. But you would have had a baseball excited Bay Area. And I don't think the Giants wanted that.
To your point, by the way, I asked Larry Bear about this years ago, and I said, Larry, come on, why? Wally Haas gave you guys the South Bay, and that was a nice gesture, and you can't give ball fans in the region. And he's like, Krug, you know what? Our loans for this massive stadium known as Pac Bell Park, and obviously now it's Oracle. Are all based on us having a certain territory and revenue that's associated with that. So I got his point, but now the stadium has been paid off, and it's been paid off for a while. And to me, it would have been in the best interest of Bay Area baseball fans to have the A's here in Northern California, and to now we're a one. We used to be at AL and NL. Now we just get the NL ball. Especially when the A's move to Vegas, we're the losers there. The consumer's the loser. And so I wish the Giants would give that South Bay to the A's and allow the A's to build up down there. But it's such a competitive industry, and obviously the Giants don't feel any legal obligation to it, and they're playing hardball. So, that's the story. That's the way it came down. I wish it was different, but we're going to have a one baseball team market.
Yeah, and they've got no competition.
Yeah, and look what's happened. And competition is what this.
Kruk, I think we're losing you a little bit, so we're gonna work on getting your connection out here.
Sure.
But appreciate the call
Great,
from
great.
Santa Clara. Chris, Chris, you still with us, Chris? All right, Chris is gone. All sorts of audio happening on the Sports Leader, but yeah, I think to Chris's point about this year versus last year, I mean, one thing I never fell in the trap of too much is that the Giants were in it late. They were so far out of it. They sold at the trade deadline. The Mets had a big old collapse. The Giants kind of had a moment in September where, yeah, it was looking like maybe something. I think they actually temporarily held a playoff spot for a little bit after the Patrick Bailey grand slam against the Dodgers. But then, yeah, they were 77 and 81. They tailed off. And to Chris's point, to open it all, they were 11-2 against the Colorado Rockies. And that ended up being enough for a 500 season. All right, let's keep it moving here. Let's go to Caesar in Fremont. Has a good question. What jersey should I even buy, Caesar? I hope I have an answer for you, man. You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, Silver, thanks for taking my call. And Larry, if you're there, big fan. So yeah, it was my birthday a couple days ago, and my fiance asked me, like, she wanted to get me a jersey, obviously knowing I'm a big Giants fan, and I don't have one. I probably have like a Posey jersey that's like a size small that doesn't fit me anymore. So I was thinking, looking through the roster, I was thinking maybe Adames or Susac looks pretty good. They just traded Bailey. So my question to you, very simple. Whose jersey should I get if I get one?
Oh, I mean, that's a phenomenal question, Caesar, because and something I actually wanted to get into earlier, but we had a lot of calls, was talking about the previous caller's point, making a point of they versus we, and people not identifying with this team as much. The irony in all this is that there was a lot of frustration during the Farhan Zaidi regime that you didn't know who your lineup was going to be, and it was all in a spreadsheet, and you had guys opening multiple days in a row, and you wanted to know who you were going to see when you went out to the ballpark. So Buster Posey committed to just that, trying to get everyday players, Adames, Chapman, trading for a Rafael Devers. But the issue is it's gone so sideways, and the construction of it all has not been cohesive to now. You're wondering, well, who's going to be here for the long run, and what are the Giants that you can look to the next time this team will be good? So while Devers, Adames, Chapman, you think are going to be sticking around due to their contracts, are they going to be part of the next good Giants teams? Well, okay. If not, then do you start looking at, could Eldridge be that guy? And am I putting all the stock in that? And that's a big cause of frustration with all of this. So, Caesar, what jersey should you buy? I guess I'm going to have to go with a name that you mentioned, and he was on our show earlier this week, Daniel Susac, because we at least know he's got the runway to take that job as your everyday or primary catcher on this team. But, yeah, Krug, we had the caller, Caesar, ask about what jersey should I buy, because who do you even identify with? And my point was, who's going to be part of the next good Giants teams that you go out to and see out there on the yard today?
All right. I worked with Gary for over a decade. Gary had lots and lots of rules about jerseys, right? Lots of rules. Like he doesn't want, you can't wear a jersey if you're over 40. You can't, all kinds of jersey, how dare you wear a jersey? So he's definitely impacted my jersey thoughts. But I will say this. After a while, you start rooting for your friends. And, I consider Casey Schmidt a friend. I've had him on the YouTube channel. He's a great guy. Interviewed him in March.
Krug, I think we're losing you again. We got him? All right, Krug's going in and out a little bit. Tell you what, we'll take one more. You know what? Let's go ahead. We got Matt Mayoko coming up next. For those of you who we didn't get to, just hang tight. We'll take a lot more calls in the noon hour, and Matt Mayoko will join us for something else to be pissed about. Are you pissed off with the 49ers? Because if you look at the big teams in the Bay Area, that's probably the one that's given us the most reprieve right now. It's Cranky Krug. Krug's audio is so cranky that we have got him in and out right now. It's Tipsy Tim, who might be messing with the audio because he's on number 6 right now. And it's Salty Silver, who is just salty Saltalamakia.
Tipsy Tim's got a better ring than a bombed web.
Well done, Tim. We'll talk to Matt Mayoko next on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. It's Friday. Time to go full rage with Cranky Krug and Salty Silver. Right here on the Sports Leader.
Good to be with you on this Friday. Greg Silver, Larry Kruger, Tim Webb, as we await to hear from our good friend Matt Mayoko on the Sports Leader. Joins us every single Friday. And while we wait that conversation, we will do a little bit of a pivot as we've been pretty much full-blown Giants. Buster Posey's comments, 20 and 30, getting back on the saddle a little bit later today. But Krug, the Niners, it's always football season to some degree. And I understand that there's a little bit of crankiness around the Niners too. Is that just because we don't have in-season Niners nightlies and it's hard to find the stat of the day? Or is there something a little bit deeper here?
Well, I mean, I just think that the 49ers have two things going on at once as well. And it's like they're trying to roll over potentially $70 million in cap room in a year where they should be going for the Super Bowl. They haven't won the Super Bowl in 30 freaking years. All right. And they've got, George, last I checked, Kittle, CMC, Trent, Greenlaw, Fred aren't going to be better in 27 than they are going to be in 26. So it's time to go. And I don't want to see them roll over $71 million when the cap's going up, all in the name of next year's expenditures. You're not going to, you don't ease into a street fight, and you're not going to, kind of soft pedal it, soft step it into a Super Bowl. You got to go for it, really go for it. And Joey Bosa's out there. You don't think Joey Bosa could help the Niners? He could. There's other guys out there that they could get that could help them. I want to see them go extend. Cap room's nice, but you know what? Let's deal with tomorrow. I'm not saying don't roll over a big chunk. Just don't roll over $71 million in a year. Don't lead the league in rolling over cap room in the same year that you've got all these future Hall of Fame veteran players who aren't going to be better in 2 years on your roster. Go for it. I want to see them go for it. I want to see Joey Bosa. I want to see, an aggressive trade in the middle of the year to, fill whatever need that they're going to have. I want to see them go for it. No more. No, you want to roll over some cap room, thinking about the deficits that you got in 27 and 28. That's fine. I get it. I know I can read the cap as well, but there's no reason that you should lead the universe in cap room in your go year when you have this many players in what I would call the twilight of their prime.
You think about the timeline of not just a football lifespan for an individual player and how much their body could take, but also trying to capitalize on when guys have rookie deals. And you think about the recipes for what can make teams the most competitive right now, and that is either have a quarterback on a deal that is somewhere in the middle, like you got with a Baker Mayfield and what he had with Tampa, or like we saw with Sam Darnold in Seattle, or capitalizing on a window and when a quarterback is getting paid rookie money. The 49ers was such a unique situation because they were paying so many players premium prices, and they were able to do it because it wasn't just a quarterback on a rookie deal. It was a quarterback on the greatest value deal ever with the last pick of the draft and getting Brock Purdy. But now that extension is set to kick in. And so while the 49ers aren't truly in an all-in now mode for they're not going to be good in 2 years and they're going to have to completely tear it down and reset, well, Krug, you bring up the right point. All their best players outside of the most important position at quarterback, and say maybe a Diamador Lenore and other young hopefuls you have to blossom, all their best players are older or have dealt with severe injuries, or in the case of someone like a Kittle, a little bit of both right there. So when Trent Williams was going through his negotiation, it was like, you had to bring him back 100%. You had to do it. And yes, this is an offseason to now figure out what's maybe the contingency plan for life after Trent. But you look at this next window of a year or two when you still got a McCaffrey and you got a Kittle and you got a Fred Warner, you hit the nail on the head. You can't expect a lot of their best players to be better 12 months from now or 24 months from now.
You know what? I also know all these guys, and I want it for them. Brock Purdy, John Lynch, Jed York, Kyle Shanahan, they're all going to be made men. a Super Bowl victory changes their lives, professionally at least, and changes the narrative on their careers and their tenures as quarterback, as head coach, as GM, as owner. So, you know what? Nobody ever remembers who finishes second. The Niners have been an ultimate bridesmaid. They've knocked on the door. They've banged on the door. It's time to kick that thing down. All right? It's like the old Bum Phillips line. You know, it's like, we knocked on the door, kicked the door, now we're going to kick it down. It's like Niners need to basically do the same thing. It's like run through the tape. Be better than Philly, Rams, Seattle. I think this is the go for it year. You got the Rams in kind of a, we're paying our old quarterback $60 million, but we're also devoting first round picks to our future quarterbacks. So they're not as aggressive as they could have been. The Seahawks are in hopefully a championship hangover. And I think this is an opportunity. I think Brock Purdy is getting better. I think he's got the best receiving core he's had, I should say. And this defense has got some real teeth with Odigizua, Grayson Halton, Romello Height. I feel better about the depth on all three levels. So let's go. Let's go. It's time to get the 6th Lombardi and change the narrative.
808 KNBR is your number. We're still waiting on making the connection with Matt Mayoko, who joins us every Friday. It is Silver. It is Kruger. It is Tim with you as we get ready to close out the week and send you into Memorial Day weekend. So you brought up the cap space that they have that could be rolled over right now. Now, in Matt Barrow's mailbag column in The Athletic, someone asked him if he expects them to pick up a free agent defensive end or offensive lineman before training camp. And if so, who would be on their radar? So the name Joey Bosa is going to keep coming up a lot because he's still a free agent. He had a really effective season last year in terms of pressures and, of course, the connection to Nick, who's going to be coming off injury himself. Now, the 49ers, their two best edge rushers last year were Nick Bosa and Bryce Huff. Bosa coming off an injury, Huff off the team right now. With somebody like a Bosa, in terms of the pros and cons, I think it's fairly obvious, right? Pros, easy scheme fit. You know what he can do. Cons is what it is for a lot of 49ers, the availability and the injury concern, and even when healthy, he's only going to play a limited number of snaps. Where are you at on the Joey Bosa notion if they could have the chance to bring him in this offseason?
They ought to do it. I mean, first of all, this guy's a really smart player. Second of all, yeah, he wants to get paid, but I think they could fold him in there. The guy's made about $150 million on the field. Probably, I would imagine, he played for 12.5 last year. I think they could probably get him for 8 to 10 this year. I think that's probably reasonable. He had 5 forced fumbles last year. He had 12 hits on the quarterback. The Niners leader as far as hits on the quarterback was Sam O. He had 6. So I don't want to hear Joey Bosa can't do this, Joey Bosa can't do that. He's better than what you got right now. And not only that, he can play a 3 tech, he can play a 5 tech and a 3-man front and a 34 front. He can play, 7 tech, he could be a 9 tech. I mean, he is scheme versatile. He could be a stand-up rusher in a 3-4 defense. He's really good against the run. He had 5-4. If all he did was force 5 fumbles like he did last year, he'd be worth every penny they paid him. 5 changes of possession is worth $10 million to me. Plus, I think Joey would dial up the pressure on Nick. Nick probably needs a little new motivation at this point. He's been after it for a while. You get these two guys together. Not to mention, nobody ever talks about it because they're so good physically. But the Bosa brothers are two of the smartest defensive players the league's ever seen. These guys are really smart. Nick Bosa doesn't sound like a genius, but he is a football genius when it comes to playing the run, knowing the angles, proper techniques. There are no false steps with Nick, and Joey's the same way. They're technicians. So, I mean, yes, I want Joey Bosa. And if you want Leonard Floyd as well, who's followed Raheem Morris to a number of different spots, it's like pitching in baseball. You can never have enough pass rush.
That's a good analogy on the defensive lineman. And I know offensive line is what fans are going to clamor about the most, but defensive line, getting depth on that front. How many times have we said it when we've done shows together? There's a lot of fixation on the corners and the safeties. Well, it's tough to ask your secondary to play a really clean game when you don't have a pass rush. And that was the case for the 49ers for so much of last year. So I'm not here to say that Jair Brown or Marquise Siegel or Renardo Green are good players or even that they had good years. But it certainly doesn't help when you look at that Houston game and it's like, gosh, CJ Stroud, I mean, our last memory of CJ Stroud was him having the worst game I've ever seen him play, where if he just played a relatively game, the Texans probably win in New England, and he was horrendous. So in Houston, they were a little bit desperate. He didn't even have Nico Collins. They couldn't get to the passer, and so you're asking for airtight coverage, which it was not. And if you can't rush the passer, it's going to be a problem. Conversely, look at the last game the 49ers played. I mean, I actually think Brock Purdy played a pretty decent game, but guess what? He was running for his life behind the line of scrimmage for like 400 yards, Kruk.
Do we have Maddie? We have the Cobra on the line. We're going to talk a little Niners with Mayoko. I'm hearing.
I'm here.
We got him, Matt. We've been on the rage train today, and I wasn't sure if him missing was his way of raging with us, or if it was like he was in too good of a mood to connect, and he and Tim had to work out some kind of negotiation.
I lost you guys there for a second. So, could you give me the Cliff Notes again?
The Cliff Notes is that we're raging on a Friday, right? This baseball team has not been good.
Yeah.
And we're like, maybe Matt Mayoko wasn't in enough of an angry mood to join us for the first 10 minutes. So I'm glad to have you. Yeah. Welcome to the Rage Fest.
Well, thank you. And this will tell you about my state of mind. I'm right now on a golf course. Nice. I just really hit a nice drive, and I'm sitting about 160 in. Got a what do I have here? It's uphill. Got a 6-iron in my hand, so about ready to hit this shot. But yeah, no, all is well right now.
Any celebs? Any celeb sightings there with you that you can reveal?
I don't think anybody that you would know, but yeah, they're all in their own mind.
There you go. Well, Maddie, give us your thoughts on the 49ers. It's like we've now had the schedule come out, the draft, we've had the free agency, and we're in this kind of point where next week we get a mini camp. On Thursday we'll have a media availability, and then pretty much shortly thereafter they actually take a vacation. These guys who work themselves to death actually stop working, believe it or not, and go see their families and kind of reconvene in the middle of the summer. How do you feel about the offseason that it's been so far for the 49ers?
Yeah, we'll get our first chance to see them on the field next week. But, talking to Brock Purdy, I saw him Wednesday night, and he was on stage with Laura Britt. I mean, he really spoke with a lot of optimism about the state of the wide receiver room and just the kind of impact that already behind the scenes Mike Evans is making, and his early impressions of Deshaun Stribling, very favorable as well. I mean, when you look at it, I mean, how the 49ers offense finished as well as it did, especially in the passing game, is kind of surprising considering how, I mean, let's face it, how weak that the wide receiving core and the pass catching core was. When you consider that George Kittle missed a good chunk of the season with his injury, Jawan Jennings had a difficult time staying healthy, as did Ricky Pearsall. Kendrick Bourne had his moments early, but both he and Demarcus Robinson kind of saw a dramatic reduction in playtime later. So it sounded to me like Brock is really happy.
Talking about Mayoko here. Oh, sorry, we lost you for a moment, Matt.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah. So I was just saying, like, he I think he feels really good about the group of wide receivers. Ricky Pearsall is the one that he knows the best, but it sounds like Mike Evans and Deshaun Stribling have a chance to step in. Obviously, Evans more than Stribling, the rookie, but I think he feels very confident in how that group is upgraded over a year.
Well, Matt, you mentioned Brock Purdy at the Dwight Clark Legacy Series event, and what have you heard about the conversations he's had off the field for that relationship between him and Mike Evans, and now a rookie like Deshaun Stribling, and just getting to know someone, looping him into the offense, but then also with Evans, it's looping them in, but a guy that has a lot more experience and knows what championship football looks like?
Yeah, it's, the thing about the 49ers, when they had their really good wide receiver core, kind of, different personalities. Not bad, just their own kind of guys. A little bit different. Mike Evans is kind of of what you consider a diva wide receiver. So he comes in and he's willing to learn, he's willing to share, and it sounds like just, even though it's that relationship, that rapport is in its infancy, it really sounds like he's already had a very positive impact on the quarterback and all the other receivers in that room.
Matt, what do you think of Kittle as far as what week do you think he ultimately comes back? And do you think they're done adding tight ends?
I think they probably are done adding tight ends. I think there is a chance that he is back. Nobody wants to say it. Also, nobody wants to rule it out. But I don't know that they're going to, if they have a reason to go out and get a veteran guy, knowing that Kittle is expected back pretty early. Hey, guys, can I take a shot and then I'll rejoin you here?
Yeah, take a shot.
Absolutely.
Are we driving or are we, what are we doing? What shot are we taking?
We're in the
What
fairway.
club are we taking?
We're
in the fairway.
6 iron. I'll put the phone right here.
Yeah, I want to hear
Dude,
this.
I love this so much. Yeah, we got to listen in on this one, Kruk. He might be too far away. Oh my gosh, the Friday before Memorial Day, dude. We're all in that kind of state of mind.
Okay,
I can hit the drive. Like if we play golf, I can hit the driver. I can putt. I can chip even out of the sand and look good doing it. I just can't hit my 3, my 4, my 5, my 6, my 7, or my 8. 4. I mean, I'm chunking earth. People that are 90 degrees off to the side are moving behind me. It's bad. I mean, it's really bad.
Okay, I just hit a horrible shot.
Well,
are you back? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
We got you. I think I'm going to take part responsibility in that one. That's okay. We scheduled you at a time when it would impact your shot. It's okay.
I'm blaming you guys.
As you should. While we're talking about George Kittle, how much could his absence at the start of the season, regardless if it's 1 week or 4, impact the overall run game? Because that was where he was missed the most when he missed that stretch with the torn hamstring early on. As great of a season as Christian McCaffrey had, there's now talk about we want to lessen his touches, and then that means maybe more for Jordan James or Kalen Black. If you don't have George Kittle, how much harder is it going to be to move the ball on the ground?
Well, I mean, last year they just had a really difficult time getting the run game going. That's no secret at all as far as the yards per carry. They just didn't do what we've come to expect them to do. When I asked Kyle Shanahan about that fairly recently, about what happened to the run game, it was really interesting because he talked about the blocking on the perimeter being substandard. So kind of pointing at the wide receivers. He talked about even the running back missing some holes throughout the course of the season. He also talked about scheme. He said there were some issues with the scheme last year. The one thing he didn't mention, kind of surprisingly, was the offensive line, which has gotten, far and away the most criticism when it comes to that part of the game. So I do think that Stribling is known for his blocking. I think Mike Evans, the guy, is known for, taking care of that part of the game. And Ricky Pearsall, I think at this point, is a very willing blocker. And when you look at the yards per carry, oftentimes, when you say, the team had, 4.3 yards per carry, it's not 4.3 yards per carry as much as it is, 3 yards, 4 yards, 3 yards, 4 yards, 5 yards. And that's where that average gets up there. And that's where I think the 49ers were really lacking with those explosive plays. So those are done, obviously, by, doing the job up front. And the way the 49ers run game, is built, it's not, smash mouth guys, putting, pancaking guys, hits, those guys getting out, running, creating seams and the opening, and then the downfield blocking that enables them to turn those 5 or 6 yard gains into 25-yard gains. So I think they feel good about Farrell as the blocking part of it. Basically you have 2 tight ends who are doing the job of one. So they won some games last year without Kittle, and very well might be that they'll have to do that again this season with Farrell being the the blocking guy and Ton just being the receiving guy.
Matt, you've suggested maybe Carver Willis will be the starter at left guard. I kind of like Connor Colby. Other people I've talked to really think Robert Jones is going to get that job. It's obviously going to be a competition. Why do you feel like Willis is going to win it?
I felt like going into the draft, the people I talked to within the organization, they talked about the one opening that they had, the one job that was unaccounted for, the position that was open for them to draft somebody to step in. And by them kind of singling out Carver Willis as the person they took in that spot, I took that to mean that the door is wide open for him, that they see something in him. They knew, or at least they felt like they didn't have to draft him in the first round or the second round or the third round, that it's what they look for in offensive lineman is very specific. Not 32 teams are looking for the same kind of offensive lineman. That's why the whole talk of consensus sport to me is absolutely ridiculous, because the 49ers, when they're looking at players, they're not looking for the other 31 teams. They're looking for themselves. So I just felt like if they were to take Carver Willis there, they had to feel like he had the ability, the skill set, the movement skills and everything to be able to make that move from tackle into guard and win that job. So I'm still kind of standing by that. We'll see him, not so much during the offseason program when there are no pads on, but in training camp. I just remember a couple of years ago with Dominic Pooney. He wasn't expected to be a starter, but then some injuries opened the door for him. And once the pads went on, it became obvious to everybody, like, oh, he's our best right guard. He's going to be the guy. So, I'd leave that door open for somebody to take that job. But right now, I think, if you were to ask me who I think is going to be the starter left guard to open the season, I think my money would be on Carver Willis, because he's the guy they added in the draft when they knew that they still had an opening there at left guard.
We know they like jet fish prodigies, as David Lombardi wrote about in the SF Standard. Matt, we'll let you get back to it. Appreciate your time and go with precision.
All right,
hit it straight.
Always my pleasure.
Hit it straight. Thanks, Matty.
Matt Mayoko every Friday on The Sports Leader. All right, we can get back into some of your calls. It is Cranky Kruk on a Friday. Tell us why you're pissed off about the state of everything. And Kruk, before we get to Andy Baggerly at 12:50,
yes,
let's rehash some of these comments with Mayoko and dive into Niners offseason topics. That's next on The Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Filling in for Greg Papa is Larry Kruger, and he is pissed.
Let it all out. It was good to have Matt Mayoko on with us. Little down with the sickness. Good work by DJ Webb in the back. Greg Silver, Larry Kruger, Tim Webb with you for another hour 40 or so. And that's right. Tell us why you're pissed. It's a Cranky Krug Friday here on the Sports Leader. And as we spoke to Matt Mayoko, who's enjoying a little offseason out on the golf course, want to continue with a little Niner offseason talk and some of the remaining free agents that are still out there. Now, just kind of looking at a short list of guys that are unsigned. Joey Bosa was a big focus of our previous segment. Jawan Taylor, a tackle from the Chiefs. Joel Bitonio from the Browns. You got Kevin Zeitler, the guard from the Titans. Cameron Jordan, if you want to look at defensive linemen, and of course his ties to Cal. Would he ever leave the New Orleans Saints? He still remains unsigned in all of this. But based on the conversation with Mayoko, as is on brand for the 49ers, it seems that they are pretty set with the offensive line that they got going. So as much as we want upgrades on the lines of scrimmage, 49ers have their philosophy with the offensive line. They've stuck with it, and the draft showed just that.
Well, you know what? We're at a crossroads on this whole thing because Leonard Williams and Byron Murphy kicked their butt up front. And the Seahawks have owned them the last two games, and the Niners offense has gotten nothing.
Yep.
So they're getting pushed around up front by that duo. They're going up against light boxes and being unable to run. If you can't run against light boxes, you lose. So it's like game over. So now Matt's going, they're going to go Carver Willis. Carver Willis went to college. He was like 140 pounds in high school. He was like 250 pounds in college. He's fast. He's athletic, but he's undersized. Now, he bulked up to 303, but I don't think that's his playing weight. I think he's more like 290. I just don't see how, after just getting bullied. I mean, the Niners didn't. Shanahan told you what he thought of his strength in the middle when he ran an option play to the short side of the field on 4th and 1. He obviously, if he felt like Brendel and Pooney and Burford could just blow those guys out of the hole, I'm sure he would have ran in the A gap. But instead, he didn't run in the A gap or the B gap. Instead, had this gimmicky, we're going to try to fool you and get to the perimeter play. It was a horrible play, but it was also revealing of his mindset, which is he's trying to fool them, not beat them, because he knows he can't beat them. So who plays left guard? If you want a bigger body, Robert Jones is probably the biggest body you got in-house. I would expect Connor Colby, the second-year kid out of Iowa, is going to be quite a bit better. The biggest improvement is year 1 to year 2. He's a really good player. He's going to improve a lot. I think he'll be the starter at left guard. But I got to be honest, the Niners, if they really want to have success, the road to the Super Bowl for the 49ers, they ought to put a sign on this in their locker room. The road to the Super Bowl goes through Leonard Williams and Byron Murphy. And that's the truth.
It sure did last year, right?
If you want to beat them, and guess what? Poona Ford, Greg, is not a whole lot leaner. I mean, trying to go up against Poona Ford and Fisk and those guys and Verse, and good luck too with LA. But I think of that Seattle duo that's just immovable, and then also think of that Philly duo. And yes, they've got their speed linemen, But man, Kevin Zeitler, how do you not go after Kevin Zeitler? This guy is he is a culture-changing offensive lineman. He's big, he's broad, he's nasty. He's had success as a run blocker for years in this league. I don't think the Niners match up physically with Seattle inside. I think they need more juice, more punch, more grit, more nastiness, and I think Zeitler would provide that. So I'd love to see Joey Bosa, I'd love to see Leonard Floyd, but man, to me, there was two areas that stood out when they, last year outside of the pass rush, and it was their wide receivers got no separation against Seattle, and they could not do anything with that Seattle defensive tackle duo. So interior offensive line, I don't think has been addressed in the immediate. Maybe in the future it has. I want Zeitler. Zeitler's tough. They're not.
Speaking of Matt Mayoko, he wrote this thing from NBC Sports Bay Area that I was reading through, and it was about Harris Barton, Randy Cross discussing the 49ers offensive line philosophy. And something that Harris Barton had said is the way the game is now, kids in college, they don't really know how to play offensive line. And when you get into the pros, they need to develop. They need to learn how to play the offense that they're in. I was happy to get drafted early, but I don't think it makes a lot of sense these days. So the other part of it is I think, maybe someone like a Connor Colby is more apt to make a jump after he really got thrown into the fire early on because both Barch and Burford couldn't stay healthy for the first half of that season. So you got a lot more reps of a Connor Colby. That's an option to be sure, but it's also a 7th-round pick. This is one where you need some options in terms of veteran depth as well. So I think about guys who are still out there that in the case of someone like a Batonio, maybe he's facing retirement if he doesn't continue to play. But go and get guys that know how to play NFL-style offenses. And I know they have their philosophy. Chris Foerster is all about, we're going to just develop it, and we're going to get guys that we feel like have great value, and we're not going to use our highest picks on them. Well, also, look at the best offensive lineman in the league last year. The one exception on PFF of the highest grade for a whole season, I think it was 2 outside the top 10. It was Jordan Mailata, one of the great stories, and then it was Colton McKivitz, who they got in the 5th-round pick. But even the other guy for the Niners, that was a number 4 overall pick. They just didn't draft him. They got him in that trade from Washington.
Yeah, I mean, Trent Williams has anchored this thing, and he goes one-on-one, and they slide everybody else the other way. I mean, so you kind of know what you're going to get. But I just don't think they have enough punch in the inside. I think ultimately McKivitz is not bad, and Trent is Trent, and they've got now Vidarian Lowe as the swing tackle. You also have their long-term project in Enrique Cruz. I think it's going to be hard for Austin Pleasance to make the team. And this is the problem with going for a Zeitler is you've already gotten Brett Toth, Robert Jones, Carver Willis. I mean, I think the Niners totally agree with Harris Barton's point and Randy Cross's point that, I've heard it said, I mean, I think Foerster might have said this to me. It's like if you draft offensive linemen in the first round, then you are forced to play them based on their draft position, and then you struggle, and then you're picking up high again. I think that is a belief within the 49er walls that young offensive linemen do take time, and I'm actually in agreement with that. So I was hoping for Chase Besantis instead of Stribling because I thought their need was severe, but they look at all offensive linemen for the most part as developmental. So I was looking at Besantis as plug and play. He is going to plug and play in Arizona, but maybe they didn't feel like they could plug and play a rookie. So, and maybe I also kind of feel like they really felt like the running game and the passing game could be addressed with the receiver pick because they felt like you heard Shanahan, Shanahan didn't think the perimeter blocking was good. So they obviously didn't feel like their receivers blocked worth a damn last year, and they missed Kittle. So that's a big part of being able to run in the outside zone as well. You can't run to the edges if you can't block it outside.
That's fair. That receivers, they needed both vertical threats in the passing game, but also those who could help in the running game. And now you lost Juwan Jennings, who was your best perimeter blocker. So that's another hole that needed to be filled. But I just keep coming back to it. And Papa has said this before. How do you construct a team in the offseason? Well, you do it by trying to win your division first and foremost. And the biggest problems within their division, you could bring up not only the Seattle games, but also what the strengths of the Rams are. The road to the NFC West, not just the Super Bowl, Krug, the road to the NFC West goes through your Jared Verses and your Puna Fords and your Leonard Williams and your Byron Murphys. And that is why addressing the interior of your offensive line is something that, frankly, I'm a little bit disappointed they haven't done more to address. It's not a shock. It is part of their brand. And ultimately, they know so much more about football than somebody like me with a microphone talking about it. But I'm just thinking about the why in which you lost your games. There were a lot of factors. And yes, injuries were a huge part of your season. But why you lost the games that mattered the most in Week 18 and then the divisional round, you just couldn't block and you had no shot to move the ball in any capacity.
I mean, you got a quarterback that can make plays down the field. I think you now have receivers that can get separation down the field. The question is, can you get it blocked up front? That's really the question. Can you get it blocked up front? I love the Kalen Black ad. I mean, to me, Kalen Black is going to be RB2 for sure, and he's going to ice games this year. He's going to be their finisher, I would imagine, because he's an incredibly strong runner with unbelievable leg strength and drive. So, they're going to be able to hand it to him in, 4-minute mark and put games away. We haven't seen the Niners put enough games away on offense. They're always leaning on their defense, and without pass rush, it's hard for a defense to finish out a game. But I want to see the Niners this year finish out games on offense with Kalen Black and just getting those key first downs and just running out that clock.
Yeah, although sometimes they put games away last year by not icing the clock and picking up first downs on a gritty 6-minute drive, but just by going and scoring 35 once Brock Purdy came back from the turf toe. That was one way to ice the game on offense, just separate by all means necessary, but 35 a game is not going to be a recipe that's probably sustainable for the whole year.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, Kittle, the one thing I'd love to see the Niners do is go get a tight end. Because Matt said he didn't think that's going to happen, but look what you got. You got Tonjes, and you got Luke Farrell. Farrell was unimpressive last year. Braden Willis,
it was.
I don't think Braden Willis and Hayden Rucci are much. I do like Khalil Dinkins, the drafted free agent out of Penn State. He's a good blocker. So you got a real strong blocker to contend with Farrell for that blocking tight end spot, and then you got Tonjes. But then you got Kittle, and Kittle should not come back before November. I mean, I'd hide his helmet until like literally November. Don't even let him out there. Just knowing what he means to the team, the franchise. Your ambition is to play in February. If you really are going to have those ambitions, you cannot bring this guy back in 8 months in or 7 months after an Achilles. He needs 10 months. He needs closer to a year of rehab. I'm just saying I don't want to see him before November. We'll see how that goes. But tight end, if the Raiders are going to move Michael Mayer, he's a free agent at the end of the year. There's talk that he's available. I think he would be worthy of a 4th or 5th round pick. There's a lot of talk in the Rams camp that their depth chart, they just took Max Clare in the draft out of Ohio State. They already have a full boat of tight ends. A lot of speculation that Colby Parkinson could get cut loose by the Rams this summer. If he does, I sign him, and he's playing for me in week 1 against the Rams in Australia, because Parkinson he's a 6'7" receiver. He's got some ability, and I think that would really help the 49ers. So Mayer, Parkinson, there's probably a bunch of others that will shake free between now and week 1. I think they need another tight end.
Parkinson, a real weapon on that 13 personnel that the Rams had last year too, and caught the winner in the playoff game against the Panthers, right? In the final minute.
Yeah.
It was a phenomenal catch.
Yeah, and he's playing his best ball, but also if you look at the Rams, they just signed Higbee to an extension. They drafted Clare in the 2nd round. They drafted Ferguson in the 2nd round. I mean, there's only so many tight ends you can keep. There's a chance he gets cut.
And he was a Seahawk too, right? So just keep the NFC West dial going.
Exactly. I mean, and also he's smart. And, I've seen tight ends in the Kyle system. You got to be smart. There's lots of shifts and motions, and it's just voluminous. You know what I mean? It's there's a lot of volume there. The Kyle's trying, the buzzword's multiple. It's like, how multiple can we be? How much can we make defenses, think it's this, but it's that. And a lot of it's with the tight end usage. And I just think Parkinson would be ideal. He could be an ideal Niner if, the Rams, they got Higbee, Terrence Ferguson, Davis Allen, Max Clare. Those are probably their 4 tight ends right there. But we'll see. Maybe Parkinson winds up making their team.
808 KNBR, that's your number on our Rage Friday. We'll talk to Andy Baggerly coming up in about 15 minutes. And it is that time for the fifth and final this week, right now. We'll take one winner, caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR, to win 2 tickets to see Journey at Chase Center on November 28th. It's furnished by AEG and Golden Voice. You can find the official rules at thesportsleader.com. That's 415-896-5627. Dial up, Tim, and watch your favorite music video for separate ways at your chance to win a pair of tickets right now. We'll let him handle that business, and then we'll come on back as we get ready for Andy Baggerly at 12:50. It's Papa and Silver with Cranky Krug on the Sports Leader.
It's Papa and Silver with Larry Kruger. Are you pissed? 808 KNBR, the rage leader.
This guy gets both cheeks into it, man. Oh my
here you
goodness.
Well done on the Friday rejoins. It is Cranky Krug, Salty Silver, Tipsy Tim, or, well, let's be honest, it's 12:41, and we're here till 2 o'clock, so it's got to be beyond tipsy at this point. But Andy Baggerly will join us coming up in the next segment, so good to get our Niner fix in with Matt Mayoko. Spend the money. Go and get some depth pieces on the O-line or the D-line because, hey, lines of scrimmage, that's how you put your team in a good position. But it is nice to know that Deshaun Stribling has come in, and Brock Purdy's already excited about that. And Mike Evans has come in and been the opposite of your typical diva wide receiver. Took less money to come here to San Francisco because he believes that this gives him the best chance to win. He's already got one ring. He wants to, and to be part of the Lombardi number 6. But on the notion of the Giants, Krug, tonight, we got a little bit of a pitching duel. So Trevor McDonald, who has been the bright spot in this rotation, is going to go ahead and make his 4th start. How about the White Sox, though, who have played a lot better baseball as of late? Davis Martin, the righty on the mound, guy's 6-1 with a 1.61 ERA so far and an 0.98 WHIP. Yeesh, not good for the Giants.
I know. I was looking at that. I still think it might be a good night to bet the Giants. They're good in the first games of series, and they've been good behind McDonald. And McDonald is really, really good. I was looking at the numbers. It was Giants minus 106. I don't know. I mean, the White Sox, how about this? The White Sox were horrible last year, and they're over 500. They're 25-24. This is kind of like my AL team because my mom was a big White Sox fan growing up. So I watch the White Sox. A lot of my relatives are big White Sox fans, so I'll catch them whenever I can. It's going to be interesting. It's Orange Friday, usually good vibes in the yard. It was a rough road trip ending. I know they're going to try to get the homestand going with some juice. So place will be packed. Friday nights are always pretty fun out there. Giants are still sub 500 at home. You know, that's baby steps would be like, that'll be a good first barometer, get to 500 at home. So they got to keep the ball in the yard. Giants are 12-21 in games when they give up a home run. So if they can keep the ball in the yard, play a good, clean game defensively, I'll say this, McDonald's legit. I haven't seen too much of Davis Martin, but obviously those numbers, 6-1, 161, 59 Ks on the year. But Trevor McDonald is in the strike zone with multiple pitches. It's not accidental. It's not like, oh, this guy's totally getting lucky. No, he's not getting lucky. In fact, he better stay in the rotation, and they better not farm him out. That'll be another disaster move if they keep, some of those guys, the guy with the 6 point is Malley. You can't keep Malley and send McDonald out. You got to keep McDonald
because his 6.10 ERA is the worst in all of baseball.
Exactly. And also because McDonald looks legit. I mean, his stuff is legit. He's athletic. He's in the strike zone with multiple pitches, and his stuff is, he throws mid-90s, got a nice breaking ball. He's got 3 or 4 different movements on the ball. I like what I've seen out of Trevor McDonald. It makes me kind of, all the concern about the Giants pitching depth, I didn't really factor him in that much, but he looks good.
Well, and the encouraging part of Trevor McDonald is, yes, it's been a small sample size, and we understand that, but also the teams in which he has pitched against this year, I mean, it's been among the better lineups. And it was A's in that small ballpark in Sacramento. It was the Dodgers where he went 5 1/3, and to give up 3 earned against that lineup, not bad at all. And then, of course, the Padres when he went 7 innings and just gave up the 2 hits. So, I mean, White Sox also got some power. We know well about Murakami and everything, but in this ballpark, this should be, a money spot for Trevor McDonald. But, it also, as good as your pitching can be at times in the bright spots, we talked about it with Roop. We talked about it with Ray at times. You got to be able to produce some offense too. And then that's where the Giants, you talked about under 500 at home. Yeah, they haven't exactly been designed to win in their own ballpark either. So, yeah, we'll see how it goes, and we'll talk about it all with Bags. But Victor Barracoto coming up, I would imagine, if I had to guess based on everything Susan Slusser put out today, this might mean another outfielder if Jung-Hoo Lee was to head to the IL. I know there was a little chatter about, does this mean Eldridge could be sent down? Krug, let's be real. They're not doing that in front of the home lineup. They know they got to get the fans out there. It's a couple of righties hitting the first 2 games of this series. We're going to see Schmidt in left. I think we'll see Eldridge DHing and Devers at first.
Yeah, I'd like to see Eldridge on the field. How about that? Let's make sure Eldridge is not watching the game with the rest of us. How about that? I will say this as far as the White Sox, though. The guy to pitch around in this series is Miguel Vargas, because that's the former Dodger who's never a good defensive player, and he's not a good defensive player now, but he is a very good offensive player. He's got 7 doubles, a triple, and 11 bombs. Big right-handed hitter, knows the strike zone, extra base power, pitch around Miguel Vargas. He's definitely the bat that you don't want to see beat you.
We'll talk all about it with Bags when we come on back. And first, a little more business to take care of because it is time for the Bay Area sports calendar. That's right. What is going on here in the Bay this weekend? Well, for starters, you got Giants baseball, 7:15 tonight, and then a couple more games on Saturday and Sunday. 2:05 first pitch against the Arizona Diamondbacks for your bonus game at Memorial Day Monday. Then you've also got a little soccer, if you fancy that, with the World Cup right around the corner. Merritt College, Sunday, 3 o'clock. The Oakland Soul are taking on a team that I know well in the California Storm. And that is your Bay Area sports calendar, brought to you by Surfside. It's not a seltzer, it's a Surfside. So we're all cranky, but we're all getting ready to have some Surfsides in about an hour 15 and just take a couple of deep breaths to come back refreshed on a Tuesday. Andy Baggerly, when we come on back on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
It's a Friday. We're going into a 3-day weekend, but we are cranky. Dial up the phones, 415-808-5627. Talk to Cranky Kruk, Salty Silver. We're here for you until 2 o'clock. What has you upset about the state of Bay Area sports? We're here for you. Let it out.
Over now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
At this time, every Friday, we talk to the Athletics' Andy Baggerly. So while we've been on the full rage, cranky, pissed off train, it is time to talk to a measured voice who's been covering the Giants for a long time. Although he has not seen a Giants team 10 games below 500 since July of 2019. But here we are on May 22nd of 2026. And the Giants back in action tonight with a 20-30 record. What's going on, Bags? You got Silver and Kruger. How are you?
Hey, I'm good, but I can wake up cranky some days too. You know, I can be cranky with the rest of them.
What are you cranky about with the Giants these days? Anything in particular?
Oh boy, I mean, you know, obviously it's not my place to be cranky when they're winning, not winning. You get what you get when you cover the team. You know, they either they're really good and they capture your imagination. People are following, they're excited, or they're really bad and I don't have to work in October. So I take the positive either way. But obviously, I mean, it's better for everybody if they're winning. You're dealing with players who are in a better mood. The most fun part for me in this whole job is to, you know, use my clubhouse access to really get a sense of the personalities in the room. And those personalities come out when the team's winning, you know, and we've seen it. Even some guys who really have a lot of personality or are lighthearted or fun. I mean, think about like a Jock Peterson. You know, he had the pearls and he's a sensation in Atlanta when they won the World Series. And you know, the second year he was with the Giants, it was just like, you just don't want a Jock Peterson on a losing team. It's just, you know, everything it hits you wrong when the team's not winning. It's like you're not allowed to have fun. So that's kind of the bummer with the way the season's gone. I think for me is that, you know, there's a lot of good personalities in that room and we're just not able to kind of capture them or get enough of a glimmer of them.
Bags, as far as Tuesday night, that was a real backbreaker for the Giants to have a 3-1 lead, get out of those jams in the 7th and 8th, but then Marte erases it all with one swing in the 9th. Tony Vitello took the blame for himself on the bullpen management after the fact and said, this one was on me. Did you see that more as Tony Vitello, as a young and inexperienced manager, making a mistake or, you know, having a risk to take and pushing the wrong button? Or did you look more to the broader picture of roster construction and Tony Vitello getting put in a difficult situation because there's no defined closer right now?
I mean, I think I'd go off the board here. I didn't have a problem with the move. You know, you got Matt Gage on the mound. He's been good for them this year. He's been effective against righties. How many times have we seen a righty pinch hit for a lefty against him and he gets him out anyway? Marte is a switch hitter, obviously, but he hadn't gone deep from the right side. I mean, I didn't think it was that bad a move. And I know that Tony Vitello is kind of fallen on his sword there because maybe he feels that's what he's supposed to do as manager. But you know, I didn't think that move just sort of by itself was a bad move. I think there's a lot of other things you could question, a lot of ways that they've left you know, advantages on the board or things they could have done differently. But yeah, that move I didn't think was a problem. And look, you know, we kind of knew that this team was going to have some issues with pitching, whether it was the back end of the rotation, whether it was sorting out the bullpen roles, and you know, really their biggest issue was the offense for the first, you know, 6 weeks of the season. Now, you know, you got Devers coming around, you got Adames coming around, even Chapman coming around recently. Jung-Hoo's hurt now, which obviously kind of throws a wrench in that plan. But now they just get back to being kind of what you thought they were going to be, which is a team that just is struggling on the run prevention side. And it kind of took what would have been a good road trip and just sort of obviously minimized it with the 3 games in Arizona. If they pitch better, you know, they win those games.
Yeah, I was surprised by it because Giants have played well in Arizona through the years, and I thought, man, after the way the road trip was going, I thought, no, maybe they're going to battle in Arizona, and then 3 losses and some tough ones there along the way. What do you expect from Barracuda? What did you see in spring training, Bags, from Barracuda? What should Giants fans expect to see from him?
Well, he's been really good, and you know, he's not a guy who was a huge prospect. He's been in the system a long time. Just made a lot of fans with this new coaching staff, and I think that he would have won over any coaching staff with the way he played in the spring. Look, we'll find out later today if Jung-Hoo is going on the IL or if they just decided that they need somebody different in the outfield. They're running out of ways they can try to spark this thing. They've already tried Eldridge, and that just turned into a lot of complaints that he's up, but he's not playing every day. So, yeah, they're kind of grasping at straws a little bit. And Barracoto is a guy they're hoping can spark him like he sparked him in the spring. Obviously, the pitching's a lot different in spring training than it is in the regular season. If it wasn't, then the Giants would probably be in first place right now because they were about the best team in the Cactus League. But it's a well-deserved promotion for him. He's really kind of kept his head down and grinded, and I think there's a lot of people who are going to be happy to see him today.
Well, Bags, you bring up Eldridge, and of course, we have to ask about him. What was your reaction to hearing Buster Posey on the Giants executive show yesterday explain the plan for Eldridge and say it was something of day-to-day? Because I think a lot of the frustration that we've heard on our airwaves over the last handful of weeks is they just want to know what the plan is for the Giants. And when it comes to a top prospect, we've seen some recent instances where they felt like it was a mismanagement by having him up and then sent back down, and they're fearing the same thing now with Bryce when they hear something like day-to-day.
Well, let's get one thing straight. When they called him up, it was not a development decision. It wasn't. It was the team is about to tank the entire season because they're not scoring, and there's not enough threats, and they're not walking at all. There's not enough power. There's not enough patience. And this is a guy who could, maybe at least give you the threat of that, especially from the left side. And so that's why they called him up. They were desperate for any kind of spark they could get and to be a little bit tougher, for an opposing team to manage against. So it wasn't a development decision. I think, they were hoping that maybe he could cut down on his strikeouts a little more at AAA, but he also had a 400-something on base and was, making some hard contact when he made hard contact. But, they also have this whole problem with Casey Schmidt being their best hitter thus far. And Rafael Devers limited to the same two positions that Eldridge is. And they've been getting Schmidt playing time at designated hitter. So, it does bring up a whole host of issues. Like if they're going to go super matchup heavy, well, then Bryce Eldridge isn't going to start against lefties. But if Bryce Eldridge is your best hitting prospect in a generation, don't you need him to face lefties? He's not being developed as a platoon player, right? So I think it's just an odd area. They're stuck in between right now. You hear about hitters when they're struggling, they're caught in between the breaking ball and the fastball. That's kind of where the Giants are with this Eldridge thing. They're caught in between development and trying to win and do something to save this season before it becomes just they're irreparably sort of buried. So that's sort of why this all happened and why they are where they are. And it's an imperfect fit. And if he's not playing enough, they have to return him to AAA. They can't just let him lose a year of development, starting 40 games. So I think the hope is that they would give him sort of some exposure in sort of they would pick the matchups for him, hope to get him on a roll, and then they react to what he's doing. And if he's playing well, then he's going to be out there more. And that really that's not easy to do. So that's kind of where they're stuck.
They're in a kind of a weird predicament because it's like, you got voices around the team, like the broadcasters, Kruk saying, hey, Eldridge is not ready. FP went on a podcast with Slusser today and he's saying, hey, look, if you sit Chapman, you lose the clubhouse. That's really it, though. Chapman's hitting 226. If you want to put Casey somewhere and free up a spot for Eldridge, it's Chapman's spot. But how do you do that without losing the room? I want to say Buster's really a smart baseball guy because everything I know about Buster is that he's a really smart baseball guy. But didn't he put his manager in almost an absolute no-win situation? It's like if he plays Eldridge, he's probably going to lose the clubhouse. And if he doesn't play Eldridge, he's the media and the fans just seems like going to be all over him. Seems like he can't win either way.
Well, I think they also put him in a tough situation by just not doing more to address the bullpen. Nothing makes a manager look smarter or dumber than a bad bullpen versus a good bullpen. And I think there is some talent here in this bullpen. We've seen some good things from Killian, some good things from Keaton Wynn, especially. Gage has been a nice bright spot, but it's not necessarily a lockdown bullpen, and maybe they should have done a little bit more. This is sort of what you heard all off season. Grant Brisbee wrote a really good piece that basically said, look, we told you so. That you needed to go out and get more pitching than Malley and Hauser. You needed to get, do more on the run prevention side. And They made evaluations that the guys that were available were not going to be worth the contracts that they were going to command. And in some cases, you look at like a Diaz who's hurt for the Dodgers, then they can point to that, like Buster did when he was on with Murph and Marcus, and say, look, we could have signed that guy. That'd be the guy you'd want us to sign. Well, he'd be on the injured list right now, making a lot of money. So it's hard to have hindsight, right? These are hard jobs. Someone as smart as Farhan Zaidi, who put together a team that won 107 games, was made to look not very smart the next couple of years. And he made a lot of moves that backfired, that didn't work out. It's really an inexact science. And I think the problem is that there's a lot of inexperience. There's inexperience in the manager position. There's inexperience in baseball operations. And there is experience to help, like a Ron Washington. But I think I wonder if there are some ways that they are just missing things that are happening in this game, whether it's ABS, whether it's the way the teams are pitching now. What kind of miscalculations did they make putting this team together? Because you could first guess a lot of this stuff, including the fact that they started the year with no lefties on the bench.
That's exactly right, Bags. We talk about the problems that were predictable going into the season and those that weren't quite as predictable. And when you combine the two, it's all led to a 20-30 start, 10 games under 500. Didn't expect quite this, I think, regardless of what people's expectations were for the team. So I would try to do a little bit more research into the offense, the historically low walk rate, also teams as a whole just having lower batting averages. And the Giants aren't swinging more than any team. They're not even chasing more than any team, but they see far and away the most strikes, and that's because this lineup hasn't elicited a lot of fear in other pitchers. I guess my question to you is, why do you think this lineup continues to not elicit fear, even as we've seen Devers and Adames come around more in the month of May?
Well, there have been some little signs of it here and there. I mean, Devers was intentionally walked. I think that was in, Oakland, maybe? No, yeah. I forget. It was earlier on the road trip. I think it's mostly because they haven't hit a lot of homers. They haven't done a lot of damage. And it does seem counterintuitive that for them to climb out of this sort of walks-like hole that they put themselves in, they got to start by hitting their way out. But I think they kind of do. There's a whole lot of next order effects, I think, that's happening with this ABS that's changing either the ways pitchers are pitching. We know that walks are way up around baseball, yet the Giants are drawing hardly any of them. That's a big competitive disadvantage. I want to know why, we just had a really good piece on The Athletic that Chad Jennings wrote about stolen bases. And it's not that, you've got guys stealing 75, 80 bases. It's the guy who used to steal 5 is now stealing 15. And that's where the numbers are coming up. Well, why aren't the Giants doing that? Why are other teams able to pick off 90 feet here and there? And we just haven't seen it. Even with the personnel changing out year after year, this is a multi-year problem. And there's just a lot of little advantages I think aren't being grasped. But the big stuff is the big guys didn't hit early enough. And now we're seeing some cracks in the pitching staff.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have power, the mindset of be aggressive and try to pick up an extra 90 feet here and there probably would be a good mindset to have, but you also got to have those players. It's an interesting kind of situation they're in. And yet, this is an interesting time. You covered this team for a while. I went to a couple games on the last homestand. The vibe here on the show, of course, is like doom and gloom because we're really passionate over here about seeing the team well, and they're not doing well. But when you're in the yard, Bags, there's this glee in the yard that's just like almost unrelated to the record. What do you make of like Giant fandom? They make the stadium experience a lot of fun. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of people having a good time, even though the team's not very good. I mean, they're coming out in number. I don't know if it's going to stay that way all summer, but the people are out in number and they seem like pretty entertained by this product, which is a little surprising to me. What about you? You've been covering this thing.
I completely agree. That's something I have not experienced before. We've seen when there's a lack of enthusiasm, you see it in the attendance, you see it in everything. And this does seem to be kind of a disconnect between how the team is playing, how we're all talking about, the team. And then, like you said, they're drawing the Pirates, which is not a huge draw, and they're selling out,
Right.
So So it'll be interesting to see what the attendance is like on this homestand coming up. But I mean, is some of that the fact that, the A's are no longer right across the bay? I don't know. Is it that they just sold a lot of tickets in advance because they're doing a great job with marketing and with ticket sales, or promotions, or maybe there's just a lot of the BUSTER factor that gave people some consumer confidence? I mean, the Giants work really, really hard to make sure fans have a good experience at the ballpark. You can't control whether the team wins or loses if you don't work in baseball operations, but there's a lot of things experience-wise you can control, and clearly people are still going out to the game and having a good time. Which is good. It says something for the health of the city and for the region, I think. I just can't imagine you're a Giants fan and you're like, oh, I want there to be 10,000, 20,000 empty seats so that change happens.
Right.
I mean, that's just not realistic, But and we'll see. They've got to be driving revenue with these crowds. So you take them at their word. They put that revenue back into the product, and that'll allow them to spend more on payroll or whatever that you feel they should maybe be spending more anyway. But yeah, it is. It's a real disconnect between the conversations we're having right now and what it's like when you step in the ballpark.
Couple more minutes here with Andy Baggerly on the Yuma guest line. Maybe it's a little bit early for this because the trade deadline's still a ways out, but let's just say the Giants continue to be more or less about where they're at right now, 10 games below 500. Do you think they would be better served trying to trade Luis Arraez, who is definitely going to have some value to contending lineups? Or perhaps would it be better to extend him because you look at this team and he provides so much of what they lack as a whole offensively?
I think you just have to look at the last trade deadline for your instructions on this. I mean, they did not hesitate to start dealing people away who were impending free agents, even Tyler Rogers, someone they really, really liked and admired for a long time. So, yeah, I think if they make the decision that they're out of it, then absolutely, I think they're going to trade Robbie Ray. I think they're going to trade Luis Arraez. They'll basically trade anybody with a contract that's movable. And how big do they try to get with this in terms of eating money and trying to trade away anybody who's on a multi-year deal? I don't know. It's a good question. But yeah, like you said, we're a ways away from that. I don't think that this team's going to be making deals, in the end of May or the first couple weeks in June that would punt the season. They certainly hope that they can have a good homestand and get back, within shouting distance of 500 and start climbing. I mean, there is precedent. There are teams that have started out really bad. The Nationals were 19-31. They won the World Series a few years ago. So it's just hard to imagine this team getting on that kind of run, just based on what we've seen thus far. But man, you can't predict ball. You really don't know. So they've got some time to turn it around, but not a ton of time.
There's some really good stories here too. I mean, Caleb Killian is. I know he struggled Tuesday night, but he's picked up 3 or 4 miles an hour on the fastball. Redid his career. Susak's hitting, throwing guys out, looking amazing. I got to ask you one though on Tony V on the way out. Sabes came on KMBR and he's like, I really hope this organization gives him 3 years to really show what he's got one way or another. And I've heard a couple other people have that sentiment as well. Bags, you cover this thing and you're around it. You get the vibe of it more than we do because you're in the clubhouse. What if you had to bet every penny that you have to your name on Tony V gets 3 years here or doesn't? Where's your money going?
Oh boy. I mean, I have to look at this like from a broad lens here, which is the manager position is just, there's so much turnover in it. I wouldn't take any manager. I wouldn't take the bet that they'd fill out their entire contract. I mean, managers are hired to be fired. So if you're asking me, I have to put my money on one side of the felt or the other. I would say no, but I would say that has less to do with Tony in particular and more to do with just the volatility of the position.
Yeah, that's you're probably spot on.
Bax, thanks so much for coming by with us, man. We appreciate it as we do to close out every week, and we'll see what this next one brings. I was laughing at reading some of your recent stories. It was like Harrison Bader grand slam, the Giants getting hit after hit in Sacramento, and then it was like, this week they got swept, and now everybody's mad again. So we're back to raging, but I'm glad to know that deep down you can wake up cranky with us too.
Well, I'm feeling better. This has helped. It's been cathartic. So thanks for allowing me to search out my feelings here.
Always. Andy Baggerly of The Athletic. You could give him a follow. You should read him for all the best and latest information. And we'll continue to navigate it as we're all in this one together. Krug, we are still raging. We still have 45 minutes of rage to go. And there's one team we haven't even touched on. You know how awesome these conference finals have been, particularly in the West? The Thunder and the Spurs is like the best matchup we have gotten since freaking Warriors-Cavs. Shea versus Wemby. Here's the problem. The Warriors feel so far removed from that because the last time they played a game, it was over a month ago when they looked flat in Phoenix. We got to talk about the rage for the Dubs. Salty Silver, Cranky Krug, Beyond Tipsy Tim. We'll get back to it next on The Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
It's Friday. Time to go full rage with Cranky Kruk and Salty Silver. Right here on the Sports
I passed out in a bush.
Leader.
That's right. We're not done. We still got another 40 minutes, and you already know what the deal is. It's Cranky Kruk on a Friday. We're going to take a nice 3-day weekend. We're all going to enjoy Memorial Day, and we're going to come back so refreshed, so happy on Tuesday. But right now, it's been a long week, and we've had it. All right, we're at the end of our wits. 808 KNBR is your number. A lot of Giants talk. Good to get our Niners fix in with Matt Mayoko earlier. Kruk, Game 3 tonight, man. 5:30 Spurs Thunder. I cannot wait to watch it. The only problem is it's been tougher to track the NBA playoffs because I've been so focused on the Giants because the Warriors season has been over for quite some time. I know we had our debate about LeBron James, et cetera, but I think there's one thing we can agree on. The Warriors are worth being a little bit cranky about right now, huh?
I mean, I've never been more eager for an era to change over than this era of Warrior basketball. I mean, it's like, come on, man. I mean, it's like, you know, it's you had a party. It was a great party, but now the keg's dry, and there's a bunch of food sitting on the table, but it's all bad. It's all gone bad, and you still got a bunch of people who talk about that party. Oh, it was a hell of a party, but in reality, it's like, clean up your damn table and move on to the next thing, and they can't do it. They cannot do it. Jimmy Butler's on the team. He's 36. They owe him a mint next year. He's going nowhere. Kind of like them. Steph has hit the wall physically. If he plays 75% of the games, I'd be shocked. He's old. Green, old. Horford, old. And these guys are all coming back. They're bringing the band back. They got nothing to trade. They got no assets. Light years ahead has turned into what? I don't know. And this idea that Joe was Eddie D, it's like, come on, that was a little premature. He bought a team that had Steph Curry in the early stages and benefited from it. But I think as time goes on, we're realizing that Joe Lacob is more Jerry Jones than he is the great Eddie D. Eddie D he wasn't in the Niners draft room demanding this guy and that guy. Joe has his own board. Joe's got his kids in the front office. He chased out every good personnel guy he's got. I mean, it's really unbelievable. He's Jerry Jones. He had that early success, and now he'd rather play with the toy himself instead of paying Sam Presti to run it for him or somebody really great. So he's got kind of a yes man there in Dunleavy who is just there because he's been a first-time GM and he's glad to be there. He's just happy as a clam to see Joe's calling. And so he's just the shield so Joe doesn't get criticized for doing it himself. And he's Jerry Jones. And Jerry Jones hasn't won in a long time. And we'll see where the Warriors go from here. But I mean, light years ahead, your team is eroding in front of our eyes. You have no assets. You got nothing. Sam Presti's got like 1 million picks coming up, and he's got a young team that's awesome. And you've got this old team that's not awesome, and you have no assets. So I don't know. Other than that, I think things are going great.
Well, it's well said, and I wanted to hear you out on this. Let me ask you one question before I come back with my take or view or information, which is,
okay,
do you wish they just did the full-blown blow-up, like trade Steph Curry, have Draymond Green move on? Do you wish that Steph Curry was on a different team and they committed to pushing the full self-destruct rebuild start over button?
I mean, yeah, I would, to me, it would have been a better decision to like try to move off of these guys individually for assets, and then gather assets, and then try to build something up. Or if you want to keep Steph, that's fine. And then Draymond's his caddy, fine. You got Draymond and Steph, but leaning into it with Jimmy Butler, I mean, come on, what a terrible decision that was. Trading Jordan Poole for Chris Paul, what a horrible decision that was. Paying Jordan Poole an asinine amount of money. All these people were defending it at the time. Oh, it's not an overpay. What? That guy became totally devalued him as an asset, like exponentially the day you signed him to that contract. Then you had to basically give him away to get rid of him. So, I mean, they've made all kinds of horrible decisions, and they don't have a lot of assets. Now they got the 11th pick in the draft. We'll see what they do with it. They need a great player. We'll see if they get one. But, I mean, this team, I mean, it's brutal. I was listening to their press conferences. They want all these old guys back. They're like, Horford, come on back. You know what I mean? Jimmy Butler, they're not trading Jimmy Butler. Nobody's taking that. I mean, unless there's somebody who's just going to take that as a cleanser for their cap. But nobody's actually trading for any of these guys. So, I mean, they're in a weird spot. I mean, it's like Steph probably has a couple years left, and that's great, Joe, the businessman, because people will come through the turnstiles at Chase to see him. But that's the only good news. They're an iconic brand built that way by Steph Curry. And now it's a dormant, going nowhere, eroding, molding, iconic brand. And I don't know. People are like, oh, Steve Kerr may move on. And who's going to want to, who wants to coach this team right now? Oh my God, this is like the last team you'd want to coach. So I bet you they got
Tony Vitello.
I mean, the only people who want to coach this team are people that are nobodies trying to make themselves a somebody. Nobody who actually has choices is choosing to coach the Golden State Warriors with their, self-made billionaire GM/owner and their lack of assets.
All right, here's what I would say to this, because there's a lot of truth behind everything you put out. And I'm first of all, I'm fully with you. Number one, they are not close to the Thunder or the Spurs. We could just put that out there on the line. That's obvious.
Yeah, I mean, that's
number two,
comical.
If they essentially try to run this operation back from largely what it was this season and say, well, we'll be healthier, that would be intellectually fraudulent. That would be intellectually stupid. It would lack, okay? Cannot do that. That being said, I'm actually willing to give Joe Lacob and this operation some grace here. I'm willing to approach this offseason with an open mind, at least in terms of what they have said as far as the intentions. Here's the deal. You have Steph Curry here, right? So as long as he's here, and likely Draymond too, you're not tanking. You're not fully resetting, and you're not going to commit to, well, we'll try to win 36 games and make the next generation great, because that's not what Steph Curry's about. He wants to compete and play those two magical words, meaningful basketball. That being said, Krug, you also look at the roster, and you can only have so many players who are going to be on some kind of minutes restriction due to age or injury or both. So that's Steph, that's Draymond, that's unfortunately Moses Moody, who you did not expect to be on that list. That's Jimmy Butler for half a season if he comes back. Horford, Porzingis, Melton, Gary Payton II, right? Like, they absolutely need to make some changes. However, if there is a commitment to being more of a regular season team to where you're competing to get in a playoff series, and then you can still see if Steph, Draymond, Jimmy, and these OGs have something magical in them, like we got to see for that one night in the Clippers series, then I can buy this product a little bit more. That could be the youth and availability of a number 11 pick. That could be going and getting guys that you feel like are underutilized on other rosters that might not cost you a whole lot, and really guys that can go ahead and score 30 points on a given night, even if it might not be the exact kind of fit alongside Steph Curry. That's the kind of flexibility that they do need to have going into this next season. So this team as currently constructed, if they largely run it back, I'm with you. What in the actual world are we doing? But I think there's an understanding, and there always is, from all-time greats and champions, of what it actually looks like. So they talk about lowering those expectations and not constantly saying championship, 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 but still wanting to compete. Okay, so they set their intention. Now they need to go on and act in that intention by creating a roster that can function through the course of a regular season. The Warriors have done the hard part, which is they got players who are ready for the biggest moments. The problem is they're also old or prone to injury or old man injuries like Steph and the runner's knee that you got to also find a way to get through 82 in the regular season. So they've done the hard part of getting 4 out of 7 players, but now they got to replenish on some of the 82. And that's where I'm willing to have an open mind on this, because you still, in that Clippers game, I know it was a 9-10 play-in game, but that still gave us something that was like, all right, maybe there's some capability of just understanding you could lower the expectations for a chance to do something special and have a roster that can function better if we're talking about a 5-month span rather than a 2-week span.
You know, maybe the NBA could change their rules and just have like the Warriors get into like, you know, the playoffs without playing the regular season. And then they could just have
here's the 7 seed.
Curry. Because here's the reality, that end of the year game against the Clippers showed you that if they get one game, yeah, if you could fast forward and put the Warriors in game 7 of the finals, they might be able to pull off one great game, you know? But they're not, they can't. It's a, you know, it's an endurance test. It's a, you know, it's a survival. Who's the war, you know, Darwinism in the NBA. I mean, it's like it's only the strong survive, and they're too old. I mean, look at their entire team. You said, is the arrow pointing up or down? The only guys that the arrow's pointing up on this team are Guy Santos, Pods, Will Richard, and Quentin Post. The arrow's pointing down on everybody else, and none of those guys are even, you know, real stars in any way, shape, or form. So there's teams that have all kinds of talent. I mean, if I'm Mike, I bet you anything, Mike Dunleavy will be calling AT&T at some point this summer, just checking to see if his phone still works, because nobody's calling him. Because nobody's going to call you, Mike, because you don't have anything worthy that anybody wants. Even if nobody's passionate about any of those guys, Pods or any of those guys. Nobody's
they don't have a young foundational piece. They don't have a young foundational piece. That is true.
They could throw you want to throw me a Pods, sure, but I'm not calling you looking for Pods. I'm not constructing a deal around Pods, and Pods is the best they got. So, I mean, they are an assetless, old, eroding franchise who refuses to turn the page because they're cashing, I guess, at the box office. But for my people that were there this spring said that there was all kinds of empty seats throughout much of the month of March in a lot of those home games. So running it back might really not be a good idea. There might be a lot of no-shows at this opulent palace known as the Chase.
But I do think there's a way to not entirely run it back and still have a Steph Curry-led team where you're just going to have 2 different versions of normal. You're going to have the way you do it when a lot of your vets are going to be out, and then you're going to have the way you do it when it's everything on the line and everyone's available, and you can play Steph 35 minutes on some kind of given night. Like, I don't think it has to just be one or the other, because there's so many games and there's so many back-to-backs and there's opportunities for rest where I do think the Warriors can tweak it in certain ways, but they do have to fix this roster. And you're right that if they had a young foundational piece to build around, say like the Spurs have a Stephon Castle or a Dylan Harper, right? If they had someone like that, it is a different conversation. But because they don't, they're realistically not going to be able to do much with trades. I think 209 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, I did like this text, says they won 4 championships. Let Steph ride onto the sunset however he wants to. So if Steph wants to stay here and try to wear one jersey for his whole career and be with the Warriors, but also play some meaningful basketball, then yeah, Let him do that
Yeah,
and let him
but-
be the focus
okay,
of
but
the team,
it-
but try to create multiple normals that can make it work for a regular season.
It cannot. That's fine if you let him do it any way he wants. But this is their natural order of things. If you go against the natural order of things, that's on you. Maybe you're going to go gray instead. You dye your hair. You're interrupting the natural order of things, right? Okay. Some people do it. All right. That's the Warriors right now. They're going gray, but they're dyeing their hair, trying to pretend they're young. And is it fool anybody? I mean, I don't know. Does that fool anybody? Or do you just look like a guy who's not comfortable in your own skin? And that's kind of where I think the Warriors are. They're brutal watch right now because it's like, okay, if Steph wants to finish any way he wants, that's fine. But that should not prevent the team from building going forward. And that's kind of where they're at right now. They can't go and build because they keep being like, oh, how's this guy going to get along with Steph? How's this all going to blend with Steph? They need an on-the-ball guy. I've been looking at the draft prospects. There's a kid in this draft named Kingston Flemings who's a 6'4" point guard on the ball, all right? That's what they need to do. They need to take the ball out of Steph's hands and put it in Kingston Fleming's hands and let Steph play off the ball. And that will enable him to play more games. He already probably can't play back-to-backs, but they need a new engine. There's too much athleticism in this league. There's too many. Everybody can just get them and their old bodies and spread them out and crush them. They have to have an ignition who's got some juice. And this kid Flemings is big time. I think he's going to go probably in the top 5 or 6. They pick 11, so they're going to have to figure out a way to get up. But that's the kind of piece that they need. Now, if they stay where they're at, the Yaxel Lendenberg, 6'9", 240, could probably slate him in. He's a senior. He's probably ready to play. In a lot of ways, he's the perfect pick for them because he's a young player, but he's also ready to play. But there's so many athletes in this league right now, and it's like, are you not going to partake? You got all these athletes everywhere, and there's a lot of speed out there. And it's like, are you going to be part of this game, or are you going to just sit this out? And if you could get a Kingston Flemings and put it in his hands, I think you're one, it would be a better show. Two, I think you're starting to build something for the future, and I think it's about time they start doing that.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? They haven't had this opportunity in front of them during the Dunleavy era. I think the highest pick they've had is 19, in which they got Pods. You can get a damn good player at number 11. And by the way, they did with somebody named Klay Thompson before. So I hear you on that. And I do think that back to how you create different forms of normal, like you have your set rotation and way of doing it when you got all the vets there. And then you've got your more, hey, there's 82 games and we're going to let some of these younger guys lead the way on a given night. Do we have anyone that can score 30 for us? You can get a guy like that with the 11th pick. And I think that's part of the reason why, at least until the draft, until we have that new player in this system, I'm willing to give this offseason a little bit of grace and open-mindedness. But you're right. Running this operation back, and if, say, they bring back both Horford and Porzingis, it's like, dude, you can't have half your roster be slated to miss minimum 25 games. That's just not going to get you anywhere.
Well, are you going to petition the league that you can sit out back-to-back from the rest of the That's basically it. You got to have 5 different guys that are not going to be worth anything on the second night of a back-to-back, and those back-to-backs are just going to be scheduled losses. So, I mean, they got to get younger. They got to figure out a way. They got to figure out a way to get younger. I mean, they really leaned into it by getting Jimmy Butler because they were already old. And all of a sudden, it's like you're going to go for an older guy who's even more broken down, more expensive, more mileage on him. I mean, it's like ridiculous. It's like a garage where you've got a Honda in there with 175,000 miles, and you go out and you buy a used car that has like 245,000 miles. That's not what you need. You need that reliable car that's going to get you through, and they don't have that. So they can play in the playoffs if they could skip the regular season. They just can't do both. They can't do the regular season and then do the playoffs.
Exactly. So we'll continue this conversation, and then we'll close it out with some Giants thoughts. It's Cranky Friday, Silver, Krug, and Tim Webb on the Sports Leader.
She's old. You can't just take her stuff. She's too old.
It's Papa and Silver with Larry Kruger. Are you pissed? 808 KNBR, the rage leader.
Because I'm pissed off for greatness. Because I'm pissed off for greatness.
Is that Ray Lewis, Tim?
It was. I got Kellen Winslow, too.
No, man, I'm pissed.
No, I think what he means is I'm incarcerated, isn't he? Isn't Kellen Winslow, I believe, behind bars?
He's in the Gray Bar Motel for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll never forget. It was on ESPN. I think it was pre-Monday Night Football, and maybe it was right after Ray Lewis joined the crew post-retirement. And there was this guy online who would do these Ray Lewis skits, and he was one of his former teammates in Baltimore, had like a brief stint in the NFL, and he would just do it about the most benign topics. Like there was one about lecturing kids of how to trick or treat, and he had the eye black on, and he treated it like a pregame speech. And he's like, when I trick or treat with effort. And then they played it for Ray on ESPN on the pregame show, and it was fantastic. So I'll have to go and dig that up at some point during this weekend after we drop the rage in about 15 minutes from now and get you over to the patio where Dirty Work is hanging out. But yeah, a lot of stuff going on today, lots of process through. And just as we get some finishing touches here on the Warriors, my favorite text in a while is 510. We're screwed if Dave Fleming is Steph Curry's backup with your notion on drafting Kingston Flemings from Houston.
Yes, there you go. You're not familiar with Kingston, but you will be someday. And he is a hell of a player. It's not everything is negative. I mean, there's always positive elements of all sports fandom, but it's we've hit a rough patch. It's funny when you say Ray Lewis. The thing that I think of is Harbaugh Bowl, New Orleans, 1st and goal from the 7. Ray Lewis. I'm looking at him in the binocs right now, and he's grabbing his shorts. He's so freaking tired and old, and so is Haloti Ngata, and so is Bernard Pollard, and so is old man Ed Reed. And what did Harbaugh do coming out of the 2-minute warning? He called a freaking timeout because he couldn't get the play called in time. And that right there is why the Niners lost Super Bowl 47, because they called a timeout after the 2-minute warning, and they let an old, tired, gasping for air Ravens team that was about to absolutely give in time to regroup. And then some of the worst play calls I've ever seen in my life inside the 5, and the Niners lose and the Ravens win. The one that got away was that one. I mean, these Mahomes and the overtime, and I mean, yeah, those are bad. But you know what? The Niners had 1st and goal from 7 with plenty of time and could not score. Never gave the ball to Frank Gore.
The other two, they were just so close to closing the door, and they didn't against the Chiefs. That one was... And that was so funky, too, because of going down 28-6, looking way out of it, the power outage delay, getting right back into it. But to put it in the context of having a 1st and goal right there and then not being able to score on 4 pass plays, I think that's a very fitting way to just contribute to the rage conversation as we get a little bit closer to 2 o'clock. I did want to get to...
As you can see, I'm over it. I'm obviously totally over it by now.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's just as we all are, right? That's why we do sports talk radio for 4 hours a day, because, there's not enough to talk about and revisit any past traumas or frustrations or rage as we did on this Friday. I did want to finish off the Warriors talk with this text from the 619. It says, all this talk about Curry should be able to finish on his terms. Yeah, well, so did Joe. Didn't happen. Traded to the Chiefs. So did Mays. Didn't happen. Traded to the Mets. So did Jerry and Ronnie. Nope and nope. And to that, I would say, yes, it is very, very rare for any athlete to go out on their terms. But the Warriors, and I admire them for this, is something I've said before on these airwaves, is when you take the approach of, we want to ride this thing until the wheels come falling off, and you decide to make that decision, well, that's okay, but the wheels are going to fall off. So whether you blew it up now or whether you ended up having this operation end next year or the year after that, this next chapter of Warriors basketball is going to be dark. It's going to be rough. It's going to be a long climb before they can get back to relevance. And there's just simply no way around that. I think my thought is you're never going to have another Steph Curry. He showed us in flashes, missed a lot of games, but he showed us in flashes what he's still capable of doing on a basketball court. So I am going to enjoy every second he plays basketball. The Warriors now need to do right by him by making a team and constructing a roster that doesn't put just so much on his plate. And not in the way that go find someone that's going to be a better player than him. He's going to be the best player next year. I understand they have limitations on finances and the assets, but where they can control this is go and get some younger guys through the draft, find affordable free agents, and get you some players that can help it out in the regular season where it just doesn't have to be guys who are like 22 years old or guys who are 38. Give me some nice, healthy 27-year-olds that can just get you there, and then we'll see if they got action in April.
I know what I'm going to say here is going to piss off a lot of people, but the smart move, if they could do it, because you know who's going to fall short of winning a title this year? The Knicks. The Knicks are going to fall short of winning a title. They're going to win this series. They're going to fall short in the finals. They're not going to beat those teams. The Knicks are going to lose the finals. Offer Steph to the Knicks. It would be best for the league. It would be best for the Warriors. Take whatever pieces you have to make the salaries work, and then get a bunch of picks. And that would be best for the league. That would be best for Steph. That would be best for the Warriors. And get down the road. Get down the road. He's got what? I mean, I don't know what you think he's got left. I think he's got 2 years left, max. And if they blew it at Matt, the Knicks blew it by not getting Steph in the draft once upon a time. They would love to have him there. It would make sense for the Warriors. Get whatever you got coming back. I mean, obviously you're gonna have to take back some pieces, but fine. You let them give you whatever, Mikal Bridges and Josh Hart or whatever, a Nobi or whatever it's going to take, and then get a bunch of picks. Get a bunch of picks and start, instead of living in the past. That's the only thing that's going to make them kind of get to the present in the future is if they get beyond this. Otherwise, it's going to be just more losing with Steph and watching him play. You're going to buy tickets hoping he's there, and he's not going to be there probably 60% of the time. You know what I mean? Maybe 70, who knows? You never know. I mean, I don't know what he's going to play, but my guess is he's going to for sure miss 25% of the games, probably more. And I don't know. To me, that would be best for the league, best for Steph's brand, and best for the Warriors and their ability to kind of reposition themselves post-Steph, and not – because let's be honest about their arena. Their arena is opulent. It's an opulent palace. So nobody's going to pay for tickets there if they don't have something going. So if they drive their franchise off the cliff, that's going to be a lot of lean years there. So I would say don't do that.
I say you only trade Steph. Only scenario you ever do it is if he asks for it, and then you have to honor it. That's the only thing for me. Otherwise, you let him play in a Golden State Warriors jersey.
I hear you.
All right. Well, guess what? We'll wrap this up. And the good news is I think you're with me next Friday. So cool. Hey, same time next week. Let's just continue to rage. We'll wrap it up with a little Giants talk and send it over to Dirty Work plus Tim's Friday trivia coming your way on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
After an off day yesterday, the Giants return to action tonight. 7:15 is your first pitch, and after falling to 10 games below 500 for the first time since July 2019, the guys are looking to slowly crawl their way back. We'll have pregame for you right here on the Sports Leader at 6:15. Dirty Work will take you there.
Filling in for Greg Papa is Larry Kruger, and he is pissed.
I was so pissed.
Well, I've been pissed for 20 years.
Get ticked off and beat their brains in. How about that?
All around, very, very well done by Tim and the production today. Cranky Friday. Gotta tell you, man, as I'm starting to look outside, I see a little bit of sun. We got a little Western Conference Finals Game 3 coming up. We get Trevor McDonald on the mound tonight. I'm thinking, hey, maybe after 3 hours and 57 minutes, maybe I'm actually doing okay in the end. I don't know, Krug. Maybe it's just starting to wear off just a little bit.
Go Giants. Now, you know what? I'll say this. I like going to the yard. At the end of the day, I like going to the yard. And I go often, and I enjoy it. So, this is where I think the Giants owners ought to have more confidence that the fans would support a rebuild. I think the fan in San Francisco is really sophisticated, and I think the love for Giants baseball runs really, really deep. And if you could just verbalize a plan, I think we'd have a lot of people who are super fired up about it, especially if you gave them a timeline that made sense to them. So we shall see. There's always hope. Sports is cyclical. Down cycles, up cycles. It's just the way it goes.
All right, Tim, final couple of minutes. Incredible first week. We got so much more planned for the show moving forward, but what you got for us on the trivia front?
Okay, well, we'll make it quick. No bells and whistles. Simply, what team won the WNBA Finals last year?
Oh, I know the answer. Krug, you want to take a snap?
I'll say the Mercury.
It was the Las Vegas Aces, but soon to be Golden State Valkyries, of course, the new prize possession.
Nice job, Craig. I figured you would probably have that.
Joe Lacob.
Yeah, okay, so what is a nautical mile an hour called?
Knots.
That is correct,
Yeah,
Krug.
knot.
Now, how about both
Okay.
of you guys? I gave you one each that I figured you would know. What type of tree sheds all of its leaves every year? What is that called?
Like what type of tree does that, or what's the name for a tree that sheds all its
What's
leaves?
the name for the trees that do that?
Gosh. Wow.
Cactus?
The Dirty Works?
Cactus is not correct. They're called deciduous trees. You guys both got one. Nice job.
I'm going to lose my S.
I didn't like that last one. I felt it was punitive and it was intentional to make us look bad.
I'm not anything if I'm not punitive. You know that.
Can we finish on an up note with something easier? Like,
Yeah, how about this? Here's your trivia question. Do the Giants win tonight?
They'll have my money. I'm gonna, Trevor
And that's
McDonald.
all the time we have. You know what?
We need the
Krug's
Gary
right.
cut. We need the Gary cut.
First game of series.
We need the Gary cut where he's like 808 KMVR, go Giants. That was the best. He said it with such low energy. He's like 808 KMVR, go Giants.
Oh,
We got to find that next time.
Absolutely. Krug, you're the best. Tim, appreciate you. And thank you to Matt Mayoko and Andy Baggerly. Have a fantastic Memorial Day weekend, everybody. And let's take you out to the patio at 58 Social for a Friday edition of Dirty Work. Copes, Depop, and Dan Dunn will take it away as you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
808 KNBR, go Giants.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now, they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot there? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot. Oh, boy.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Dirty Work
Network on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop with you live from the patio of 58 Social. Dan Dunn is back at the KNBR studios on the ones and twos.
With that mug.
I don't know if we can top a cranky Kruk Friday.
No, that's going to be hard to top. But we can be cranky. You've been cranky all week, pretty much.
Do you think I've been cranky? I feel like
you've just been keeping it real. And sometimes keeping it real goes wrong.
I don't think it's gone wrong, at least not yet. I mean, everything worked when we plugged it in.
No phone calls? Nothing?
I got a phone call, but it wasn't like Ty, Copes.
And how about this? On Fridays, we're at the patio. You and I usually wear the same shirt.
Do we all often? We never plan what we're wearing.
I know, but like it's either you and I wear like a white shirt or a black shirt. It always happens this way.
Well, here's the thing: is like I wear a lot of solid colors anyway.
Same here, yeah.
And I mean, you wear a lot of just plain black and white, or like maybe a Goodfellas T-shirt.
No, a
sweatshirt.
Yeah, a Goodfellas sweatshirt, or a Run the Jewels shirt, or a Frank Costanza shirt, or not Frank Costanza, George Costanza.
Yeah, Derek's kind of got that former.
Love a Frank Costanza shirt.
Yeah, that'd be good, dude. A Frank Costanza.
You want a piece of me? It says that on it.
I gotta write stuff down when you say you want stuff now, so I can get you a gift later with a Frank Costanza on it.
Give me gifts. Pat H is here too.
Pat H is here. I do like, by the way, when we show up wearing like you'll be in white and then I'll be in black, or vice versa.
Yeah.
And then it'll happen. It happened like 3 or 4 times the week of the Super Bowl. We were at Radio Row.
Yeah, that did happen
but
a lot.
Once we got on video, I stopped wearing as many
solid color shirts.
No, as many things that were like that had a graphic on them.
Okay.
Just so like, what if something gets clipped and then it gets clipped again later? You're like, damn it, where's that? Like Kruk, it's like, we all know the 28-3. We all know Kruk loves that Maryland Terrapin shirt. You know
Pat the Patriot shirt's one of my favorites.
Kruk's always good. He does have a lot of like random gear, dude, which cracks me up.
And then I found today Kruk grew up a White Sox fan because his mom was a White Sox fan. So that's his AL team, he said.
Stop, don't you? Okay, dude. Actually, I'm going to take this back. I usually hate when people are like, oh, that's my AL team. That's my pet team. The people I'll give passes to are like, if you grew up somewhere that didn't have baseball. Like if you're from Vegas, I'm not going to demand you be an A's, Giants, Angels, or Dodger fan just because that's where you are.
Right.
Kind of, I'm like, they didn't put a team there for you. You get to pick.
No, you do, yeah.
And I get also, like, if you're a fan of a team in a minor league area, if you're like in Sacramento, I totally would understand that there's a whole generation of kids who may have grown up in Sacramento that were A's fans because they were the A's minor league affiliate for so long. There's a ton of, I'm sure, people our age that are in Fresno that are Giants fans because the Fresno Grizzlies used to be the Giants'
a ton of them are, yeah.
AAA affiliate. So you get some of that, and I totally understand that. But I generally, like, Kruk grew up in San Francisco.
Yeah.
She's like, I love.
Well, he's a diehard Giants fan.
I love Will Clark and Harold Baines.
But I did like him kind of throwing that in there and be like, yeah, kind of grew up a little White Sox fan because my mom was watching the White Sox.
Dude,
games.
808 came be our Krug and the Pope. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
diehard White Sox guys. We're gonna have to stick it to the Pope tonight. Yeah, well, they lost. Yeah, that's one of my favorite things that happened when the Pope was named Pope Leo. And came out, he's from Chicago, which to me is still the funniest thing. Dude, his house, Chicago dogs and Lou Malnati's pizza. And he's also...
he knows how to eat.
He's also seen the 05 White Sox. When that happened and it came out, remember the Cubs were like, the Pope's a Cubs fan or whatever.
No.
On the marquee. And then immediately people were like, no. He's a White Sox fan. I don't know how somebody found the footage, those crowd shots of the 05 White Sox playoff run or World Series. It might have been World Series on Fox.
Rooted on Ozzie Guillen.
And he's like sitting there with his brother, and he's got like a
Jermaine Dye jersey on, probably.
Yeah, dude, he's rocking a John Garland out there, dude, the 5th starter that year. Jose Contreras, he's got a Scotty Podsednik, something like that. But that cracks me up that he's a White Sox fan because it's just for a team that's been around since basically the inception of the American League. It's sort of an obscure team.
It
and
is.
It's a team. I mean, I feel like if you're going to go obscure in baseball, the most obscure division, 808 KNBR are the most obscure team in baseball. The most obscure division to me is the American League Central.
Why is that?
It's all teams that I just like. Well, you got some longtime franchises like Cleveland,
yeah,
right, who haven't won a World Series. The Minnesota Twins they played in the Dome forever. You know what I mean? I don't know. They're playing baseball up in Minneapolis.
Tigers.
You know what I mean? Tigers is a classic team, but they've been through their eras of obscurity. And
Royals, who I'll see
bottom
this
feeding.
weekend.
Royals, who inexplicably won back-to-back pennants and lost to the Giants in 14 and then won it in 15 against the Mets, I want to say.
Yep.
And then who's the last team I'm forgetting?
White
Sox.
Yeah, White Sox.
There you go. So you've got a bunch of classic teams, but it's funny because I wonder if people around the league, I look at the National League West, and I think it's because I was here forever, or I've been a Giants fan forever. I think the National League West is a pretty obscure division. You had 2 teams at one point whose primary colors were purple. You know what I mean? Like
The
the
Diamondbacks
D-backs and the Rockies. And
Yeah.
that's one of the lamest things, by the way, ever still to me. D-backs won a World Series and then changed their colors.
Yeah, I like the old school ones with Randy Johnson and Kurt Schilling.
Yeah, then they threw in like the burnt red for a long time.
I hated those
Like, what are their
uniforms.
colors now?
I think it's still that,
It's kind
right?
of like burnt-ish red.
But every
and-
now and then they do like the alternates. Like, every team does alternates
Well,
now.
now some of the City Connects or throwbacks
Yeah,
or
yeah,
whatever. They do
exactly.
that as like a throwback or like a nod as a throwback. They do that with the NFL too, where they do like the Niners did the saloon font,
Right.
but then it was like a a new modern version of it, the Shadows.
Well, the
saloon
Rams
font.
did the same thing when they won the Super Bowl. They changed their uniforms the next year to the more,
The classic Rams,
like they did like
not the Kurt Warner golden and metallic blue almost.
Well, those were sweet. Like I enjoyed the Eric Dickerson jerseys, and then the next year they went to what we saw for most of our childhood, which was more
the
I guess,
navy and the gold.
blue.
Yeah, it was like a navy and a gold.
Yeah, exactly.
The Steven Jackson Predator.
But I don't see it as an obscure division. I just see the White Sox as kind of an obscure team.
Yeah,
honestly.
I was going to say for me that's
Yeah.
a division where you're just like, they're all kind of bunched up always to me too.
Well, we work with a lot of Chicago guys from back in the day. Matt Kolsky was always a White Sox fan. Dieter Kurtenbach. And the only one I can think of celebrity-wise,
James Kincaid, our buddy Jimbo
Jim,
Kincaid, who works for the
big Padres guy now.
who works for the Warriors and used to be a producer here at KNBR. Jimbo, dude, like the entire time I knew him and all of his time at KNBR, a massive White Sox fan. He one time went to a game, I think, as a kid. Forgot this story. I think he went to a game as a kid at the White Sox stadium with his dad. His dad took him. And dude, do you think he caught a line drive off his head from somebody on the White Sox? They had to take him to the medical room and everything, like they're at the stadium. And then
Jimbo did, okay.
Yeah, Jimbo did, dude. As like an 11-year-old, like caught a line drive off his head before they had the nets up. I'm laughing because he's okay.
Yeah, he's fine now.
Probably wasn't all that funny at the time.
As far as we know.
And then he got some cool, I think he got some autographed stuff, but he loves Frank Thomas and it's always, and then all of a sudden a few years ago just fell in love with the city of San Diego and caught Padre fever, which was the most disgusting thing that could have happened. You know what I mean? I'm like, what are we doing? You took
Yeah, not many
Pods?
people, turn from a White Sox fandom to Padres fandom. But the only celebrity I could think of that is a White Sox fan, John Cusack, I guess, is a big White Sox guy. Used to be a Cubs guy, but now a White Sox guy.
We used to be a Cubs guy, now a White Sox guy?
I think that's the case. I
You
could be
can't do
wrong
that.
on that. Hold on.
You can't do that. That's not something that happens.
Yeah, and I'm not a big John Cusack guy.
Nobody
to begin
moved
with.
away. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's not
exactly.
like one of them moved away and they broke your heart and you're like, well, I'll never root for them again.
Yeah, you don't go from Cubs to White Sox.
And even if they had, it's like, I don't expect, I've joked about it, but I don't expect anybody who's an A's fan, a big A's fan in the Bay Area to be like, well, now I'm a Giants fan. Like, I don't expect anybody to do that because that's not really how it works.
Right.
Your heart's broken and I'm sure you're looking for something else to root for. Root for the Ballers. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
If you're-
exactly.
If you're an A's fan, that's totally cool. The defending champion.
So I'm reading it right now. John Cusack, I guess, was always a White Sox fan, but has always had to defend his fandom because most people in his family are Cubs fans.
05 White Sox was, I was in high school. It was in the heart of my, it's always
That was
just
a fun
in the-
team.
In the heart of my baseball fandom.
I mean, I remember that series well because I was living in Houston, Texas, and the Astros went to the World Series that year.
Astros had the Killer Bees.
Yes.
They had Biggio, Beltran, Bagwell, and they picked up, and they had Berkman.
Yeah,
was the other
Berkman,
one.
yeah.
They picked up Beltran. Is who they'd gotten.
And I want to say that series, they didn't sweep them, but I want to say it went 5 or something like that.
Did they not? I think this. Did they not sweep them?
Well, I know the Red Sox did the previous year in 2004.
It was 04. The Red Sox swept the Cardinals, right?
Yes. And honestly, the Cardinals should have gone back-to-back NL pennants there. But, Astros
Yeah,
advanced.
Dee Pujols hit that home run in the LCS.
I want to say the Astros won one game. But
Maybe
yeah,
they did. Brad Lidge. I just remember Scotty Podsednik had like 500 straight or 600 consecutive at bats without a home run, and he hits one in the World Series. He was their like soft hitting left fielder or center fielder. Aaron Rowand was in center for those White Sox. He was in left. You had Rowand in center, Scotty Podsednik in left. You had Jermaine Dye in right. Jermaine Dye won the World Series MVP, and I want to say the rotation was unbeatable throughout that postseason. The rotation was Mark Burley, the lefty, who's phenomenal. Who, by the way, he came up in my mind last week. We were talking to, or earlier this week, we were talking to Sergio Romo.
Yeah.
And we were talking about perfect no-hitters that get close or perfect games because of what happened to the A's.
Mhm.
And JT Ginn earlier this week in Anaheim.
Yeah,
And
heartbreaker.
I said, dude, what about the Petit near-perfect game, 8 2/3? And Sergio was on the bench for that, of course. That was before the bullpen was out in the outfield. So Sergio's sitting there with everybody else.
Right.
And he said, don't forget, in that game, Yusmeiro Petit set the record for consecutive batters faced without recording or without allowing a run. Oh, no, it was without allowing a hit or something.
Yeah.
It was like 46 consecutive batters without a base runner. And then the last, that's what broke it on the second out of the ninth inning. And then he would have been at 47 if he gets the perfect game. Instead, he gives up that little flare to line drive flare to Eric Chavez that comes up short of the glove of Hunter Pence. Anyway, Mark Burley previously held the record at 45 consecutive batters once he threw a no-hitter. So it was Mark Burley was the first guy. They had Jose Contreras. They had El Duque, who was previously a reliever for the Yankees, but he was a starter for them. He was Levon's brother.
Right.
Orlando Hernandez, John Garland. I want to say there was one other dude who was an absolute monster. Freddie Garcia, former Mariners starter. But that team was fun, dude. Bobby Jenks on that team. Damaso Marte. You had Neil Kotz, the lefty. That was a really fun team. Tadaguchi, I think, was their second baseman from Japan.
No, fun team, and you are correct, Copes. They actually did sweep the Astros. There was one game I remember, October 25th. It went 14 innings. The White Sox won 7-5. And almost lasted 6 hours that game. So, yeah, the White Sox did sweep that series.
Yeah, Jermaine Dye. And basically have been fairly irrelevant since.
Oh, well, they were the worst team in baseball a year ago, and now they're one game above 500. They're 25-24.
People would remember, I think. 49er fans, you guys remember Kyle Williams, right?
Oh, of course. Of course.
Of course. His dad, Kenny Williams, was the GM for a long time in Chicago.
And, of course, Ozzie Guillen, the always outspoken manager of the White Sox back in the day. Yeah. Loved Jay Mariotti. Was a big fan of him.
Don't forget about his great stint with the Marlins, too. When they relaunched their uniforms. That was bizarre.
Didn't he have some comments about Castro, too?
I think that's why he's not. I think he's got
That's why he's not there anymore.
I don't know, man. Just stay away from it.
Yeah.
I sort of makes you wonder, like, if he did that today, would he be okay?
Probably not.
I don't know.
But people think differently about Castro now?
Not Castro. I'm just saying what people can get away with saying now.
I don't think so.
I don't know. I don't remember exactly what the comments were. But anyway, none of those guys we mentioned will be in the game tonight.
No.
The Giants take on the White Sox tonight, 7:15 first pitch, a 6:15 pregame. We'll have it for you right here from the patio of 58 Social on the Sports Leader. And by the way, speaking of Chicago, one of our guests today from Chicago, Kylan Mills. We can talk to her. She's going to join us. She's she's the host of NBC Sports Bay Area's pre- and post-game Giants coverage. She's going to join us here on the patio about 3:15 today. We're also going to catch up in a little while, about 2:30 with John Shea.
Oh, Shea, hey.
Of SF Standard. Love my guy Shea, man.
Yeah.
Anybody still, I text him every year. I've made it like part of my preseason baseball routine. If you've not read, even if you have, the Willie Mays book that John Shea did a number of years ago.
Oh, yeah.
It's, for a Giants fan, for a baseball fan, it's so well done. He did it like with Willie and the stories about Willie and his dad teaching him to play baseball. It's one of my absolute favorite books I've ever read. I've read it multiple times. It's like, to me, it's like Ball 4. It's like, it gears me up. It's a good spring training book if you're looking for something to do to gear you up for the start of baseball season. Anyway, we'll talk to John Shea at 2:30, Kylan Mills about 3:15, Marcus Thompson of The Athletic for a double dip, his second dose of dirty work this week.
Can't wait.
Marcus Thompson, the best sports writer in the country, at 3:50. Plus, we wheeled it down here to the ballpark. We got the dirty work dial for you, a sound soiree, and some stuff to get into a little bit later in the show. When we come on back, we'll get into the latest from the Giants. Giants are going to make a roster move today. Victor Barracoto will be added to the 26-man roster as confirmed by Susan Slesser. He almost made the team out of spring training and maybe didn't because of the other names that were available, guys like Gerard Encarnacion, they couldn't afford to lose. Plus, they would have needed a 40-man roster spot. We'll talk about what the corresponding move is on the active roster. Also, who's going to come off or get moved to a 60-day IL on the active roster, or excuse me, on the 40-man to get Barracoto in the lineup and on the roster today. We'll talk more about that next. It's Dirty Work on a Friday from the patio of 58 Social, and it's only here on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Live from 58 Social at Oracle Park, this is Dirty Work with Copes and Depop on the Sports Leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop with you live from the patio at 58 Social, where the Giants are going to take on, not at 58 Social, at the ballpark. The Giants are going to take on the White Sox tonight.
It'd be hard to play a game at 58 Social.
It's a Ska Friday? Let's go.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Feels good with the sun out. I don't even see a cloud right now. A little breezy.
It kind of feels like everyday Ska Friday with Danny Dunn on the board these days.
Yeah, Danny's picking up what I'm putting down in terms of music. I love it.
Oh, yeah.
Or I'm picking up what he's putting
He's got like 90s feel to him with pretty much every song he plays could have been like played like the end of American Pie.
Yeah, hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. I texted you this morning. I would really like, because the Giants play the Cubs, I think, twice in June. I think they play them once here and their series in Chicago. Really?
Yeah. Yep.
I'd love if we could, I think it'd be a very Dirty Work thing to try to get Thomas Ian Nicholas, who was Henry Rowan Gardner in
Rookie of the Year.
In Rookie of the Year, one of my all-time favorite baseball movies. And, of course, from American Pie.
I didn't realize that until this morning when you said that. I was like,
He's the guy who gives the great speech. Danny, I say we all get laid before we graduate.
Yeah,
you know
exactly.
what I mean? That's
To the next step.
To the next steps. Dan's favorite thing to toast every single time. What is he up to these days?
I think he's in a band, because I've seen him do stuff, and I've seen him do. I bet if we got a hold of him, he'd be down.
Okay,
to talk,
right.
just to come on and talk. You know, I think he views that era as like a really fun, special era of his life.
Oh, of course.
And he's
it's the height of his life.
Well, I went to Wrigley. Actually, I think I told you for Kylan Mills, who's going to join us at about 3:15 today for her wedding a couple of years ago, and we went to a Cubs and Pirates game on like a Tuesday night, and on my birthday, dude.
And on your birthday,
it was on my birthday, and I don't think we saw the ceremonial first pitch, so I missed it. But apparently he threw out the ceremonial first pitch. We were still walking in. And then later in the game, they do take me out to the ball game. They always have somebody sing it and from the booth and everything.
Yeah.
And he came on, and he's wearing his Cubs hat, and he did a line, Ken Henry, Re-Row, and Gardner, and he says it. And the stadium, Cubs were terrible. Pirates were terrible. There was nobody, not nobody there, but it was pretty empty Tuesday night. Nobody gave a damn but me. I was like, no way! He's here! Let's get him in! Where's that music coming from? You know?
Is that us? Or is
that
that
us?
Oh, that's just someone blasting their tunes really loud.
Oh, it's just a car. What are they doing? It's a Ska Friday.
You never know with Danny, though.
It's a Ska Friday. What are they doing?
Yeah.
Anyway, we are live at the patio at 58 Social. Giants are going to make a move. You told us this right at the very end of the show yesterday.
Yes.
There were some rumors online, and I don't know where they came from. Maybe they were from Victor Barracoto himself, notifying people that he knew. But the Giants are going to call up Victor Barracoto, a 24-year-old outfielder from AAA Sacramento. Susan Slusser confirmed these rumors earlier today. She put out a tweet saying that she can confirm they still have to make a move on the 26-man roster. She was speculating that it may be Jung-Hoo Lee to the IL, and that's probably a good speculation because right now you're playing with dead weight on the bench, because if he can't go after the back spasms, they pulled him out of that game on, what's today, Friday? On Monday. It was the first game against the D-backs.
Yeah, when they were losing, that's all the two.
Yeah, and he had back spasms, and we even said maybe it was just a precaution. You know, it's tight, you're losing. They pulled Willie Adames out, and he ended up being fine. He had a jammed finger on a ground ball. It's just like, don't risk it. But he hasn't played since, and if it's still problematic, you can retroactively put him on and maybe not have him gone for all that long. The thing I'm more curious about is always when you have to make room on a 40-man roster, meaning he's not on the 40-man. They've got to move somebody off of the 40-man or transfer somebody from the 15-day IL to a 60-day IL.
Okay.
So I don't know how they'll do that or where they'll do that. And we can talk about that with John Shea, who's going to join us in a bit. But Barracuda almost made the team out of camp. He's got good speed, and he's been a pretty damn good average hitter throughout his career in the minor leagues. He was a guy signed by the Giants at 17 years old. He's been in the system since. He's hitting .299 right now in AAA with 6 bombs and 30 RBIs. So he's been having a nice start to the 2026 season. He continued to do what he did in spring training, which is always really encouraging for a young player. Because oftentimes what you'll see is a guy's really good in spring, puts up numbers, forces you to make a decision, and then sometimes they'll make the team.
Mm-hmm.
And because they're a young guy and they're not a starter and they took a bench spot, they're not playing every day.
Right.
And they end up struggling because they haven't been able to keep up the same repetition. He's proven with repetition he can keep this going like he did in spring. Versus Bryce Eldridge, who had to pick it up and find a rhythm at the start of the season in Sacramento. So he's going to bring him a little bit of a different element, some speed, and some versatility now in terms of who else they can put in the outfield outside of just Casey Schmidt, Drew Gilbert, Harrison Bader, and am I forgetting anybody? Will Brennan.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely need speed. We were talking about that when the season started. Like, who's a guy on this team that can steal some bases? And really right now it's nobody. But
or take a walk. I'm still looking for that.
Or take a walk. But, yeah, Victor Barracuda, I mean, he got the Barney Nugent Award in spring training, awarded to the best new player in spring training. And
in big league camp, right?
Exactly, and he turned heads, batting 400 with 3 home runs and 14 RBIs. I want to say he had a grand slam. I remember one day during a spring training game, but yeah, we'll see how it goes. We'll see what the corresponding move is, and if Susan Slusser is suggesting that it's Jung-Hoo Lee going to a longer stint on the IL there, then that's probably the case with the back spasm. So we'll see where it goes. But I mean, going forward right now, with them, with the way things are with Elliot Ramos missing time as well, I just think you go forward with Casey Schmidt in left field. We'll see who's in right field tonight, whether it's Jesus Rodriguez or if they want to see Victor Barracuda tonight. But, I mean, the matchup calls for it. You're facing a righty. It should be Bryce Eldridge tonight. And I kind of was expecting, the way that Buster was talking yesterday, that maybe the corresponding move would have been Bryce Eldridge being sent down. But it sounds like that won't be the case. We'll see when
if they're calling up an outfielder, it doesn't totally make that, because to me, if they were sending Eldridge down, it would be to bring up a infielder, potentially another backup infielder. Is that what you would think? Or maybe it'd be outfield because now they're shy. Elliot Ramos as well.
I never know.
Maybe it would be. I
never know these days. I never know their plans.
I
never
don't
know which way they're going. But
yeah.
It sounds like Bryce Eldridge will be here, and it sounds like there will be playing time. The way that Buster made it sound, it could be that if he's not performing well, that he is sit down again. But I like Barracuda. Saw him in spurts during spring training, and we'll see what he gives to this ball club right now.
We should note, in his time in the minor leagues, and he's 24 years old. He started with the Giants in the minors at 17, right? So he's been around for a while. 7 minor league seasons, or parts of it at least. His defensive breakdown is as follows. He has played in the outfield 253 games total. He's played looks like throughout the minor leagues, in right field 231, in left field 50. Right, so he's played a lot of outfield and played mostly in right field, which is something that they're short right now. They don't have a lot of guys who have played right. They've also got 209 minor leagues games at first base. Do they need a first baseman? I'm just curious. So that's the breakdown. He does have some versatility elsewhere, but it's first, corner, outfield, and mostly right field is how I see this breaking down.
Okay, well,
do you think he'll be in the lineup tonight? Like, here's the question. Here's the question I would have for everybody. Clearly, right now, Drew Gilbert is not capable of hitting left-handed pitching.
Yeah.
And they don't want him out there against left-handers. So much so they've even played like Haas in right field, in left field. You've still got the ability to play Rodriguez. I think they prefer to play him in left than in right, but they've played him in right in this ballpark once, and they've mostly caught him, which is what he did throughout most of the minor leagues. The question I have is a guy who's been killing it in AAA, who did it all through spring and almost made his way onto the team, with a 299 average now and an OPS, what's his OPS, like 880 or something right now?
Something like that.
804, in Sacramento this year. Do we think this is a guy they're going to put in the lineup every day while they don't have Jung-Hoo Lee? Like, is this where they go? Do they just go opposite in a platoon with Drew Gilbert? Because this is where I'm at. Is I'm like, does anybody trust when they bring up a player who's playing well in the minor leagues right now that he's going to play? Because if you're not going to play Eldridge and Rodriguez every day, now they have a few more spots in the outfield, but if you're playing him, it means Casey Schmidt's not going to be in left likely, unless the breakdown is Casey in left and him in right.
I mean, I could see that, but if I had to,
and that means not Eldridge.
There really is nothing to go off of right now as far as plans with bringing up guys right now, because it's been so inconsistent with Jesus Rodriguez and Bryce Eldridge. I would say that we probably see Jesus Rodriguez in right field, and you see Victor Barracuda every now and then. Yeah.
Is that what's best, you think? I mean, I don't know what their plans are for him, but
I have no idea what is best for this Giants team right
I'm
now.
okay if Rodriguez is playing. My thing is I don't want to see Rodriguez more on the bench and see Victor Barracoto getting the reps.
Well, that's the problem. Is it's so inconsistent where these guys are being called up and not playing. So I liked Jesus Rodriguez when we saw him. Obviously, gives you a lot of power, and I think his first hit was an RBI. So yeah, he should get playing time. And that's not to punish Victor Barracoto being called up. It's just kind of an evaluation for all three guys now that have been called up so far. And we'll see when this is official. These are all rumors right now, and Susan Slusser has a report that Victor Barracoto will be called up.
I think she's confirmed. She said I can confirm.
Yeah, but we'll see when that's official today. But yeah, I don't think anything's guaranteed. I think just because he's called up doesn't mean he won't be in the lineup tonight.
Is anything in life guaranteed?
Nothing is guaranteed in life.
Death.
Yeah, that is true.
If we're thinking positively. 808 KMBR 415-808-5627, the number to call and to text. One of the legends of Bay Area sports media, one of my favorite guys, John Shea, covers the Giants for the SF Standard. He's going to join us next. I'm not sure if we're getting him here on the patio or by phone, but we'll catch up with John Shea, talk some Giants ball with him next, and then we'll get more into the Giants a little bit later with Kylan Mills plus Marcus Thompson at 3:50. It's Dirty Work. It's a Friday. We're live from the patio at 58 Social. John Shea next on the Sports Leader.
Let's get back to dirty work with Copes and Depop, live from 58 Social at Oracle Park before tonight's Giants game on the Sports Leader.
Dirty work on a Friday. Adam Copeland, Depop with you live from the patio at 58 Social. The Giants tonight at 7:15 are taking on the White Sox. 6:15 pregame, and we'll have it all for you right here on the Sports Leader. Our next guest, one of my favorite guys, one of the legends in Bay Area sports media. He covers the Giants for the SF Standard. It's John Shea. Shea, what's going on, man? How you been?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? I'm in the press box up here, and I'll give you one guess as to which Giant, of all the Giants, is on the field. The White Sox are hitting a few of them. The clubhouse guys or the grounds crew guys are up the right field line. There's a tour going on, but there's one Giant on the field. Who is he?
Do I get any hints as to like what he's doing on the field, or just have to guess who it is?
He's sitting down with a bat.
Okay. Okay,
it's a good hint.
I'll go first. My hope is that it's Bryce Eldridge. Who are you going, Derek?
It isn't. It's
not. It's not. Okay.
It's not.
I had one other one.
I'll go Victor Barracoto.
No, but he's here. He's on his way at least.
Oh, there we go.
Is it a rise?
No, it's kind of a trick question. I said a Giant. I didn't say a player or a coach.
Buster?
Is it Tony? Yeah, who is it?
Not Buster. It's Ron Washington.
Oh,
yeah,
nice.
He's waiting for somebody. He's got a towel and a bat. He's waiting for somebody, dude.
He is the first guy I see out here every single day. It's unbelievable. He just sits and waits for the next patient to come in so he could mentor them, and it's really unbelievable. He's the oldest guy around, yet he's got the freshest legs and the brightest mind. I mean, he's really unbelievable. And hopefully you read Justice's story.
I did, and I watched the video. It was great. Yeah. For those who don't know, for those who don't know, Justice De Los Santos of the Bay Area news group, the San Jose Mercury News, who covers the Giants, and he's been on the show before. He got an interview with Ron Wotus, but it wasn't just an interview. He wanted to find out what his system is to improve guys' infielding, and he came out with a glove, and Ron Wotus ran him through all the drills they went through and how long of a process this is. I actually saw an interview with I said Wotus, I meant Washington.
Washington.
I saw an interview with Ron Washington. He was doing a podcast or something in the past, and he was talking to a bunch of other ball players, and Hosmer was one of the guys on this show, and he was talking about how his system has never changed. From the time he started teaching infield, he's used the same system forever, and he said, it's not broken. Why would I try to fix it? I mean, look at Chavez and Ozzie Albies he worked with in Atlanta. All these guys improved, and he said what happens naturally is the players on the team he's working on start to see one or two guys improve, and they all start to gravitate to him. He also worked with Freddie Freeman and made him a great fielder, and he was already a plus guy.
Maybe his best work was Marcus Semien. I mean, he went from maybe the worst defender in baseball to a Gold Glove winner. And the Walsh tree is we used to talk about the Bill Walsh tree or even the Billy Bean tree, Sandy Hall, whatever. Yeah. But there's a Walsh tree because every time I go on the road with these guys, I look across the field and they're doing all these Walsh drills. And the White Sox will be coming in, this weekend, and I'm sure I'll see a lot of the same things. And I find out that that guy was a disciple of him, played for him or whatever, or he just watched his video. And it makes all the sense in the world. And these guys are buying into it. And look what he's done to Luis Ariz. That might be up there with Marcus Semien.
Talking to John Shea on the UMA guest line, covers the Giants for the SF Standard. So I saw you tweet about it the other day, Shea, and I think it's made a lot of news in terms of Buster's interview with Murph and Marcus the other day. And, I mean, I would say it was telling, but we didn't get a lot out of it except maybe Buster's reaction to some stuff. And I'm just wondering, in all the time and all the years you've covered the Giants, I mean, we've all gotten to know Buster, but he's also always been a very reserved guy. And I felt like for one of the first times sort of publicly we got a reaction out of him. I didn't feel like we got much scope as to what their plan is for some of these minor leaguers. It doesn't mean they don't have one, but he admits things aren't working. How did you receive what Buster said the other day to Murph and Marcus just about the handling of Eldridge, where they are right now as a team, and how they plan to move forward?
Well, first of all, it was a very Brian Sabian interview.
Yeah.
Low-key, maybe fire back when needed, protective, not going crazy up and down depending on today's game or yesterday's results. And it was like listening to Brian Sabian, 2 decades earlier, stay the course kind of thing. And while the manager said what I think during the Dodgers series, Tony Vitello said, that he believed Eldridge is going to be here for the long haul. You didn't get that vibe with Buster yesterday morning on the airwaves. you got to, well, it's day to day. And that's not to say, I understand that he'll be in the lineup tonight. That's what I'm told. So it's not like they're farming him out today and they're giving up based on 16 games. They have the opportunity to play him more frequently now with Ramos out and supposedly Casey Schmidt able to play left field. The guy's a pretty good athlete. He can play short, left, second, and first. I mean, you would think that would be okay. He wouldn't embarrass himself. We've seen a lot of left fielders kind of hidden out there over the years by this team. Don't stick them in right because of the wall and the gap.
Where's Chris Dominguez when you need him? Yeah,
it's kind of low maintenance. Isn't that where Connor Joe debuted?
Yeah, that is. Yeah,
but yeah. So it's obviously maybe. I mean, it still could be long haul, but then again, it could happen in the next week or so that they decide to send him out. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that, he's just not hitting. When he does hit, he crushes the ball. The other day in Arizona, when he short hopped the wall and it was 415 feet and 114 off the bat, that's who they want to see more often, one or two of those a game. But if you look at him and step back and say, well, what has he done for the team? He hasn't really done anything for the team yet. He's made 9 starts only in those 16 games, and all of them were at DH except for one. He played first base for Rafi Devers. But the Giants in those 9 games, or in those 9 starts, they're only 2-7, So it's not like he's helped this team win a bunch of ball games. And that was kind of the theme coming in when Buster said that, hey, Jesus Rodriguez and Bryce Eldridge would be here because they're doing well in AAA, but mostly they're here to ignite a team that just lost 6 in a row on the road. That's not happening, but because of the injury in left field and Schmidt's, athleticism to play out there, I think we might be able to see Eldridge a little bit more. Hopefully, right?
No, yeah,
that's the
definitely.
hope, for sure.
Talking to John Shea on the Uma guest line. Just going back to the interview, John. Just a reaction to what Buster had to say in relation to Murph being asked, or Murph asking Buster about a defined closer, and Buster's response being like, well, I think you want Edwin Diaz. There were other options this offseason, and maybe they're thinking down the line when Randy Rodriguez is healthy again. But just a reaction, John, to what Buster had to say about the closer situation.
Yeah, he was a little combative or defensive because he brought up Edwin Diaz, and maybe Murph's follow-up question should be, okay, what about A, B, or C? It's not Edwin Diaz who got the most on the market, but how about these other 3 guys who might have been a help, and they're healthy, and they're doing well for other clubs. But it was, I understand the radio interviews. It's kind of rapid fire. You go from theme to theme, subject to subject. But maybe there it could have been. I love Murph dearly, homeboy from Mill Valley. But the point is, hey, instead of blasting Buster about that, why not follow up and saying, okay, what could have been done? And what were you hoping for? Were you hoping maybe Birdsong could have, if healthy, been that guy, or do you think one of these 5 or 6 starters who had a chance to make the roster as a reliever on opening day could have been that guy? Because more than any other position on the diamond, closers are created. They're not just bought off the free agent market, because the Giants have had a horrendous record of buying closers that, from Melanson to, all the way back, that just didn't pan out and was a waste of money. So, and the A's have always kind of developed closers, the most recent one being Mason Miller, and they traded him away once they figured they could get, a good haul of youth from the Padres, and look at him now. But Mason Miller, do you give him a 6-year contract for $200 million? I mean, the nature of closers is they just aren't the same year to year unless you're, Mo Rivera or Dennis Eckersley.
Right, unless you're one of the absolute dominant ones. He's a whole former Giants pitching coach Andrew Bailey was one of their guys. Houston Street was one that they had. I want to say Ryan Cook, was he a guy that they had at one point? These guys had won Rookies of the Year at the closer spot. Talking to John Shea on the Uma guest line. There's a report out there, or it was kind of being talked about yesterday, late evening or early evening on social media, that Victor Barracoto was going to get called up. You just mentioned that he's on his way here. That's been confirmed, I guess. We're waiting for the corresponding move, not just for the 26-man, but the 40-man. Do you anticipate somebody's getting either DFA'd, moved off the 40-man, or a transition to a 60-day IL to make room?
Well, I heard it might be minor, that it's not a major thing. Like I said, Eldridge is in the lineup. So, yeah, Manolo Hernandez actually broke that story yesterday. The great reporter who was with the Giants for many years and down in L.A. with the Angels and Dodgers, and now is living in Sacramento and doing both A's and River Cats. And so he reported this yesterday, that the Giants are bringing him up today. So that's not real news as much as, what's the corresponding move? And they kind of have redundancy in the outfield with Brennan and Gilbert in terms of left-handed hitting outfielders. And if they feel they needed a right-handed bat, I haven't heard Jung-Hoo Lee is going on the injured list. That might happen, but I've also been told it's not a major transaction. So, the key here is that they're getting somebody who hit 299 in AAA and 800 OPS. He just raked in spring training, hit 400 plus. Quite a few homers, drove in a bunch of runs, played a bunch, and won the prestigious Barney Nugent Award for best newcomer to camp. That kind of award maybe we all don't know about, but it's kind of cool for a youngin to come in and rake, like I said, and then win an award that's voted upon by teammates.
I think the thing that everybody's wondering, myself included, is because we've seen minor leaguers come up this year who've been raking in the minor leagues. Eldridge and Rodriguez both did a really nice job in AAA before coming up, and then there's been limited playing time or inconsistent playing time. Do you think the plan for Barracoto, will they just go with a platoon? Like, is the expectation that he'll play, or is he – I just wonder, is he going to end up a guy who's kind of like Will Brennan or Christian Koss was, just kind of the last guy on the bench and not playing, because it seems like he's got a skill set that can help, and he's been hot now seemingly since February.
Yeah, and I don't want to put words in their mouth, but I'm not sure he's that type of prospect who if Eldridge is not going to be that guy, I don't expect this guy to come up and take anybody's position right away. And again, unless Jung-Hoo is going to sit out a game or two. Apparently it's a good weapon to have off the bench, a right-handed guy with some pop. And the idea here is to, like the A's always did with their guys, call them up, give them some time, and let them earn more time. And that's how stars developed in Oakland. Stars didn't always develop in San Francisco until maybe they were traded away, because the Giants, for the most part, have always had established people around the diamond.
Talking to John Shea on the UMA guest line. Trevor McDonald on the bump tonight, getting his fourth start, 2-0 on the season, looking pretty good. Logan Webb is set to return pretty soon here. Do you think he has a place in this rotation once Reb returns, especially with Tyler Miley and the way he's pitching of late?
Yeah, and I think, it's about time because these guys are on short deals, Malley and Hauser, to maybe use one of them in relief or long relief and go with the kid who's earned the right to pitch more. And a lot will be based on if he can make it 3 in a row tonight and kind of ride that. And, Webb will be back, but Trevor McDonald is one of those guys, and I mentioned there was like a laundry list of starters who were kind of knocking on the door for the opening day roster and had a chance maybe to pitch in relief if they didn't make the roster. Otherwise, they'd be thrown back to Sacramento and open the season in the rotation down there. But I would love to see McDonald stick around and one of those two guys go to the bullpen, right? I mean, why not?
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of them.
Yeah, I'm with you, Shay. Talking to John Shea on the UMA guest line. We are live from the patio at 58 Social. I always say it, Shay. I said it before we got you on, man. I text you about it every year. I love the Willie Mays book, man.
Yeah.
Anybody who hasn't read it or hasn't picked it up, you got to pick it up. You did it with Willie, didn't you?
Absolutely. 100 hours with Willie, and whether it's in his bedroom or his living room or the suite here at the ballpark or different functions or in the backseat of a car being driven to the Stanford Hospital to visit kids. I kind of shadowed him for years at every opportunity, and I'd always say, hey, Willie, I'll come over for, 2 hours, right? And it'd be Sunday afternoon. I'll get there at 11. And then 1 o'clock comes, and I don't want to burn the man out, right? I don't want to wear out my welcome. And the next thing I know, I'm there for 7 hours. And we're talking about whatever, and the TV's on. One day I'm sitting there, and the Hall of Fame induction is on.
Yeah.
And Jeter and Larry Walker and these guys are being inducted into the Hall of Fame. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm sitting next to the greatest Hall of Famer who ever lived, and I'm kind of hogging him here. I felt kind of bad, But the beauty of what I did, and thank you for those words, it was, the project of a lifetime, is that I just took it as an honor to share Willie's words on everything and anything, important or not so important, on how to grip a ball or any social rights issues of the day, and share it with the world, with the baseball world, with America, because he was more than a baseball player. He was an American hero who overcame stuff that we could never imagine in today's world, from the Great Depression to the Jim Crow South to segregation in Birmingham, and then how many of those kids he grew up with took the right path and never drank or never smoked. I mean, this man never charged the mound. He never started a fight in a baseball game. He broke up a couple. Google Elia Chacon in 1962 and listen to Russ and Lon call that. It was an epic battle that he attacked Willie at second base, the Mets old infielder. Willie, as Lon Simmons or Russ Hodges said, he picked him up and bounced him around the infield. So he's a strong man at 5'10", 180. But he didn't pick his fights. He just ended them.
That's incredible, man. Just incredible stories and really cool stuff. I was telling Derek, one of my favorite parts, early in the book when he talks so much about his dad teaching him to play ball. And it's funny, it's it's so long ago, and it was so intricate, yet at times the things he would learn and the things he would do were so simple that made him a player above the rest. And the way his dad told him to look for certain things. And when he would, I think at one point he pitched even a little bit when he was 15 or something, and he's playing with grown men. Can you remember anything that you didn't know about him that was your favorite thing you learned in doing the book?
Well, yeah, I'm just off that theme. You're talking about playing catch with his dad, and that's where he learned a lot of his lessons. One day they talk about playing catcher, next day talking about first base, but also, worldly important things that a young kid in his environment had to embrace and follow. And there's certain rules, unfortunately, that at that time, at that place, that held kids like Willie Mays down, and he always made the best of it. And in retrospect, he said he never complained and never bickered and didn't have any remorse or regret, but he always tried to make the best of it. And that's kind of what I got from a lot of like old Negro leaguers I spoke with, who always mentioned they were humble. They stayed humble. Their parents stayed. I'm thinking, how do you stay humble when you're playing in the Negro leagues and you're it's against the law for you to play in the major leagues because of your skin color? And the finest gentlemen who ever graced the earth played in those Negro leagues because they told stories about how they united and they felt camaraderie, and they didn't revolt and yell and scream because of injustice. They just did what was right to set the path for the next generation. And that's exactly how it benefited Willie Mays, who was the first African-American superstar coming out of baseball following World War II, 4 years after Jackie Robinson broke in, and he had to be the company guy, never start any fight and just be there and don't raise a voice and don't fight back. Where 4 years later, he set the pace for him and Hank Aaron and Ernie Banks, so they can show personality, so they can smile and enjoy the game. And that really ate on Jackie, but Willie embraced it as being accepted by all races and all cultures. And Willie, of course, by virtue of his actions and words and personality, changed minds and changed people forever.
It's incredible. And Jackie was such a different guy. He grew up in California, went to UCLA, and didn't grow up in the South in the same way. So just an incredible story. If you haven't checked it out, you got to the Willie Mays book by the great John Shea, who covers the Giants for the SF Standard. Shea, great to talk to you as always, man. Appreciate the time and enjoy the game tonight, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, John.
Yeah, enjoy it. We'll have a different theme tomorrow if they win 10-1, right? All is well. Don't trade anybody. Extend everybody, right?
We're not on until Monday, so it's really about what happens Sunday. For that's all that matters to us is Sunday. They
pretty much have to sweep the series.
Yeah, they got to sweep the series for us. So, John, have a great night, man. We'll catch you later.
Funny. Hey, thanks very much, guys.
Great
Thanks,
deal
John.
there. The great John
Not even
Shea.
due Tuesday.
We're not even here Monday. Next time we talk to you, the Giants will play the D-backs after Game 1 on Memorial Day.
Yeah. By the way, John Shea talking about the Negro League Hall of Fame or the Negro League Museum. That's in Kansas City. I might check it out this weekend, but I went there a long time ago. Ever tell you I got to meet the great Buck O'Neil back in the day?
You met Buck O'Neil?
I met Buck O'Neil.
We're going to have to get back into that. Let's do this on the other side.
Okay.
So we got to take a quick break. I've been to the Negro League Museum as well.
Yeah.
The Giants are playing there right after the All-Star game. You're going tonight. You fly out tonight.
I'm flying out
Kansas
tonight,
City.
yep.
Derek Papa at the Negro League Museum. Unbelievable. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back to Dirty Work, we'll talk more about Derek's and his museum history. Also, Kylan Mills is going to join us about 3:15. She just texted me. She'll be over in just a bit.
Nice.
She's, of course, the host of NBC Sports Bay Area's pre- and post.
Laptop's still working, right?
Giants coverage.
Willie!
Nicely
Danny.
done, Danny. All right, when we come on back, more on Derek and the Negro Leagues, plus Kylan Mills at 3:15 on the Sports Leader.
The Giants are back in action tonight as they take on the surprising Chicago White Sox at 25-24. We'll see the Giants get off the schneid with Trevor McDonald on the bump tonight. He faces righty Davis Martin. Pre-game at 6:15, first pitch at 7:15, right here on the Sports Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work with you on a Friday, a Ska Friday. Look, I got to keep it straight and honest with the audience. We are not live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studio. Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. We are live from 58 Social.
I'll give it a pass, though, Copes, because you hear what Danny is coming in with here?
I'm going to hear it. I don't know it.
This is a ska version of Under the Sea. Under the Sea.
I endorse any ska version. Hell yeah, dude, the horns.
Yeah.
I love me some horns, dude. They don't call him Tim the Horn Man Webb.
No.
Or Danny the Horn Man Dunn. Dude, I'm loving this, dude. It brings us back to our topic from earlier in the week. Was Sebastian a crab or a lobster? He was, of course, a crab.
That's not even a debate. He was a crab.
I wasn't debating it. I said discussion.
People on the patio, was Sebastian a crab?
I didn't debate it. I said discussion. I wasn't sure. I thought he was. We looked it up and we found out his name is Horatio.
Can you name them all?
Thelonious. I forget exactly what it was.
He's got a lot of names, but I made the bold take that there's no chance in hell the movie establishes all the names.
And they
do. Within the first 5 minutes of the movie.
Yeah, dude, Sebastian the Crab's full name. It's actually Sebastian is his last name. It's the name.
Right.
His name is Horatio.
Sebastian Crab.
Horatio Thelonious Ignatius Crustaceous Sebastian.
That's a hell of a name.
That's a hell of a name. It's supposed to be a family name.
Horatio.
Also, I got a real kick out of a crab named Horatio.
But he's clearly Jamaican.
Who's got why does he have the Jamaican accent? Oh, it's me, Horatio. Horatio Thelonious Ignatius Crustaceous Sebastian.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't get it totally.
It's a great song. Great song.
Anyway, we're live from the patio at 58 Social. Well done, Danny. As we're going to be joined here on the patio in just a few minutes by Kylan Mills, the pre- and post-game host of NBC Sports Bay Area's pre- and post-game Giants coverage. She'll join us here on the patio in just a few. You mentioned you're going to go to Kansas City tonight.
I am going
for
to
the
Kansas
weekend
City tonight,
for a
yes.
long weekend.
Yes.
And you said you're going to see Mariners and Royals, right?
Tomorrow, I think first pitch is at 3 o'clock Kansas City times, and there's a little bit of rain, so hopefully that game goes through. But yeah.
You said you've been to the Negro League Museum before?
I did. Back in 2001, my dad was doing a radio show on the Ticket 1050 and was traveling around with the A's Royals series. And me and him went to the Negro League Museum and got to meet the great Buck O'Neill. Buck O'Neill then passed away, I think, 5 years later. But yeah, I think first African-American coach in the majors. So honored to meet him. I think I still have a CD of him talking about his experiences back in the day. But yeah, it was. I mean, I need to go again. It's been so long. I haven't been in.
Hello, Buck O'Neill. Do you know who I am?
Yeah. It's been 25 years since I've been there. So I think I have some time. My friends are going to do like a little golf outing on Sunday morning, and I committed to that too late, so I didn't get the chance to be a part of that. But
you were almost going to go golfing.
I was thinking about it.
How about that, Derek on the links? Huh?
Yeah, but
two things I had no idea: Derek on the links and Derek at a museum.
But unfortunately, I'm not included in that, so I may make the rounds. Mike Holder told me about a good brewery in Kansas City, and I might go to the museum as well.
I think next door to the Negro League Museum, I went with my dad, my brother, and sister in 2012. It's funny. Our guy Pat H is here in a 2012 National League Melky Cabrera All-Star Game jersey.
The Milkman.
He won the MVP of that All-Star game, and I was there. But we went right next door, I believe, dude, is Arthur Bryant's Barbecue.
Oh, okay.
Dude, it's one of the famous barbecue spots. You should check it out, dude.
I will be there. I
think it's Arthur Bryant's. It's right next door, but there's a famous barbecue spot next door to the museum. And I believe, dude, you're going to have to – I hope you go. I really do, because this would be great fodder for the air. I'm almost positive, and this didn't exist when I was there in 2012. I think there might be a voiced mini movie theater that you can go watch this little 20-minute feature thing that they have on the Negro Leagues.
Yeah.
I want to say it's narrated by Marty Lurie.
No way.
I'm not showing. Have a seat. Let's talk about the Indianapolis Clowns.
I will check if Marty's voice is in the museum.
We're going to talk about the Black Yankees. Yeah. That's what they were called, dude.
I thought you were going to say Bob Costas. Where I'm like, hey, that makes sense.
Black Yankees, 1942.
It also makes sense with Marty, but yeah, I'll get a good kick out of that if that's the case.
I'm pretty sure, dude. I'm pretty sure. The
All
great
right.
Bob Kendrick, the
of course,
curator
Kendrick,
and president of the Negro Leagues Museum. Some great stuff, man. That'd be really, really cool if you got out there. I was telling Pat H, because I think I've told this story before, but he's wearing that Melky Cabrera All-Star Game jersey. The only game I've ever seen in Kansas City at Kauffman Stadium, which, as you know, Derek, it's like the Coliseum and the arena in Oakland or like old Oracle.
I've been there quite some time.
Dude,
have they made renovations?
No, what I'm saying is Arrowhead Stadium, like, basically is next door in the same parking lot.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
I see what you're saying. Yeah,
I'm saying it's built like that in the same lot. What I was going to say is that Kauffman Stadium, one of my favorites, beautiful fountains, really cool stadium. That's it's from the '60s, I want to say, or late '50s, whenever they built that thing. But it's still in pretty damn good condition. It is an old school stadium. But the All-Star Game in 2012, one of the coolest things I ever got to go to. Tony La Russa, what we thought was La Russa's last game managed, because he won the World Series with the Cardinals in 11.
Yes.
Retires, and the winner of the World Series managers from the year before gets to manage the next year's All-Star Game.
Yep.
So La Russa had retired, and then I'm like, dude, we're going to get to see La Russa's last All-Star Game. This is incredible. Or his last game ever managed, and then he comes out of retirement with these White Sox. The Giants are going to see tonight.
Well, you could choose to forget those.
Ruins his legacy.
Ruins his legacy. Well, I do remember we had a good bit of fun.
He was way too old, dude.
Oh, dude, I remember that. It was the 2022 season he came back.
Come on, baby.
Yeah, and God, what was that? It was when Tom was still doing the show, and he made some ridiculous errors where, like, today people would be grilling Tony V for.
They got all these new rules, man. I don't know what the new rules are. Let's play by the old rules.
I remember him dropping a line, being
His bases look bigger, baby.
Yeah, he was like, "Oh, that's horse ass," just being arguing like he got something wrong, and no, Tony, you clearly got something wrong. But I do love Tony La Russa.
Tony, did you doze off? What are you doing?
He should not have come back.
Yeah, dude, I think so. The cool thing about that game, though, also, it was Tony La Russa's. I thought it would be Tony La Russa's last game managed.
Yeah,
he ended up coming back. It was Bryce Harper's first All-Star game.
Right.
It was Mike Trout's first All-Star game.
Okay.
It was Chipper Jones' final All-Star game. He got a base hit grounder through the right side.
Yeah.
And he got a cool standing ovation, which was awesome. Also started that game, Matt Cain, Pablo Sandoval at third base, Buster Posey behind the plate. Pablo Sandoval in the first inning off of the American League starter Verlander hits a bases-loaded triple.
Wow.
Only time he'd ever faced him until the World Series later that year.
Of course,
the Giants got home field advantage for winning that All-Star game. And then they end up in game one. Pablo hits the 2 homers off of Verlander and, of course, off of Al Albuquerque. And I was there with the tickets from the girl I was going to break it off with.
It all comes back together.
It all comes back, dude.
Nice.
We were talking about that this week, right?
Yeah, we did.
I was going to break it off with this girl in college, and then she showed up with World Series Game 1 tickets.
Well, you got to go.
And I was like, well, it's another month at least.
Yeah. Good on you, man. Good on you to do that.
Come on, man. What? I'm the bad guy?
No.
I just,
No, it was
whatever.
fine. It was fine.
Yeah, I got the fresh baked cookies too.
Yeah,
I kind of cleaned up. Yeah.
No, yeah, definitely. When she's coming in with fresh baked cookies and tickets to the World Series, you got to stick it out a little bit.
Twofold. I'm not proud of it, but I don't feel bad.
No.
You know what I mean? She's married. She's good.
No, she's fine now.
She's doing great, I'm sure.
And you got to go to the World Series and have cookies.
So did she.
Yes.
You know, with a big. It was her honor to take me. Now I'm selling it like it was her reward to get.
Well,
to go.
it would have been a deep move if you would have been like, "Oh, you want to go with me?" Okay.
No, dude, she wasn't giving that. Can you imagine? That'd be incredible.
Well, I could see you being like, "Oh, me and a couple of my buddies want to go." So
I would have done that. Come on, that's mean, man. I was sitting in the same section. I saw Kane throw his perfect game in.
Yeah,
too.
exactly.
That's pretty cool. Anyway, it all comes full circle.
It does come full circle.
All right, the Giants are taking on the White Sox tonight. Game 1 of a 3-game series. 7:15 first pitch, 6:15 pregame. We just talked to John Shea, who confirmed that Victor Barracoto is on his way. He will be here tonight. He also said he's heard, John Shea, that Bryce Eldridge will be in the lineup tonight. So we await the
Good
lineup.
to know.
But we'll talk more about this and where the Giants have been and where they're going this Memorial Day weekend with the pre- and post-game host of Giants coverage on NBC Sports Bay Area, Kylan Mills. She joins us next. Dirty Work rolls on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. live from 58 Social at Oracle Park. This is Dirty Work with Copes and Depop on the Sports Leader.
On a Friday afternoon, Adam Copeland, Depop with you live from the patio of 58 Social. Our broadcast today is sponsored by Surfside. Surfside, it's not a seltzer, proud partner of the San Francisco Giants. The Giants tonight at 7:15. And before that, you'll see our next guest, Kylan Mills. She's a pre- and post-game host for Giants baseball on NBC Sports Bay Area. Kylan, what's up? Welcome back to the show.
Well, I walked up right as you guys were closing out that last segment. I had to hear the story, Adam. I just came on the back end of it about how you were going to dump a girlfriend, but then didn't dump her just so you could go to the World Series. I just want to share from a woman's perspective that is shameful. You should be ashamed of yourself.
I am.
You used the poor woman for the cookies.
I didn't use her.
Probably baked
so wait,
from
you should have just said no?
You did. You used her for the World Series? I mean, kind of, yeah.
Would it be better
tell her, listen, I don't think
but
this
she
is
showed
going
up with cookies.
I don't think this is going anywhere, but if you need someone to go with you to the World Series, I'll still.
Oh, no. That wouldn't have gone well.
I don't think it would have flown that way.
You strung the poor woman along.
Hey, listen, I'm breaking up with you, but I really want those tickets.
I thought,
the World Series ticket on you, and then you.
I thought maybe it would work after we saw the game. I thought maybe it would spark something.
Right, that would just reignite the whole romance. Yeah.
I mean,
you're lying to yourself. Stop it.
No, I'm lying to all of you.
And you're lying about the month too, probably.
Honestly, I can't remember how much time I was with her. I don't remember being with her at the.
There's a lot of gray area with having these relationships.
I wouldn't call it a relationship.
Oh, here we go.
She bought you tickets to a World Series, but it wasn't a relationship. I'm sorry.
The cookie sealed the deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were good too. They were good cookies too. So what's up, Kylan? What else you want to talk about? The Giants are 20.
How's that laptop?
The laptop is still running, which is crazy, right?
That's good.
I mean, how many ages ago does it feel like now that my laptop got dumped by Willie Adames Powerade?
The Mets game? Mm-hmm. That's right, the Thursday night Mets game.
Yep, Thursday night Mets game. And now that seems like a world away when the Giants were winning baseball games. Of course, after the Yankee series, we're maybe feeling a little more optimistic. But yeah, the laptop's still running. Aside from that, I'm hoping this team can get it together, string together some wins, figure something out. I mean, it's tough on our pre- and post-game shows. We're trying to keep it positive, but the team hasn't made it easy.
You guys had a note the other night after the walk-off where Derek and I texted, and Richie joins us every week. We talked to him yesterday. And
Richie's the best.
He's awesome. And we were like, I mean, hey, they look like they were going to win. They had those two huge double plays. Landon Roop was phenomenal. That's the thing.
They got out of the 7th and 8th, and you're like, oh my gosh, finally, luck is on the Giants' side. Not just luck, but, they had some great pitches and great defense. And you're like, okay, they're going to do this.
Yeah, and then everything changes with that walk-off. And then as Richie said, yesterday, or the game 3 on Wednesday just kind of felt like it's getaway day, whatever, after the heartbreaker the night before. I mean, the note you guys had 0-23 when trailing after 6, it's something that, like, not only have they not been effective consistently, but they don't have the gene that allows them to come back. And it tells you that when they go down in games, they don't have the ability. Even in that game on Wednesday, they didn't put a runner on second after the 5th. Mm-hmm. So they're not putting together opportunities against bullpens that are either good or not all that successful. What's been your evaluation through 50 games? We're almost a third of the way through the season in terms of where can they find a bright spot that they can lean on for this team?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, though, is we've been having so many conversations about the bullpen, about the lack of closer, and all of that's valid. But at the same time, can we get some run support for this pitching staff? As you pointed out, another stat is that the team is, I can't remember, 0-20-something now at this point when scoring, 3 or less runs.
It's half the games.
It's because it's all of the games, right? Yeah. It's because they're not scoring more than 3 runs. Like, I just think that there's just as much culpability, even though I know the bullpen's kind of been the talk here in the last week, of the offense needing to do more. Like, at what point do you take a little bit of pressure off your pitching staff by scoring runs? And it just hasn't happened. And the thing that's so wild to me is that coming into the season, looking at this roster on paper, you're thinking, this might be one of the deepest offensive rosters that the Giants have based on career numbers, based on the history that a lot of these players have had. And it just hasn't shown up. And it's interesting because I just think there's a lot of blame to go around in terms of people want to blame the fact that there's not a clear-cut, proven closer on this roster, but there are guys who are clear-cut, proven hitters that aren't hitting. Like, at what point does that... Now, on the flip side, Rafael Devers has been much better in the month of May, and he statistically, historically, April's one of his worst months, May is one of his best, so, like, maybe he's turned a corner. But, like, all of the guys need to hit together. And that's the thing. In some of these games, you get an early rally here, first, second, third, but they can't do it later in games. Another conversation we had, too, is not scoring with runners in scoring position.
Right.
I mean, it was 0 for 8 in that walk-off loss with runners in scoring position. There has to be someone who has a clutch gene who can get a hit when you need a hit. Because there are multiple times in that game where they had runners on first and third, and then you get a big nothing burger. So you were asking for a positive word.
Yeah, no, to your point
that,
is,
like
Devers
has been better, and then Willie actually, his numbers have been up as much as I think that it's been overshadowed by the poor team performance. Like Willie and Rafi have been better, but then now you've got Jung Hoo Lee who gets hurt. It's just like everyone's not clicking or hitting at the same time. And you have to, or like I said, at least someone has to come through with a clutch hit. And they have been failing miserably when it comes to runners in scoring position. And that's what you got to do to get runs across. So, you hope that someone can turn a corner, someone can step up. I'm hoping we'll see some better stuff from Chappie because that's been a big head scratcher. It's been awful. So that's my point, I guess, is just that the pitching conversations are very valid, but also the offense, like, let's get some guys going.
No, definitely. And, I mean, it's been a disappointment. 10 games below 500. No one anticipated this. And we're frustrated. Buster's frustrated, clearly. Fans are frustrated. And the biggest criticism we hear is about Bryce Eldridge and the inconsistency in his playing time. What have you made of it? I know 2 weeks ago when he was called up, it seemed like a desperate move, but the right move. What do you make of it right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think that everyone's kind of saying the same thing. I talked to a lot of our analysts. We've got great analysts on NBC Sports Bay Area, and you mentioned Rich Aurelia, Sergio Romo, Sean Estes. I mean, the list goes on. Ron Wotus, someone who's working in the front office right now for this Giants organization, and everyone pretty much agrees that Bryce Eldridge needs more consistent at-bats. Like, I don't think that's a question from media, from fans, from that's one thing it seems like everyone's on the same page about outside of the people who are making decisions about this lineup day in and day out, because it's got to be, and it is, and this is what I hear from our players. Look, I didn't play in Major League Baseball, but I talk to guys who did every single day, and it is not easy to build confidence, and you have to think about batting at the major league level. It is different. The pitchers are faster, they're better, the spin's better. Everything's better than what you face in AAA. And it takes time to adjust to that. And hitting is so much of those minute details when it comes to little things about not just your mechanics, but also the timing and the feel. And you're going up against and facing guys who are different than what you face in AAA. And to work through that, you need consistent at-bats. It takes time, and you need to be able to have some consistency in playing and not playing 2 games against the A's, then going back to starting on Monday. It's incredibly difficult. And so, I mean, I think I resonate what a lot of people have been saying just in terms of give us more Bryce Eldridge. It'd be one thing if the team was winning and it suddenly turned a corner, but it's like you're not winning and you're not developing your top prospect. So, I think the criticism there is fair. Now, I get the log jam that Tony has talked about in terms of where to start specific guys, but I think at this point you have to find a way. I have been waiting, or at least I had been waiting after Willie Adames' struggles to see him be rotated out. We've seen Chappie get some days off, but you just have to find a way. You have to find a way to get Bryce Eldridge in this lineup every day. So I've heard you guys talk about it, and I think we're all on the same page about that. Bryce needs more at bats, I think, to work through some of the things that he's trying to work through now at the big league level, because it doesn't always happen overnight. He needs to consistently play to get there, and he just hasn't.
Talking to Colin Mills, the voice you hear, NBC Sports Bay Area pre- and post-game Giants coverage. Tonight's starter, Trevor McDonald. He's been huge.
There's a bright spot.
Huge bright spot for the Giants. I think everybody agrees that he's earned the right to continue to be here. And we should note, like Victor Barracoto, there was a thought that he could make the team out of spring training. He pitched pretty well, and then near the end kind of lost the strike zone. He wasn't dominating in AAA. I think it was a 1.5 whip when he was called up, which is a little below average for the major league level. But Malley has really struggled. Logan Webb's going to make a rehab start, I think. Did he already do it last night?
Tonight is what I said. The Giants just released that literally as we were coming on the air that he's going to make a rehab start in Sacramento tonight.
But I think that's something where it's if you're looking to find room on the margins, Malley's on a 1-year deal. It's somebody that you can afford to put in the bullpen. If you need a long man, let him try to work things out in situations where he's maybe in a mop-up role. But until McDonald proves he's not the guy, when you're struggling and looking to find success, I'm going to lean on the guys who are either hitting or getting outs.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think that the Giants have to be willing to make changes because the record is what it is and the struggles are what they are. You got to do something to shake things up. And I think Trevor McDonald has earned a spot in this rotation. I actually just caught up with Zach Manassian right before joining you guys. That will air on our pregame show tonight, or at least a portion of that interview. The full thing airs on our Giants Talk podcast. But I asked him that question, and he said, you know what? Trevor's probably pitched well enough to earn a spot in this rotation. He's like, those decisions aren't always easy, but he's going to get another opportunity, and it's definitely a conversation that they're going to have and they're going to evaluate. I mean, he essentially echoed kind of what we said. You could potentially move a guy to the bullpen or make some kind of move to open up a rotation spot, and he agreed that he said that he thinks Trevor McDonald has pitched well enough to earn a spot in this rotation. Will it happen, though? He didn't go that far.
Right.
But I think that I agree with you guys. I mean, when it comes to needing to make some changes and shaking things up, Trevor McDonald's been great. The numbers have been great. He passes the eye test, and Tyler Malley's 1-6.
Yeah.
The ERA is abysmal. At this point, does it hurt your team to necessarily try that? I think with Logan Webb coming back, I think that Trevor McDonald should stay. I don't know that's going to happen, but what do you say?
I mean, I hope that's the case, and we'll see what happens with Tyler Mahle on the corresponding move as far as the rotation. But as far as today, Victor Barracoto being called up, and that's confirmed by John Shea earlier. So we'll see. Well, we'll see if he's in the lineup tonight. But Barney Nugent Award winner this past spring. Just what did you see from him back in March this year?
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think this is a guy that has a ton of potential, and this goes back to the same thing for me. Like, if you're not winning, like, give some of the young guys opportunities. And I think it's been great to see. Well, I think really the question is that what's going to be the corresponding move is the thing that I'm wondering right now, and where they're going to fit Barracoda into this lineup. Definitely a young guy with a ton of potential. And like you said, if there's someone or anyone who can come up at this point, gets called up and can hit, give them more opportunities. And I'm glad that we've seen that happen with, for example, the catcher position, Daniel Susac. Jesus Rodriguez started hot, needing to figure things out. But I guess the kind of question is, what are going to be the corresponding moves? Because as of right now, Jung Hoo Lee has not been placed on the IL. So do you send Will Brennan back down? Because again, Will Brennan is one of those guys, he get called up, he's gotten a good stretch of play here, and he hasn't hit. Drew Gilbert, maybe a little bit better. So I think it's going to be a matter of plugging and playing and seeing what these guys can do at the big league level. Because Barracoda, to me, is another guy that you watch a lot in the minors that looks like he has a ton of potential, can hit the ball, but what are you going to do when you get this opportunity? You've got to make the most of it. And right now, I think that every guy, it should be a dogfight. Like all of these young guys, like, play to earn yourself a spot, because there is opportunity here. Because I think that everyone in this front office, everyone in this coaching staff, everyone in this clubhouse is not happy and frustrated. I mean, you mentioned the frustration of Buster Posey. The players are frustrated. That's one thing I do want to add. Just being down there, kind of hanging out in the clubhouse and whatever else. Like, after some of these losses, like, these players are frustrated. Like, they all expect to win. These are professionals. And like I said, some of the guys who are proven historically in Major League Baseball, like, they expect better of themselves, of their teammates, of everyone. And so I think they've done a good job of, like, bringing the right mentality day in and day out. But there's certainly, like, there's a level of frustration that you can kind of feel. Just like looking around and walking around and watching the body language and watching the emotion. So if I'm one of these young guys, like, come up and challenge someone. Like, come up and earn a spot. Be a Daniel Susac. Like, who knew?
Sure.
Who knew Daniel Susac would be, like, if you told me in spring
took a
training
job. He stole a job.
that he would be the starting catcher and that Patrick Bailey would be shipped out like a month and a half into the season, I would have said, yeah, right. Yeah. And here we are. So, like, I want to see someone else do that. So is a Barracoda? Great. Go for it. But I think that these young guys just have to continue. If I'm here, like, go. You've got nothing to lose.
I've
go out and ball and take a position.
I'm with you. Before I let you go, I want to talk about the closer spot or lack thereof. I mean, you're sitting there watching. You think the game's going one way, and then they walk it off the other night, and you and Aurelia are sitting there like, "You kidding me?"
Yeah.
Like,
you guys don't understand how rough that is doing a post-game show. We planned the entire show,
and minutes after, Kipe threw it right to you.
I know, dude, and he had nothing to say, which was kind of funny.
They were all mad. They were all mad.
No. There was no, like, wrap-up conversation. It was like, "And you're on," and you're like. You have this entire show planned on here's how they did this well, here's how the bullpen got out of the 7th and 8th, here was the great defense that they played, here were the few hits that they did get in the clutch, whatever, and then all, like you said, with it, you just shred it, you just
one
delete,
snap. So, like,
just like that.
Being a baseball
awful.
fan,
You're like, oh, guys, come on.
It's a real hard time being a baseball fan. Is like, you're not really a fan unless you got problems with your bullpen. Even good teams, the fans are like, you kidding me? Because you're not going to close everything out. It's not going to be perfect. How do you rank your level of trust tonight? You're sitting there at the desk and you're like, dude, don't hurt me, man. Who's the guy? Because right now I think my guy tonight, just because this is where I'm feeling, I think it's Keaton Wynn for me today.
Okay, interesting. So I think that Caleb Killian has had some moments where he's
getting guys on, and then
he's getting guys on, but then he's got out of it a couple times. I mean, I would say my confidence level is not high. We'll just say that to say the least. What the frustrating part about the bullpen is that we actually do have some individuals like Keaton Wynn, like Caleb Killian. I mean, Matt Gage has pitched relatively well. Like, we have individuals that, coming in, again, this bullpen was the biggest question, was the biggest concern of this team. And individually, they're actually performing a little bit better than what they were expected to be. I mean, we didn't know even if, like, Killian or Wynn, some of these guys were even going to be on the roster and how long they'd be on the roster. And the fact that they've come up and they've put together some really nice ERAs, they've put together some nice innings, they've gotten some big outs. But the problem is, that doesn't give you a closer. And the closer role is just so much different than anything else. And when you talk about young guys that have very little experience, that's not an easy situation to step into. Like, you've got to go in and be able to get, especially, in some of these games, like you're facing the top of the order, you've got to get Kyle Schwarber out, and like, you've got to be able to find a way. And there's a different level of pressure. There's a different approach that you have to have. And if you haven't done it, like, it's difficult. I mean, I think that the Giants are really banking on Ryan Walker being able to get back to 2024 Ryan Walker and being the guy. And now here he is in AAA Sacramento, and there just aren't a lot of other options. So I think the bullpen's kind of a tricky one, because even prior to a couple games ago, I think for May 10th, for like there was a 2-week span where the bullpen had a 1.69 ERA as a whole. As a whole. Where it's like you're putting together good innings, and like overall, I think for what we came in with, you're getting guys who are performing well, but you're not getting the job done. Yeah. And that's the frustrating part. You're not winning games because you don't have a closer. And I think a lot of fans are frustrated. They wanted, what? You want to sign Edward Diaz? Like, what do you want? But I really think that there was a belief that Ryan Walker could be the guy. And now he's not. What's plan B? And there just isn't a clear-cut plan B, because these are guys who don't have experience in that role. And it's just not a role that you can just step into. And I do think that it is also difficult, the fact that we're still doing mixing and matching. We're still throwing guys in different situations, matchup dependent, and they don't ever really know who's coming in when. You don't have your set guy in the 7th, the set guy in the 8th, and like, that's also really challenging mentally. All of a sudden, oh shoot, today I'm being thrown in the 9th. Like, okay, maybe it's win today, maybe it's whatever. Okay, now all of a sudden we're going to throw in trying to go lefty, and we're hoping it's going to work. And for the players, they don't really know how to prepare for any given game or situation. So that's the other thing, the fact that it's been kind of a rotating mix of guys, I just think it's tough. But I think individually, like, we are seeing some positives. And like, bullpen numbers overall, like, this is not the worst bullpen in Major League Baseball. It's actually in the top half of the league over the course of the season. But it's a matter of not getting the job done that's so frustrating. And the closer situation, the closer role is just different than anything else. Like I said, we got Sergio Romo on the show tonight, so we're going to ask him about it again. We've had this conversation, and he just keeps emphasizing that it's just like, it's different, and you don't know until you've done it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's one of those things that you can't prepare for or plan for, and that's why I think for this team, coming in, having Ryan Walker, having done that before, faltered last year, but you hope he can still get back. Talk to Ryan Walker at spring training. He's like, my confidence is as high as it's ever been. Like, I've really worked through some things in the offseason. I feel like I'm coming in, I'm going to take over that role, and it just didn't happen. So it kind of leaves you now there's this period where you're trying to figure out who's the guy, and it's not always pretty. That's for sure.
Kylan Mills, the voice
but
here.
But if the offense can score runs, then you don't. Look, then we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Yeah,
if
about a lot of things.
If you win games like the D-backs did in Game 1 of that series, then you don't need a closer.
It's a moot point.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Then you're up by
That's
10,
right.
13 to 3.
Or 12-2 wins.
Yeah, I think we're all on board. That's what we
right.
figured out today. Kylan Mills, pre- and post-game coverage of Giants baseball on NBC Sports Bay Area. Kylan, good to see you.
Thanks, Kylan.
Great to see you, as always.
We got plenty more to come. We got more Giants baseball coming your way. 7:15 first pitch from the patio right here on the Sports Leader.
Let's get back to dirty work with Copes and Depop, live from 58 Social at Oracle Park before tonight's Giants game on the Sports Leader.
Dirty work with you on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop with you from the patio of 58 Social. Giants and the White Sox tonight. A 7:15 first pitch. 6:15 pregame right here on the Sports Leader. Great stuff with Kylan Mills.
Absolutely.
And John Shea. Both of those are up on thesportsleader.com and the Sports Leader app. By the way, John Shea earlier, he told us he didn't think with Victor Barracoto coming up, this is going to be a situation like, well, we haven't seen it this year, where he's that type of prospect that's going to come up and they're just going to put him in the lineup.
Right.
Despite the fact that he's hitting 300 with an 800 OPS and 6 homers and 30 ribs in AAA, he's not anticipating he comes up and he's just cool. He's playing every day. It's more that maybe they had a redundancy, he said, with Drew Gilbert and Will Brennan. We've been awaiting what the corresponding roster move will be when they announce that Victor Barracoto is going to be a Giant as of tonight. But John Shea just texted you an update and said Will Brennan still has a locker here.
Along with Drew Gilbert, so we'll see what the move is. Maybe Eric Haas.
I'm wondering Eric Haas might be the guy, and it'll give you an opportunity to play, I guess, more behind the plate with Jesus Rodriguez if you bring up another right-handed bat that can play in the outfield. So we still await that move, but that would be my next pick. Is when he said he didn't think it would be a major move like they told him, is what John Shea was hearing. I kind of thought, well, maybe it's just Will Brennan then, since he and Gilbert are both left-handed bats. But also the Giants put out an injury update or an injury report update on Logan Webb making his rehab start tonight.
Yep.
I think they said that Elliot Ramos had like a PRP injection or something like that, but they didn't note anything with Jung-Hoo Lee. So it's interesting that if Jung-Hoo Lee is healthy, or healthy enough to still not be on the injured list, you'll have 3 left-handed outfilders up here.
Yeah, you'll
have Jung-Hoo Lee, Gilbert, and Will Brennan.
Yeah, a little redundant, so we'll see why they're making this move tonight and why it needs to be where Victor Barracoto was called up today. And we'll see. It might be Eric Haas at this point, but I never know with the Giants these days, Copes. Nothing really makes a whole lot of sense.
So we were talking, I was talking rebuild stuff the other day.
Yeah.
And I saw a lot of people commenting on some of the videos that our digital team put out saying, they need to rebuild. The point I was making was that, and I said this yesterday, that Farhan Zaidi, for all of his faults and all the lack of success as Giants president of baseball operations, the roster that he left and the situation he left the Giants in was with a fair amount of flexibility, because the longest contract he signed anybody to in the time that he was here was Jung-Hoo Lee, or is Jung-Hoo Lee.
Right.
That and the Logan Webb extension. 5 years, $90 million is what Logan Webb got. My point about what Buster did in trying to retool this roster is he put them in a spot where they don't have flexibility. They've committed to a handful of players that are very expensive, and not a lot of they don't play other positions on the diamond other than the ones they play. Chapman at third, Adames at short, and of course Devers over at first base /DH, but really it's first base because he wants to be on the field and play every single day. It's just something he does. He posts, which is important to Buster. So they don't have the flexibility for a rebuild. If they were in the situation they were in with just the Jung-Hoo Lee contract and Logan Webb, like they were when Buster took over, I'd say, or without signing Matt Chapman before the end of the Farhan tenure, which kind of told you the writing was on the wall for Farhan when they allowed Buster to negotiate that contract. Had those not all been signed, you're in a position where you can struggle for a while like the Giants did after the Barry Bonds era, where in 08 they won like 70-something games. 07 they won like 70-something games or whatever, and then in 08 they make I think it was also 70, and then in 09 they win 88. So you start to make the jump, but they were really rebuilding in that era where Kane comes up, Bumgarner, Lincecum, Jonathan Sanchez, all those guys that help you find the next era. The Giants don't have that flexibility now because they don't have the available spots.
No.
So the question you were asking on our rundown today was, if the Giants were to go into some type of rebuild, would you put Logan Webb on the table? Here's the problem for me. And I've said this to you before. I would be willing to trade any player Not at any time, but I'd be willing to trade almost any player if I think I'm getting value and it's the right thing for the organization.
Of course.
There's no question that if Logan Webb were available for a trade, he would net you more than anybody else on the roster that is not a big money player or a veteran, as far as veterans go.
Right.
Like, he would net you more than Matt Chapman would net you right now.
Of course.
He'd net you more than Willie, and of course, I don't know, of course, Rafael Devers. What I'm saying about that is
On
like
par, maybe?
What I'm saying is the other team would have to be taking money if they were taking money, so they wouldn't be giving you that much in return. The trade would be that you're dumping the money.
Right.
Logan Webb, though, if you were going to be like dangling something to go get something, he's under team control and on a fairly reasonable team contract for the next couple of seasons. He's a frontline starter. He's an all-star starter. He's a guy who in his career has a track record for eating innings. He's done enough at the big league level to prove he's more of the guy we've seen throughout his career than the guy we've seen at the start of this season. The issue I have with this, and it's why I would not do this with Logan Webb, is they're too pot committed. I think the Giants are too far in. They can't really rebuild. So what does trading Logan Webb net you? What does it gain you? If you were to trade Logan Webb, you're now without a starting pitcher who's an ace, a frontline guy, a true number one. You're probably trading Robbie Ray after this year, in this year anyway.
Yes.
Is what I should say, because his contract's up after this season. So then the idea is you've got to rebuild an entire rotation from the ground up, and Landon Roop is your ace.
Yeah.
And by the way, you're still committed money to all those other guys. So unless something else were to happen, I think, are you going to get, is a team going to give you their two of their top 10 prospects for Logan Webb?
I would think so, yes.
Here's the question.
Teams need pitching, man.
Right. But you'd want pitching in return.
Of course.
But here's the thing. If a team has a pitching prospect that's in AA or higher, why would they give you their top, if their number 3 prospect or number 2 prospect is a pitcher, and they have a guy coming, why would they make the trade for a guy like Logan Webb, unless they're really trying to make, like, you'd get him for next year, but you've already got a young player that you're, like, teams hold their prospects now.
They do, but if you're a team that's contending and seeing that you could have a window right now, then maybe they're willing to make that move if they're not waiting around to develop that type of pitcher.
The problem with this is the Giants, I think, would have to be blown away. They'd have to get a haul of prospects, and some of which that are close to the major leagues, and I don't think the Giants are in a position, based on the rest of the construction, to bail on maybe the best priced player on the entire roster.
Yeah.
It's the best contract on the team, and it's netted you the most value.
Me personally, I would not make that move right now.
I've heard people say it, but I'm like, it only works for me if you're going into a full rebuild, and you can't possibly with all the other money you have.
Well, yeah, that would signal you're doing a total rebuild here. And, of course, it's hard to move off of the contracts at Devers and Adames and Chapman, but you can with Logan Webb. It's just a name that has been brought up enough, in my opinion, where, yes, it's easy to trade Luis Arraez and Robbie Ray and get value back for them. But with Logan Webb, you get a ton of value. I don't think it's going to happen now, but I wonder if it gets to a point where we see the same thing a year from now. And they're not 10 games below 500, but they're still that team that's not ascending, still stagnant, still the same team we've seen for the last 5 years, that maybe Buster has to consider that. So I don't want to do that move right now because you have him under control for quite some time, but there may come a time where it doesn't make sense to keep Logan Webb. And let's be honest, too, he hasn't pitched well this season. Even though, you could make the excuses of the WBC or, the knee injury, whatever it may be, but the truth is he has not been the same Logan Webb. So that's something to consider in the long haul, but I wouldn't do that. I think that the easy moves to make are obviously Robbie Ray and Luis Arraez. And I'm sure if you ask Buster Posey behind closed doors, he'd be like, I would love to trade Willie Adames if I know I'm getting that shortstop from UCLA, or I would move Matt Chapman if it was easy with his contract and have a no-trade clause. He would do those moves. I think that honestly, he's never going to tell us the plan, but the plan seems to me to win here and now while also setting up for the future, and that's where Tony Vitello comes in and actually puts his fingerprints on this ball club. But as far as Logan Webb, it's not an answer or it's not a solution to the problem right now, but it might be down the line 100%.
Maybe. He's also in year 3 of a 5-year extension. So $23 million next year, $24 the year after. You'd be giving somebody 2.5 years of him while you're not going to find any better pitcher on the market for that price tag. And you're probably not. If you have a couple other guys emerge, that'd be great. But you need those guys to fill the rotation as well. I don't think it's even in the conversation. He's probably the most untouchable guy in terms of what it would cost, what they would want you to give them in order to give him up, because he makes up too little of the salary. He's got great experience, and he's the type of pitcher that can eat innings for you that you love being an ace. He's kind of the culture of what they want to build around.
Of course.
He's not a guy, I don't know. For me,
it'd be hard for fans, and obviously there'd be a big reaction to it.
It's not even hard for fans. You'd have to give a lot. It doesn't really even make sense to do because of the rest of the construction. Because if you were going to give something else up, you'd rather, before you'd ever move him, you'd have to alleviate pressure elsewhere.
Right.
And they gave up they gave him $90 million in a 5-year deal while they still were trying to build. You know what I mean? Like, he's a guy that they wanted at the front line. Dude, you give up something like that, trying to find that stability is at the top of your rotation.
I get it, man.
There's teams that search for generations and don't find that. So.
I totally understand, but like in the last few days, or the last, I should say, few weeks now, I've heard fans over and over and say, I'd be comfortable with a rebuild. So how comfortable would you be? It's easy to trade away, as I said, Luis Ariz and Robbie Ray. When it's a guy you can get a lot in return, but it's a fan favorite, that is hard to swallow, but at the same time, it might be the move you should make down the line.
But what's down the line? In 2 years?
Yeah, I mean, it's there for you. Like, you don't have to do it right now.
If it's the last year of the contract, then of course, then you're in the Robbie Ray situation. If they're terrible into next, here's the thing. I just don't think you can even address that unless somebody comes with an offer that blows your doors off.
Well, of course, it has to be a deal worth your while.
Or you get rid of 2 of the other contracts. If Jung-Hoo Lee is here and Devers is here and Adames is here and Chapman is here, why would you've already invested in all those guys who are making $25-30 million a year. Why would you give up the number 1 pitcher that you have, and now you can't get outs or get a guy to eat innings, and you don't have the bullpen?
Because you can't trade those guys.
What I'm saying, right? But that's not a reason to just do it. I don't think there's I can't get rid of these guys, so we'll just keep these guys and get rid of the price effect. He's talking cost benefit. This is the best player you have in that regard. Buster didn't make a move at closer, he says, because of cost benefit on Diaz.
But there is potential to get a nice haul back for him.
If you're getting the top 2 players of a team's like organization, I don't think anybody's giving you that though. It's got to be somebody who'd be close, and really, they'd have to give you a lot because they've got him for 2 years or something. If you have an extra year at this price tag, I don't think it ever would make sense to move him based on how the roster's constructed. Usually something like that happens, like when the Tigers were terrible a couple of years ago and Skubal was great. Mm-hmm. There was talk like, should they unload him? Because what good does it do you to have one guy throw every 5th day when nothing else on the team is good? I hear that, but the rest of their team was cheap. So you're like, cool, we could get prospects and bolster this thing. I don't think that's even something that's in the cards right now because a rebuild's not in the cards. That's what I mean. I don't think if you're telling me they're tearing down and starting over, cool. I'm down for everything. But if there's no ability to do that, then you don't cut off your best piece of that is kind of where I'm at. So I'd be vehemently against it, and I don't think we're anywhere near that being
We're not near
a
right
smart
now.
move. Yeah.
No, but I mean, in time, it might be the case. I hear what you're saying, but also it's just it's something on the table where I understand that it would be tough, and obviously, yes, it's a cheaper option than what you got in the 3 contracts you got right now. But at the same time, if it does help you restart things, then maybe that is the best course of action. Again, it's not going to be right now or next offseason, but in time, that may be the best option for Buster Posey to start this whole thing over again.
It just really depends. Because for me, that's over a year away, if that's even a conversation, and who knows where they are then. I mean, who knows what any of these players are, where they're going, or who else is here. So,
well, it keeps trending in this direction, then yeah.
That's Johnny Level going to be here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hit another homer. What do you have, another homer yesterday? He's leading all of the Giants system in homers and RBIs and total bases, 19 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Out there hitting homers in front of Mike Holler. All right, we are live from the patio at 58 Social. Danny Dunn's going to rip my head off if I don't do what I'm supposed to do next. And that is, everybody, that once again, on a Friday afternoon from the patio at 58 Social, it is time for the unsponsored Dirty Work KNBR Bay Area Weekend Sports Calendar, sponsored by Surfside. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside, proud partner of the San Francisco Giants. We'll start where we always start, everybody, and that's that the Giants are taking on the Chicago White Sox all weekend long right here on The Sports Leader. You got a 7:15 first pitch tonight, 6:15 pregame. Plus, you got a Monday afternoon till, what time's that game on Monday? Like 2:05 or something?
I believe so.
We got a weird 2 o'clock, but 2 o'clock. Yeah, Memorial Day start on Monday, a 1:05 pregame. That's right, we're talking Memorial Day on a 3-day weekend with Marty and the boys all weekend long here on The Sports Leader. All right, let's get into some of the other stuff that's going on. It's presented by Danny Dunn. It's Rush Hour Comedy Night at the Function on Market Street, where laughter knows no bounds and cultural collisions are the name of the game. Cultural collisions, dude. It's like Derek going to the Negro League Museum. Join their dynamic duo of black and Asian comedians as they embark on a whirlwind adventure through through streets of humor, weaving together their diverse backgrounds and comedic chops to deliver a show as unpredictable as rush hour traffic.
Shimon, Lee.
Shimon. Show starts at 7 p.m. Then on Saturday, you guys are going to want to get over to this. It's Hell's Kitchen, the musical. 105 at the Orpheum Theater here in the city. Hit musical from Alicia Keys, inspired by her life, her music, and her community.
So wait, something to do with Gordon Ramsay?
I have no idea, dude. Or Hell's Kitchen in New York. Not at all. Maybe she grew up there. Your journey begins with Ali, a 17-year-old girl full of fire, searching for freedom, passion, and her place in the world. Relatable, raw, and refreshingly
I get it now,
fun.
Copes. This girl's on fire.
Yeah, she is, dude. It's a celebration of finding yourself, your purpose, and the people who lift you up. By the way, just one more note here. The Oakland Ballers are playing the Long Beach Coast
nice.
at 4:35 at Ramondi Field. I like that, dude. So you can catch some Ballers, and you can catch, earlier in the afternoon, the Hell's Kitchen, the musical, at the Orpheum Theater. And then Sunday, 2 o'clock at San Francisco Playhouse, it's Dracula, a feminist revenge fantasy tale.
My favorite type of fantasy.
Yeah. It's a bold reimagining of Bram Stoker's classic that explores themes of power, gender dynamics, and societal expectations through a feminist lens.
Of course.
This adaptation, as you well know, Derek, is written by Kate Hamill. It transforms the traditional Dracula narrative into a darkly comic drama that questions who the most true monsters really are. It features a gender-bending twist where characters like Dr. Van Helsing become the hunters and Dracula is portrayed as the hunted, challenging conventional gender roles and power dynamics. And that is your unsponsored Dirty Work KNBR Bay Area Weekend Sports Calendar.
Get bombed.
Sponsored by Surfside. All right, we will take a quick break. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Dan Dunn back in our KNBR studios. We got plenty more to come here from the patio at 58 Social. When we come on back, the best sports writer in the country joins us. It's Marcus Thompson, and it's only here on The Sports Leader.
Mike Kruko joined the morning show today and was impressed with what he saw from Bryce Eldridge in Arizona. Kruko says if he can keep pitchers feeling him in the box and work counts, he can stay. Listen to that interview at thesportsleader.com and the Sports Leader app.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Working a Friday, Adam Copeland, D-Pop with you from the patio at 58 Social, where the Giants are taking on the White Sox tonight at 7:15. But quick step away from Giants baseball to talk to our next guest, Marcus Thompson. He joins us every week. Best sports writer in the country of The Athletic. He joins us on the UMA guest line. Marcus, what's going on, bro? How you doing?
What up, Marcus?
Oh, man, enjoying this wonderful 89 degrees in San Antonio of humidity with a storm always around the corner.
Yeah, that's Texas.
Yeah, man. Texas, dude. You'll get in the
Texas,
summertime,
man.
too, man.
That's
Humidity,
Texas.
rain, storm, big raindrops, too. We're so hard you can't see in front of your face. Anyway, we got a big one coming up tonight, 5:30, Spurs and the Thunder, dude. Game 2. We joked on Monday because Derek had said to you, excuse me, game 3, after it's tied 1-1. Derek had said to you last week, I don't know how Spurs are going to win this. You said Wemby. We talked to you earlier this week.
Good
man.
call by you, Marcus.
After game 2, how are we feeling about this series? I mean, we could have 7 in store. I mean, this is looking pretty good.
Yeah, I'm hoping for that, right? I feel like this is the kind of basketball we deserve, especially if, our OGs, you know what I'm saying? Steph Curry, LeBron, KD are out. We need some new rivalries, some new, we need some new stuff. So I like this. I also think Oklahoma City is still pretty good. I know Wemby is Wemby, but that team is still loaded. They, to borrow from Denny Green, they are who we thought they were. So I feel like we got a really good series. And whoever plays the Knicks, it's going to be entertaining that way too. So as long as I get a trip to New York out of it on the New York Times, that's great.
I thought you hadn't been to Cleveland enough. I thought you would have liked to go to Cleveland.
Relax,
catch another NBA Finals in
Cleveland. Too soon. It's only been a decade.
Almost has his own plaque there for all the time he spent in Cleveland. Their second favorite son after LeBron. It's Marcus Thompson. Is it better for the league? Is it great for the league if the Spurs win this series to give us what we're talking about after OKC got one? Because it looked like maybe they'd be getting ready to start a dynasty, but the Spurs, I mean, maybe a year early. If Wemby were to knock them off, I think that ignites the next generation of NBA rivalry.
I don't know. I feel the opposite. I feel like you need Oklahoma City to win because then there'll be something to knock off. Now it'll be everybody trying to take them down, and there's nothing better for NBA like virality than somebody to hate, right? And you get that team, and you can see Oklahoma City's trending there. They were the lovable, sexy, up-and-coming team not that long ago. Already people can't stand them, right? So if they win another title with the 2-time MVP, the entire league will be gunning for them. And I think that's where now everybody gets involved in trying to take them down. So I think either way, it's good for the league. But if they get 2 in a row, and you start talking about them, like essentially like with the Pistons, right, and the Miami Heat with LeBron. Like if you put them in that category, people are going to be mad, and they will be hated, and it will be fun.
Yeah, in hindsight, Marcus, it's pretty dumb of me to say that I don't see a way for the Spurs to win this series when Victor Wembanyama is the player that he is. So just seeing the performance that he had on Monday, Game 1, 41 points, 24 rebounds. I saw you wrote about it in The Athletic. Does this signal to you the start? I mean, he's a well-known name and one of the biggest prospects in NBA history, but did this start his superstardom and also just maybe the conversation that he's the best player in all of basketball right now?
Yeah, I think it did that, right? It introduced him to, I don't want to say the casual fan, but the non-diehard. The real casual fans hop on in the finals, right? Like those are the real ones. I'm gonna put a little bit more respect on the name of people who pull up for the Western Conference Finals. But I do think a performance like that against that team, it generates that type of conversation. And is it premature? Of course it is. But why do we care about that? This is what we do all the time. So, and Jokic fans are already mad, right? Like Jokic fans were the most hot about that game because everybody just basically snatched it off of Jokic like it had Velcro, the best player in the world, and put it onto Wembanyama, right? So I do think that conversation is beginning because now, no matter what happens, no matter where they finish, now he will be like really in the MVP conversation, not as a dark horse. Now we'll be talking about him that way because all it takes is a good playoff performance. Then you start getting recognized and noticed for that stuff. So now he's in the conversation, and that's going to be pretty interesting. Like when a healthy Giannis comes back, when Jokic is, motivated after being embarrassed, and perhaps even if Anthony Edwards finds another level to his game.
Have we heard anything tonight about De'Aaron Fox and his status? He's missed the last 2 games, and they could use him with Stephon Castle having the turnovers he's had the last 2 games. But anything we've heard on De'Aaron Fox for tonight?
Not yet. Of course, I am not at the arena because I'm talking to you.
Oh,
but
my bad.
Dylan Harper and you come before West Finals for sure.
I appreciate it.
Dylan Harper and Fox are supposed to be like game time decisions. So. It's one of them. It feels like one of them has to go because, I love Stephon Castle, but this is a lot asking him to run point against, arguably the best defense in the league. He's got 20 turnovers in 2 games. Like they need one of those guys to play. Even though Jordan McLaughlin got out there, looking pretty good at like 97 years old, he was a hooper.
Talking to Marcus Thompson, nice enough to join us on the UMA guest line. If it is, in fact, the Knicks, and they're up 2-0 over the Cleveland Cavaliers, who is a better matchup for New York?
I would probably say San Antonio because theoretically they have an answer for Wemby. And Cat can pull him out of the paint because that's really what you got to do.
Play outside.
You got to get that dude. You got to get that dude away from the rim. You just have to. And Karl Anthony Towns is good enough, especially when it's on his game, to make you say you better get out here and guard me. So I do think that makes them a good matchup. I am torn though because I do think Oklahoma City can overwhelm these kind of guard heavy teams, but how exhausted are they going to be? Right? You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
If Oklahoma City survives this in 7 games and it's, that might be good for the Knicks. Even though if San Antonio wins, they will have gone through 2, of these kind of grueling battles. So, yeah, I'd probably say that the Spurs, if in order for Mike Brown, one of the great money grab coach of all time.
Maybe the
dude
best.
Who just knows how to get paid, right? Like he just knows how to get
best,
paid.
yeah.
In order for him to get a title, I think the best route would be San Antonio. Like, can you imagine my guy Mike Brown win a title in New York? Oh man,
incredible. That would be incredible.
It'd be a crew of Harleys riding down Fifth Avenue. You know what I'm saying? You just bring them all like we riding out. It would be incredible. Mike would be a legend in New York if he did that. And who would have guessed that? Yeah.
And then they still fire him, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, that's how they roll.
Still fire him next year, no matter what.
Yeah, dude, he's
no
gone.
Matter what.
No matter what. It's funny because
it wasn't in 7.
Yeah, it wasn't. Dude, you should have won. Yeah, should have won it quicker. I would tend to agree with you, like in theory, based on what you're saying with Karl Anthony Towns, because he can play outside, he can draw Wemby out. What's interesting is to me that's almost a catch-22. Because then, you've drawn Wemby out of the paint, but then everybody else has got to win, right? Everybody else has got to put it on.
Everybody.
You draw him out, but then you got Cat guarded by Wemby on the outside all night.
Yes, I mean,
that's
basically
the catch
saying
there. You're like, you're
Wemby's
just giving
out.
away Cat. Yeah,
Wemby's
right.
out. Yeah. Now, but I'd be more worried about open it up for their best player anyway. Like Brunson's their best player.
Of course, yeah.
And if you're basically telling him he's 5'11", so the paint's done for him if Wemby's there. Like that's done. Them little floaters and teardrops, that's all going to the third row. So to me, I do feel like you sacrifice Cat to make sure Brunson can ball. And now you just, like you said, you praying for OG Anunoby, Mikal Bridges, even Josh Hart to produce on offense, because you would be sacrificing Cat if you like Wemby come out here. Because now Cat's, he might get a couple free throws from, yelling as he drives to the basket.
Yeah.
Speaking of former Warrior assistants, the Warriors need some right now, and kind of a surprising move the other day with Jason Kidd being fired as head coach of the Dallas Mavericks. Is that a possibility, Marcus, where I know there's been rumors about Willie Green or Andre Iguodala, but could you see a Bay Area guy and Jason Kidd coming home and being an assistant coach with Steve Kerr?
Now I'm thinking about it. Has Jason Kidd ever been an assistant?
With the Lakers.
He was with the Lakers. That's right.
Yeah.
But it was like one of them, you kind of the co-coach.
Yeah.
Right? Like, remember Frank Vogel? It was like, yeah, we believe in you, Frank, but here go a guy who's going to take your spot right when it's over. I don't know that Kidd would do that. And I don't know that the Warriors would want him. Whoever is going to be that top assistant is going to be somebody who they can see replacing Steve. So that's why, like, Willie Green makes a lot of sense. He's been with the Warriors. They like his disposition. They like his his approach to offense. So you can kind of see that. But I'm curious. There's some of these big name guys out there that I do feel like at some point I wonder if the Warriors get in on them just because they're hot commodities, right? Sean Sweeney is one of the big names in this series, San Antonio Spurs assistant coach, because Mitch Johnson ain't going anywhere. Micah Nori from Minnesota. If you're not hearing those guys, and I'm curious about, like, does knowing Steve might be towards the end, do they make a play for some of these like bigger name, commodities, or do they just stick with the ones that they know really well? I'm curious how Joe plays it out. So far, it feels like the ones that they know, but the Warriors like, the best, they want to go get the best. And some of these names are considered like the next in line to be star head coaches.
Does Andre want to coach? It doesn't seem to me like that would be something that,
I don't think
he'd want to do. He got too many other, like the Players Association thing to me is where he would be. An executive.
Andre's going to be like president of the New World Order.
Exactly, dude.
Coaching.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Well, we're all on Mars, saving the species. Like Andre Iguodala is going to be the president, and he's going to have all the money. Coaching feels a little bit beneath him.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. I don't anticipate that's somebody who would want to spend his time doing this. I just don't think that's where his mind is.
Plus, he'd just be disappointed in his players all the time. Like he's a master of being disappointed, right?
Marcus Thompson, the voice you hear. Go ahead.
He'd just be, like the famous thing where Wiggins, right, where it's like they're about to win a championship, man. He's calling Wiggins over, and he's just like, man, I done told you this 1,000 times. He just felt like that dude got a D in math, and he told him, right? That would be hilarious. I kind of want to see that now.
Yeah, that would actually make him a good coach, though.
Just get him back for a second. We should do that. That'll be Adam Silver's next thing, just getting like cameo head coaches for a game or for a week for a team. Just get some new guys in and see what happens for a week.
He might slip some lyrics in, but they won't be Taylor Swift. I'll tell you that much.
They won't be Lecrae either, Marcus.
No, it won't.
Marcus Thompson covers everything, and he's covering the NBA Western Conference Finals for The Athletic in San Antonio. Game 3 tonight, Spurs and OKC. Marcus, enjoy the game. We'll talk to you next week, man.
Thanks, Marcus.
All right, have a good one.
All right, catch you later. The great Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. That's pretty funny. Yeah, I've never seen Andre as a guy who'd want to coach.
Neither have I, but, I mean, there's a reason why he picked up the clipboard that night years ago where they were blowing out the Suns in the second half. Steve Kerr's like, all right, it's your guys' turn. So
I think he's I think he's, capable of it.
No. Yeah. I think he's more than capable of it. I think that what Marcus is talking about right there, where Andre, in the final closing seconds of a finals victory is calling out Andrew Wiggins, that will make him a good coach. And, he would be very interesting with the media. I remember some press conferences he had back in the day. But I don't think he wants to do that, although we hear all these rumors, and his name was attached to the job at one point. And as far as an assistant head coach, that would be, I thought, like a good step for him to get in that direction. So
if he wanted to, I just don't think he wants to.
If he wants to. If he doesn't want to do it, that's fine. Keep doing your thing. But there's a lot of smoke with Willie Green. I'm not familiar with a lot of these assistant coaches that are with the Thunder and Spurs right now. So the reason I bring up Jason Kidd is just because I'm sure he wants to get back into coaching. There's also the rumors of him wanting to be a GM. So maybe it's I don't know if he lives here in the offseason, so it might be good for him to just, come on home, hang out with Steve Kerr for a year, obviously coach, and then, try to get back into the coaching ranks as a head coach again. But from everybody that we talked to, Sam Amick and Marcus Thompson, it sounds like that's not a step that the Warriors want to take right now, where Jason Kidd's a good coach, but not the type of guy they're looking for right now.
Adam Copeland, T-Pop with you. Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon, live from the patio at 58 Social. The Giants and the White Sox tonight. 7:15 first pitch from right here at 3rd and King. A 6:15 pregame. We'll have it all for you right here on The Sports Leader. Trevor McDonald makes another start tonight for the Giants, as Logan Webb is going to start for the Sacramento River Cats in a rehab start tonight, and then hopefully will rejoin the team in his next turn, and we'll see what happens with McDonald in the rotation. He's going to be opposed by a guy named Davis Martin. Not Martin Davis, Davis Martin.
Davis Martin.
Yeah, Davis Martin.
Have you seen his ERA?
He's a stud.
Yeah, he looks pretty good. What's he got, 161? Yeah, not bad. 6-1 on the season, too, yeah.
Yeah, he's the exact opposite of Malley.
Yes. Yes, he is. Does Malley have the worst ERA in all of baseball right now?
I like for a qualified starters,
yes.
maybe 6.10.
I think so.
It's funny because it's like hard to do that when you're not a Rocky. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's hard.
True.
It's hard to do that because like you would think if a guy is healthy and like if you're a qualified starter, you're not going to keep running a guy out there who's performing as poorly as he is. So like at some point he won't be qualified. But no, he's making every turn. Malley's, that's the thing, too. That's the problem is he's healthy. You know what I mean? He's, like, healthy and he's getting knocked around.
Well, you and I were talking about, God, I think it was the day of the draft, where we were like, Malley looked pretty good last night against the Dodgers, so we got to start pronouncing his name right. And
he threw like 7 shutty against him or something, right?
And since then, I don't know if he's won another game since then, but, not look good.
Did he win the game that night or did he get a no decision?
I thought he won the game.
Did he get...
What's it?
They lost that game? I think they might have lost, is what Pat H is saying. That was the draft party. That's right. That was the game we were at the draft party.
No, but he
shoved against the Dodgers, right?
No, well, they didn't lose that game. It was the next day with Logan Webb.
The next day they lost.
Yeah.
Oh, they might have won that game late. Did Bailey do something late?
Bailey got the 2-run homer,
right,
yeah.
Dude. Bailey walked out, yeah.
So he probably didn't get the win, yeah.
By the way, Bailey homered again like 2 days ago or yesterday.
His first of the year, though, right? Oh, no, second one?
It's his second of the year if he hit that one. But what I'm saying is he hit a home run yesterday for Cleveland. He's hitting he's not hitting for Cleveland.
Second with Cleveland, yeah.
No, he's second on the season, I believe, which means he's got more than Chapman was the note. Because Chapman has like 1 homer on the season and Bailey's not got 2.
Well, I know Bailey homered over the weekend, but I don't know.
So maybe he's got 3 on the year now. Chapman's got 2. I can't remember. Bottom line is they're not hitting. So they need to tonight against a guy they haven't seen, Davis Martin, who's been shoving against the American League. All right, we are at the patio at 58 Social. When we come on back, we were able to lug it down here. It wasn't that hard to lug because it's a wheel. Well, it's a dial, really.
Yeah.
We rolled it down here.
Thanks to Shane. Shane got it.
Yeah, we got into Shane picked it up and rolled it through the diamond lane on the freeway to get it here in time. It's the Dirty Work dial. It's nothing like the NBA grab bag, and we'll do it next on The Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve's been helping us with all kinds of tax questions and concerns. Steve, one we've talked about more lately is if you're somebody who's been scammed, can you do anything about that with your taxes?
Absolutely, if you qualify. First of all, as a human being, if you're the victim of a scam, our hearts go out to you. We've watched people lose a tremendous amount of money, life savings, and then some. Can you deduct this from your taxes? That would be an enormous help and could get you back an enormous amount of money if you qualify. The casualty loss area of tax law was pretty much done away with, but there's an exception. And the IRS was kind enough to write this long, detailed memo with examples. And if you fall under the requirements of this memo, then yes, we can deduct it from your taxes. That would be a tremendous help to you and would make up for a good part of your losses. So if you've been scammed, give us a call. We have a free consultation. Let's see if you qualify under this memo. And if you do, let's get you back a lot of money from the IRS if you otherwise qualify. The only thing you have to do is pick up your phone and say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
Steve Moskowitz can help. Just give him a call, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
Live from 58 Social at Oracle Park, this is Dirty Work with Copes and Depop on the Sports Leader.
Dirty Work with you on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop with you from the patio at 58 Social.
There we go. Crank up the tunes, Dan.
There we go.
Let's
Love
go.
a ska Friday, dude. A little Goldfinger.
Oh, yeah. Love this song. Goldfinger.
All I ever think when I hear this song is Tony Hawk.
Oh,
Pro
yeah.
Skater 1.
Oh, yeah.
Just a legendary game.
Do you have a favorite out of,
All right,
out of the
Danny,
series?
turn it down a little bit.
Yeah, it's
You
a
know
little
what I
loud,
mean?
a little
Jesus,
loud.
Come on. Jesus Christ. Told him to crank it. I love doing. That's a classic. I feel like KNBR host thing. It's like a Murph and Mac thing for a long time. You ask for something, and then you crush somebody for doing what you asked.
Whoa! It's a little too loud, guys.
Dude,
Come on,
dude. I just want to hear it.
No, your damn levels.
I want to get a nice sound out of it. I didn't need to be blown out here where we can't hear us talk.
Did you have a favorite Tony Hawk Pro Skater game?
Yeah, one, probably two was great. One probably though.
I would go Underground. Remember that, where it's like a whole mission thing?
I remember that because you had more missions. It wasn't just like skate or the high score or tag you could play when you were playing 2-player.
And of course, the villainous Eric Sparrow.
Was that his name, the villain?
Oh,
in that?
yeah.
He's total punk ass.
He's total punk ass.
Yeah, dude.
Couldn't stand that guy.
That's kind of it. In the Tony Hawk games, you were a punk ass. Is what they were. That was a little, I think Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1 was PlayStation 1.
Yeah.
It was PS1.
The first two were on PlayStation 1. I don't think it was until number 3 that when it was PS2.
Yeah, and then I've actually they re-released them, remastered for PS5.
They look great. They look great.
With
the soundtrack and everything.
I played both on. It's done a little differently. They remastered them, and they're not totally the same interfaces, but the level's the same and all that. It's pretty fun. Anyway, love a Jeff Rowley Christ Air.
Yeah.
Skate moves that never existed, where he'd pull the board out from underneath him and then do the.
Yep. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
All the Jackass guys showing up at some of the games.
Yeah, dude, that's pretty funny, dude. I like that. All right, we do it periodically, just about every week, I think, right?
Yeah, just about.
Should we wait and do this next because we're
running
up
low on
against it here?
time?
So why don't we do this right now?
Okay.
We spoke earlier to John Shea, so Danny, we'll do the dial next. Let's get everybody updated just on what's going on with the Giants. So
Okay.
John Shea spoke to us earlier today.
Yes.
And he's kind of been updating us he's in the building right now. He was in the press box when he did
He's always in the building.
The hit with us, yeah, the legend. Anyway, we were trying to speculate with him what the corresponding 26-man roster move might be for Victor Barracoto, who's been called up today from Sacramento, and he's not on the 40-man and he's not on the 26-man. Susan Slusser noted in her tweet last night that the Giants would need both moves to get him on the roster, right? They'd have to put somebody, either send somebody down or put somebody on the injured list. She speculated that maybe it would be a Jung Hoo Lee move to the IL. And I thought, okay, that would make sense because you've got a redundancy with 3 left-handed outfielders. If Jung Hoo Lee's healthy enough to play, then you've got Jung Hoo Lee, you've got Drew Gilbert, and you've got Will Brennan. The irony is the Giants had no left-handers off the bench when the season started. Remember that? Nobody to come in.
Yep.
As they went with the same lineup for like a couple of straight weeks. Anyway, when Shea talked to us, he said he was hearing that it would not be a major move, that it would be a minor move to make this happen, which tells me that it's nothing like Bryce Eldridge going down. And I don't know that we would view, where would you view Jung Hoo Lee? Is Jung Hoo Lee to the IL a major move?
Not a major move.
Especially since we knew he was banged
but
up.
an inconvenience, obviously, where you got Elio Ramos already out for the time being.
My point was, if Jung Hoo Lee's okay enough to play, then you could send Will Brennan down as a left-hander and call up Barracoto as a right-handed outfielder.
Right.
The counter to that is Will Brennan, as John Shea texted you about a half hour, 40 minutes ago, said,
still here.
Said Will Brennan still got a locker here. So Will Brennan is not the guy that they've optioned down. My next question is it Eric Haas? Do you send Haas down, and then you've got 2 catchers now in Daniel Susak and Jesus Rodriguez? You lose some versatility there, but the roster doesn't have much of it anyway. That's why they're carrying 3 catchers, right?
Right.
And then he said it may now seem more like Jung Hoo Lee, who is not here right now. He said seems like it could end up being Jung Hoo Lee, though the Giants put out an injury report,
that's
an
the
update about an hour ago when we had Kylan Mills on, and said there was no mention of Jung Hoo Lee, just rehab stints and what was going on with guys who are working their way back from injury. So we await the announcement as to what the corresponding move is for Jung Hoo Lee, or for Victor Barracoto.
I'm assuming it's going to be Jung Hoo Lee. There's a reason why Susan Slusser put that out last night. So if I'm going to guess, you're bringing up Victor Barracoto for that reason.
And if even after another off day, so he got hurt Monday with back spasms, that's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. If he wasn't good enough when he woke up this morning or last night, then they're like, we're going to need to make sure we have somebody for
and
the
if
weekend.
they haven't seen him right now, then I'm assuming that he's probably on the IL. So, yeah, if I had to guess, and again, we don't know for sure, but what we do know is Victor Barracoto is here, and he has been called up, but as far as the corresponding move, I'm going to assume that it might be Jung Hoo Lee's on the IL for a bit of time.
And if that's the case, I would assume you're getting both Drew Gilbert and Will Brennan in the outfield again tonight.
Yeah, probably.
We'll see. We'll see how they decide to do this thing. You could go Casey Schmidt in left and Gilbert in right. That's what I would do. And then go Eldridge. Because, again, if you're trying to get another left-handed bat in, I'd rather it be Eldridge than Brennan. So put Gilbert in right, where he's played. Put Casey Schmidt in left, where you said he was going to get more run. He's played 1 game out there.
Right.
It was the Monday, and he didn't even play a full game. Played like 5 or 6
Wasn't
innings.
even really tested, yeah.
I think, you know when he was tested? That was after the Grand Slam. Remember I told you I was listening to Dave Fleming and
Joe
Rizzo. And Arenado hits the Grand Slam. The next ball is scalded right to Casey Schmidt left. And it was Joe Rizzo said, well, Dave, if you're looking For a bright spot here, Casey Schmidt handled his first ball pretty good, and Dave said, "How could you tell I was looking for a bright spot?" 6 pitches, 4 runs. It was pretty funny. Dave was like, "This is really out of whack,
good, folks."
And I love Joe coming. Well, if you want a positive here, Dave, there was
we're just looking for bright spots.
Fly ball that was caught.
Yeah, I know. So yeah, I mean, we'll see what the outfield situation is tonight. But if I'm going to guess, it probably is we're not going to see Jung-Hoo Lee for a little bit of time here.
Yeah, that seems like that might make the most sense just based on the information we have in hand.
Yeah,
right?
so we'll definitely keep you posted on everything, but that's the way things are trending right now with Will Brennan still here, Drew Gilbert still here, and it seems like Eric Haas is still here at the moment.
All I want to see is Casey Schmidt in left and Bryce Eldridge at DH. And John Shea told us he was hearing that Bryce Eldridge was going to be in the lineup today. So that's what I've been told. That's what I was hearing. So we're waiting to find that out. But if that's the case, then actually it may be the other way. It may be what I'm asking for. It may be Casey, or do you sit Chapman for another day? I don't know. I can't imagine Schmidt's not in there. So how do you get him in? If it's not at DH, it's got to be in left.
Do you think we ever see Eldridge at some point in the outfield this season? Because that was talked about at some point.
I don't really anticipate that. Well, it was talked about. I know it was mentioned by John Shea also.
Yeah.
All the reports on Eldridge, and they tried this in single A. When he was in single A, they threw him in left a little bit. And all the reports are like, he is not a left fielder.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying that that's an impossibility. And maybe if things get way out of hand and you want to take inventory in August and September, maybe they try guys in different spots. You throw some crap against the wall and
Why
just
not?
see,
Why not?
is it something we can work on? But right now, if you have a guy like Casey Schmidt, who you view as a better athlete, who has played already out there, who you've worked out there, I say that's the easiest path to go. Just let Eldridge focus on the at-bats. It's kind of where I'm at. If he's not going to play first because of Devers, just let him focus on the at-bats. Don't make him learn a new position. On top of it, I'm just like, because again, if we're talking about what's best for him, and Buster agrees, it's consistent at-bats, though they haven't done that. Just let him go out and work on the at-bats and the inside out. Again, hardest hit ball of the year by a Giant would have been gone in like 29 or 28 ballparks the other day.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Just have Bryce Eldridge focus on the at-bats. And with Devers, there was one point in time where I was saying, just have him DH, just have him get out of this funk.
He's looked okay at first, dude. Yeah.
He's looked
He's
great.
looked good, yeah.
I mean, honestly, like it's not this, like Luis Ariz has been, surprising this year. But what Rafael Devers did, and I know they lost the game on Tuesday night, but his defense,
double
the sixth
play,
inning,
yeah.
unbelievable. He counted for all 3 outs in that inning. So Rafael Devers is looking pretty good as a first baseman right now.
Yeah, and he wants to be there, and he's the superstar. I say if he's hitting and he's fielding, you let him go there, and Bryce Eldridge has got to work his way in. But if he's given an opportunity to work his way in, for me, it's at DH, and you have an opportunity with Elliot Ramos down. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
I feel like that's a wasted opportunity. If he's down, get Eldridge the at-bats. If he's healthy, I get it. There's a crunch. But if he's not there, then, again, what is him sitting on the bench helping? Nothing. We were hearing he's going to be in the lineup tonight. I'm intrigued by what that could mean against a right-handed pitcher in Davis Martin. All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come on back, nothing like the NBA grab bag. It's the Dirty Work Dial, and it's only here on the Sports Leader.
Let's get back to Dirty Work with Copes and Depop, live from 58 Social at Oracle Park before tonight's Giants game on the Sports Leader.
58 Social, the Giants and the White Sox at 7:15, 6:15 pregame right here on the Sports Leader. All right, let's get into it. You requested this, huh?
R.I.P. to Rob Bass. I want to rock right now. It Takes Two. Yeah, just passed away today. Unfortunate.
It's too bad it wasn't on a Thursday when it wasn't a Ska Friday.
Yeah, I
sorry,
know.
I'm sorry.
I had to throw, throw a wrench to Ska plans. Damn you, Rob Bass.
I appreciate the nod, but he's just not Ska.
I know.
All right, we do it.
He wasn't thinking about that, Copes.
Just about every week, dude, I roll down to the KNBR storage facility. There's a lot of good stuff in there, man. All kinds of cool memorabilia from KNBR history, dude.
I'd say so.
It's cataloged neatly, too. You'd be surprised. I was able to dust this one thing off. It's a giant wheel. It's less of a wheel. It's really more of a dial. We rolled it on down here to the patio at 58 Social. We spin it. We talk about it. It's the Dirty Work dial. Why don't you start it up, Danny?
It's the Dirty Work dial, and it's absolutely nothing like the NBA grab bag.
All right, the Dirty Work dial, nothing like the NBA grab bag. If you're watching us on our KNBR app or the Sports Leader app, thesportsleader.com, or the KNBR YouTube channel, you can see the dial in all of its greatness.
Where is it right now? Is it between us?
It's sitting. I think it's between. I don't know where it is. I'm gonna have to pull it up. All right, Danny, why don't you spin the wheel and we can't see it live. You're gonna have to. We can't see it live from where we are on the patio.
Being on the patio and everything. Help us out, Dan. Love that sound.
What's it land on, Danny?
All right, landed on Ed O. Back.
All right, Ed O.
Oh, our guy, Ed Orgeron. He's back with LSU football after being let go by LSU in 2021 with a buyout that put a smile on his face. Ed O is back at the program. Lane Kiffin is bringing back his old friend to help with recruiting and assist with the defense, Copes.
So Ed Orgeron, who was fired by LSU.
Happily, though.
But, dude, maybe my favorite comment by a coach who's ever been fired. He did a press conference at LSU after they let him go. And don't forget, LSU is going through this problem where they're a state-funded school.
Right.
They fired Brian Kelly, and they owed him like $50 million or something.
Yep.
They fired Ed Orgeron, had to pay him a bunch of money, millions and millions. And Ed O didn't take another gig because he's like, why would I? When he got fired.
He's getting paid, man.
They asked him about his firing, and he said, they told me they was going to pay me. And I asked him, what time you want me to leave? Which door you want me to leave through?
Seriously.
And he started laughing. He sounds like his voice is a lot like a Farmer Fran from The Waterboy.
Oh, yeah, a little bit. Yeah, definitely.
He's got a little bit of the...
Definitely. And he's a hell of a recruiter. Remember when we played the story where I think he was on with Bustin' with the Boys, and he wanted to get Adrian Peterson to play at USC.
That's right. He was trying to recruit Peterson, and Peterson said, I'll come there if you can get my dad, who's in jail, transferred to a prison that's closer to the university so he can be close.
Yeah, so Edo was on the phone, like, talking to all these people, be like, hey, come on, let me get Mr. Peterson to Los Angeles. And they're like, sir, we don't do that.
So
Are you insane?
So we can't transfer a man in the Department of Correctional System because you want his son to play football at your university.
Come on, AP needs to watch his daddy.
Come on, baby, it's my birthday. No, Edo back in college football.
How about that?
As an assistant. And by the way, they got to love him there. He won a national championship.
But for him,
Joe Burrow.
I mean, that's like good for him and his pride because like that'd be tough for like anybody, any coach to be like, I won a national championship there, and they love me. I got the Cajun accent and everything, and someone's coming in, and he's close with Lane Kiffin going back to his USC days. But the fact that he has to come back and he's not the man in charge anymore. I mean, obviously he's getting paid to go away, and it'd probably be an offset there. But that's a lot for Ed Orgeron to be like, you know what? It's not my gig anymore. I'm happy to be back with my close friend, and I love this program.
I think Ed Orgeron.
If your daddy, if they showed them USC games over there, would you come? He said, Coach, I come tomorrow. If you,
Coach, I'll come tomorrow. I'll go tomorrow. I look. This is a guy who I don't think needs to be the face of it. I don't think he was dying to be a head coach anymore. I haven't heard his name mentioned in interviews for a couple of years. I think he was happy stepping away. Unless there was a role that was right for him and a guy who could be the head coach for him. And I think it's an awesome hire by Lane Kiffin.
Yeah.
I don't credit Kiffin for much, but I'll credit him for that. I think it's a good move.
I'll credit him for actually being an X's and O's coach. Ed Orgeron is
I mean, personally, but...
Yeah, I got you. But, like, as far as, like, a rah-rah guy, that's Ed Orgeron. That LSU team in 2019 was loaded with Joe Burrow and Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase. So they didn't need a lot of coaching. Actually, Joe Brady, the current head coach of the Bills, was the offensive coordinator. But, yeah, Ed Orgeron had a sweet deal, and now they have a true X's and O's guy in Lane Kiffin calling the plays.
All right, let's get back to the dial, Danny. Why don't you give it a whirl there, dude? Give it a spin. See what it lands on. What do we got, Dan?
Real Michael Jackson.
Real Michael Jackson.
Real Michael Jackson.
Okay.
Well, ask and you shall receive, Derek
opposed
Papa.
to, yeah.
Michael Jackson's so hot right now. His movie is the highest-grossing biopic of all time, and a sequel was already in the works to highlight the darker side of his career. Well, you don't need to wait for that sequel, everybody. This summer, Netflix is releasing a documentary on his child molestation accusations.
Whoa!
Michael Jackson, The Verdict, releases on June 3rd this summer. So everything you didn't see in the movie will be in the documentary, Copes.
And then they'll make the biopic down the road, or the second half of by the way, they didn't tell us we were getting a 2-part Michael Jackson movie, much like they didn't tell us we were getting a Wicked Part 2.
Well, that wasn't the plan.
Yeah, Michael Jackson for good.
This has everything you wanted.
Second one, dude. Michael Jackson for bad.
Yeah, I can't that's the problem with this whole thing is because you can't do a sequel to a biopic. That's just ridiculous to me.
You can't when it ends in '88 and the topic is Michael Jackson.
But why end it in '88? That's ridiculous.
That's exactly the
point. It's got to be like a 3-hour-long movie. So they're going to release the sequel in time because the movie's just done so well at the box office. But now Netflix is like, we're going to beat you to the punch. Everything that this movie didn't have the stones to put in, now we're going to put on in this summer in Netflix. So, yeah, everything that I was asking for in a biopic is going to happen this summer.
Yeah, like I said before, Derek doesn't want to see Michael unless there's child abuse charges in it. So Derek's getting everything he wants.
You got to tell the whole story, damn it. Am I right, Pat H?
Yeah, dude, you got to paint the full picture like they did with the juice. It's not just one slice of his life. I chose my words carefully there.
I know what you did there.
All right, let's get back to the dial, dude.
I like Danny too. Real Michael Jackson.
Yeah. Boy, that thing is loud today, huh?
Yeah, it's loud out here.
Yeah. What do you got?
Hot dog probation.
Hot dog probation.
Okay, so Bay Area hero, King of 4th of July, and 7-time mustard belt champion.
17-time
mustard belt
17.
champion. My apologies. 17-time mustard belt champion Joey Chestnut will return this summer to Coney Island to defend his crown once again.
Hell yeah, Joey.
However, Chestnut has been sentenced to 180 days of probation after pleading guilty to a charge of misdemeanor battery. Chestnut will not be facing any discipline for the Major League Eating from Major League Eating.
There's no disciplinary board for Major League Eating like in the NFL.
So George Shea is not like Roger Goodell, where he's going to be suspended for a few competitions here. Chestnut allegedly struck a man with an open hand while at an Indiana bar on May 21st. The supposed incident reportedly occurred after the man recognized and approached Chestnut before the interaction eventually turned sour. Chestnut was obviously inebriated and didn't appreciate the man coming towards him.
Okay, so there's probably more to this story, but
there has to be. Yeah.
Joey Chestnut, man, dude, this isn't like Tyreek.
No,
He's on probation. He's not doing the clink.
It was like a slap to the face, but like, get out of my face here. And Joey Chestnut, we love him. Not a good look, obviously, but as long as he's going to eat those hot dogs, I'm happy.
See, what I'm looking for from Joey is not the actual open hand slap to the face of somebody, because we don't endorse violence here.
No.
But I do endorse the proverbial slap to the face when he's shoving 80 hot dogs in his gullet on 4th of July.
Well, how about a year ago? He was eating, what, like 150 vegan chicken tenders?
Well, did the vegan nuggets. He did that challenge here at the ballpark where we talked about it as to you were wondering whether or not he'd be able to eat all 150 nuggets or how many he'd eat.
Yeah.
And I was like, dude, this guy, he's going to be doing this in the second inning.
I know.
And he was done pretty quickly.
And this was during like Dodgers-Giants, where I'm like, why do you need this gimmick tonight? You don't need it.
I don't know what it was for, I can't remember what it was about. But you remember he lost his ability to compete in the hot dog contest a few years ago.
Yeah, because he was endorsing vegan hot dogs.
Because he became an endorser for vegan hot dogs. And
George was like, not on our watch.
George Shea said, get the hell out of my office. Get the hell out. I don't care.
Horrible move by Major League Eating.
All it took was 1 year, and they were like, dude, we can't. It's why Major League Baseball didn't come down on Ohtani. You know what I mean? They're like, we can't get rid of our star.
By the way, my favorite thing during that whole thing with Joey Chestnut a year ago eating the vegan hot dogs was Rich Aurelia texting me being like,
nuggets,
nuggets. Like, that's not impressive.
Yeah. Richie could not give less of a damn about him eating 150. All right, back to the dial, Dan. And if it lands on something it already has. Oh, Danny's eliminating pie slices as we go.
Oh, how about that?
How about that? Didn't even know it was an option. Like this, or whatever lands.
I didn't know
we
had the technology.
Yeah, who knew? What do you got, Dan?
FTD Burger.
All right.
FTD Burger.
It stands for F the Dodgers Burger. So after being a menu item for years, Dodger fans have taken to social media with outrage over the Padres concession item, F the Dodgers Burger. It's a cheeseburger with barbecue sauce, mayonnaise, pickles, and 3 onion rings. It's a fan favorite for the Padres for quite some time, but someone recently posted it on social media, and now Dodger fans got their panties in a bunch, Copes.
I'm not surprised Dodger fans just noticed this, being as they all just became Dodger fans. So that's not a surprise to me at all. And also, dude, I'm going to crap on the Padres here. How lame is that to have a burger of another team? Like, dude, they don't even think about you.
Yeah, exactly.
Nobody even thinks about you.
It's equal parts lame for the Dodgers and also the Padres fans or the Padres organization for having this item in the first place.
It's pretty piss poor. This has all the feels of when Daryl Morey said, "I wake up every morning thinking about how to beat the Warriors."
Yeah,
I'm like, that's
Bob Myers like, I don't think about you any time.
That's the lamest thing I've ever heard a GM say. I'm like, yeah, you can acknowledge you got to figure out how to beat that team, but it's just bad. I think it's bad form. Like, dude, don't give them the attention especially if it's one of your top selling items. Like, it's already it looks like a pretty good burger.
Yeah,
by the way,
but you don't need to call it the Dodgers burger. Call it something else.
The Padres continue to be just one of the lamest, sorriest franchises in all of baseball, and I don't really care how much money they've spent, how much sort of success they've had. They've never won a World Series. I'm not even going to acknowledge that's anything cool.
But they're really trying to push forward for this rivalry, like a true rivalry with them and the Dodgers right now.
Yeah, I'll never forget when they moved west in 1958. When the Giants and the Dodgers and the Padres left New York, when the Padres left Staten Island to play in San Diego, dude.
Such story
I'll
history
never forget,
there.
dude. Even the Pods don't want to go to Staten Island.
Right.
All right, we got another one, Dan. You want to give us a whirl? Yeah, dude, the Padres, they've tried really hard to make sure people know that, hey, we hate the Dodgers.
Even Joe Davis, I want to say, came on last year on the radio station, was like, yeah, this, Giants-Dodgers, there's a rivalry there, but Padres-Dodgers, now there's something going.
I was like, Joe Davis, go away. What do you got?
All right, this one's Daddy Dion.
All right, so Daddy Deion Sanders, Shedeur Sanders, had an interesting offseason with his family. Speaking for him, first his brother Shiloh Sanders told Mary Kay Cabot to make a sandwich after she suggested Deshaun Watson most likely will be the starter for the Cleveland Browns. That's terrible by Shiloh. Now Deion Sanders appeared on a podcast and wants to meet with Todd Monken. And he said this, I want to meet with him because I think it's vital as a coach, not the dad. I can tell him a few things about Shedeur, how to get him going. Because I wasn't asked of that a year ago. I don't understand it, but I should be in the room with Todd about my son.
First of all, dude, can we just give Derek a round of applause on his Deion Sanders?
That's my boy.
I've never heard of Derek Dion before. I like that. I endorse more Derek doing Dion.
He has many sons, but of course, Deion's favorite son of all time is Devin Hester. That's my baby.
That's my baby. Also, dude, they change ranks, don't forget.
Of course.
Based on how he feels about his kids.
He's very honest about that.
He says he power ranks his kids regularly so they know where they stand. They're like, it's a sixth consecutive week Shiloh's shown up in the four spot.
That's a tough household, man.
Dude, first of all, that was first of all. Second of all, Dion wants to meet with the head coach of the Browns, the new head coach, Todd Monken.
Yep.
Never been a head coach before, to talk about how to get Shedeur going.
Yes, okay, so I can understand this if you're Nick Saban or, you're any other college football coach and you want to talk to a new head coach coming in and you're like, this is the best way to get, the best out of this player. And it's weird when he's your son. So I understand what Deion's trying to do here, but at the same time, it comes across as, I know what's best for my son. I'm going to tell Todd Monken how to play my son. It just doesn't sound good. I understand that he coached him at Colorado, but not a good look from Deion. So I would say, Deion, just focus on what you're doing in Colorado and leave Shedeur to his own thing in the NFL.
Well, he coached him at Jackson State, too, right?
Yes, he did.
I mean, who knows better than his dad?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is weird. It's weird. You want to talk about getting your kid going, then take an NFL head coaching gig. I just, if Monken would like to, that's on Todd Monken.
Right.
That's on Monken. And by the way, I don't blame Stefanski or anybody. Like, if I'm Shedeur, I'm like, I mean, you probably can't ever. Nobody can tell Deion to shut up. But I'd be like, Dad, you're not helping anything. I don't even know if Shedeur knows that. But this doesn't help. Like,
no, it doesn't.
I want my dad will talk to the coach to tell him how to get me going. Like, how does that look among your teammates?
Doesn't look good.
Doesn't look good at all.
And I don't think that Todd Monken needs that from Deion.
There's a couple of Nepo babies.
Yeah.
Take it from us, bro.
I would not appreciate if Greg Papa burst into my Kohler's door and be like, this is how you use Derek Papa.
This is how you get Derek going from 2 to 6.
No, I don't need that.
I've been getting him going for years.
Yeah, no one needs that. But I'll say this. I saw Todd Monken talk the other day. I don't think he needs to hear that from Deion because he was asked specifically about Deshaun Watson. Then out of nowhere he goes, but let me tell you about sorry, I'm doing Deion's voice. Let me tell you about Shedeur Sanders and his growth from year 1 to year 2. I think that yes, because Jimmy Haslam wants to, make the most out of Deshaun Watson's contract. He'll start initially, but Shedeur is going to play for the Cleveland Browns, no doubt.
Yeah, I think he will too. You got to know what you have too. And a first-year head coach is going to try out everything he's got.
Yeah.
I also don't think Deshaun Watson's still going to have it. I think that's gone.
He's done. Man.
I can't imagine he's the starter.
Well, a year ago, the owner came out and said we swung and missed on it, and now he's going to start for them.
Yeah, they're paying him guaranteed. But that's good. I'm so happy the Haslams are paying $239 million guaranteed to Deshaun Watson. They're gonna have to eat that, and and that's what they deserve after what they did. All right, last one here. Danny doesn't have to spin it because we know what it is. It's Godfather 4.
Okay. All right, so
this sounds almost as ridiculous as Passion of the Christ 2, but here we are.
Well, that one is actually happening.
I know, still Christ.
The three of us were reacting to this before the show yesterday. There was a rumor on the internet that after 36 years, we will be getting a fourth Godfather film. The film will be from the female perspective of Vito Corleone's only daughter, Connie. Despite the online outrage, this is not actually happening, Copes. At least not on film. A novel called Connie is being released later this year that will be the literary sequel to Mario Puzo's Godfather novels, but no film is scheduled at this time. So when people saw a sequel to Godfather, they assumed it was going to be in movie form. Not the case, just a novel.
Not to be confused with Condi, the Condoleezza Rice story.
She's a big Cleveland Browns fan.
Dude, when I read this yesterday and you said it's from the woman's perspective, and I was like, what, like Kate? It's just her getting the door slammed?
Yeah,
I felt like,
can you imagine so many doors being slammed in
Don't
their
ask
faces?
me about my business, Kate. You know what I mean? It's sick that they're, not sick. It is funny to me that, like, everything is now getting expanded universes.
Oh, of course.
So now in the Godfather verse, we're going to have Connie.
Yeah.
It's going to come out, dude. So, I don't know. We'll see. Sounds to me more like an HBO miniseries.
Yeah, remember a couple years ago there was like that Netflix series Nurse Ratched from One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
Because I was really wondering about her extended life.
Everything doesn't need to be like, well, let's hear what this supporting character's life is like. I don't give a damn.
What did Nurse Ratched do when she went home?
She was always mean.
She goes home, she's like mean to her cat.
Yeah,
like,
seriously.
Yeah, dude, I'm not on that. Like, there's jokes that we make all the time about sequels to movies. Of course, the one we mentioned the most, and we're hoping for that sequel, is Schindler's List. Schindler's List 2, still listing.
Yeah.
But
that needs a sequel.
Yeah, that needs a sequel. There's so many movies that's the joke always, is because there's so many unanswered questions from the first Charlie's Angels. We needed
Full Throttle?
We needed a second one, dude.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, you're right. That's big now. Like we've talked about the themes of movies where they tell us a sliver of a story that's not a biopic exactly.
Right.
But isn't the John Madden movie coming out about his making of the Madden game or something?
It is, but there's, I guess in the trailer, I mean, we see Christian Bale as Al Davis, so there has to be elements of him coaching.
I'm sure, because that's probably happening all around the same time.
Yeah, but I'm sure it's short. Like, I'm like, it probably will be advertised that Christian Bale's in the movie, but
I'm saying,
they'll probably have like a cameo.
It's akin to Air.
Air,
We talked about Air.
Michael Jordan's not even in the movie.
Silhouette is.
But you know what? Honestly, over time, not a bad flick. That's an easy one. Like, I see that like years from now, Air airs on like AMC. I'll probably flip that on every now and then.
That's not bad, dude. And your favorite actress, of course, Viola Davis, playing.
I know who she is, folks. I know who she is.
Yeah, now you do.
Black Panther,
She's
right?
in Black Panther. She was not in Black Panther, Derek. And that is your Dirty Work Dial for Friday, May 22nd.
Yeah, you got it.
On these sports, they nailed it, bro. All right, we are live from the patio at 58 Social. The Giants take on the Chicago White Sox tonight. Larry Kruger's American League team from his childhood.
Oh, yeah, he loves the White Sox.
Love me some Harold Baines. God, I love when La Russa took over, man. He's 36 years old. Gotta get some wins.
Gotta get some Baines.
Gotta give me some Baines, dude.
Gotta give me some Hurt.
All right, Giants and White Sox, 6:15 pregame, 7:15 first pitch. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, what are we doing here? Oh, we got some 49er tidbits. Speaking of Krugo, we got some stuff from Mayoko, as well as he was on the morning show earlier today. Some quick 49er tidbits from across the internet today. We'll tell you about it next, only here on The Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here talking about one of my favorite things, one of your favorite things, definitely one of Shane's favorite things. He's sitting here next to me. We're talking living Moss. That's right, we're talking about living more. How do you live Moss if you're not filling your mouth with some Taco Bell, like Alondra and Shane and Depop and myself did today. That's right, it's Cope's year for Taco Bell. You should be downloading, by the way, the Taco Bell app. It's going to unlock rewards and exclusive access, and every purchase you make at a kiosk, in a drive-thru, or on the app is going to earn you points. Plus, just for signing up for the Taco Bell rewards, you can choose a Cantina Chicken Crispy Taco, a beefy 5-layer burrito, or a soft taco. Shane, listen up, for free. What's better than getting rewarded for eating your Taco Bell favorites? That wasn't a rhetorical question, I'm asking. But anyway, you're, by the way, going to get that exclusive insider access to limited time offers and drops. Plus, you'll be the first to hear about new menu launches. Do they now have a Cantina chicken and a veggie version of the Mexican pizza? Tim Webb will be thrilled by that. Plus, is there a better place than to redeem those points than the Taco Bell Cantina downtown? Trick question, the answer is no. I'm looking at it right now. I can see it from where I'm sitting. It's just off 3rd and Townsend, a block from the ballpark. Great spot to stop by for a pregame beer and food. Or you can stop by the brand new Taco Bell Cantina in Fisherman's Wharf for a cold drink and good food, and your taste buds will thank you. And as I always like to remind you, don't forget to live Moss.
The Giants are back in action tonight as they take on the surprising Chicago White Sox at 25-24. We'll see the Giants get off the schneid with Trevor McDonald on the bump tonight. He faces righty Davis Martin. Pre-game at 6:15, first pitch at 7:15, right here on the Sports Leader.
live from 58 Social at Oracle Park. This is Dirty Work with Copes and Depop on the Sports Leader.
Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop with you. We got pregame for the Giants in an hour and 15 minutes, which means we're not off till 6:43:30 tonight.
All righty.
Oh, I'm not.
Time to tap dance, baby.
Time to replay Richard Williams, baby.
Yeah, you're damn right we are.
Not yet. In about 50 minutes.
No,
we will get into that. I know Dan Dunn loves that on the replay leader. All right.
So let's work for Dan, too.
Let's get into a little 49er stuff.
Real quick, just an update, Copes. We don't know any details tonight as far as the corresponding move.
For Victor Barracoto, who's going to be called up.
But Susan Slessor says the lineup is not out yet, but Victor Barracoto will not be in the lineup tonight.
That is not a surprise to me.
Yeah.
Barracoto's, again, I'm waiting to see what this is. I still think it's Haas or Jung-Hoo Lee, but it makes more sense that it would be Jung-Hoo Lee.
Yeah.
It makes the most sense that it would be Lee, because otherwise you'd be carrying three left-handed outfielders in Will Brennan, who still has a locker here. That's what John Shea told us, and Andrew Gilbert.
Yeah.
Who also has a locker.
Yeah, Susan Slessor says the Giants are waiting on Jung-Hoo Lee as he is a possible IL candidate, and Tony V spoke to the media just a couple minutes ago, and he does not have information on the corresponding move just yet.
What do you mean they're waiting for Jung? I wonder what that means.
That is what Susan wrote here. That is interesting wording. I don't know what that means.
I assume like he'd be here, and like he would be here already if they're playing the game.
Right.
We know that. It's just about, I don't know. Maybe they're making that decision. It'd be interesting if they were calling up Barracoto saying we want him here because he's a good enough piece to add.
Yeah.
Not because we just need to replace somebody. But again, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me to have Brennan, Gilbert, and Jung-Hoo Lee on the roster. My hope for tonight, since she's saying Barracoto's not in the lineup, we did hear from John Shea earlier. He said he's hearing that Bryce Eldridge will be in the lineup.
Right.
And if that's to be believed, I assume that's a designated hitter. Why wouldn't it be?
Right.
Because you've got Devers off an off day anyway. He's only played one game, has Eldridge at first base for Devers, and they DH Devers that day.
Right.
So Devers has been playing every day regardless. That would mean to me, if Barracoto, as is being reported by Sluss, is not going to be in the lineup, and as told to us by Shea, it will be Eldridge in the lineup, that would tell me maybe we are going to get Casey Schmidt for the first time in left field and then get Drew Gilbert in right.
Yeah,
and Bader in center. That would be my preference, with Eldridge at DH and Devers at first.
Yeah, no, that would be good tonight. Some other news here, real quick. Hector Borg returned to the Dominican Republic after the death of his grandmother.
Mm-hmm. The third base coach. So
yes.
the Giants will have a fill-in third base coach.
So Ron Wotus will be your third base coach this weekend.
Whoa.
Yes.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Good
so
on
Ron Wotus, who has served as third base coach in the past for the Giants.
Yep.
And has served in every role. I mean, a bench coach, infield coach, third base coach. I mean, Ron Wotus, just a fantastic dude.
Oh, yeah.
Love seeing Wody out there with a uni and a helmet on, dude. I like seeing that. So here's the... So interesting, because it's good that you have a guy like Wotus to do that. Yeah. Because it's, one, a ballpark he knows better than any ballpark he's ever set foot in, probably.
Of course.
And he's had that job here for this team. Like, now I'm intrigued by this, and I'd love to, maybe we'll text Shea. I'll text John Shea or somebody during the break and ask. I didn't know, unless he is, because remember, we were just talking yesterday about, I don't know if this was on air or off, but we were talking about thinking we saw Ron Wotus in the dugout in Sacramento.
I thought so too,
when the Giants played the A's. I swear we saw him there. I think we may have even seen him in the dugout in Arizona.
Possibly.
So that means to me, and I know he's working with the front office, as Kylan Mills said to us earlier, and he's, of course, part of the NBC pre- and post-game.
Yep.
But if he's in the dugout, that would mean to me, like, you have to be on an official staff to be part of a game day operation. You can't just have anybody in the dugout, right? So is he, one, maybe I'm misinformed. If somebody out there knows, and I'll look at the Giants coaching staff, is he an official assistant to the staff?
I never saw that before.
Because it'd be interesting, being that he doesn't travel every time. He does do TV stuff. So I'm wondering, like, what are the rules around having a coach be activated to be an on-field coach for a series?
You think the rules are that strict?
No, I've never seen that before. Generally, what I'm saying is you would see, like in the past.
Yeah.
I remember at one point, Dave Reggetti had something happen where he wasn't going to be there for a week or a series. I don't know if he had a procedure or a kid was graduating from somewhere. Whatever it was, Reggetti wasn't there. And it was like, hey, serving tonight as the pitching coach is going to be Mark Gardner, who was the bullpen coach. But, of course, the bullpen and pitching coaches work together. So that's an easy transition. Nothing changes. I'm just saying I didn't know, I guess, officially whether or not Wody was on the staff.
I think it's
like I guess he must be, because I don't think like he couldn't just be like, yeah, Borg's out tonight, so Depop's coaching third. Like,
no, it
we're
can't
pulling
be just anybody.
We're pulling any old body out.
No. But it has to be someone affiliated with the organization in some capacity with the coaching staff. So yeah, I'm happy for Woe. Now the question is, will he have time to do a hit with Marty this weekend?
He did. I mean, that's the thing is, when I was coming out here every Sunday, Saturday and Sunday, and I was co-hosting Weekends in the Park, sitting right where we are now. Except I was sitting where you were, and Marty was sitting where I am, and right where that stool is where Barry Bloom sat. Barry Bloom sat and reached across the table to grab one of Marty's French fries, and Marty slapped his hand right here. And
like Aunt May and Spider-Man?
Marty said, "Get your own." And Barry Bloom said, "You eating a ham sandwich?"
Not yet, Norman.
And on the Sabbath. Not yet, Norman, dude. Yeah.
I just figured out you're Spider-Man.
You're Spider-Man. Good stuff, though. So Ron Woda's going to be the third base coach this weekend.
Good for Wody. Good for
Borg
Wody.
went back to the Dominican Republic. I'm looking right now at the Giants' official coaching staff.
I don't think he's listed on there.
I'm not seeing it, so this is, I don't know. I'm gonna text him, but I got to get some info because I'm a dork and I want to know what the rules are.
Yeah.
Unlike Joe Lacob, who says, I don't care what the rules are.
No, I mean, it is fascinating. I just think that Wodie's always been around the team, so it makes sense. I don't know if he's done this recently. I can't think of another time where this has happened. Obviously, he's filled in before where he had to, guys have been thrown out of games, and he's filled in as manager. But
well, when you're the bench coach, that's what happens. Like if the manager gets
of
tossed, the bench coach itself, unless he gets tossed too, in which case then Tim Flannery becomes the
I remember that well.
It's one of my favorite names ever.
Yeah, I mean, Wodie's been always a part of the team. I mean, we see him all the time. We want him to come join us on the patio, and he's always, a little too busy, and we totally understand that. But yeah, I think it's just an easy transition with Wodie doing it for years. So good for Ron Wodas this week.
Yeah, Ron Wodas is going to be your third base coach, not listed as as on the Giants coaching staff. The last guy I see on here is the field coordinator and catching coach, Mr. Berg. Alex Berg. Alex Berg is one of the Giants coaches on the staff. All right, there's always stuff to be talked about in terms of the NFL and the 49ers. And probably Brandon Ayuk, but I don't know if we have anything on that. Anyway, a little tidbit segment from around 49er world is they'll be. When do they start OTAs?
Next week on the 28th.
Because there's a handful of teams that are in OTAs.
You got the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think the Cleveland Browns are doing that. That's where I heard the Tom Munkin sound.
Roger showed up, but not his wife. Still waiting to find out if that's
real. Show up for OTAs, Scopes?
She's not going to show up anywhere. Can you guys help us find her 808 Cambiar? Can we find Aaron Rodgers' wife?
Care.
She doesn't exist. I'm telling you, she's fake. She's absolutely. Look, I got a nod right here, dude.
Yes,
I'm like, dude, this guy's picking up what I'm putting down. I've been trying to tell you guys. We found out there were like 7,000 photos for the last decade of of Rossini and Vrabel. We got photos of them on a boat. We got Rossini and Vrabel.
Because they're not as discreet.
Dude, but we don't have Rodgers and his wife. This guy's going to Egypt.
Because Rodgers and his wife are good people.
Stop.
Vrabel and Rossini are not.
Stop. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying that she exists. And again, going on national TV and to be like, yeah, we have sex all the time. I'm like, that's exactly what you say if you're not having it. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I'm not buying it.
Okay.
I seriously think at some point, and I would love it if he comes out at some point. He's like, "You guys are such idiots, man. You always want to get involved in everybody's life." Of course, I made it up.
Well,
he'll admit he made it up and treat us like we're idiots.
No, I would love for it if he's like, you know what? I'm tired of this. I'm tired of this. For years, people have called me out for having a fake wife. She's right here, and he pulls her out. It's like a mannequin, and all of us like,
I don't believe it.
Who's gonna be the one person to tell him she's not real?
Okay, so 808 Cambiar, will we see Rodgers' wife or find out who she is before he's inducted into the Hall of Fame? Because that's 6 years from now.
I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if Rodgers pulled a TO and he didn't show up to his Hall of Fame induction.
I think he's too arrogant.
Yeah.
I think he's no. I think Rodgers is too full of himself.
I see. Okay.
Like T.O.'s like, I don't need that. I'm going to go to Tennessee Chattanooga. I'm going to go to Tennessee Chattanooga and get mine.
He saw it as disrespect. Meanwhile, Jerry Kramer, who was waiting to go in the Hall of Fame for 60 years, is like, yeah, I'll show up.
Yeah, dude, that's incredible.
She's for sure AI.
We got a listener that said she's for sure AI, dude. There's no way. I'm just not buying it. I think that ring he's wearing is one of those, like, it's giving him all his, like, health stats. It's giving him his sleep score every night. I think that's what Rodgers doing.
Yeah. By the way, shout out to our guy on the table right now. Also wanted me to shout this out. Tommy, his parents, Pam and Tom Densmore, driving home right now listening to us on these sports leaders.
Pam and Tom Densmore. Shout out to Filth, dude.
Pam and Tom Densmore.
Now, question, do they normally listen, or are they listening because you knew we were going to shout them out?
All the time.
Don't you play me, Tom and Pam Densmore?
Oh, there you go.
Good Seinfeld. So they were all in on the Mr. Burr.
Yes.
Alex Burr.
Are they part of the filth?
Yeah, they are if they're listening.
Yeah,
Yes.
the
Okay.
filthiest as they-
Emphatic yes.
Filthy as they get. All right, we want a response that they heard that, because if not, I'm never shouting anybody out again. All right, let's get some notes here from what happened around the NFL with the 49ers. Some tidbits here. Nick Wagner, who Larry Kruger is now affectionately calling our guy Wags.
Okay.
I never even heard him say that. He's like, according to Wags, XYZ. Nick Wagner of ESPN, who covers the 49ers, gave his thought on George Kittle's injury timeline. This is
Yes.
exactly what Krug was talking about. Wagner said, quote, Kittle and the 49ers remain optimistic that he can be back potentially as early as week 1. Okay. Against the Rams in Australia.
Yeah.
Wags goes on to say, I'm told that that may be a little too optimistic given the fact that Kittle wouldn't have played in a long time going into that game and would be coming off of a 19-hour flight to Australia. Those are all factors, yeah. Spending a week over there and then getting back into a game. The Niners do have 3 consecutive home games after Australia when they get on back. As Derek said, a soft landing spot against Miami when they come home, which looks like more of a reasonable target somewhere in there for Kittle to return. Now, what Kruger was saying the other night, and I agree with Kruger and his medical expertise. I'm Krug. I'm talking medical diagnosis.
I'm not a doctor. I just play one on the radio.
Yeah, Krug was saying, and here's what we would have to think about. Remember, first let's go back last year.
Yeah.
When Fred Warner went down.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was all the thought, hey, if the Niners played in this game, could Fred Warner get back for Week 18 against Seattle? Could he get back for a playoff game?
It seemed like the conference championship was the landing
and
spot
he
for him.
confirmed afterwards. He said that was the thought, is he would be back. We started to hear that about him, leading into the playoffs and all that, once the Niners were kind of solidified in where they were going as a wild card team. And then we found out right after that he would have been a go 2 weeks later to play in the Super Bowl. How could you not in that spot? If he was on the field, he was working out, and he was healed up enough. The difference here is that was a dislocation, did have a surgery and all that. This is a torn Achilles that happened in January. Playing in, let's say it's not even week 1. Let's say he's talking about week 4.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're talking early September now? We're talking end of September, I should say. His first game is what, September 10th or something? Or 11th there, 10th here?
Something like that, yeah.
Something like that, never forget. I already did.
I believe it's September 10th,
So if we're going week 4, we're talking either first week of October, last week of September, something like that, right, in there.
Yeah.
That's 10 months removed from a torn Achilles. Like, that used to be, now, it doesn't matter what it used to be. It used to be a year and a half maybe, or even more.
Right.
But he tore it in January. It's not like, I mean, that's about a year injury. I think that's very optimistic thinking. It's not the same as Bryce getting like a stabilizing thing in his elbow. That new surgery that's not quite the same as a Tommy John, where they put that stabilizing piece in there and you're able to throw again. And Achilles, based on the explosiveness, based on how much he's going to have to practice to get up to speed, he's going to have to rebuild some of that strength. I don't know if you saw him this week. He was like at a concert or something last week.
George Kittle?
Yeah, he looks slight.
He was at the OKC Spurs game, game 2 the other night.
He was hyping up the Thunder.
Yeah. Chopping it up with Mike Tirico. No, I'm with you, Copes. Unless George Kittle got the new Achilles surgery that Cam Akers got and Aaron Rodgers got a couple years ago.
And neither came back within 10 months.
No, Cam Akers did. He tore his Achilles in training camp and came back
Was it the Vikings?
No, for the
With the Rams?
The Rams for that playoff
Oh,
run.
that's right. I do remember that.
Now, I haven't heard that, and George Kittle is an older player, so I would anticipate he's not going to come back until maybe October, whatever it may be. But I heard Krug this morning talking about options for the Niners when it comes to tight end. It seems like to me they're good with Tonjes at tight end, along with Luke Farrell and who else? Braden Willis. But you never know. They could go out and get a veteran tight end. The Rams have plenty right now. They also drafted one, so they may be willing to cut like a Colby Parkinson, which would be great for the Niners. So that'll be an easy transition with that offense. But yeah, I don't think George Kittle's playing week 1 for the Niners this year.
No, I would bet. I'd bet a lot that he won't. If George Kittle plays week 1 for the Niners, I'll shave my dreads.
Okay. All right, I'll hold you to that then.
Then you also have to grow your hair out for a month. If I shave my dreads, you gotta. If he plays week 1 in Australia, you won't grow your hair out for a month.
No, that's your own bet.
I didn't. I'm betting myself now. I'm betting against George Kittle's.
Yeah. How many times have you held me to a bet? And do I expect you to do the bet with me? That's ridiculous.
Come on, man. A little partner.
No.
A little partner bet here.
No.
You're a Niner guy, I thought.
No. I'm not growing out my hair like that.
Well, fine, then I'm not shaving my dreads.
Oh, come on. You can't go back on that. That's lame as hell. Boo this man.
Nah,
everybody boo this man.
Does anybody really believe that George Kittle's playing week 1 in Australia?
No.
No way.
Oh, of course Shaq Loader
dude,
is.
that would mean he has to play. That would mean he has to play before that and practice before that.
Nah, that's not
There's
happening.
no way.
That's not happening.
There's no way.
But you know what? We'll get an update from Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch on Tom Tolbert's podcast.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, live from Tom Tolbert's backyard. You can see.
What a good get by Tom,
dude.
man.
By the way, you see that photo?
Awesome.
It's like
Yes.
Tom in his backyard.
They're all just chilling in the
there's
backyard.
Kyle and John Lynch sitting in his backyard.
I
dude.
love it.
Dan
I love
Ogden
it.
somewhere off the side taking a picture. You know what I mean?
I love it, dude.
Dan Ogden's like, Kyle, I'm a Jags fan. That's ridiculous,
I love it, man.
dude. Okay, what week is it? Week 11 in Mexico City against the Vikings?
I believe so, yes.
I think that's week 11.
I'll confirm.
And double check that for me.
Yeah.
Because my thought is like, if we're going optimistic for me, and I agree with Kruger, and he's saying this, I think we're probably somewhere closer to like mid-November for a return for George Kittle.
Yeah, it might
and
be.
that would put us closer to like a 10-month, I guess an 11-month mark, right, since the injury.
And you nailed it. Yeah, week 11 against Minnesota, Mexico City.
Starting to memorize my schedule, brother.
There you go.
Yeah, the week 11 in Mexico City, the Niners and the Vikings.
I'm going to say he comes back for
what's
a home
the date?
game.
What's the date? Week 11, what's the date of that?
November 22nd.
Yeah.
I'll say Kittle comes back right before or after Thanksgiving, November 29th against the Seahawks.
What's
at
the
home.
week 10 game? Because week 9's the bye, right?
At Dallas.
Oh, no, what's the bye week? Week 8.
Coming week 9 against the Raiders.
Week 9 against the Raiders, that's November 8th.
All right, that could be
That's
it
at
too.
home. Then they go at Dallas. I could see him returning at Dallas week. You could see him returning at Dallas.
In the F. Dallas shirt?
In the F. Dallas shirt, scoring a touchdown and then pulling it out.
Yeah.
Okay, so I would go. I don't think he's playing before. I don't think he's playing before week 10.
Yeah, me neither.
That's where I'm at. So the question is, like the thought is optimistically they're thinking he could be back by week
1.
Week 1. I say no. I say optimistically for me it's back by the bye week, but that seems I could totally see us getting ready for the bye and then saying, yeah, we're going to activate him after the bye. He's going to work out that week and then come back. And then we're talking like 10 plus 11 months or so.
Yeah.
And that's a more accurate or a more normal timeline for a return from that.
Well, everybody's different. I mean, we remember Adrian Peterson coming back from a torn ACL.
He doesn't count, dude. That's one of the most freakish things we've ever seen.
Of course, but Patrick Mahomes, it sounds like he's coming back for week 1. Again, that's a different
we'll be
injury.
back week 1. I figure we're going to play pretty well this year, and I'll see if my knee holds up.
No, that's more McVay, man.
Now, McVay's more back here. Actually, that's more Mahomesy. I guess Mahomes more. I'm trying to get my.
There you go.
That's more Mahomes right here. Yeah, it's way more
There you
towards
go,
the
there you
front.
go.
Yeah, we're asking for extra steak and ketchup to eat with our steak. Heinz 57.
But now it's going back to McVay a little bit.
Now McVay's more back here. Yeah, I don't know. See, I got to work on it.
Have they ever talked to each other, by the way? I would love to hear that back and forth.
Mahomes does have more Kermit. McVay's more like yelling and we're going to work out this
now
week,
it's turning
guys.
to Collinsworth.
Yeah, here's a guy.
Now here's a guy in George Kittle who won't be back for quite some time.
What segment are we in?
I don't
Was that supposed
even know.
to break? I don't even.
Yeah,
Danny,
let's break.
Danny, were we supposed to break? Was
Yeah,
was
we
this
were.
the out by 10?
Forget it, they're rolling.
Yeah, way to go, Dan. This is on you. All right, why don't we take a quick break? When we come
this
on
is
back,
Dan.
we'll get off of this 49er. We'll take a quick break. We're live from the patio at 58 Social. You put this on the rundown yesterday, and I was not caught up. I'd not watched it yet.
But now you are.
The Survivor finale went down 2 nights ago, Survivor Season 50. You know, I'm a big Survivor head.
Well,
there was one of the biggest flubs in live, I guess it was pre-tape, but in
a
TV,
snafu, my friend.
a snafu that you don't expect from your guy Jeff Probst, dude.
No.
My guy Probst is out there. He's usually on his P's and Q's. He's the keeper of the game.
Let me tell you something.
When it comes to
he won't be back next year.
yeah, yeah, dude, come on. Guy's one of the executive producers.
Yeah, okay,
you know?
maybe not.
Mark Burnett ain't going another route, but Jeff Probst with an all-time TV snafu for the Survivor season finale, and had it not already aired, and I heard there was a snafu, I might have been way more shocked or upset. I'm okay with the snafu because I was happy with who it showed me didn't win the game.
Okay.
But it did take away from something pretty incredible and one of the best parts of Survivor. We'll get into all-time great spoilers that were spoiled for you. We'll do that next. And then we got a sound soiree, a Rich Aurelia replay, and a Giants pregame at 6:15. It's Dirty Work. It's a Friday. It's the greatest show in America.
We're almost
and
there.
It's only here on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
Yeah,
That's all it is, dude. It's just.
Let's get back to dirty work with Copes and Depop, live from 58 Social at Oracle Park before tonight's Giants game on the Sports Leader.
What in the hell is that?
It's one of the best theme songs ever written, dude. CBS Survivor, Wednesdays at 8.
You can't do that.
I can't do that. Why not? I'd say you can't do that. Adam Copeland, Depop with you live from the patio at 58 Social. Maybe my favorite thing. I'm trying to figure it out.
Favorite thing?
Giants, sex, breathing, Survivor. Yeah, it's like top 4.
God, you love that show.
I do, man. I'm trying to get on, bro. I just.
You're trying to be like. God, who's it? Rachel McAdams in that new movie where
I just watched Send Help.
Yeah, Send Help. Yeah.
Movie's sort of fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forget where it's available streaming now somewhere. I just watched it. She is a diehard Survivor fan in the show, in the movie, which is kind of funny. Got a good twist. That movie. I kind of saw it coming, but I enjoyed it. The movie Send Help, the one with Rachel McAdams.
I haven't seen the movie yet, so I don't know the twist.
Yeah, it's not a movie you generally would see Rachel McAdams in. Probably my favorite thriller movie of hers since Red Eye.
I remember that
with
Cillian Murphy.
Cillian Murphy.
Yeah, I remember that.
She's on that plane.
Yep.
Yeah, solid flick, dude. Anyway, you guys know I'm a big Survivor fan. We've never said this on air. I don't think. I've told some people. I signed a contract extension to stay at KNBR.
Oh,
a couple of weeks back. Actually, it was about a month ago. Maybe
you mean Mike Kohler didn't have like a whole thing for you?
Well, so this is what I was going to say. Is I signed this new deal, and in the new deal, I asked if I get cast on CBS Survivor, can I have the time off to film it? And
that's a great stipulation.
They said, when does it happen? I said, it happens in the summertime. I said, it's not during Niner season. They're done filming by then. They film both seasons back to back every summer. And they were like, well, can you wear KNBR gear? I'm like, look, dude, I don't do the costumes or the uniform, the outfits or whatever. But I'm like, I said I would use all my vacation and then go unpaid for the time I'd have to be off.
Right.
If you guys would allow me to be I said it'd be awesome. At some point, it'd be incredible coverage for the station. At some point, it would be. And we'd be doing breakdowns. We could do weekly stuff. There'd probably be some great sound.
God,
and all
that'd
that.
be fascinating.
That'd be great for us. So you'd be, it'd be like you and Dieter and Kerry and Kruk for a month or
I'm
whatever.
sure the filth would love that.
If I ended up
about me doing that show,
to do that. And then I realized after I signed that deal, do you remember maybe 2 years ago when Greg Papa signed a new deal?
And Mike Kohler came on and made a whole big deal about it?
He came on and sat down on the air and was like, dude, Greg Papa signed a contract extension. He's going to stay at KNBR, et cetera, et cetera. We're like, yeah, dude, very nice. Dude.
Yeah.
Well done for Greg, dude. Thinking about you, Pop.
Yep.
And then I think last year, I can't remember if I'm mixing up the order, but then last year, Murph got an extension or something.
Yeah, it's a whole to-do on the radio.
What happened, dude? Kruk, our program director, Mike Kohler, walked in, sat down, said, I got a big announcement for everybody. And we were like, dude, very nice. Brian Murphy staying at KNBR. Good for you. And then earlier this year, the Niners and KNBR reached into agreement for the Niners to sign an extension with us, and Mike Kohler and Bob Sargent. It was a whole to-do, man. They came on, they sat down, they talked about the extension. I was like, nice, dude. Keeping the Niners, that's good news.
Very good.
I signed an extension, and Mike Kohler took the longest vacation he's ever taken to the furthest destination he's ever been to from his home for 2 weeks.
Yeah. That's where we stand with the company right now, Coach.
Yeah, that's us, huh?
Yeah.
Anyway, maybe I'll get cast on Survivor and they'll let me have the time off.
Well, the reason you're bringing it up is because you love Survivor.
Season 50, 25 years of Survivor. Yes, 26. It debuted in the fall of 2000, dude.
I remember it well.
In Borneo. With your guy Richard Hatch walking around naked on his birthday.
Yeah.
And you got Sue, you got Kelly Wigglesworth, who makes it to the final and loses to Rich Hatch.
Those are some names.
You got Rudy, dude, the 80-year-old Marine who's out there dropping slurs on national TV. Which,
Jesus.
I'll tell you off the air. Dude.
Okay.
It was a riot.
Wow.
Anyway, season 50 goes down. There were players from all 50 seasons in this season.
Okay.
Right? I went a couple weeks ago to watch a live
Yeah, you're telling
like
me about it.
They do like bar screenings, and
Yep.
like it's a sporting event. Got to meet Ozzy, hung out with some former survivors. Jerry from season 2. They call her the Black Widow. It was cool, man. It was cool.
Okay.
She's one of the all-time villains. So season 50 finale was on Wednesday night. I've even been to a taping of a finale one time, which was one of the coolest things I'd ever been to. SJDS, San Juan del Sur, that finale. Anyway, so because it was season 50, they put a bunch of stuff out to fans to be like, fans voted. They called it in the hands of the fans. We got to decide, do you want more twists or less? Do you want a live finale, or do you want like a tape finale where they're in the studio, or do you want one where they just read the answers on the island and you find out the winner? So there's all these elements to vote for. So if people don't know, the way Survivor works at the end, you vote people out, they end up on a jury, and then the final people at the end, you got to plead your case for the people you voted out to give you $1 million. Now this year it was $2 million this season.
Whoa.
So it's all returning players. It's also not an America Votes show, so it's like every game is different. It's all how the politics and the rules of that season's island work. When you get to the final 4, somebody wins an immunity challenge. They can't be voted out, which means they're going to the final 3.
Okay.
They get to pick one person who goes with them to the final 3. The other 2 people have to earn their spot in. They have to build fire in a fire-making challenge against each other, and the fire's got to burn high enough to this little rope that burns through this string, and then a flag pops up, and that person gets to go. So right before they're about to show the fire-making challenge, so we know there's a final 4, and the fire-making challenge is like an epic thing. They cut to the studio where they pre-taped, and Jeff Probst is standing there with his dude Rizzo, and Rizzo's in the final 4, and before we even see the fire-making challenge, Jeff Probst spoils it on national TV. It sounded like this.
Hey, Rizzo, you become the final member of our jury. Take a spot over here. This is it. These are the people. Their games fell a little short, but this is the group that is going to figure out what just happened.
They didn't show the fire.
Fire hasn't happened yet.
Huh?
The fire hasn't happened yet. Keep going,
I'm not even sure what's happened, but up next, we're going to have one final surprise for the players, and this surprise they like. This is going to be interesting.
Oh, Jeff.
So he spoiled because he didn't know it was happening because they're doing. I've seen this taping live. I've been there to a live taping, and Jeff's running around doing all kinds of stuff. He's doing live hits in and out because the show's taped, but he's doing live stuff. He spoiled it for all the people at home, and all the cast is going, dude, we didn't even see the fire making yet. Like, we know what happened, but
Big snafu.
the viewers don't. So I guess the question is, can you remember a time where you or somebody you know revealed information to you before they were supposed to disclose or you were supposed to disclose? And by the way, that's not us playing Survivor music. I don't know what's going on out here, but
Is it the San Jose marching band again?
I don't know, man.
I remember that a couple years ago.
Anyway,
with Tom.
you ever reveal information? You ever spoil a surprise party?
I definitely have. Not a surprise party, but I've definitely, disclosed information that wasn't supposed to be revealed earlier to the party. So I can't think of like a specific time, but like that's bad for Jeff. Like he's been doing this thing for quite some time now. And I know, like, things get weird in that situation where it goes from a tape show to a live show.
That's what's happening, yeah.
And has that always been the case for Survivor? Because that feels very Bravo-esque.
What do you mean?
Like, that's like Desperate Housewives
That's only
stuff.
for the finale. No, it's only for the finale. And for the last few years, they haven't been doing a studio finale. They do it where, so the first few seasons, everybody votes for the winner, and then Jeff reads the votes there on the island.
Gotcha.
Then they started doing a thing where they had 2 seasons a year. They taped them back to back. They would do the final vote for who won, and then Jeff would say, all right, we're going to reveal these in LA or New York, wherever we do this. And then they would have to all wait to find out who the winner was at the live studio show.
Got it, okay.
You'd watch the whole episode, and then they go live to the studio, and Jeff's with the whole cast, and they read the winners. This year, this season, they did another studio one. They hadn't done it in a while. Whatever, it's a back and forth thing. He lost track of the order of events. He lost track about, was this
It
the
happens,
hit before?
but
When I'm talking about this, in life, has anybody spoiled something for you, or you spoiled anything that you weren't supposed to? I got one.
Go for it.
I told you, in my family and like my friends, I was the guy who got everybody into Breaking Bad. Like, I fell in love with the show. Passed the DVD thing around from season 1, which is like a short season to everybody, my mom included, and it became like her favorite show. And then the seasons pass, and everybody's into it. Becomes one of the biggest shows of all time. I'm working at Boulevard Restaurant down at 1 Mission Street at the time, and it was a Sunday night. It was the night of the finale, or the second to last episode of Breaking Bad. And, of course, his DEA brother-in-law, Hank, one of the huge characters in the show. My mom texts me during my shift and goes, I can't believe Hank got killed.
Oh, you can't do that.
Open the text like that.
You can't do
By
that.
the way, that's the thing with people in Survivor with me. If you text me and say, I can't believe so-and-so got voted out, bro, all you got to do is ask, have you seen it? Now, part of me feels like I'm a little two-faced in this or two-sided because I just 3 days ago told you I don't give a damn about Shams Charania tweeting out who won the MVP before it happens.
But that's a different deal. That's
it's a little different because that's sports news versus the premise.
We all watch shows in our own
time.
time.
The premise of the show is to capture you and get your emotion.
Right.
The premise of the Amazon Prime halftime presentation
show
is we paid for this, so we want to be able to show it. So spoiling shows, no dice for me, and I don't think I spoiled anything for anybody. I didn't even say who won Survivor. If you haven't watched, I won't even say it.
Well, I'll say this, Copes. I know you told that story about Breaking Bad being spoiled for you, but you've done that yourself. I'm surprised you didn't bring this story up where you told your stepmom the ending of Scooby-Doo.
Oh, yeah, dude, the original Scooby-Doo movie.
And your father was just so beside himself that you revealed that Scrappy-Doo was the villain.
Whoa. People maybe haven't seen it. Yeah, the original Scooby-Doo movie.
Yeah.
With Freddie Prinze Jr. and
Sarah Michelle Gellar.
Matthew Lillard, Sarah Michelle Gellar.
Of course, Matthew Lillard, yes.
And then what's her name? The woman, Velma, is played by the...
I don't know who the actress is.
No, I know who it is.
Do you?
It's from Grandma's Boy. It's the girl that ends up running the... Remember, she gets hired to run the video game company?
Yeah,
that
but
he falls in love with?
I'm not going to know her name, though.
No, I don't know her name either. But I'm saying, Linda Cardellini, says Danny, is that right? Linda Cardellini? Yeah, that sounds familiar. Yeah. Do you know her face, though? Can you see who I'm talking about?
Of course.
Yeah, Jinkies, Derek. Come on.
Jinkies. And Danny loves himself some Scooby-Doo. So
yeah, dude. So
of
anyway,
course he knows that knowledge.
You see that movie, and me and my dad and brother and sister went to see it. And I was probably too old to see it anyway. I didn't really care. But we all just went to a movie, give my mama Susie some time alone at home. We come home. And my mom goes, "Hey, how was the movie?" And I said, "Good. Scrappy-Doo was the villain." My dad's like, "Oh, she might want to see it." And I was like, "Dude, if she wanted to see it, she would have came with us to the movie to see it."
Dude, that's like me. Like at a very young age, they had this trailer for the SpongeBob movie, but it looks like it's like the Crimson Tide, where people are in this submarine. It's very dramatic.
Yeah.
And I already seen the trailer, so I lean into my brothers and sister to go, "This is going to be the SpongeBob movie." And then my dad just goes, "Why would you do that?"
It was a preview? Why would you spoil the preview?
Why the hell would you ruin that for all of us, Derek?
He didn't whisper.
I want to know about the surprise of the SpongeBob movie. How dare you?
Is seeing movies with Greg funny?
Oh, God,
Does
yeah.
he react?
Dude,
big?
I told you years ago we went to go see Little Fockers.
I love those little Fockers.
Yes, the third one in the saga of Meet the Parents. He's laughing his ass off the entire time. We leave the theater. He goes, "Well, that was terrible."
My dad's huge on that too. I remember we'll see a movie. My dad's big thing is he's very predictable in how he says stuff. We'd walk out of a movie. My brother and sister used to try to predict what he'd say walking into a room. He'd go, "Oh, that was great," and then 10 minutes later, same thing. His whole opinion on the movie would change. What do you got?
Okay, real quick, we do have the real quick, Danny. We do have the corresponding
breaking news
move.
On the corresponding move for the Giants, calling up Victor Barracoto.
Jung-Hoo Lee is placed on the 10-day IL with a mild with a mid back strain. So Jung-Hoo Lee not going to be in the lineup for 10 days now on the IL.
Does it say anything about retroactive?
Retro for May to May 19th.
So 3 days ago. So he could be gone only a week potentially.
Yeah.
If he's ready within a week, and they may actually maybe he gets a rehab stint because
we might have a lineup. I'll double check real quick.
All right, we'll take a
you.
quick check for you. We'll see if we got a lineup. If you're just joining us, Jung-Hoo Lee placed on the 10-day IL retroactive to the 19th. Victor Barracoto is called up, and we are told he is not in the lineup tonight, but that Bryce Eldridge is supposed to be, according to John Shea. We'll talk more about this when we come on back. We've also got a Dirty Work sound soiree for you on the other side, featuring Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. Cam Newton talked about his top quarterbacks out there in his Django hat. Then we got Bryson DeChambeau and Stephen Colbert. Plenty more to come. Dirty Work on the patio at 58 Social. Oh, it's Japanese Heritage Night for Munetaka Murakami. More to come on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? And hey, San Francisco. Adam Copeland here for KNBR and a proud San Francisco resident. You guys know I love to debate all things sports. One thing that is not up for debate is how crucial your vote is in shaping the future of our city. You know, contests on the ballot this year will directly impact you and our community. Together, we can make a difference, so register to vote now at sfelections.gov/register or call the Department of Collections for help at 415-558-6100. Let's register, San Francisco.
Live from 58 Social at Oracle Park, this is Dirty Work with Copes and Depop on the Sports Leader.
It's not quite ska. Is this Fall Out Boy or is that who it is, or a Simple Plan? Who is this, Danny? Do you know? Oh, it's MXPX, so it's more punk. There's a Scooby-Doo song, I think, that either Fall Out Boy or Simple Plan or somebody.
Dan and his Scooby-Doo.
Maybe it's Bowling for Soup. Also, one of those is like the Phineas and Ferb theme song, too.
Oh, yeah, no, definitely.
I think that's maybe Bowling for Soup. I'm a soup guy. We're with you from the patio at 58 Social. Giants pregame starts in just about 35 minutes at 6:15 right here on the Sports Leader. Davis Martin gets the start for the Chicago White Sox. He's been fantastic this year. 6-1.
Yeah, 1.61 ERA on the season. And
I was going to say he's got two last names, but he actually has a last and a first. They're just opposite each other.
6-1 on the season. So yeah, this guy he's pitching pretty well, Copes.
Yeah, he's got it going good. But Trevor McDonald, a guy they've never seen, takes the hill, and I'm always intrigued every time a young guy makes a start again. There's more book on him than there was the last start.
Right.
And we'll see how the White Sox react to it. We have a lineup for tonight's game, and we should recap real quick. Yep. Victor Barracoto called up from AAA Sacramento. He had over 400 in the spring, hit loads of home runs, drove in a ton of runs. He's been a Giant prospect since he was signed or drafted at 17 years old. He's only 24 now. He's got some good speed, plays corner outfield, and was still hitting after he didn't make the team, was hitting at AAA Sacramento, a .299 average, 6 home runs, and 30 RBIs on the season. We found out just a little bit ago that, or just a few minutes ago, Jung-Hoo Lee is the corresponding move. Jung-Hoo Lee lands on the 10-day IL. What up, rockin' new era? Rockin', walking into 15.
The filth all showed up today.
Love
Nice.
the filth coming out, dude, and sick in the SF Seals hat and matching jersey. Love to see it. So Jung-Hoo Lee goes on the IL. Victor Barracoto up. And John Shea told us that Bryce Eldridge would be in the lineup today.
He is.
Good. John Shea didn't lie to us.
No, yeah. He didn't lie to us.
He'll
never lie to us.
He's going to have a conversation when I got inside. Pin him in a corner. Excuse me, Shea. Hey, Shea, you told me Eldridge was playing. By the way, they've answered my call, dude. Thank goodness that Buster's such a big listener, and Vitello, too, of Dirty Work. We've got Casey Schmidt in left field, Bryce Eldridge at DH. How's it shape up, Derek?
Okay, so you got Willie Adames leading off. You got Luisa Rise, second base. You got Casey Schmidt in left field. Raphael Devers at first base. Matt Chapman at third base. Bryce Eldridge DHing. Jesus Rodriguez at catcher.
All right.
Drew Gilbert in right field. And Harrison Bader in center field. So no Daniel Susak tonight.
Was that so tough?
No, it's not bad.
Was that so hard? That's all I've been saying for like 4 days. 5 since they put Casey Schmidt in left in Arizona.
Hey, but it's day-to-day, Copes.
I was actually been saying it since they put Haas in left field in Sacramento. I'm like, why do we have to do that?
Right.
Why couldn't we put Rodriguez there? He's only played that position in that stadium before, but that seems to make too much sense. So they're finally coming around to Copes'. Yeah, I'm going third person. Copes' thoughts on how to build the lineup. Now, if things go wrong tonight, I bear no responsibility still.
Well, regardless of the outcome, this is the way the lineup should be.
You don't have Elliot Ramos. It's your opportunity to get him at bats. I'm talking Bryce Eldridge. Why not? Casey Schmidt in the lineup. Keep sticking at Casey.
Yep.
And we'll see what happens tonight in left field. It's not. I will add this, and something that we didn't ever talk about a lot, because Barry Bonds actually played a really, really good left field here for a long time. In the day games, it's a tough sun field. In night games, the ball does blow out kind of across left. From right towards center field. I asked a few years back. I remember I had a conversation off air one time with Austin Slater and Lamont Wade. Sorry, I can't hear myself think. And I asked him about trusting the wind. Like, can you trust the flags when you're in the outfield and right and center field at Oracle Park? Because the flags always seem to be blowing towards left field or center. And what they said is it's almost pitch to pitch. The ball gets up into the air and the wind kind of swirls there. Left field is a more straight wind field where it kind of comes out and across and blows out. So we'll see how Casey Schmidt handles it tonight. But Casey Schmidt in left field, and you've got Bryce Eldridge in there batting sixth, and he is your designated hitter.
Yep. I'm happy with the lineup tonight. Let's go to Rich Aurelia because this marching band's drowning us out.
Japanese Heritage Night here at the ballpark, which I still find ironic they're doing on a night where the best Japanese power hitter in the American League is coming to the ballpark. Dude hits home runs like every time. He's hit a home run like every game, seemingly. And by the way, it would have been really easy to get him. Lunateka Murakami. I think teams overthought it. White Sox got a great deal on him. He's a huge power hitter from Japan, and he's off to a great start in his first season in the major league. So we'll take a quick break. When we come on back, it was so good yesterday, you'll hear it again next. Rich Aurelia joins us each and every week, former Giants shortstop and part of pre- and post-game coverage on NBC Sports Bay Area. Rich Aurelia next on The Replay Leader.
Mike Kruk joined the morning show today and was impressed with what he saw from Bryce Eldridge in Arizona. Kruk says if he can keep pitchers feeling him in the box and work counts, he can stay. Listen to that interview at thesportsleader.com and the Sports Leader app.
Let's get back to Dirty Work with Copes and Depop, live from 58 Social at Oracle Park before tonight's Giants game on the Sports Leader.
Dirty Work with you on a Friday afternoon, Friday evening. Adam Copeland, Depop with you live from the patio at 58 Social. It's a Ska Friday as we get ready for the Giants and the White Sox. A 7:15 first pitch right here on the Sports Leader. We've got pregame coming your way in about 25 minutes at 6:15. Victor Barracoto called up for the Giants today, and Jung-Hoo Lee is landing on the 10-day IL as the corresponding move. Also, the lineup is out for today's game as you're going to have Trevor McDonald taking the ball today against Davis Martin. Willie Adames leading off. Luis Arraez batting second. Casey Schmidt is batting third and in left field. Devers at first. Chapman at third. Eldridge DHing. Jesus Rodriguez behind the plate. Drew Gilbert and Harrison Bader round out the lineup for the Giants against the White Sox. Rich Aurelia, former Giant shortstop, one of my favorites, number 35. Richie joins us each and every week on Thursday afternoons right here on The Sports Leader. He's also a part of NBC Sports Bay Area's pre- and post-game Giants coverage. You won't see him this weekend because he'll be watching the Foo Fighters fight some Foo.
In
Bottle Rock? Is that where he's
Bottle
going?
Rock, yeah.
Yeah, so
Nice.
Richie, enjoy your Foo Fighters this weekend. We started our conversation yesterday with Rich Aurelia by asking him, might surprise you, about how he felt after the Giants got swept by the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Oh man, well, you think at this point of year, like with doing this every week, it would get a little easier as it went on. It's not getting any easier. Right now.
No, it's not.
And I don't know if you guys, I guess kind of the epitome, I guess, of that walk-off the other night was, just how it ended on air with Dwayne.
Yeah.
Just saying, yeah, I got nothing for you, Giants lose 5-3, So it was a tough series to cover. I don't want to say it was tough to watch because that game they lost in extras. They couldn't have played any better for 8 innings.
Yeah.
And then the yesterday's third loss, the sweep, was just kind of
ho-hum.
Just felt like a little inconsequential. Like It just felt like, oh, okay, getaway day, we lost. So it hasn't been easy, but you try and keep your positive spin on things.
Well, Richie, we're 50 games into the season right now, and they're 10 games below 500, not what anybody envisioned. Just, is there one thing in particular that has you the most disappointed? I know, like, coming into the season, the bullpen had some question marks, maybe the starting rotation after Robbie Ray, Logan Webb, and Landon Root. But as far as everybody else, as far as the lineup, is there just one thing in particular that disappoints you the most this season?
The inconsistency. I think now we see a little bit more of the consistency from, Devers and Adames the last. Let's just say Devers from the last road trip and Adames starting this road trip. You've seen a little consistency there, but then you go through the rest of the lineup and it's like they're really, Luis Arraez. He's an outlier. We won't even bring him in to the conversation because he's been playing fantastic. But, otherwise it's just been a lot of inconsistencies. And, I think we've seen it where, in Sacramento, they go out and score a bunch of runs. And then the next day it's like, okay, they got like 2, so I think it's the level of inconsistency of the offense. And my second thing would probably be, I guess the same thing with the